Chapter 1, Worthless. Minutes before the close of trading this afternoon, Mr. Wei liquidated all of his coffee futures positions in his hands. After a simple calculation, the famous investment expert Guan Jiayan estimated that Mr. Wei's current pre-tax income is at least $187,500,000. The Mr. Wei mentioned in the news was Wei Wenzhou, who was reborn from 27 months ago. With his previous life's interest in the financial market and case knowledge, Wei Wenzhou made a decisive move 7 months ago. Pawned the house left by his parents to sell, with a capital of $700,000, with nearly 25 times leverage into the futures market. Coffee futures already exists when the low price of the parties to buy positions in the case. His reckless entry in the beginning of the natural way by a lot of attention. 5 months later, coffee futures are still not falling but not rising, and the experts who had been secretly speculating on the deep meaning of the original also unanimously scoffed. This so-called Mr. Wei, I am afraid that I do not know where the iron head of the child is. And today, 2 months later, coffee futures rose. I do not know how many people dropped their jaws. Wei Wenzhou is ironhead child, maybe in a previous life, but now and in the future will no longer be. In his previous life, he looked at the wrong person, obsessed for decades, and finally, after an unknown number of betrayals, his heart was like ashes, and he laughed at himself and ended his miserable life. Just sorry for those brothers. And, however, the heavens have now given him a chance to start over again. He Wei Wenzhou absolutely will not let the tragedy of the previous life repeat. Wei Wenzhou was listening to the report on TV. Suddenly his cell phone buzzed with a shock. Your savings card with tail number 1021 has transferred an amount of 159375559, 16 yuan, and the current balance is 159375559, 16 yuan, ICBC. Phew, having gotten this fortune that he might not have been able to have in his previous life, Wei Wenzhou picked up the water in his hand and slammed a few mouthfuls of it. Today is the last night of revelry for the coffee futures event. Tomorrow after the opening of the market is facing a cliff drop. Bang bang. He was recalling a few big opportunities that would arise in the last few years, when suddenly the doorroom was slapped open vigorously, followed by an unceremonious voice. Surname Wei, you're actually slacking off here. Why don't you quickly go take out the trash for me? A wealthy woman walked in, raising her hand to slap Wei Wenzhou, her demeanor filled with disgust. If placed in the past, Wei Wenzhou did not say whether he could dodge, or even dare to dodge. And this life, I have been different, although now the physical quality cannot keep up, but the memory of the training in his past life has long been engraved in his bones. Backward easily avoided this slap, and this woman's hand was too fierce, but instead, she brought herself to the ground and spun half a circle, almost falling down. You still dare to dodge? Liang Yiwu turned around, trembling with anger, and raised his hand again without saying a word. As soon as they met, they had to make a move. Wei Wenzhou also had a fire in his heart, and directly grabbed Liang Yiwu's arm. Mom, you have something to say properly. There's nothing to say. I and a garbage have what to say. Mom, don't call me mom. I don't have a son-in-law as pussy as you. I'm sick of hearing you talk. Mom, what's wrong? Lin Shi heard the quarrel in the room and walked in at this time. Seeing Wei Wenzhou was grabbing Liang Yiwu's arm, she was instantly enraged and screamed. Wei Wenzhou, what are you doing to my mom? Son of a spread your hands. No, Wei Wenzhou quickly let go of his hand and let Lin Shi push himself away. You? My dad agreed to you entering the door 2 years ago. My mom objected. You must be harboring a grudge. Holding a grudge? Wei Wenzhou was infuriated and laughed. If I had a grudge, I would have been able to give you and your mom foot washing water, dishes, garbage, clothes, washing every day for 2 years, getting up earlier than a chicken and going to bed later than a dog. Liang Yi Coral cannot accept this withered 2 years of waste, rushing to speak loudly to himself. This is all what you should do. Besides, you're still taking these chicken scratchy little things as honor? Are you still not a man? Ha! Wei Wenzhou's lips trembled with anger when he heard her say this. I did say I wanted to go out and work, but didn't you guys disagree? Lin, she sneered, her eyes like she was looking at a little cutie. Generally, you can't even do the chicken scratch at home well, and you still want to go out and fight? Dream on you. Besides, if you don't do this, who will do it? Is it hard to believe that you want me to do it so you can loaf around outside? Wei Wenzhou's teeth clenched and his fists clenched. In his last life, it was because he was indoctrinated by this mother and daughter into thinking that he was trash. So much so that later on, he really almost became trash. Liang Yi Coral still felt not relieved, pointing to the news report on the TV, snorted out a laugh. The same surname Wei, people's pre-tax income of $75 million. You trash? Got $500? $75 million? Lin Shishio looked at the TV with a shocked face. Immediately afterward, A look of envy appeared on her face. What kind of character was this Mr. Wei? There really is no harm without comparison. Both surnamed Wei. How can the difference be so big? Liang Yihu also had an envious look on her face, and she looked at Wei Wenzhou with even more disgust. Truly a waste trash. What's the use of having you in our family? You're even worse than a dog. You know that? Wei Wenzhou wanted to take out his cell phone and show them that the Mr. Wei they were so envious of was actually a piece of trash that wasn't even as good as a dog in their eyes. Just looking at the disgusted look that naturally appeared on Lin Shi's beautiful face, Wei Wenzhou's heart was filled with sadness. Being an ox and a horse for more than 2 years, I thought that I had done hard work without any merit, and that being obedient to my daughter-in-law and mother-in-law would eventually soften the ice in their hearts. Unexpectedly, in their eyes, they are just a trash that is not even as good as a dog. Seeing Wei Wenzhou not even looking at himself, Liang Yihu grabbed the cup on the table and smashed it on the ground. Can't you see the garbage on the ground? Still don't know how to clean up? Lin Shi spat at the glass shards all over the floor. Use your hands to pick up all the glass slags to the trash can. Don't sweep. It will scratch my family's floor. Wei Wenzhou exhaled deeply, looking at the woman he loved in his last life. The depths of his eyes were complicated. Finally the complexity disappeared. The sadness in his eyes disappeared, and the whole person looked like he was relieved. Then Wei Wenzhou looked at Lin Shi and said, "Let's divorce. This marriage ends here." Boom! These words were now like a bomb that exploded in Lin Shi, Liang Yihu's 2 heads. Both mother and daughter froze, shocked, very incredibly staring at Wei Wenzhou. A waste of space that was worse than a dog. How obsequious he used to be, and now he had become so hardened? What did you say? Lin Shi thought she had heard wrong. This trash actually wants to take the initiative to divorce herself? How could that be possible? Divorce. Wei Wenzhou's entire body was relaxed when he said it again. I've had enough. All these years you guys haven't even treated me as a human being. In your eyes, I'm not even as good as a dog. Why should I continue to humiliate myself? After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the door. Chapter 2 Registering for Divorce. Hearing that this punk Wei Wenzhou really wanted to divorce himself, Lin Shi gasped. You punk think you can threaten me with divorce and change our opinion of you? I'm telling you, no way. If you're a waste, you'll always be a waste. You're just worse than a dog. This marriage is divorced. I'll go find someone randomly right now who is 10 times, 100 times better than you. A waste. Wei Wenzhou shook his head as he walked towards the door. 10 times, 100 times better than himself? No. In this life, no one can surpass himself. On the street, Wei Wenzhou lit a cigarette and fiercely smoked a few puffs. From today onwards it was a brand new life. He would not be decadent anymore, nor would he leave any regrets in his life. Suddenly, the cell phone in his pocket rang. It was an unfamiliar call. Congratulations to Mr. Wei on his victory. The phone picked up and a man's cheerful laughter came from the opposite side. Hearing this voice, Wei Wenzhou also guessed the identity of the other party. It was the president of ICBC, Mo Pangyun. Before Wei Wenzhou boldly invested in coffee futures, the governor Mo Pangyun personally received him, wanting to see what kind of character he was, but also jokingly said that if Wei Wenzhou invested successfully as a multi-millionaire, when the time comes to give the money to their bank to take care of. Thinking of this, Wei Wenzhou laughed lightly. I'm afraid that Mo Pangyun didn't expect that he could rake in $75 million. Governor Mo is joking. I only have a few dollars here. I still need to rely on Governor Mo to lift me up in the future. Mr. Wei Wenzhou's words are very comfortable to listen to. At least the opposite side of the Mo Pangyun is very happy. Young and wildly earned nearly 20 million. Still not arrogant and not impatient. The future will certainly make a big difference. Mr. Wei is too modest. As long as you leave the money in our bank, I personally do the Lord. The interest rate for you to raise 2 points. In this era where there weren't many 10,000 yuan households, a sum of money close to $20 million had to be taken seriously even by the ICBC. Wei Wenzhou had lived 2 lifetimes and could be sure that Mo Pangyun hadn't lied to him. It seemed that the other party really wanted to keep him as a customer. Governor Mo is so sincere. Then naturally I can't refuse. I'll go over there now, Wei Wenzhou said. Good. Mo Pangyun's voice was excited as he said, Mr. Wei is our bank's gold medal investment client. According to the regulations, he has a private secretary. I'll let your secretary go over to pick you up now. No. I'll take a taxi there myself. Wei Wenzhou directly refused. The current roadway was not good for a taxi. Wei Wenzhou walked towards the opposite street on foot, ready to make a trip to the bank first. In the office of the president of the industrial bank, Mo Pangyun sighing put down the phone. It is true that things are unpredictable. Who would have thought that half a year ago that sells the house to invest in coffee boy, half a year later wildly earned 75 million. This money-making speed. Jiacheng also have to worship Ah. At first many people laughed at the people rash, and and now I guess the regret of the heels are green, right? Mo Pangyun shook his head, picked up the phone and dialed a number and said, "Let Su Yuan come to my office." A few minutes later, a girl wearing a professional OL outfit walked in. Mo Pangyun looked at his niece, who was very satisfied with her appearance, and said with a smile, Yuan, don't say uncle doesn't take care of you. Just now I heard you say outside that you admire the new stock market legend Mr. Wei and want to get acquainted. Uncle is now giving you this opportunity. You can give uncle to get things done." Su Yuan on the opposite side revealed a look of surprise at the words, ran to Mo Pangyun's side and asked in a hurry, "Uncle, do you know that mysterious Mr. Wei? Really? Heavy money to buy coffee futures. Half a year wildly 75 million. This sudden rise of Mr. Wei now has been hailed as a new generation of heavenly kings in the financial sector. Do not know how many people worship it." Seeing Su Yuan's surprised look, Mo Pangyun took a sip of tea and said with a smug look on his face, "That's for sure. You don't look at who uncle I am. Mr. Wei and I are still good friends. Just now I have talked to Mr. Wei. His funds are placed in our bank to take care of. You will be Mr. Wei's private secretary. Do you have the confidence to do a good job?" "Yes," Su Yuan shouted back, to be the private secretary for the new king of the financial world. This was such a rare opportunity. Following this kind of big shot, casually learning something would be of immense use. And really, when the other party invested, following the random purchase could also make a lot of money. "Good, you can be sure to keep this customer for uncle," Mo Pangyun urged, giving Wei Wenzhou's contact information to Su Yuan. "Wei Wenzhou?" Su Yuan raised her eyebrows and mouthed a sentence. "What's wrong?" Mo Pangyun was puzzled. Su Yuan shook her head. "It should just be the same name. It couldn't possibly be him." Looking at Su Yuan's back as she left, Mo Pangyun cupped his chin. His niece is also very good. Two such excellent young people together. Quite a match. Wei Wenzhou took a taxi and was about to head to the bank when his cell phone rang again. Picking it up, it was a call from Lin Shi. "Surname Wei. As long as you kneel in front of your house and beg me now, I can pretend that what just happened didn't happen." Wei Wenzhou immediately sneered after hearing this. Where did this woman get such great confidence from? "You want more," he said coldly, and was about to hang up the phone. Suddenly, Lin Shi's sharp voice came out. "Surname Wei, don't give your face. If you don't kneel at the door and beg me, now we will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to do the formalities for divorce." Wei Wenzhou paused for a moment and said, "Good, going through the divorce formalities. I can't wait to do it." Wei Wenzhou hung up the phone and immediately asked the driver to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau first. At this time, the cell phone rang again. Wei Wenzhou thought it was Lin Shi calling, and was about to hang up when he realized it was an unfamiliar number and picked it up. "Mr. Wei, yes? I'm your private secretary. May I ask when it's convenient for you to come over?" On the other end of the phone, there was a somewhat timid voice. Wei Wenzhou immediately knew that it was someone Mo Pangyun had arranged. So he said, "I'm at the Civil Affairs Bureau. It's convenient for you to come over and pick me up." "Okay Mr. Wei, I will go over to pick you up now." After hanging up the phone, Wei Wenzhou strides into the Civil Affairs Bureau and finds that Liang Yihu mother and daughter have already arrived and are staring at him with a cannibalistic gaze. "Surname Wei, just a lecherous color like you dare to mention divorce with my daughter. Wait for your regret," Liang Yihu said through gritted teeth. Lin Shi was also grimacing. "Surname Wei, remember, I'm the one who kicked you out." Wei Wenzhou's face was expressionless, saying that it didn't matter what he said, just get the marriage divorced, because the two sides did not need mediation. The process was very fast, and the divorce certificate was issued in a few minutes. Wei Wenzhou took his own documents and walked towards the door. Liang Yihu mother and daughter followed behind, their eyes resentful to the extreme. What makes this trash can be so happy? Is the divorce? He should also be crying bitterly, begging himself not to abandon him. "Daughter, this kind of trash is not worthy of you. Mom will introduce you to a better man some other day. This trash let him wait and regret it," Liang Yi Coral said viciously. Lin Shi beside her gritted her teeth and nodded down heavily. Wei Wenzhou came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau and his cell phone rang again. "Okay, I'll come out right away." It was the secretary arranged by the bank who had arrived. "Surname Wei, leave my house and wait to beg on the streets." Lin Shi sneered coldly. Wei Wenzhou didn't even bother to pay attention to her and walked straight towards the road. The mother and daughter sneered and followed behind, but without walking out a few steps, the two witnessed a beautiful woman coming down from a sedan on the roadside, warmly greeting Wei Wenzhou. "Mr. Wei." Chapter 3 Oil. Su Yuan enthusiastically waved her small hands and ran to Wei Wenzhou, but she stopped violently. "Wei Wenzhou? It's really you?" Su Yuan's tone was full of disbelief and shock. When he got the contact information, he thought for a while that it was the same name, but now he realized that it was really him. At this time, Wei Wenzhou was also sizing up the beauty in front of him. Tall figure, mature temperament, such a beauty even recognized himself. Wei Wenzhou looked up and down, and after a few seconds said offhandedly, "You're Su Yuan?" He finally recognized this girl, his classmate in high school, and the school flower in the school at that time. "Su Yuan, I didn't expect to meet you here." He couldn't help but sigh. Su Yuan smiled and nodded, saying, "I thought it was the same name. I didn't expect that the new financial heavenly king was really you." "What financial heavenly king?" Wei Wenzhou froze for a moment. "What kind of name is this?" "It's nothing, it's just the honorific that everyone calls you now." Su Yuan smiled and stretched out her small white hand and said, "Well, Mr. Wei, I'm your personal secretary now." Wei Wenzhou subconsciously stretched out his hand and shook hers. His small hand was delicate and tender. "Let's go. The governor is still waiting for you." Su Yuan went forward and opened the car door, inviting Wei Wenzhou to get into the car, then drove away. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Liang Yihu mother and daughter were directly dumbfounded. The beautiful woman who just drove the car picked up that loser? Thinking of Su Yuan's temperament and looks, Lin Shi's heart was on fire with jealousy. What makes that loser able to hook up with such a beauty? Fake. It's all fake. It's impossible. Liang Yihu jumped to his feet and yelled lowly, "Is that woman blind? How could she look at that loser Wei Wenzhou?" Lin Shi's face was cloudy, gritting her teeth. "It must be a fake. It's probably a play that punk hired someone to put on, deliberately showing us, trying to make me regret it." "Ha, that's right. It must be," Liang Yi Coral affirmed with conviction. Only this result was acceptable to her heart. "Daughter, don't worry. I've already asked your Auntie Wang to help identify a rich man. With your good looks, you'll have no problem marrying a millionaire." Lin Shi gritted her teeth and nodded. She must find a rich man and make that punk regret it forever. On the way to the bank, Wei Wenzhou sat on the co-pilot and sized up Su Yuan beside him. 7 or 8 years had passed. She had shed the youthfulness in her body, and now her dignified and virtuous temperament was even more attractive. "Good looking?" Su Yuan suddenly laughed. Wei Wenzhou wiped his nose and lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Really didn't expect after a few years of absence, our high school class came out a multi-millionaire, financial heavenly king." Su Yuan stopped teasing him and spoke in an emotional tone. After the end of high school, Wei Wenzhou's grades at that time were not ideal, and he went to an ordinary university. No less than 50 people inside the same class who did better than him, but now it seems that the one with the highest achievement is him. "It's just a little bit of money earned. It's nothing," Wei Wenzhou said slowly, his face not sad or happy. Su Yuan couldn't help but turn her head to look at him, realizing that he had changed too much nowadays, changing from the shyness he had when he was in school, earning nearly $20 million but still so calm and steady, more stable than some of the giants in the financial world she had once met. At this time Su Yuan once again opened her mouth and asked, "That woman just now is the wife?" "Ex-wife," Wei Wenzhou corrected word for word. "Why did you guys get divorced?" Su Yuan asked curiously. Wei Wenzhou said expressionlessly, "People thought I was a waste. Rubbish, a talent who made a wild profit of $18.75 million in half a year and was known as the new generation of heavenly kings in the financial sector was said to be a waste." Su Yuan's face instantly became odd. There are such strange people in this world? Divorcing you, that's really her loss. With your current fortune, divorce is giving up a crooked neck tree and choosing a broader forest. Su Yuan glanced at Wei Wenzhou with ambiguous eyes. Being young and with more than $18 million in assets, what kind of woman can't chase after him? Wei Wenzhou smiled and didn't say anything. He now thinks more about getting money earned, in order to make up for all the regrets. While talking, the two came to the door of the bank. Su Yuan parked the car and led him inside. Entering the governor's office, Su Yuan directly pulled Wei Wenzhou to sit on the sofa, inviting credit as if looking at the opposite side of Mo Pingyun and said, "Uncle, I brought the people. Is there any problem for me to do my job?" "Uncle?" When Wei Wenzhou heard her name, he froze for a moment. When he was in school, he had heard that Su Yuan's family was in a superior position, but he didn't realize that the president of the industrial bank was her uncle. "Mr. Wei, you two know each other?" Mo Pingyun asked with some surprise. Looking at the familiar appearance of the two did not look like they were meeting for the first time. "Well, Big Beauty Su was the school flower in our high school," Wei Wenzhou said jokingly. Upon hearing that the two are still classmates, Mo Pingyun was even more surprised. Since the relationship is so good, the money storage thing must not be able to run away. Mo Pingyun handed over a cigarette and asked with a smile, "Mr. Wei, let's get down to business first. I don't know if you still have any questions about the conditions of our bank?" Wei Wenzhou inhaled a mouthful of smoke and slowly said, "No problem. My money is given to your bank to take care of, including the future." Mo Pingyun was overjoyed at his words and asked excitedly, "That's a good sentiment. I'll let Su Yuan fully cooperate with you. I wonder what Mr. Wei is planning to invest in next?" "Oil. Wei Wenzhou spat out 2 words. The office instantly quieted down. Mo Pingyun and Su Yuan were both staring at him with dull eyes. Investing in oil? Mr. Wei, this is too dangerous, right? Mo Pingyun took a deep breath and said, oil this thing? Currently no one in the country dares to touch. Is also a small fight casually throw some money as a test of water. But Wei Wenzhou, if you invest, certainly not a few hundred or a few thousand thrown into play. Large investment in oil, this is no longer a risk, but playing with fire. Heavy industry, technology is definitely not dangerous. But what's the point of tens of thousands of dollars of profit? Wei Wenzhou laughed softly. Oil is still in a situation where no one dares to really touch anything, because the changes are too great. From assets of 10 million to debt is only an instantaneous thing. And it is not unheard of to be forced to jump off a building, but the only difference is that others are relying on gambling. He has 100% certainty. Wei Wenzhou's glib attitude made Mo Pingyun directly unintelligible, but the money was someone else's, so he couldn't say anything. Good, then I wish Mr. Wei as much success this time. Mo Pingyun nodded and said, Chapter 4 you are? My investment is bound to win. Wei Wenzhou's face was full of confidence. After simply going through the formalities of fund management, he offered to go to the securities company. And the two of them left Mo Pingyun's office. Wei Wenzhou, I have to remind you, oil and coffee are not the same. That's something that the world's major countries are involved in. It's not like the banks didn't have the guts to try it out before, and they all ended up losing everything, and one of them jumped off a building and killed himself. After the two of them walked into the securities company, Su Yuan said full of worry, but how could Wei Wenzhou not understand what she said? Don't worry about it, I'm not like them, they are gamblers who only gamble, while I'm an investor of the times. Su Yuan couldn't understand his odd words, but looking at his determined look, it was hard to persuade him any further. Alright then, you sit here for a while, I'll go find the manager here. Wei Wenzhou was a gold medal customer of the bank and had come over for a large investment. There was absolutely no need to wait in line like ordinary people, so it was only right to have the manager here come over to receive him personally. After Su Yuan left, Wei Wenzhou casually found a seat and sat down. Looking up at the big screen above, his eyes saw several stocks: Zhongtong Technology, Qingshan Pharmaceutical, Huawon Group. If history hadn't changed, these stocks would all have risen slightly today, but these are nothing more than mosquito legs to today's him. Silk is not interested, retracting his gaze and sitting on the chair, waiting for Su Yuan to come back. Securities company door, a man and a woman walked in. The man's hand in the woman's waist kept touching. If I say I should have divorced that punk a long time ago, you're so beautiful. Just find a man. Not dozens of times better than that punk? Lu Tian touched Lin Shi's thin waist. His words were full of sarcasm. Lin Shi snuggled in his arms. Annoyed, blame my father. Had to let me marry that loser. Delayed my time for these 2 years. After going back from the Civil Affairs Bureau, the more she thought about the more uncomfortable in her heart, and finally contacted Lu Tian, who had once pursued her, and listened to others say that Lu Tian had mixed very well in the past 2 years, and had earned more than $1 million by speculating in the stock market from nothing. A contact. Lu Tian really still like her. Immediately about her out. First went to buy a more than $2,000 of gold necklace, and then she spit out some of these 2 years of life unfortunately. Lu Tian said to bring her over to speculate on the stock market, so that she can experience the thrill of making money. How could Lin Shi not be moved when she heard about making money, and rushed over with her family's bank book? Lu Tian listened to Lin Shi's spit, the smile on his face even more. Whispered, I tell you, I have insider information here. In a moment you follow what I said to vote. To ensure that you earn a few $1,000s a minute is not a problem. Wei Wenzhou that waist cannot have this ability, right? Aha! Lin Shi nodded her head repeatedly in excitement. A few $1,000s per minute. She wouldn't dare to think about it even in her dreams. Lu Tian, when I was in school I knew you were great. How can that loser Wei Wenzhou compare to you? Lu Tian immediately laughed even more happily, pretending to be modest. What is this ability of mine? People's financial heavenly king Mr. Wei is the real big brother, but there is one aspect of me that is really powerful. Do you want to try at night? Looking at Lu Tian's face obscene smile, Lin Shi shyly squirming up, whispered, good, if you can let me earn money, night I also let you taste my power. This kind of appearance Lu Tian where to stand. Small belly hot feeling rises, pulling Lin Shi went to the window. Early money to make money, early to do this woman, but just out of 2 steps, Lin Shi suddenly stiffened. Lu Tian couldn't help but turn his head and asked, what's wrong? Lin Shi looked straight at a person not far away, lifted his finger and said, isn't that the punk surnamed Wei? Wei Wenzhou is also here? Lu Tian's face turned odd. That trash who only does housework also came here to speculate on stocks? He subconsciously turned his head to look and realized that it was really true. It's really him. What's he doing here? It can't be that he heard that speculating in stocks makes money and wants to come and speculate in stocks too, right? Lu Tian couldn't help but sneer. Lin Shi's eyes were resentful, gritted his teeth and said, a waste who can't even get $100 out of his body. He's qualified to speculate on stocks? That's true. Ha ha. Lu Tian immediately laughed out loud and said with interest, since we've stumbled upon it, let's go over and see what this punk wants to do. Wei Wenzhou was sitting in boredom when suddenly there were two more figures in front of him, and he froze when he looked up. Lu Tian? He immediately recognized the man in front of him. It was one of his classmates from college, once even pursued Lin Shi, and looking at his hand on Lin Shi's waist, these two obviously hooked up. The action is still really fast. Don't call me by my name. I'm not familiar with you. Don't let people misunderstand that I'm an acquaintance with you. This punk, Lu Tian said with an exaggerated expression. Wei Wenzhou's face sank. It was clear that these two were deliberately coming over to pick a fight. Surname Wei, really you? In order to anger me you even purposely find someone to put on a play. Do you think I will fall for it? Don't dream. There are many men chasing me, and you will always be a pathetic worm. Lin Shi beside him suddenly sneered. Wei Wenzhou glanced at her faintly, not even wanting to say anything. He, open your dog eyes and see clearly. This gold necklace was just bought for me by Lu Tian. More than $2,000. What about you? What have you ever bought for me? Lin Shi chattered. Wei Wenzhou still didn't say anything, but this reaction of his, in Lin Shi and Lu Tian's opinion, was that he was speechless and had low self-esteem. Wei Wenzhou, I have to say that your kid is really courageous, poor as a dog, but still dare to marry such a beautiful woman like Lin Shi. You are really not afraid of being green. Lu Tian couldn't help but mock. Wei Wenzhou remained expressionless. Alright, you apologize to Lin Shi now and I won't bother with you. Lu Tian casually waved his hand and said, apologize? Wei Wenzhou stared at the little cutie with wide eyes, like eyes at him. He himself hadn't said a single word from the beginning to the end. What to apologize for? Why should I apologize? He asked in disbelief. Lu Tian immediately looked at him with dissatisfaction. His voice lowered. You wasted 2 years of Lin Shi's time. Shouldn't you apologize? You're a man. Apologizing won't cost you a piece of meat. Hurry up your mom. Wei Wenzhou's face changed again. He could see that Lu Tian just wanted to pretend in front of Lin Shi, but he pretended to let himself apologize. His head was kicked by a donkey, right? Are you? Wei Wenzhou asked, looking at him very seriously. Lu Tian's eyes instantly spewed fire. This punk not only disobeyed him, but also dared to scold him. You have ing balls? I'll make you look good now, Lu Tian said in annoyance, turning around and waving his hand at the staff at the side. Chapter 5. Do you know stocks? Mr. Lu, may I ask what's the matter with you? The staff ran over and asked. Lu Tian often comes in and out of here, plus he invests quite a lot. The people in the securities company all know him. Lu Tian snorted coldly, pointing at Wei Wenzhou. Blow him out. Seeing him, I'm not in the mood to invest. This. Staff froze. Lin Shi, how much money did you bring over this time? Lu Tian twisted his head and asked. Lin Shi took out his deposit and shook it, saying, 150,000 deposits. It's all in there. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian looked at the staff at the side and said, hear that? Today we brought 150,000 over to invest. Don't let some poor people affect our mood to invest. When Wei Wenzhou heard the words 150,000, he looked furiously and asked, 150,000? You're going to take out Uncle Lin's compensation money to speculate on stocks? Liang Yihu and Lin Shi's mother and daughter didn't have much money. The biggest deposit in the family. That was Lin father's compensation from the car accident. Now Lin Shi took this money out to speculate on stocks? Wei Wenzhou couldn't help but frown. Lin father was still very good to him. That's my father. What does what I do have anything to do with you, punk? Lin Shi said angrily, seeing that he still had the heart to care about other people's business. Lu Tian was even more annoyed and said to the staff, if you don't kick this poor bastard out, we'll go invest somewhere else. As the words fell, the door of the manager's office opened and two figures walked out. The female was beautiful and had an excellent temperament, attracting countless gazes. As for the man next to her, even though he was a middle-aged man with an unimpressive appearance, the other party was the manager of this place. So naturally, he didn't dare to ignore the other party. Manager Zhao? Why did he come out? Lu Tian often came in and out of this place. Naturally, he also recognized the other party. Seeing the man walking in his direction, he couldn't care less about Wei Wenzhou, and stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. Manager Zhao, Without waiting for him to finish a sentence, the man directly ignored him and came straight to Wei Wenzhou's face. Mr. Wei, I've heard a lot about you. I didn't expect you to come so suddenly. Quickly please come into the office to chat. Manager Zhao said with a smile full of honor. What's your name? Wei Wenzhou got up and shook the other party's hand. Mr. Wei, just call me Old Zhao. I'm the manager here. You come over to invest. Just talk to me directly if you have any problems, Old Zhao said as he led Wei Wenzhou towards the office. To have the manager of a securities company personally come out to invite him. This young man is definitely a young master of some family. The three of them quickly walked into the office. The rest of the hall continued to busy themselves with their own things. Only Lu Tian and Lin Shi stood still as if they were struck by lightning. If the two of you don't want to invest, then you can leave, the staff suddenly said. Blankly glanced at the two men, turned around and left. Like Lu Tian, this kind of qualification customers, the company does not know how many, but can let the manager personally come out to invite the customers. Only a few. Lu Tian's face red, angry, some unsteady. What the hell is the situation? How Zhao manager will personally come out to invite that waste? Can let the manager of the securities company to treat this? Generally our 10 million level of customers. That waste with what? Lu Tian, that man how to take that waste away? You did not say to drive him out? Lin Shi asked with uncertainty. When Lu Tian heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched and he held his tongue. Count on that punk running fast. Next time I run into him I definitely won't be able to spare him. I'll take you to invest now. Making money is important. Don't let that punk disrupt your mood. Aha, makes sense. Don't let that loser delay me from making money. Lin Shi nodded excitedly and said, followed Lu Tian to open an account, transferred all the money in the passbook and bought all of them into a stock according to what Lu Tian said. Lu Tian, so much money all invested in there won't be any problems, right? That was $150,000. Lin Shi's face turned white with nervousness. Lu Tian waved his hand and said with conviction, don't worry, I have insider information. This stock will go up today, but only by a tiny bit. Invest less and earn less. With his assurance, Lin Shi was reassured a lot, thinking that in a while you can earn a few $1,000s, and again excited, worshipful eyes looking at Lu Tian. This is what a man should look like. Unlike that waste will only do laundry and cooking. In the office, Lao Zhao heard Wei Wenzhou to invest 8 million, or could not help but shocked. $8 million all invested in oil futures. Once there is a change, triggered by the unimaginable consequences, with Lao Zhao helping to open the account, Su Yuan's side of the funds docking, a few minutes of time to get the investment done. Did you bring any money? Coming out of the office, Wei Wenzhou suddenly asked. Su Yuan subconsciously nodded her head. She still has a little bit of a small treasury, and asked, there are a few tens of thousands of dollars. What are you going to do? Open an account and take you to make money, as a perk for working for me. Wei Wenzhou laughed. Su Yuan was instantly happy, not how much she likes money, but to be able to follow Wei Wenzhou to invest and learn, and immediately went to open an account, and deposited her own small treasury into it. The two came to the hall. Wei Wenzhou looked at the three stocks that were still very low, and said to Su Yuan, divide your money into three, Zhongtong Technology, Castle Peak Pharmaceuticals, and Huawon Group all buy in. Su Yuan looked at the three low and dismal stocks with some dumbfounded eyes. This is about to collapse. Can it work? These three stocks are collapsing one by one. Why did you buy them? She couldn't help but ask. Wei Wenzhou found a seat and sat down, smiled mysteriously and said, as I said, I'm an investor of the times. The rise of these three companies, Zhongtong, Castle Peak, and Huawon, is inevitable for the times, so it's right to buy them. According to the current time to calculate, at most 10 years, the three companies all rise, quickly become the leader of their respective industries. Su Yuan nodded with seeming understanding and ran to the window to wait in line to buy. Suddenly, two silhouettes appeared in front of Wei Wenzhou again, sizing him up with a sneer on their faces. Why are you still here? Lin, she said in a questioning tone. Wei Wenzhou didn't raise his head, not wanting to look at her, but his eyes saw the ticket in her hand. Buying into Longshan Pharmaceuticals? You bought shares of Longshan Pharmaceuticals? Throw it out now. You can still stop your loss in time. As the words fell, Lin Shi and Lu Tian on the opposite side of the table both revealed sneering smiles. Just you punk. You know about stocks too? I'm telling you, Longshan Pharmaceuticals falling is just an illusion. It will rise immediately, although the magnitude won't be too big, but you definitely won't lose money. Lu Tian's face was full of mockery and said with conviction. Lin Shi was even more pleased at this moment, stepped forward and sneered. Lu Tian said it well. Surnamed Wei, do you know how to play stocks? And you dare to tell others what to do? Chapter 6 $10,000 a minute. Uncle Lin treats me well, I just don't want to see the money he traded his life for spoiled by you. Wei Wenzhou said coldly. Better mind your own business first, punk. Lin Shi gritted his teeth. At this time, Su Yuan came back from buying stocks and sat beside Wei Wenzhou, handing over the ticket. Castle Peak Pharmaceuticals, Huawon Group. It will go up in half an hour at most. Treat me to dinner at night if you make money. Wei Wenzhou looked at it and said with a smile. No problem, the place at night you just pick, Su Yuan generously said. Compared to whether she can make money or not, she was more concerned about Wei Wenzhou's knowledge of judging investments. Lu Tian on the opposite side of the table, since he saw Su Yuan sitting down, his eyes were on fire with jealousy. Damn, this punk is really lucky, just divorced with Lin Shi, turned his eyes to find a more beautiful. What does this punk have the right to? Beautiful woman, I kindly remind you, don't let this punk pit, he doesn't know anything about stocks. Castle Peak Pharmaceuticals and Huawei Group's stocks have become that bad, how can they go up again? Lu Tian sneered as he looked at Wei Wenzhou and added, truth be told, beautiful girl, I have insider information here, if you listen to me, you're guaranteed to make money. Su Yuan sized him up and then looked at Lin Shi next to him, immediately guessing the relationship between the two. Her eyes were immediately filled with disgust. No need, the stock market situation is varied, you'd better take care of yourself, she said in a cold tone. Lu Tian didn't notice her loathing and thought she didn't believe it, pointing to the big screen and just wanting to show off. But then he saw Longshan Pharmaceuticals stock like a dike-breaking flood, instantly sliding down to its lowest point. How is this possible? Longshan Pharmaceuticals is well funded, how can it plummet? Lu Tian said in a nebulous voice. The whole person was dumbfounded. Next to Lin Shi's face instantly grimaced. She just bought when she consulted with the staff for some simple knowledge, and now she can also read. Longshan Pharmaceutical stock plummeted by nearly 70%. Lu Tian, didn't you say you would let me make money? I lost $100,000 this time. How do you let me go back and explain to my mom? She rushed over and grabbed Lu Tian's clothes, continuously tearing and questioning. Lu Tian said with an ugly face, the stock market has many changes. Making money and losing money are common things. Ha! Su Yuan sneered. Lu Tian's face is even more untenable now. Just now also swore and people said that they will be able to make money. The result of a turn of the eye is a blood loss. That's 100,000. Lu Tian, you quickly help me think of a way. Lin Shi was anxious. The whole person's emotions are crazy. $100,000 means what? She knows best. Lu Tian, where there is a way. He is only in the stock market luck to earn some money. The entire haul then his powerful people cannot be counted. Placed in the entire stock market. He cannot even count a mole cricket. 100,000? You think too much. Longshan Pharmaceuticals has completely collapsed. Now the shares simply can't be thrown out. You don't even want to take back $1. Wei Wenzhou suddenly said in a cold voice. He had just reminded this stupid woman not to mess around with his father's compensation money, and now retribution had come. Lin Shi's face was grim for a few more minutes, and she ran wildly to the window to inquire, only to be told the exact same answer Wei Wenzhou said, and directly sat on her butt on the ground. Her person was dumbfounded. Wei Wenzhou, how do you know that Longshan Pharmaceuticals collapsed? Su Yuan beside her asked curiously. The more contact she had, the more she realized that Wei Wenzhou was unfathomable, as if he was a divine calculator. Because it rained heavily 2 days ago, Longshan Pharmaceuticals' medicinal material base was washed away by the upstream flood. The foothold of the foundation is gone. It is estimated that the company is empty at this moment, Wei Wenzhou explained. Awesome. Directly judging the stock development from the essence of a company, this is what a smart investment businessman is. Many people around him heard Wei Wenzhou's words and looked over with eyes filled with admiration. Longshan Pharmaceuticals' medicinal material base was washed away. How did you know about it? Su Yuan said with even more curiosity. The reasoning he said was so simple, but it was often something that others overlooked or couldn't pay attention to. Of course it's because I've experienced it. Wei Wenzhou laughed. This secret can't be told to her. Laughed and said, tomorrow you will be able to see the news in the newspaper. These days information is wealth. Just like all the stocks here. There is nothing I don't know. The bottom line. All the stocks he knows? Not only Su Yuan, the people around him froze. This young man, he's blowing it out of proportion. If he knows it all, he wouldn't be able to make a few $1 million a minute? Lu Tian on the opposite side listened to Wei Wenzhou's words and said with a blue face, if you knew, why didn't you tell me earlier? You really are alright? Wei Wenzhou asked rhetorically. The surrounding people also couldn't help but lose their laughter. Telling you is a favor, not telling you is a favor, and still complaining up about others. Really a brain problem. Wei Wenzhou looked at Su Yuan and said, don't sit there. Throw out the shares of Castle Peak Pharmaceuticals in your hand. You can probably recover $150,000, netting a profit of $130,000. As soon as he reminded her, Su Yuan hurriedly looked up. At some point, the stocks of Huawei Group and Castle Peak Pharmaceuticals soared to a frightening level. According to the current value, $150,000 was absolutely no problem. Wait for me. Su Yuan hurriedly ran to the window. She didn't love money, but chatting for a while and scoring over $100,000, no one could possibly be calm. This speed of making money is faster than even printing money. I'm afraid her father would be hard-pressed to match it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Castle Peak Pharmaceuticals is high on drugs. When did it get so high? The surrounding people directly burst. Foul-mouth said. Just now also low and dying like. A twist of the head of the effort to live. But also damn live than the other are good. It should be just now. But this is also too abnormal. Green Mountain Pharmaceuticals did not say that long ago not work? You stupid You this brain to tell you the news cannot earn money. A total of 2 local pharmaceutical industry. Longshan finished the calf. Castle Peak shall not take off on the spot? Speaking, the crowd will again look at Wei Wenzhou. Just thought the young man in bragging it. Now it seems clear that not. The news and the situation of the control. Deserve people to make money. Xing Shan is going to take off. Why don't we also go in and get a piece of the pie? Someone proposed, but no one responded to him. All eyes fell on Wei Wenzhou's body. This young man just let his female companion dump all the shares. Does it mean that the shares of Castle Peak will not rise again? At this time, Su Yuan threw the shares back, face written full of shock. The hands of the 2 shares directly recovered 170,000. Excluding the cost is a net income of 150,000. This is still a share of the stock has not been thrown out of the case. Look at the time difference between the 2 notes on hand. A total of only 15 minutes. 1 minute 10,000. What is called time is money. This is Chapter 7, You Help Me Make $500,000. Well, Wei Wenzhou asked with a smile. Su Yuan took a deep breath, sat next to him and said, 1,300,000 for Castle Peak Pharmaceuticals, 20,000 for Huawon Group, a net profit of 150,000. It's the first time I've ever made so much money since I grew up. The people around had already pricked up their ears, but when they heard that Su Yuan had earned $150,000, they were still shocked to drop their jaws. The speed of making money was too fast. $150,000 is nothing in the stock market, but in terms of investment and time, they have never heard of anyone making so much money while chatting for a while. Huawon Groups you also threw? Wei Wenzhou asked in dismay. How? What's wrong? I won't throw it wrong, right? Su Yuan's pretty face turned white, and her eyes looked at Wei Wenzhou in fear, like a child who did something wrong. Seeing this, Wei Wenzhou said with tears and laughter, waiting for another half an hour will also be a small wave. But throw it, just throw it. It is just a good time to wrap up early and invite me to dinner. Huawon Group will rise a little in half an hour? The ears of the crowd are bright, scattered to the window. No injustice certainly will not intentionally pit them, so that there must be a reason. Maybe you can make a fortune. Blame it on me, or let's wait a little longer. We should be able to earn more. Su Yuan said with some chagrin. Wei Wenzhou patted her shoulder and advised, the most taboo thing about making investments is greed. Besides, don't you still have a stock? You can go for additional investment? When he said that, Su Yuan also suddenly remembered that she still had a stock of Zhongtong technology in her hand, and asked joyfully, will it go up? How much should I invest? It will. The more you invest, the better, Wei Wenzhou affirmed. Su Yuan got up and hurried to the window to make additional investments. Castle Peak Pharmaceuticals and Huawon Group brought her $150,000 in 15 minutes. She didn't know if Zhongtong technology would give her an even bigger surprise. At this time, Lin Shi reacted and got up from the ground and ran to Lu Tian. Lu Tian, I don't have a penny now. What should I do? Go back and my mom will beat me to death. Her eyes were horrified. Her words were tinged with tears. She had secretly taken out the family's bankbook. What can I do about this? Investment is inherently risky, Lu Tian said with evasive eyes. Seeing that he didn't care, Lin Shi suddenly flipped out and grabbed his clothes and yelled, you're the one who told me that I can definitely make money, and now that the money is gone, you're telling me that investment is risky? Everyone in the hall looked over at once. Lu Tian's face was gleaming green and red. He also shook off Lin Shi's hand in annoyance. Get lost? You opened your own account and bought the stocks. What does it have to do with me? Lu Tian also flipped out, instantly turning away, no longer tangling with Lin Shi. Flipping out over failed investments and even big fights happened here from time to time, and the crowd turned their heads in surprise. Lin Shi was so angry that his face was purple and trembling. He looked at Wei Wenzhou on the side and roared, what are you looking at? You punk, it's not your turn to mock me. Wei Wenzhou didn't say anything. Su Yuan came back from additional investment and came to him with the ticket. I retroactively invested $100,000. There is still $50,000 left. Today I will treat you to a full banquet, Su Yuan said with a smile. Lin Shi on the opposite side was directly confused, chasing the vote of 100,000 with 50,000 left. That's 150,000. Surnamed Wei, you helped her earn $150,000? Wei Wenzhou got up and said in a cold tone, what does it have to do with you? Instantly, Lin Shi's face grimaced. When did this trash who could only do housework have such a skill? Impossible. How could you punk have this kind of ability? It's my money you guys earned. Hurry up and give it back to me. She lunged over with her teeth and claws open. Su Yuan was scared and panicked, hiding beside Wei Wenzhou, whose face sank as he pushed Lin Shi away. I think you're crazy for money. You even dare to take out Uncle Lin's compensation money to speculate on stocks. That's what he traded his life for. Don't you know that? Lin Shi stumbled back a few steps and yelled at Wei Wenzhou like crazy. I used my father's money. None of your business. Seeing her insane appearance, it was unbelievable. Wei Wenzhou took Su Yuan and prepared to leave. No, you can't leave. Give me back my money. Lin Shi once again pounced on her. In less than half an hour, $150,000 was gone. Not even a ring was heard. She was truly stimulated and crazy. The noisy situation once again attracted everyone's attention. The office door opened. Lao Zhou walked out and saw a crazy woman pestering Wei Wenzhou. He was shocked on the spot. Spread your hands to me. Where's the security guard? Beat this crazy person out for me. Old Zhao came in front of Wei Wenzhou. A hand ripped Lin Shi away and threw her on the ground. Angrily, the security guards also ran over, just ready to throw her out. Wait, withdraw $150,000 from my account and give it to her. Wei Wenzhou opened his mouth and said, although old Zhao didn't know what he meant, he still had someone fetch $150,000 in cash over and threw it to Lin Shi. Holding the $150,000 in cash, Lin Shi froze on the spot and looked up to question. Surname Wei, where did you get so much money from? Uncle Lin treated me well. I can't bear the thought of his compensation money being spoiled by you like this. Take the money and hurry up. This is not a place you can come. Wei Wenzhou said coldly, not answering her question. Lin Shi immediately stared at him with a hateful gaze. You want to repay my father, right? That's fine. You help me make money too. Help me make 15. No, help me make $500,000 too. This woman is crazy. The same thought popped up in everyone's mind. People see her poor, in the face of her father gave her money for nothing, and now also want to let people make money for her, but also open their mouths as 500,000. Is not crazy as what? 500,000. How does she open her mouth? Selling her is not worth 500,000. $5? No more. Mocking voices came from the surroundings. Lin Shi turned a deaf ear and stared at Wei Wenzhou dead in the face. Where to eat? Wei Wenzhou twisted his head and asked. Su Yuan thought for a moment and said, Yellow Crane Tower. The signature dish West Lake vinegar fish is very delicious. Take it away. The two of them left the securities hall with a smile and a laugh, and Lin Shi sat stupidly on the floor, being looked at with a mocking gaze. Damn bastards. I'm not done with you. Lin Shi viciously cursed. Old Zhao frowned, didn't bother with her, and turned around to return to his office. Bastard. It's just luck. You really think you're something great. I can do it too. Lin Shi kept cursing and took the money to the window. Buy all of Castle Peak Pharmaceuticals. Same stock. They can make money. Why can't I? Just now the crowd's discussion Lin Shi also heard. Longshan Pharmaceuticals is finished. Then the rest of Castle Peak Pharmaceuticals will definitely go up. 150,000 all bought Castle Peak Pharmaceuticals. Lin Shi sat in the hall dead staring at the big screen. Half an hour later, Castle Peak Pharmaceuticals stock finally changed. Suddenly excited, but the next change directly led her confused. Watched the stock slightly fell after, like stagnant water as motionless. After a simple calculation, Lin Shi almost fainted, directly evaporating $50,000 out of thin air. Chapter 8 I've got the money. Asterisk. Look, it's up. Suddenly, someone in the hall called out excitedly. Lin Shi looked up sharply, expecting it to be Castle Peak Pharmaceuticals. However, it was Huawei Group that went up, and Castle Peak Pharmaceuticals was still parked there steadily. That young man is really God. Said it would go up a little in half an hour. It really went up. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and run. A group of people ran towards the window, taking advantage of the small rise up to hurry to throw out. Invest more people this wave of tens of thousands of dollars in hand. Now throw it, not more weight? Someone hesitated. Do not throw that you keep it. I believe that young man. Do not throw sure to have an accident. After hearing this, that person also no longer hesitated and hurriedly came to the window to sell in droves. Lin Shi looked at the joyful group of people. The 7 orifices of smoke. That punk, if he told himself that Huawei technology will go up, he will not lose money? It's all that trash's fault. Yellow Crane Restaurant, by the window. Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan are having dinner. Try it. The West Lake vinegar fish here tastes especially good. After the dishes came up, Su Yuan gave Wei Wenzhou a piece of fish in her bowl. Wei Wenzhou was not polite and took a bite. The sweet and sour flavor filled his mouth. The taste was really good. The flavor is good. Su Yuan smiled playfully. Her beautiful eyes were mesmerized into the shape of a crescent moon. A table of food came up. She didn't move her chopsticks much, but only frequently gave Wei Wenzhou food. Yellow Crane Restaurant's business is booming. Guests are coming in an endless stream. But every time someone walks in, they have to take a look at this table and stare at Wei Wenzhou. This kid has a dress is not good, can let such a beautiful beauty accompanied, and the beauty is also so good behavior, non-stop to his food, really envious of the dead. Wei Wenzhou, I'm having a birthday at the end of the month, can you come to participate then? Su Yuan put down her chopsticks and asked with a smile. Of course, Wei Wenzhou agreed in one mouthful, then asked with a smile, I guess I should be the only male friend invited, how will you introduce me to others at that time? Su Yuan's pretty face blushed, knowing that he was gagging, and pouted, don't be so smug, when the time comes, I'll hire a bunch of 1.8-meter handsome men to come over and block you, so that you can't even show your face. Su Big Beauty, you're a bit of a life attack. Wei Wenzhou cried and laughed, he wasn't short either, a little over 1 meter 7. Humph. Su Yuan huffed her cute arched nose. After the meal, Su Yuan took the initiative to get up and go over to settle the bill. Wei Wenzhou waited with a face full of self-consciousness, and this scene is again to see the eyes of the bystanders change. Yellow Crane House consumption of a meal is not low. This kid is not a soft rice, but so beautiful beauty. This soft rice to eat From the restaurant out, the two sat in the car, again attracted a piece of envious eyes. Wei Wenzhou sat on the co-pilot. There is time to buy a car too. Otherwise it is too inconvenient to go out. Where are we going? Seeing Su Yuan directly driving away, Wei Wenzhou asked, I'll treat you to dinner. You accompany me shopping. No problem? Wei Wenzhou of course had no problem with it. It was just right for them all to take a stroll and think about where he was going to stay today. 10 minutes later, the two came to the mall in the city center. Su Yuan brought Wei Wenzhou to the men's clothing area. What are you doing here? Wei Wenzhou asked. Su Yuan walked straight in and said while picking out clothes, Of course I'm buying clothes for you. Didn't you see the eyes of those people in the restaurant just now? Who cares what their eyes are? If you care too much about other people's gazes, you'll be tired of living, Wei Wenzhou said without a care in the world. Su Yuan couldn't help but give him a blank look and said quietly, Then on my birthday, you can't wear this over here too, right? Wei Wenzhou surveyed his own clothes. They were quite clean. He didn't have much of a quest for what to wear. Not long after, Su Yuan picked out a good outfit and shoved it into his hands, pushing him to change. Wei Wenzhou helplessly came to the locker room. Su Yuan picked a suit. The least favorite thing to wear in his past life is a suit. Non-essential occasions. He prefers to wear a little loose sportswear. A few minutes later, he changed his clothes out. Suitable suit. Straight figure. Clean and firm face. Deep eyes revealing composure. At a glance, simply more handsome than the male models on the cover of fashion magazines. What are you guys staring at? Wei Wenzhou waved his hand and looked suspiciously at Su Yuan and the salesman who were lost in thought. Nothing. How do you feel about this outfit? Su Yuan responded. Wei Wenzhou moved his body with difficulty and said, It's quite good, just a bit uncomfortable to wear. Just get used to wearing it. Su Yuan gave him a blank look, then went over to check out. A suit is more than $10,000. Directly swipe the card to check out. Pack Wei Wenzhou's old clothes and pull him away. Su Yuan's life is superior. There is no lack of clothes. From the clothing area up to the second floor of the jewelry area. Stopping at the door of a store, looking at the jewelry presented inside, Wei Wenzhou saw the situation. It is true that no matter which era, these jewelry are the most attractive to women. Go in and take a look if you like it. He took the initiative and said, taking the lead to walk inside the store. Su Yuan hurriedly followed. These shiny things Wei Wenzhou was not interested in, accompanying Su Yuan around. Finally she rested her eyes on a necklace presented outside the counter. The necklace was worn on the model's neck. The white gold chain was inlaid with a dozen of bright sparkling diamonds below, and a blue gemstone at the bottom. The style was very nice. Like it? Then buy it. I'll give it to you, Wei Wenzhou said without thinking, as a return gift. As for the money does not matter. He is willing to spend this money. I don't want it. It's too expensive. $1,370,000. Su Yuan subconsciously refused to say. The heart sweet. Wei Wenzhou is not bad this money. Said to buy her certainly is this heart. 1,370,000. With her family is nothing, but completely unnecessary. I have money. Wei Wenzhou said. Fine, fine. I know you have money, but there's really no need to buy it. Hearing Wei Wenzhou's bold 3 words, Su Yuan cried and laughed. While the two were talking, a man and a woman walked in at the door, both dressed up in glamour. The man was wearing a designer suit, holding the sultry, flamboyant woman next to him with his left hand crossed in front of his body, afraid that others wouldn't see the gold watch on his hand as if it was there. Hubby, that necklace is so pretty. As soon as the woman came in, she was directly attracted to the necklace on the counter. The two walked up. The man glanced at the label on the necklace and his face unconsciously changed. Damn, more than $1 million it. This is not 10,000 or 20,000. for a woman who is just playing around. Before spending this money. Too expensive. Change the same. You can pick whatever you want below $10,000. The woman was a little disappointed in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it. She could only look at the small pieces of jewelry in the counter, while the man twisted his head, and he froze in the next second. Su Yuan? Chapter 9, Afford to Call Dad. Well, hello. Su Yuan nodded her head and said, pressing the man not to look at him much. Working in a bank, it was inevitable that she would know a lot of customers. The man's face stiffened. This attitude obviously did not take him seriously, did not even look at him. Su Yuan, I'm Du Tang Ah. Don't you recognize me? Du Tang? Su Yuan looked up at him and thought carefully. It seems that there was a classmate in high school with this name. Yes, in high school I was the class sports committee member. You remember, right? Du Tang said. Su Yuan still looked at him expressionlessly. It seems to be there. He said yes it is. Seeing her expressionless face, Du Tang continued. Really forgot ah. You even confessed to you on the playground. Su Yuan's pretty face sunk slightly. Why is this person so annoying? Turning her head to look at Wei Wenzhou next to her. Do you remember him? Wei Wenzhou looked up and remembered that there was such a person, but didn't have too many encounters. The two of them glanced at each other. Du Tang immediately said with an exaggerated expression, You're Wei Wenzhou? Isn't this the country bumpkin from high school? The poor guy who couldn't afford to eat, and couldn't even afford to go to school if it wasn't for the school waiving his tuition? It's me, Wei Wenzhou said indifferently, pulling his gaze back. It was really him. Du Tang's expression became even more exaggerated. His eyes darted back and forth between Su Yuan and Wei Wenzhou. How did this poor bastard walk together with Su Yuan? He instantly remembered the scene where he once confessed to Su Yuan on the playground and the other party directly ignored him and left. Even he couldn't get the woman. Why can this poor bastard? Su Yuan must be his own. The other day, I thought that I am not the same as before. These years catch up with the economic outbreak. Now the family assets over 100 million. I do not believe that with their own financial strength is still smashed down this woman. Wei Wenzhou, I remember when you were high and mighty in high school. I gave you money to do my homework and refused to do it. I don't know where you are now? Du Tang sneered and asked. Upon hearing this, Wei Wenzhou knew that he was trying to taunt himself in front of Su Yuan and replied lightly. Home. Du Tang immediately snickered at his words. Wei Wenzhou, a few years have gone by and you're even more arrogant Not having a job still allows you to speak so justifiably as if you were an official. Ha ha. In his opinion, isn't being at home just not having a job? No job can still say so calmly. Wei Wenzhou face as usual, simply lazy to take care of him, but Su Yuan disgusted knit up her eyebrows. This person is also too annoying, cannot see that people do not want to care about him? After Du Tang laughed dryly, he looked at the necklace on the counter and asked, Su Yuan, do you like this necklace? Su Yuan ignored him and wanted to take Wei Wenzhou away. I'll give it to you if you like it, and only you can be worthy of this necklace on. Du Tang chattered. Husband. The woman next to him suddenly complained. Du Tang turned around, coldly glared at her and lectured. Do your own thing. The woman didn't dare to refute and obediently turned around to pick her own, looking at Su Yuan with hatred in her eyes. When Su Yuan saw this scene, she was even more disgusted and pulled Wei Wenzhou away. No, I don't like it. Wei Wenzhou, let's go. Wei Wenzhou, however, did not move a muscle and said, if you like it, buy it, I'll give it to you. From Su Yuan's eyes just now, it can be seen that she is very fond of this necklace. She just thinks it's too expensive and unnecessary, but this strengthens Wei Wenzhou's determination to buy it. He was reborn once to try to make money for what? Is to use money to sweep away all the regrets in his life? Will not let himself and the people around him because of money end up having regrets. When Du Tang heard this, he laughed maniacally. What did this poor bastard say? He gave it to Su Yuan? Is selling him worth $1 million? Wei Wenzhou, what did you just say? You said you were going to give this necklace to Su Yuan, right? Wei Wenzhou looked at him coldly and said, is there a problem? Of course there's a problem. You poor bastard who gave you the courage to say such a thing. Can't you see the label on it? $1,370,000. Du Tang covered his stomach. This was really a bellyache from laughing. I can see it. Wei Wenzhou withdrew his gaze. A dead duck with a stiff upper lip. Du Tang snorted coldly and looked at Su Yuan and asked, Su Yuan, do you believe he can really afford to buy this necklace for you? Su Yuan said coldly, I believe it. With Wei Wenzhou's assets, buying everything in this counter is not a problem. It's some unsuspecting clown who is flailing around. She believed. How could she believe a poor bastard? Du Tang couldn't smile with his ugly face. If he can afford it, I'll call him dad. Su Yuan directly turned around. Neither of them ignored him. At this time, the woman walked over. Du Tang pointed at Wei Wenzhou and said, Coco, let me tell you, that one is the poorest poor bastard in our high school class. No job until now. He said he wants to buy that necklace of more than $1 million. Do you think it's funny? It's so ridiculous. Just admit it if you're poor. What's the point of pretending? The woman said in a sneering tone. Wei Wenzhou didn't pay any attention to them. Pointing at the necklace on the model, he said to the salesperson at the counter, "Please take this necklace out." Ha ha. Watching Duting in the back laughed out loud. Wei Wenzhou, are you so nervous that your head is freaking out? Isn't the necklace just sitting there? The woman next to him helped. It must be the surface pretends to be calm. In the heart has long been scared to death. Speech is wrong. The two taunted loudly, but suddenly realized that Wei Wenzhou and the salesman were both looking at the cutie, like gazes at them. Sir, this necklace is an exhibition piece. The real one is stored in the safe. The salesman explained. A necklace worth more than $1 million. Who would dare to put it out in the open? What if there was really someone who wasn't afraid of death and grabbed it and ran away? Du Tang and the woman shut their mouths at once, their faces as ugly as if they had eaten a fly. Not long ago, the salesman back, holding a delicate box, opened. The inside of the presentation is exactly the same necklace, but the real thing in front, the counter on the imitation of the counter immediately appeared dull. A dozen diamonds against the sapphire. This necklace no woman cannot look at the heart. Oh, it's taken out. I'll see if you can afford it, Du Tang said through gritted teeth. Wei Wenzhou picked up the necklace inside, turned to Su Yuan and said, "Come, I'll help you put it on." After saying that without waiting for Su Yuan to answer, he directly took the necklace and tied the clasp around her neck. Su Yuan stood obediently and let him put the necklace on, then raised her head to look at him. Does it look good? The necklace was worn on the white and tender neck, setting off the whole person even better. Looking good. Chapter 10, The Financial Community Exchange. Good looking. Tailor-made for you like. Wei Wenzhou laughed. Su Yuan happily raised her chin and came to the mirror to measure up. At this time, Wei Wenzhou took out his bank card and handed it over. Swipe your card. Pretend. Keep pretending. I'll see how long you can pretend. Du Tang laughed coldly. More than $1 million? It was still a little difficult for him to take out so much money, let alone this poor bastard. The salesman took away the bank card and went to operate, came back with the receipt in a short while, and handed both the bank card and the receipt to Wei Wenzhou. Sir, please keep your card and invoice. The invoice are opened out. Undoubtedly the checkout is successful. Du Tang's face is instantly ironic. This poor bastard can't afford to eat when he goes to school. How did he come up with more than $1 million? It's only $1,370,000. Cheap. Wei Wenzhou glanced at Du Tang and said in a breezy manner, "Put." Du Tang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This bastard was deliberately squeezing him. Su Yuan, let's go. Wei Wenzhou laughed. Su Yuan nodded her head obediently, then said, "There is no need to be so formal. You can just call me Yuan from now on." Wei Wenzhou hummed. The two of them prepared to leave, and when they just walked to the door, Su Yuan suddenly stopped her footsteps. "No, I just remembered someone saying that if you can give me a necklace, he'll call you daddy." Su Yuan looked at Du Tang with a smile on her face and said. Wei Wenzhou looked at the unforgiving Su Yuan helplessly laughed. Women are the most vindictive, really right. Why offend a woman properly? The opposite side of the Du Tang face ugly. Immediately sophistry. Who said that? Which has such a thing? Just said the words. Now denied. Even the salesman at the counter showed a contemptuous look. A man's promise is 1,000 pieces of gold. Even his own words can be treated like a fart. What climate can it become? Wei Wenzhou's face showed a cold smile. Let's go Yuan. This kind of cheap son. Give me money I don't even want. Su Yuan said with a face full of approval. It's also true. Whoever is his father, that's bad luck. Bastard. Du Tang gritted his teeth and watched the back of the two leaving. His head exploded with anger. Hubby, I've picked something. You pay. The woman next to him opened her mouth and said. When Du Tang heard this, he directly cursed out of his mouth. Pay your mom. But who knew that the woman who usually obeyed him and didn't dare to resist anything, suddenly changed her norm and pointed at his nose and cursed. Surname Du. You don't have the money to lose face at the old lady to lose her temper. Have the patience you charge others to send. Countered. That poor bastard just humiliated himself. This woman also dared to scold herself. Du Tang was so angry that his face turned blue. After coming out from the mall, it was already dark. What? You drive. Su Yuan put the car keys in Wei Wenzhou's hand. Driving the car, Wei Wenzhou was good at it. Took the keys and sat inside and asked, "Where to now?" "Take me home." After Su Yuan finished, she seemed to remember something and asked, "Right, where do you live now?" Wei Wenzhou smiled helplessly and said, "I don't have a place to stay. Let's go get a room later." How troublesome that would be. Go stay at my home. Su Yuan waved her small hand and said, "Go to your home?" Wei Wenzhou was full of consternation and said, "Isn't this too fast? It's not good? What are you thinking? My dad would not beat you out. I'll let you go live in my own house." Su Yuan's pretty face flushed red and snapped. Like this? Scared me. Wei Wenzhou laughed and drove away. Beautiful, Su Yuan muttered in a low voice. Su Yuan's home was in the villa area. Following the direction she pointed out, Wei Wenzhou parked his car in front of a luxurious villa. The car is lent to you. Come and pick me up tomorrow. Before getting out of the car, Su Yuan wrote an address on a piece of paper and threw it to Wei Wenzhou along with the keys. Wei Wenzhou glanced at the address and then drove off. In the villa, Su Yuan was shouted into the room by Su's father just as she entered. Yuan, who was that kid who sent you back just now? And why did he take your car? Su Jiangwo asked with a smile on his face. Su Yuan blushed a little at his look and said, he's a customer of the bank. I'm his private secretary now. Don't believe me? Ask my uncle. Is that so? I didn't say I don't believe it either. What are you in such a hurry for? Su Jiangwo smirked. Su Yuan's pretty face directly reddened, stomped her foot as if she was pampered and pouted. Dad, are there any of you like this? Ha ha. Su Jiangwo laughed out loud. His eyes fell on her neck, and asked, is this necklace also given to you by him? It's not cheap, right? That kid is quite willing to spend money. Whose kid is it? It's nice to look at. Su Yuan touched the sapphire on her chest and said with a smile, no, it's my high school classmate. His family is quite ordinary. Family is quite ordinary? Su Jiangwo's face was full of doubts. How can an ordinary family buy such an expensive necklace? Seemingly seeing Su Jiangwo's doubt, Su Yuan sat on the sofa and explained. His family is ordinary, but he's very powerful. The coffee futures incident that's spreading so much today is his masterpiece. You're saying he's that new king of the financial world? Su Jiangwo said in shock. As a businessman, he would pay attention to the hot news every day. Naturally he saw this mysterious Mr. Wei who was known as the new heavenly king of the financial world. That's right. Su Yuan nodded her head rather proudly, looking at his daughter's appearance. Where did Su Jiangwo not understand something and laughed? A bit interesting. Call to sit at home someday. Wei Wenzhou took the key and went upstairs to open the door. It is worthy of being a rich family. Outside living in the house are 3 rooms and 2 halls of a large area. It may be that only Su Yuan lives by herself. The other 2 rooms are not cleaned up, so she had to live in Su Yuan's house. The room is decorated in a light pink color, emitting a faint fragrance. The bedside cabinet with a big head of the computer. Just tomorrow do not have to run to the securities company. Through the computer can also manage stocks. Wei Wenzhou sat on the edge of the bed and was about to rest when his cell phone rang. Mr. Wei, still not sleeping, right? The call was from Mo Penyun, smilingly inquiring. There's an exchange meeting for the financial sector in Yangchang at noon tomorrow. Everyone is interested in you as the new heavenly king. Do you have time to attend? Wei Wenzhou hesitated for a moment, but still agreed, saying, yes, you tell me the address. I'll be there on time tomorrow. Generally this kind of exchange meeting is an occasion used to expand connections. Although he is confident but not conceited, expanding more connections will definitely be useful in the future. After hanging up the phone, Mo Penyun with a text message to send the address over. Wei Wenzhou took a look at the cell phone put away ready to sleep. Reach out and lift the quilt, but a glance to see the quilt thrown a pink intimate apparel. The top is also printed with cartoon patterns. Chapter 11, Surprise. This, Wei Wenzhou suddenly old face read. The little girl's family, also do not know to put these things well. No way. Only he can use his hand cup to get to the bathroom. Ready to throw to the laundry basket. The results of a more confused into the bathroom. Not big a laundry basket. Full of loaded with all the intimate underwear. Blue, white, cartoon bear, bunny. Hurriedly put down the hands of the underwear out. Back to the bedroom and fell asleep. This day is too busy. The next day, Wei Wenzhou was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. Hey, big lazy pig. Look at what time it is. Su Yuan's snickering voice came from the opposite side. Wei Wenzhou opened his eyes in a daze, realizing that it was already 10 o'clock in the morning, leaving that home all relaxed. Yesterday's sleep was indeed sweet. Hanging up the phone, he rubbed his face to get up and simply washed up and drove to pick up Su Yuan. After arriving at the entrance of the villa, Su Yuan has been waiting for a long time. Today she is wearing a set of low-cut dress, revealing her fragrant shoulders, highlighting the dazzling diamond necklace on her neck even more. Why are you dressed like this? Wei Wenzhou asked, crying and laughing. Su Yuan lifted up the hem of her skirt to get into the car, handed over the thermos box in her hand and said, here, specially made breakfast for you. You eat it first. Accompany you to the exchange meeting. That kind of occasion without a female companion is very disgraceful. How about it? I'm pretty today. After Wei Wenzhou heard her explanation, he was a little touched in his heart and said, aha, you're pretty every day. Count on you to talk. Eat quickly, Su Yuan said with a smile. Wei Wenzhou opened the lunchbox. A stack of xiaolong bao. Below is a bowl of porridge. Also not polite. Immediately wolfed down the food. Indeed a little hungry. Eat slowly. No one is robbing with you. Su Yuan snapped, drew out a tissue and wiped the grease stains on the corner of his mouth. After finishing breakfast, Wei Wenzhou drove away. On the second floor of the villa, Su Jiangwo kept watching the vehicle drive away and turned to the butler behind him. Find someone to go to the exchange to see how this kid is in the end. My Su Jiangwo's daughter is not for anyone to chase. Driving back to Su Yuan's building, the exchange will not start until the evening. During the day at home just to deal with the stock matters. After entering the house, Su Yuan saw Wei Wenzhou walking straight towards her bedroom. Immediately not calm. Wait, you wouldn't have slept in my room last night, right? Wei Wenzhou stopped and looked at her, helplessly saying, your other room wasn't cleaned up either. The bed and quilt were not there. I couldn't live there either. Su Yuan couldn't say anything. The reasoning is like this, but her own room still has. She took the lead and rushed into the room, saw the bed folded neatly quilt. He threw on the bed underwear has disappeared. Pretty face suddenly red almost dripping blood, turned around and rushed into the bathroom. Saw the fruit in the laundry basket. Embarrassment of the whole person to be lost. Don't worry, I will pretend not to see her this reaction. How can Wei Wenzhou not understand what she wants? Waving his hand to comfort. Did not see it is finished? Don't even think about it. Forget all about it, or I'll strangle you. Su Yuan twisted her head and ground her silver teeth, making a ferocious appearance and said. Wei Wenzhou hastily surrendered and was forced to swear to forget everything before Su Yuan let him go. Opening his computer, Wei Wenzhou found the web page, entered his account, checked his stock information, and found that the oil stocks he just bought yesterday had dropped, and the current value was only $7 million, which means that $1 million had evaporated overnight. 1 million in this day and age, 1 million is money that many people don't even dare to think about. This oil is already the third time this year that it has fallen significantly. Oil is something that all the world powers are involved in, and the average person can't play with it. Or you'd better quit, Su Yuan whispered behind her. She didn't want to hit Wei Wenzhou's confidence, but this oil thing is too mysterious. She has seen too many people who lost their money. You're worried about me? Wei Wenzhou, however, was still able to laugh and asked smilingly. Su Yuan's face, however, did not have half a smile. Worry was written all over her pretty face, and she nodded her head vigorously. Don't worry, everything is within my expectations. You asked manager Zhao to help me buy in another 2 million. Wei Wenzhou said with confidence in his tone. Still need to buy Su Yuan looked at him incredulously. It's already had iron enough for him to insist on not dumping. Buying again at this time isn't crazy? If you don't buy it again maybe you won't be able to buy it, Wei Wenzhou said with a mysterious smile. Su Yuan had no choice but to take out her cell phone and call old Zhao, asking him to put in another 2 million from his account. With this going out, Wei Wenzhou's investment in oil was a whole $10 million. $10 million? Still a little less, but it's already at the top, Wei Wenzhou said to himself. Oil future changes he knows exactly, and even the return on this investment can be calculated. The more you invest the more you earn, but he did not dare to put all his family into it. As he said himself, he is the times investor, can follow the times change to ride the wind, but definitely do not dare to change the times. Investment is the same, full of unknown changes, always have to leave yourself a line of retreat. After Su Yuan notified Lao Zhao, Wei Wenzhou asked her to log in her account on the computer, and started to operate with her account. After yesterday's expenses for dinner and clothes, Su Yuan still has a balance of 30,000 on her account. Wei Wenzhou divided this balance into a dozen portions, and in a few minutes' time, all of them bought different stocks. Su Yuan watched his dazzling operation and couldn't help but look forward to something. Would he give himself another surprise today? Half an hour later, Wei Wenzhou looked at the time, almost 11:30, came to the computer, threw out all the stocks. Not long after, Su Yuan's cell phone received an arrival text message. $500,000? She directly exclaimed out in shock, her unbelievable gaze staring at Wei Wenzhou. Is he a god? There was only a principal of more than $30,000. This was less than an hour. In his hands it could actually turn into $500,000. The speed of a money printing machine is not that fast, right? When she was shocked, Wei Wenzhou operated on the computer again and bought all 500,000 shares of Zhongtong Technology. All bought? One. Are you sure that Zhongtong Technology will rise? Su Yuan asked. Of course, Wei Wenzhou said with certainty. I've prepared a surprise for you. I'll only reveal it when it's your birthday. Let's go. The exchange should start soon. Su Yuan's beautiful eyes shone brightly as she looked at Wei Wenzhou's back, and in her heart, she began to look forward to the surprise Wei Wenzhou had said. Wei Wenzhou, I also prepared a surprise for you. Don't let me down. Chapter 12 Stock God vs Heavenly King. Yangcheng International Restaurant. The address of the exchange meeting was set in this restaurant. The restaurant was never open to the public. It was only booked by some powerful people, and it was also used for many larger occasions, so ordinary people could not enter this place. Mr. Wei Yuan. Wei Wenzhou had just stopped the car when Mo Pengyun walked over and looked at the two with a smile. Governor Mo. Wei Wenzhou nodded his head and smiled as Su Yuan beside him reached out and put her hand on his arm. Mo Pengyun's eyes immediately became ambiguous, and at this time, a mature-looking beauty walked over and gently took his arm. When Wei Wenzhou saw this, the two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes and both laughed. Hiss. Suddenly, Wei Wenzhou's face twitched as he sucked in a breath, glancing at Su Yuan next to him, pinching the flesh around his waist with one hand as he coldly looked at Mo Pengyun. It seems that this female companion of Mo Pengyun is not her aunt and uncle. Mr. Wei, let's quickly go in. Everyone is looking forward to it when they hear you're coming today. Mo Pengyun let out a laugh and took the lead to walk inside the restaurant. Is that so? I'm so famous now? Wei Wenzhou couldn't help but be a little surprised and followed Mo Pengyun in. With coffee futures becoming the new king of the financial sector in Yangcheng in one fell swoop, those present today were all bigwigs in the financial sector, and were naturally filled with curiosity towards this mysterious Mr. Wei. When Mo Pengyun walked in with Wei Wenzhou, all eyes looked over. In an instant, Wei Wenzhou became the center of everyone's attention. Is he that new heavenly king Mr. Wei? I heard that he's a client of ICBC. Mo Pengyun brought him in, so it should be him. Looking at him he looks like he's at most 27 or 18. That's too young, isn't it? Everyone was slightly shocked at Wei Wenzhou's age, because of the men present. A quick glance couldn't even find one under 30. You guys guessed correctly. This is Mr. New Heavenly King Wei. Isn't he young and promising? Hearing the crowd's comments, Mo Pengyun introduced with a smile. Those men and women all subconsciously nodded their heads. In terms of that coffee futures achievement, it was indeed considered young and promising. But although Wei Wenzhou was young, none of them dared to take him lightly, and they all went forward to greet him. Mr. Wei, get acquainted. I'm the boss of Leeson Construction. This is my business card. I'm the chairman of No. 3 Real Estate. None of the people who came forward were famous figures in Yangcheng. General people encountered this situation. I'm afraid that they would have been flustered out of shape, while Wei Wenzhou still had a calm face. Very calm, and these people talked and laughed, exchanging cell phone numbers with each other. Mo Pengyun see here is also some surprise. He is clear Wei Wenzhou's details, comes from an ordinary family, but after a night of wealth, the nature of not arrogant and not impatient, and today can be in front of so many big shots laughing and joking. This young man will absolutely fly in the future. Originally Su Yuan was also worried. So many big shots come up, Wei Wenzhou will not be rushed, when the time to let people look at the joke, but look at his calm and easygoing look. Suddenly put down the heart. Really underestimated this guy. While the crowd was talking and laughing, suddenly someone shouted, and they all looked towards the door. Jiang Feng is here. Wei Wenzhou saw that they reacted so much, and similarly looked over, only to see that the one who came in was a man in his 40s, followed by a woman who was dressed in a flamboyant manner. And that woman, upon seeing the woman's appearance, Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan were both stunned for a moment and coincidentally exchanged glances. Isn't this Lin Shi? This Jiang Feng is very powerful. He is known as the stock god in Yangcheng. Su Yuan explained in a low voice. Wei Wenzhou nodded his head, but in his heart he did not care. It is not that he is arrogant. Jiang Feng is nothing more than the 90s to catch up with the wave of speculation in the stock market. In line with the times, just the general eye. According to the memories of his previous life, at most 3 years in the stock market to lose all the family property disappeared in the sight of the crowd. However, at this time, Jiang Feng is still famous. Once he entered, many people came forward to greet and get acquainted. Jiang Feng looked indifferent. A look of nostrils facing the sky did not put anyone in the eyes, but the crowd didn't dare to have a temper. Who let him have that ability? Anyone involved in stock market business might beg for it someday. This place is so luxurious, Lin Shi exclaimed with a face full of surprise. It was her first time to come to this kind of luxurious place. In addition to the gazes of the crowd looking over, she immediately had a feeling of being in the spotlight, and couldn't help but raise her chin in triumph. What's this? The exchange meeting organized by the province last year. That place is only considered luxurious. Jiang Feng said disdainfully, glanced at Lin Shi. This is a relative of his hometown yesterday introduced a woman. I heard that also divorced, but the long is really Thai. The bed kung fu is also good. Yesterday can be him cool too. However, this kind of woman who has no insight at all. Good looking is useless. It is okay to play. Marriage is absolutely impossible. City exchanges have been so. Then the province of Lin Shi simply cannot imagine. Eyes full of hope, had to follow Jiang Feng. In the future they must also have the opportunity to go to that occasion. She thought so. More and more feel that divorce this choice is right. Otherwise follow that waist. A lifetime cannot enter such a high-level occasion. You find a place to wait for me. I'll talk about something to go. Jiang Feng waved his hand and said, this kind of occasion is to expand connections and exchange feelings. This woman has not seen any knowledge. In case she says something wrong in a while, she will lose her own people. Where did Lin Shi know Jiang Feng's mind? He obediently went to sit on the sofa and looked at the luxurious decoration in the restaurant. Suddenly, his eyes caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Wasn't that Wei Wenzhou? That punk? She couldn't believe her eyes. How did Wei Wenzhou, that punk, enter this kind of high-class occasion? She only came in because she followed Jiang Feng too. But who was Jiang Feng, the stock god of Yangchang, worth hundreds of millions? What was this punk? Who is he? Why does he look a bit familiar? Jiang Feng glanced at Wei Wenzhou and asked with a condescending demeanor. This is our newest financial king of Yangchang, Mr. Wei. Mo Pengyun introduced. Oh, Jiang Feng seemed to be a bit interested and asked. So it's you. The coffee futures are your handiwork? Luck is quite good. He had a condescending attitude. Defining Wei Wenzhou's achievements as nothing more than luck in a single sentence. And the people next to him all revealed awkward looks. My luck has always been good, Wei Wenzhou said indifferently. Jiang Feng's face instantly sank a few points. This kid was speaking in a tone that didn't put him in his eyes. Ah, young man, one success is nothing. Those standing here are your seniors. Be humble and learn well, he said in a lecturing tone. But his words were directly ignored by Wei Wenzhou. He really think he is the stock god? But it is just being lifted up by the times. This era is unpredictable and can abandon him at any time. Chapter 13, the one who insults the others will be insulted by the others. Wei Wenzhou's attitude caused Jiang Feng to instantly burst into a rage. Upstart. A little too arrogant. The surrounding people are also holding their breath at this moment, pinching a cold sweat for Wei Wenzhou. It is really young and vigorous. Even Jiang Feng is not in his eyes. Mr. Wei is here for the first time in this kind of occasion. He might not be too comfortable yet, Mo Pengyun said with a smile as he stepped forward to round off the situation. In his heart, he was likewise a bit dissatisfied with Jiang Feng. Relying on his bit of seniority, he randomly lectured others, and when they didn't pay any attention to him, he still had the face to be angry? Humph. Jiang Feng snorted coldly. In his heart, he already held a grudge against Wei Wenzhou. Wei Wenzhou, how did you, a punk, get mixed in? Suddenly, a questioning voice came from the back of the crowd, only to see a woman dressed in revealing clothes rushing over, pointing her spear at Wei Wenzhou. Who was this woman? The crowd was filled with question marks. When Wei Wenzhou saw Lin Shi come over, his face was a little unsightly and he didn't say anything. You're mute. You don't even dare to speak when you see me? Seeing Wei Wenzhou not speaking, Lin Shi became even more arrogant. Mr. Wei, who is this woman? Mo Pengyun asked suspiciously. He knew this staggering woman? Wei Wenzhou shook his head helplessly and didn't explain. Sinning, everyone listen to me, don't let this guy fool you. He's not a rich man, but a poor guy from the countryside, and a useless waste of space. Only knows how to do laundry and cook, letting his wife support him to eat soft food. Lin Shi said loudly at the crowd. A poor guy from the countryside? A waste? Eating soft rice? The gazes of the surrounding people changed, looking at Wei Wenzhou who didn't speak, and then at Mo Pengyun who was on the side. But Mo Yunpeng's face at this moment is even more wonderful than them. This woman is out of the mental hospital. Right. Bank deposits of more than 10 million. YouTube this called the poor ghost? Then he is the governor of the bank. Even the damn poor cannot be counted. More than 10 million deposits have to eat soft rice. Then he is not even soft rice or not qualified to eat? What kind of joke is this? Lin Shi, are you telling the truth? Jiang Feng asked with a face full of amusement. Lin Shi nodded her head vigorously and affirmed. 1,000 times true. I dare swear. The crowd looked at her serious appearance. It really didn't look like she was lying, which was strange. Governor Mo, is he really that Mr. Wei? Isn't this nonsense? Does he need to find someone to impersonate? Is there any benefit to him? Mo Pengyun looked at Lin Shi angrily. What is this crazy woman babbling about? But not waiting for him to open his mouth, Jiang Feng first sneered. Oh, a soft eater also dares to pretend in front of everyone. I'm afraid this kid cheated Governor Mo and then mixed in, right? Where's the security guard? Drive this kid out for me. Jiang Feng was such a vindictive nature. Just now Wei Wenzhou had swept his face. As soon as he had the chance, he immediately wanted to retaliate back. What happened? Su Yuan walked into the crowd and reached out to hold Wei Wenzhou's arm, suspiciously surveying the people around her. She had just gone to the restroom and came back to find that the atmosphere over here was a bit off, and it seemed to be directed at Wei Wenzhou. The people's eyes brushed at Su Yuan. This girl is really beautiful. Body appearance are not inferior to those stars on TV. Is it eat her soft rice? These people's eyes look like a misunderstanding. Mo Pengyun hurriedly stood out to explain. Don't misunderstand everyone. Su Yuan is my niece. She is also an employee of our bank, but now she is Mr. Wei's private secretary. Mr. Wei is our bank's gold medal customer. It's impossible to make a mistake. Niece? The crowd looked at Mo Pengyun with strange eyes. This old fox was thinking of a beauty trick, right? But to get him to even hitch a ride with his niece? Then Wei Wenzhou's identity obviously didn't need to be questioned. At this moment, Zhang Feng was staring straight at Su Yuan, unable to move the slightest bit, and stupid thoughts were rising in his heart. This woman is really too beautiful. Natural beauty. The more people look at, the more uncontrollable. All his lovers combined cannot compare. Not to mention Lin Shi, this kind of only scratching the head of the woman. Wei Wenzhou also noticed his eyes moved to block in front of Su Yuan. His heart sneered. He didn't look at how old he was. How dare he have so many thoughts? Besides, Su Yuan is also worthy of his thoughts? Zhang Feng's gaze was blocked. His heart irritated a few more points. Today not to teach this kid a lesson. In the future how can he still be based in Yangcheng? Didn't you guarantee that he's a soft eater? What's going on here? He looked at Lin Shi and questioned. The moment Su Yuan appeared, a strong jealousy rose in Lin Shi's eyes, explaining, Brother Feng, believe me, this kid is really a soft food waste. No one knows better than me, and this woman doesn't know if she's blind that she would look at this waste. Shut up. If you dare to speak out of turn again, beware, I'll kick you out. Mo Pengyun said in a furious rage, cursing Su Yuan in front of him. Is this treating him as if he doesn't exist? The person I brought in. You say you'll kick him out? Zhang Feng directly confronted him and had a tougher attitude. Mo Pengyun's face sank as he stared at Zhang Feng. A little achievement and you're bloated. Do you really think everyone else is easy to bully? Lin Shi saw that Zhang Feng stood up for her. Her whole body was floating. What did I say wrong? If you weren't blind, would you fall for this trash who just got kicked out of his house and divorced? Kicked out of the house by a woman and divorced? The gazes of the crowd once again gathered on Wei Wenzhou's body. To be able to enter is to be a man of honor. To be kicked out of the house by a woman and divorced, this kind of thing can easily become a joke behind other people's backs. You eat soft rice and still get kicked out of your home? Zhang Feng said with a face full of mockery. It's something like that. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wei Wenzhou unexpectedly admitted it with a big smile. The smile on Zhang Feng's face intensified. Why don't you ask her who my ex-wife is? Wei Wenzhou suddenly spoke again. Who is his ex-wife? Zhang Feng asked offhandedly, but his face changed after asking. Wasn't this woman divorced? And knowing so much about this kid, could, but by the time he reacted it was already too late. Lin Shi had already swelled up to the extreme and directly said offhandedly, his ex-wife is me, so I can guarantee that what I just said is true. This female companion brought by Zhang Feng was Wei Wenzhou's ex-wife? If you put it this way, what happened just now isn't strange. But what's even stranger now is that this woman's ex-husband is right there on the scene. Mr. Jiang, how is the woman I've tempered? Wei Wenzhou asked with a smile. Zhang Feng's face instantly turned green and roared. Bastard! You dare to humiliate me? What's wrong with that? Those who humiliate others will always humiliate them. Wei Wenzhou said word for word. Chapter 14, Earning $20 million. Seeing Zhang Feng's frenzied appearance, the faces of those present all changed as they looked at Wei Wenzhou oddly. This brat was considered to have completely offended Zhang Feng. Kid, from now on, Goat City will have you without me. Zhang Feng said in annoyance. He had to get back at this matter right away. Or else if he left this door today, he would become the laughingstock of Yangcheng's high society tomorrow, and he wouldn't want to hold his head up as a human being in the future. I am not going to leave. You feel ashamed to meet people? Then you can help yourself. Wei Wenzhou said indifferently. Zhang Feng glared angrily, and the atmosphere at the scene became even weirder. Move 2 computers over. Isn't this kid the king of the financial world? Then I'll compete with him. Zhang Feng said with a low voice. Immediately, someone ran to move the computers. The restaurant was now silent. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Zhang Feng and Wei Wenzhou. This seemed to be a big deal today. Aren't you the king of finance? Then let's have a match. One person $1 million. Let's see who earns more before the close of the market in the afternoon. And the loser will get out of Yangcheng from now on. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and said, with his own experience in the stock market over the years, what kind of bull ***** heavenly king? And he is far from it. Why should I compare with you? Wei Wenzhou said with some amusement. The surrounding people are also stifling their laughter. Zhang Feng, this guy is probably angry and crazy. Good for nothing who bet with him. There is no benefit. You're scared? Zhang Feng sneered. Wei Wenzhou sneered in his heart. Crude provocation. Said indifferently, yes, I'm scared. You turn around and go around saying it. Let everyone laugh at me together. When these words came out, the people were all giving him a thumbs up in their hearts. This kid has guts. Does not betting count as something to be ashamed of? Obviously doesn't count. but Yancheng stock god took the plate of the new heavenly kings. This matter is fun. Today as long as out of this door. Tomorrow Jiang Feng will wait to be discussed as a joke after dinner. Jiang Feng was so angry that his teeth clenched, but now the person at a disadvantage is him. Then let's add some more prizes. Another $10 million. $10 million? This was not a small amount of money. Don't look at most of the people present who were worth hundreds of millions of dollars, but the funds that could be utilized were not necessarily able to come up with this much. This is something I'm a bit interested in, but $10 million is too little, right? Wei Wenzhou cupped his chin and said, Big brother, $10 million is still too little? Do you know how many people in this world have never even seen $1 million? Less? Jiang Feng froze for a moment, then sneered, If it's less, I can add another 10 million. Can you take out that much money? Mo Pingyun and Su Yuan both changed their faces slightly. The two of them knew very well that Wei Wenzhou had invested $10 million in oil over the past 2 days, and with some other spending, there was only 7 million or so left now. How much money do I have left now? Wei Wenzhou turned around and asked. Su Yuan took out her cell phone and turned around to dial the phone to inquire. Not long after she turned around and whispered, There is only more than 7 million. More than $7 million? Wei Wenzhou's account had more than 7 million. How could he have so much money? Lin Shi was petrified on the spot. A person who only has over $7 million is still clamoring that $10 million is too little. What a laugh. Jiang Feng sneered coldly. Seeing his smug look, Su Yuan was so angry that her pretty face turned red. It's only $20 million. What's the point of being so godly? Kid, if you can't get the money, I can give you an idea. Jiang Feng's eyes fell on Su Yuan, licked his lips and said, I don't want your money. If you lose, get out of Yancheng and let this woman accompany me for one night. Jiang Feng, watch what you say. Watch out for trouble coming out of your mouth. Some people are not for you to offend. Mo Pingyun immediately shouted angrily. Su Yuan's identity in the room. I'm afraid that only he knows best. Just to Jiang Feng. Yancheng people give him some face to call him the god of the stock, but do not have to give him face of a large number of people. Surname Mo. I also warn you. A Citibank president. Less in front of me shouting. Jiang Feng pointed at Mo Pingyun and yelled. A woman that he hadn't even heard of is just a woman. What can't be offended? It must be this old thing that's scamming him. Ha! Mo Pingyun laughed back in anger, looking at Jiang Feng with cold eyes. So crazy. Then we'll see. Jiang Feng was completely not maintaining his image this time, directly exposing his inner thoughts, wanting Wei Wenzhou's female companion. Su Yuan's pretty face was icy cold. When today's banquet was over, let him know how heavy a woman's vengeful heart is. If you want to compete with him, I can borrow money from my dad. No need. Wei Wenzhou waved his hand. He hadn't reached the point of being at the end of his rope yet. He looked at Jiang Feng across the room with cold eyes. Stock god? I don't see any difference between you and a gambler. I can't do the thing of gambling with a friend, let alone just a mere $20 million. She is priceless in my heart. When these words came out, everyone was silent, and in their hearts, they very much agreed with Wei Wenzhou's words, especially the women present. Their eyes glittered and looked at Su Yuan with envy. Su Yuan's pretty face suddenly flushed. Her heart was a deer in the headlights. This guy's cheek was too thick. So many people said this kind of words out. Good boy. I really didn't look at the wrong person. Mo Pingyun also revealed a pleased smile. If Wei Wenzhou if he really agreed to Jiang Feng's conditions for the sake of face or exuberance, then he would be in big trouble and wait to receive the Su family's wrath along with Jiang Feng. Smooth talker, since you're giving your face away, then don't blame me for being impolite. Either you take out $20 million and bet with me, or get the hell out of Yancheng. Jiang Feng said with a scowl on his face. Everyone heard it. Just now it was this kid himself who said the bet was too small. I increased it to 20 million. If he can't come up with 20 million, it's fair to count him as a loser, right? Everyone was silent. Mo Pingyun and Su Yuan were also speechless. What's all the noise? Don't act like everyone is surrounding you. If you want to gamble, just wait for me. If you don't want to gamble, you can leave now, Wei Wenzhou said in a bland tone. At this time, 2 computers have been moved over. Wei Wenzhou straight to a computer, opened the web page to log in their accounts, and then began to operate. The people present were puzzled when they saw this and came forward. When they saw Wei Wenzhou's operation, they couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. He was actually buying stocks. Was this considered to be a temporary move? He only had $7 million. Did he want to earn $20 million by speculating on stocks? Kid, are you playing us? Even if you have the luck from last time and can make a few tens of millions, do we all have to wait for you for half a year? Jiang Feng was the first to open his mouth and drink. Wei Wenzhou quickly operated the computer. The screen on the computer was dazzling, and said without looking back, it won't take much. Half an hour is enough. Half an hour? He said he earned $20 million in half an hour? Everyone instinctively shook their heads. How was this possible? Chapter 15 Heavenly King Stock God. The other people don't believe it. That is, Mo Punyun and Su Yuan also can't believe it. Su Yuan has witnessed Wei Wenzhou's power in the past 2 days. Making money is as simple as eating and drinking water. But now she can't believe him either. 20 million and 20,000. 2 million are completely different concepts. $20 million in half an hour. Do you think you are a money printing machine? Think that no one present has ever seen money before? Jiang Feng kept taunting. Wei Wenzhou focused on operating the computer, directly ignoring his words. I'll give you 40 minutes. I'll see how you'll end it later. Jiang Feng was annoyed and took out his cell phone to start timing. The stock market opened at 1 o'clock. In just less than 10 minutes, Wei Wenzhou invested every single cent of the 7 million or so in his account. And the stocks he bought were all of the kind that weren't very good. Onlookers cannot help but shake their heads. Too risky. So go on, not to mention earn 20 million. Cannot recover the principal is a problem. Time passes. Wei Wenzhou quietly sitting in front of the computer waiting. Face color cannot see the slightest tension. He is very calm. But the back of the Mo Yunpeng and Su Yuan is nervous to the extreme. The two are for him pinched sweat. 20 minutes quickly passed. But looking at the computer, those stocks Wei Wenzhou bought did not show the slightest sign of rising. And even several of them fell. Which was not a good sign. If win fails, borrow $20 million from dad. Su Yuan made up her mind in her mind. Mo Punyun's face was complicated. Young people are ultimately exuberant, responding to a battle without any preparation. They can never fight Jiang Feng, the old fox. Oh, the new king of the financial world. Just this level. Buy all the garbage stocks. Coffee futures don't know what kind of luck is hit. Jiang Feng sneered. Holding in the chest of the bad gas is finally out. At this time, there was suddenly a change on the computer. The crowd watched nervously, only to find that a few more stocks fell, and it happened to be all the stocks that Wei Wenzhou had bought. It's over. 9/10 of the stocks are falling. The rest are useless even if they skyrocket. He lost. That's right. His funds are too dispersed. The rest are all surging and can't be flipped. The end is set. Seeing this scene, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. A gambling game had ended before it even started. Many people are sorry to look at Wei Wenzhou. He is still young. If a little stable development, with his current situation, the future is great, but unfortunately one wrong step is a total loss. One. Su Yuan shouted nervously, afraid that Wei Wenzhou could not bear the blow. Wei Wenzhou raised his head. His tone of voice calmly said, don't panic, time is not up yet. Seeing his appearance of not admitting defeat yet, Su Yuan pursed her lips and silently prayed in her heart, strongly pretending to be calm. 25 minutes have passed. I'll be generous and give you another 10 minutes. I'll see if you can flip these trash stocks in 15 minutes. Ha ha. Jiang Feng in a good mood. The stock has fallen into that. The gods to come also cannot flip the disc. The big picture has been determined. This kid waiting to roll out of Yangcheng it. Then you can watch. Wei Wenzhou said faintly. He's still so tough at the end of his life? Jiang Feng's eyes widened. But the next second he saw the changes on the computer. And his body hairs stood up. Only those stocks on the computer that had fallen to freezing point suddenly soared up at a speed visible to the naked eye as if they were on a rocket. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in shock. A glance at a dozen stocks, all skyrocketed at the same time. And if they didn't know it was impossible, they would have thought it was Wei Wenzhou's backroom operation. Wei Wenzhou also revealed a smile, calmly looking at the crazy stocks, only to see those stocks still rising until 2 minutes later when they slowly stopped. It's now! Wei Wenzhou quickly clicked the mouse and immediately threw out all the stocks. The funds were all recovered. The whole $20 million, no more no less. Exactly 30 minutes. 1 minute no more. A man next to him looked at his watch and said, 30 minutes to earn enough $20 million. He actually did it. Hiss. The scene was filled with the sound of cold air being sucked in. Was he a money printing machine? No, even a money printing machine is not as fast as him. $30 million in 30 minutes. Warren Buffett doesn't have this ability. This is the real stock god. Heroes come out of youth. Mr. Wei is really something. After today, Mr. Wei is not only the king of finance in Yangcheng, but also the real stock god. The surrounding people have complimented. After today, Wei Wenzhou's name will spread throughout the upper class circle in Yangcheng, and with his skills, he will definitely be a pivotal figure in Yangcheng in the future. Hear that? It's time for the stock god to change. Mo Punyun sneered, staring at the grim-faced Jiang Feng across from him. Jiang Feng's forehead was rippling with veins at the moment. This kid could really earn $20 million in half an hour. At this moment, the eyes of the people around him changed, all with a slight detachment, as if they all wanted to avoid him a little. Wei Wenzhou turned around and stood up after receiving the arrival text message from his cell phone. You actually did it. Su Yuan excitedly jumped into his arms. She had just been ready to call her dad to borrow money. She didn't expect Wei Wenzhou to be able to turn the tables on him at the last minute. Wei Wenzhou smiled and looked down at her. Their faces were close to each other. Suddenly, Su Yuan's pretty face surfaced 2 flushes of red. Knowing that some excitement overdone, hastily backed up a step, and then look around the people. Are ambiguous eyes looking at her? Faces even more red to the roots of the ears. So several trash stocks suddenly skyrocketed. It seems that the stock market has a big change. You're lucky, Zhang Feng said through gritted teeth. I'm always lucky, Wei Wenzhou said. Unfortunately, your luck ends here. Let's begin. Zhang Feng sat in front of another computer and entered his account. The betting game between the two had just begun, and the crowd quieted down once again. Wei Wenzhou also sat down again. This time he didn't rush to operate, and began to ponder. Others may not be able to understand his operation just now. In fact, everything is in his anticipation. Today, the oil industry has a huge accident. The oil stock prices from this night began to rise like crazy. Before this, and the oil-related industries of the stock market has had a significant change. Just now, his dozen stocks were all oil-related, and the sudden surge could also prove that everything was still happening according to the trajectory of his last life. So now there was still that stock that would ride the wind? At this moment, Zhang Feng had already invested all $1 million. There were 5 stocks in total, all of which were very promising. What's the matter? Luck spent, don't know what to choose now? Seeing Wei Wenzhou sitting in front of the computer without moving, Zhang Feng sneered out. Just then, Wei Wenzhou opened his eyes and thought of a stock that had been a sensation for a while. Yuehua Energy. Chapter 16, Playing with the Heartbeat. With a confident smile, Wei Wenzhou placed his right hand on the mouse and put all 1 million into Yuehua Energy. Which one is so invested in stocks? The others frowned when they saw this. Yes, investing in stocks is the most taboo to make a lone bet. The risk is just too big. A carelessness is blood money. Moreover, Yuehua shares have continued to fall for several days, are about to stop. A little understanding of the industry will not go to touch the stock. However, the risk is big. The gain is also big. Maybe it is because he can see what we can't see. That's why he can become the new king of the stock market in Yangcheng. Take your time and watch. A showdown between the stock god and the new heavenly king. It's not a small spectacle. The crowd was talking. However, there were quite a few people who were not too optimistic about Wei Wenzhou. Even Su Yuan, at the moment, her eyebrows were knitted. She couldn't figure out that Wei Wenzhou was going to pick such a stock that didn't have the slightest bit of potential. What? Isn't this too risky? After pondering for a while, Su Yuan still couldn't figure it out, so she worriedly asked Wei Wenzhou. Don't worry, I have my own measure. Wei Wenzhou smiled lightly, his eyes filled with strong confidence. Looking at the strong confidence in Wei Wenzhou's eyes, Su Yuan was infected. The worry in her heart dispersed a bit, and a touch of trust rose up. These days, she saw too many impossibilities in Wei Wenzhou, and most importantly, Wei Wenzhou never made a single mistake in stock speculation. So, this time, surely will not be an exception. Wei Wenzhou do so, certainly have his reasoning, and she, as long as believe Wei Wenzhou will be good. Thinking of this, Su Yuan smiled, her hands on Wei Wenzhou's shoulders, her delicate fingers rubbing evenly and gently. Feeling the strength coming from his shoulders, Wei Wenzhou turned his head, and the moment he met Su Yuan's gaze, the air became sweet, and the two softly smiled. Up, the stock god is the stock god. Just when the two were in love, a person's exclamation suddenly came from the side. Wei Wenzhou turned his head to look at the computer screen, only to see that the shares that Zhang Feng invested in, all began to rise with a good momentum, while on the contrary, the Yuehua shares that he had bought, at the moment it was down. In this regard, he did not half surprised, because he knows very well, this stock in the later fame is very big, was called the first generation of the demon stock. At that time, there are a few just contact with the speculation of the white, ignorantly invested in this stock. See stop, want to die of heart, but after half an hour, this stock is a rocket rise, from the stop directly into a stop, the few speculation white instantly into a millionaire. This also on the news it. That is why, this Yuehua shares are called the first generation of demon stocks. Therefore, now stopped, he is not worried at all, because after half an hour will be polar reversal. Yo, it's down. Young man, youthful arrogance is not always a good thing. Now you know the gap between luck and strength, right? Your luck, it seems, has run out. Zhang Feng cast mocking words at the right time, a contemptuous smile sandwiched with condescension hanging on his face. Today, after this matter, in the financial circle of Yangcheng, he, Zhang Feng, would be the only god, and there would be no more new heavenly kings. Alas, the young man is still a bit too gullible in the end, not steady enough. Yes, if we don't throw our money away, the situation might be different. It's good to suffer a loss once, while the current stand is not too high. To learn from the mistakes of the past is also good for future development. However, this face is a bit of a big loss today. Listening to the lamentations of the crowd as well as the blood-red drop prompts in the screen, Wei Wenzhou did not waver in the slightest. His face still hung a light smile, one hand on his shoulder gently kneading Su Yuan's jade hand. Feeling the smooth strength coming from Wei Wenzhou's hand, Su Yuan smiled reassuringly and confidently. She knew that Wei Wenzhou was not taking advantage of her, but rather appeasing her. Since Wei Wenzhou was so confident, then, even if the walls were falling down now, she still trusted Wei Wenzhou. Thank you. In the midst of the crowd's mockery, Wei Wenzhou gently said to Su Yuan, his words full of sincerity and emotion. He had self-confidence because of the memory of rebirth, but Su Yuan was completely trusting of him. This love of suffering together. He remembered. You won't lose, will you? Su Yuan faintly smiled, pasted on Wei Wenzhou's ear and said, that intimate appearance attracted Zhang Feng beside him with jealousy. Ms. Su, he'll be a pauper soon. What good can you end up by continuing to follow him? Why don't you come follow me? I'll give you $100,000 of pocket money every day. The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. $100,000 a day. This kind of generous spending. In Yangchang, only Zhang Feng could afford it. Next to her, Lin Shi was full of jealousy mixed with hatred. She tried her best to serve Zhang Feng last night, but Zhang Feng only promised to give $10,000 a day. Why could Su Yuan be 10 times as much as her? Is she really that cheap? The more she thought about it, the more she hated it, and the more she looked at Su Yuan, the more her gaze gradually changed from jealousy to resentment. And right at this moment, Wei Wenzhou's 3/4 teasing, 7/4 mocking voice rang out. It's not certain who will become a pauper. If I become a pauper, at least I'm still young and can start all over again. It's just that I don't know if Mr. Zhang has the life to start all over again if he turns into a pauper. Hearing the mockery of his age between Wei Wenzhou's words, Zhang Feng's face instantly turned gloomy. Then he coldly spoke. Starting over again? Do you think you still have a chance? Whether there's a chance or not I don't know, but the person who starts over from scratch is never me. Saying that, Wei Wenzhou teasingly nudged at the computer screen. The crowd looked along the trend, and then saw the Yuehua shares stopped for half an hour, was rocketing up like a crazy. Just a few seconds will be more than the other shares. A cranky attitude, and crazy momentum did not have half a silk attenuation. How is this possible? This is also too false, right? The crowd was filled with disbelief. Now they finally know why Wei Wenzhou wants to throw his weight around. High risk, high gain. Right now, Wei Wenzhou's earnings from a single stock have already exceeded Zhang Feng's netting all over the place. Loan throw pressure on no one optimistic about the waste stocks. Alone this boldness will have overpowered Zhang Feng. The most important thing is that this waste stock is now skyrocketing, turning waste into treasure. Was this the strength of the new heavenly king? Thinking of this, the gazes of the crowd towards Wei Wenzhou became hot, and they all leaned towards Wei Wenzhou's side. In response to the crowd's small actions, Wei Wenzhou shook his head in amusement and didn't say much, then turned his gaze towards Zhang Feng, who had an embarrassed face and didn't say a word. It seems that my luck is still very good. Mr. Zhang, who do you think is winning now? As he spoke, Yuehua shares had already risen to the highest point. Capped, that is, stopped. If the Yuehua stock is compared to a big tree, Zhang Feng voted for those are just small grass, high and low. Zhang Feng's face is green. Dead fist. He did lose, but he is the stock god. How can he admit that he lost in stock speculation? Moreover, once he admitted it, $20 million would be gone. This was not a small amount. What? Is Mr. Zhang unable to afford to lose? Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and pressed further. His teasing words infuriated Zhang Feng to the point where his body was trembling. Sooner or later, I'll make you spit it out. Taking a glance at the crowd already standing in line for Wei Wenzhou, Zhang Feng finally unwillingly let out a harsh word and flung himself towards the outside. Lin Shi glanced at Zhang Feng with strong shock and disbelief and chased after him as well. Chapter 17 Letting Go. Artistic and bold. Stock God. This is the real stock God. Looking at Zhang Feng's gray-headed departing back, Mo Pengyun took the lead and said with a palm stroke and a laugh. Zhang Feng who walked to the door. After hearing these words, his expression became more gloomy for a few minutes, a trace of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. And with Mo Pengyun taking the lead, the others also followed suit and patted their asses. The younger generation is fearful. We are all getting old and timid. Before, I was still lamenting, but now it seems to be a joke. See, it's still my old eyes that are good. I said before that Mr. Wei is able to see things we can't. Seeing that Mr. Wei has been unperturbed from the start, he must have already had a plan. It's simply divine. Listening to these flattering compliments, Wei Wenzhou smiled blandly, promised for a while, and after drinking a few glasses of wine, brought Su Yuan out of the hotel. As for Mo Pengyun, now being licked and flattered by those so-called upper-class people. He smiled so much that his mouth couldn't close. How could he afford to leave early? Walking in the gentle evening breeze, Su Yuan looked at Wei Wenzhou sideways. Her bright eyes flashed with intense curiosity, and she couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, "How did you know that Yuehua Energy stock would skyrocket?" Others didn't know, but she knew very well that Wei Wenzhou had a strong confidence from the very beginning, locking in Yuehua Energy with a single glance, and didn't even bother to observe the direction of the stock market at all. "If I say it's intuition, do you believe it?" Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly. Reborn this kind of weird thing, he can't dare to say it, and even if he said it, Su Yuan also certainly won't believe it. "I don't believe it." Su Yuan blankly glanced at Wei Wenzhou with some pout. "You brought me to speculate on stocks before without a single mistake. How can you have a 100% accurate perception? If your intuition is really that accurate, then guess what's on my mind right now? I guess you are thinking about me." Wei Wenzhou looked at Su Yuan with a slight smile and said somewhat teasingly, You're talking nonsense." Su Yuan was Wei Wenzhou looked at instantly face red, 3 parts shy, 7 parts angry, living a look of being seen through the small heart of the pregnant girl like, "Look, your face is red, did I guess right?" Wei Wenzhou was unforgiving and continued to molest Su Yuan. I don't know why, he loved to see Su Yuan revealing this kind of shy look. Maybe it was that damn sense of accomplishment at work. "Humph, you guessed wrong. I'm not thinking about you." Which wistful teenage girl would admit that? Su Yuan grunted lightly in shame. Her slender jade hand twisted fiercely at Wei Wenzhou's waist. Hiss! Wei Wenzhou sucked in a cool breath of pain, twisted to avoid Su Yuan's poisonous hand, and accelerated his steps forward to bolt. "Humph, let you talk nonsense." Su Yuan proudly waved her small fist and followed after. Under the half-hidden evening sun, the two chased and frolicked one after the other, and the cool evening breeze became sweet. Right after the two ran away, at the entrance of the hotel, Mo Pengyun accompanied by a middle-aged man with a stalwart face walked out. "How was it? I told you that kid wasn't coveting Yuan's birthright." Mo Pengyun shook the wineglass in his hand and said in an old-fashioned manner, I haven't seen Miss so happy in years. I hope you and Miss really didn't look at the wrong person." The middle-aged man nodded somewhat woodenly. A flash of relief and hope flashed in his eyes as he left with a powerful stride. Mo Pengyun looked at the faraway Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan, smiled faintly and folded back into the hotel. And on a grassy field in the distance, Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan, who were tired of playing, sat with their backs against each other. Both of them had happy smiles on their faces that they couldn't get enough of. Wei Wenzhou in particular was smiling really happily. Once upon a time, he was a licking dog, coyly circling around Lin Shi all day long. He looked up to Lin Shi, and Lin Shi looked down on him. The feelings between them were never equal. And today, he felt reciprocal feelings in Su Yuan's body. No constraints, no gaps, no unnecessary thoughts, chasing and playing happily. This was something he and Lin Shi had never had before. He really liked this kind of feeling. Having been reborn once, what he was most grateful for now was that God had sent Su Yuan to his side. And just as he was reminiscing about the beauty of the ground just now, Su Yuan leisurely spoke. You gambled so heavily with Jiang Feng before. Aren't you afraid of losing everything? It's not easy for you to. With you here, I won't lose." Wei Wenzhou took the opportunity to confess as he held Su Yuan's hand. Joke, he had the memory of rebirth. How could he lose? If he wasn't sure, he wouldn't be stupid enough to bet against Jiang Feng. "What are you babbling about?" In the face of Wei Wenzhou's sudden confession, Su Yuan, while being touched, straight away felt a deer in the headlights in her heart, and couldn't help but blush again. And just as Wei Wenzhou was planning to continue molesting Su Yuan a little more, a black luxury car drove over in the distance, and the man who had talked to Mo Pengyun earlier poked his head out. "Miss, it's late, it's time to go home, Uncle Zhou." Looking at the man's gaze with a few hints of playfulness, Su Yuan shyly lowered her head, as if she was a child who had done something wrong and was discovered, not daring to look directly at the man's gaze. "I blame you." Su Yuan poutingly hit Wei Wenzhou, shyly lowered her head and ran into the car, watching the car quickly leave with the night colors. Wei Wenzhou's eyes flashed with a touch of determination. He knew that Su Yuan's family background was not simple, and the current him was not worthy of Su Yuan. Therefore, he has to work harder and strive to be worthy of Su Yuan as soon as possible. Returning to the house Su Yuan lent him, Wei Wenzhou walked to his room and opened his computer, looked at his stock account and hesitated a little. After a long time, Wei Wenzhou clenched his teeth and used the money he earned from investing in stocks today, as well as the $20 million he won from Jiang Feng, leaving $5 million behind, and then choosing to use all the rest to buy oil stocks, together with the $10 million he invested before. He invested a whole $55 million. Before, he was very cautious because he was afraid that along with his rebirth, some things would also happen to go off track. But now, In order to be worthy of Su Yuan as soon as possible, he decided to give it a go. As for the $5 million, he left it to his parents. His parents have worked hard for him all his life. It's time to let the two old men enjoy their happiness. And his sister, who is now in high school. In his last life, because of his own cowardice, he eventually made a good family broken. In this life, he would never allow such a thing to happen again. This night, he slept very apprehensive. After all, this can be regarded as all of the body to the pike into the wind. The body of 100 times lost, basically can be regarded as nothing. This is a big gamble. Betting on the direction of history did not change because of his rebirth. Is losing, is winning, these days will have the result. Chapter 18, It's beginning. Knock knock knock. Early the next morning, at dawn Wei Wenzhou was awakened by a sharp knock on the door. Who is it? Wei Wenzhou's sleepy eyes got up and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, he saw Su Yuan standing outside the door with an anxious face. Su Yuan didn't even care that Wei Wenzhou didn't have his shirt on and walked straight in. What's going on here? I didn't provoke her either? Wei Wenzhou scratched his head in some confusion. I heard my uncle say last night that you put all your money into oil stocks. Is that true? Su Yuan asked as she scrutinized Wei Wenzhou with anxiety. Yes. Are you crazy? The movements of the oil stocks are unknown. They are all controlled by the state. The rise and fall is completely decided by those countries. You invested so much money into it. In case they manipulate the price of oil to fall, so much money will go down the drain. You know? You hurry to withdraw your shares now. It's okay if you lose a little. At least you won't lose your money. Saying this, Su Yuan pulled Wei Wenzhou towards the room and personally helped Wei Wenzhou open the computer. In the pink cozy room, Wei Wenzhou was naked, looking at the anxious Su Yuan, both touched and somewhat helpless. Can't withdraw. You trust me, okay? I've never let you down before. Being hard pulled to the computer by Su Yuan, Wei Wenzhou helplessly wrung Su Yuan's hands and said seriously, he was reborn back. But the reason for the surge in oil prices was in the distant Middle East, so far away that it shouldn't have affected. And that's why he dared to let go of the chance to win, because the chance of winning was huge. And since then, the price of oil has remained high, and it is almost impossible to make money by buying oil stocks again. There was only this one chance, and no matter what, he didn't want to miss it. If he missed this time, it would be incredibly difficult for him to make himself worthy of Su Yuan. Are you really confident? Looking at Wei Wenzhou's eyes that were full of confidence, Su Yuan's will was somewhat shaken. Really? And the opportunity is only this time. If you miss it, you won't be able to get another chance in the future. You believe me, after this time, perhaps I will be qualified to see your father. Wei Wenzhou pulled Su Yuan's hands and said with incomparable sincerity, See my father for what? Su Yuan's face instantly turned red. What do you say? Wei Wenzhou smiled playfully. You know that Wei Wenzhou is deliberately tempered. Su Yuan pretended to be annoyed and punched Wei Wenzhou, but reacted to the fact that Wei Wenzhou did not wear a shirt, and instantly her cheeks became even redder. Lonely men and women sharing a room. The man is still not wearing a shirt, and the distance is so close. It is too ambiguous. You hurry up and put your clothes on. With a pout, Su Yuan covered her eyes and ran out of the room as if she was fleeing. Hey! Looking at Su Yuan's back, Wei Wenzhou couldn't help but laugh out, and then hurriedly looked for a blouse to put on. This tactic really worked well, immediately diverting Su Yuan's attention away. However, he was still touched that Su Yuan cared so much about him, something he had never felt in Lin Shi. Divorcing Lin Shi could be considered one of the most correct decisions he made after being reborn. As Su Yuan had said at first, he had given up a crooked tree by divorcing Lin Shi, and now, he had chosen an orchid that was many times more perfect. Of course, orchids are to be taken care of. Shutting down the computer, Wei Wenzhou smelly straightened his hair and walked out of the room. Looking at the blush on Su Yuan's face that hadn't completely dissipated, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This niece is really too easy to be shy, perhaps because her family is too strict, and has never been in such close contact with other men. Great Beauty Su should not have eaten breakfast yet. Is it my honor to invite Great Beauty Su to have breakfast? Walking to Su Yuan's side, Wei Wenzhou stretched out a hand like a foreign gentleman and said with a smile, Smooth talker. Su Yuan gave Wei Wenzhou a blank look, proudly raised her head and walked towards the outside. Wei Wenzhou smiled sarcastically and followed. In a 100-year-old restaurant by the roadside, Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan leisurely ate their breakfast. The waiter came over and turned on the TV hanging on the wall in the center of the store. As soon as the TV was turned on, the morning news popped out, and seeing the news broadcast, Wei Wenzhou was instantly overjoyed, excitedly grabbing Su Yuan's small hand, and because of perhaps excitement, even spilling the soup on Su Yuan's skirt. Su Yuan was just about to get angry, but she saw Wei Wenzhou staring at the TV screen with a face full of excitement, and curiously turned her head. Su Yuan couldn't help but freeze as well. because she saw the news broadcast content as the oil-producing country Middle East, the world's second largest oil field sudden fire. The current fire ferocious, a short period of time cannot be extinguished, ready to close the oil field. The world's second largest oil field closure. What does this mean? For the next period of time, it is inevitable that oil prices will soar. After all, oil was a strategic resource that concerned the survival of a country. Quickly go back and take a look. Looking at Wei Wenzhou, who was still full of excitement, Su Yuan didn't eat breakfast and pulled Wei Wenzhou up and ran home. She is not a money fan, but she likes to see Wei Wenzhou making money. The reason is, back home, Wei Wenzhou couldn't wait to open his computer, rubbed his hands together excitedly, and logged on to the stock market. Immediately, a notice popped up to cover the page. A cursory look. The content of the notice is probably the oil stocks temporarily stop releasing shares. In this regard, Wei Wenzhou did not have any surprise. After all, little cute. We all know that the price of oil will skyrocket next, and stockholders will surely be crazy to buy oil stocks. It would be really weird not to stop stock release in this situation. Forking off the notice, the stock chart revealed. Wei Wenzhou saw at a glance that the oil stocks were climbing up. No way. It was too conspicuous. The other stocks were not moving at all. Eyes turned to the bottom of the stock capital column, only to see that the original $55 million has become $110 million. The whole doubled. How much was earned? From the back came Su Yuan's voice that could not hide her excitement. Wei Wenzhou turned his head to look, only to see this niece covering her eyes, wanting to look but not looking good. It's not much, just doubled. Wei Wenzhou said with amusement. Isn't that more than 100 million? Su Yuan put down her hand, her face full of shock, somewhat disbelievingly looking towards the computer screen. Then, instantly excited, she wrapped her arms around Wei Wenzhou. Wow, you're a billionaire now. This is just the beginning. Wei Wenzhou smoothly pressed against Su Yuan's ear and said in a spirited manner. He knew quite a few other opportunities to make money, but this was the only time he could make money this fast. After all, he had caught up with this opportunity. Now it was only doubled, but this was really just the beginning. As far as he could remember, this time the oil stocks might be able to double nearly 100 times, and many of his future plans would need a lot of money to support them. This opportunity could be considered one of the biggest turning points after his rebirth. Speaking of which, he had to thank Jiang Feng for sending him $20 million, otherwise he would have made a lot less. Chapter 19, 100 times more valuable. The news of the closure of the world's second largest oil field quickly swept across the globe like the passage of a gale, and all the stockholders logged on to the stock market at the first time, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. However, to the despair of many stockholders, the oil stocks have long stopped releasing shares, and can only watch the oil stocks writing on the stock price trend charts can't stop soaring. This day, the world resounded with the wailing of countless stockholders. Such as Sheep City is the most typical representative. Hiding in their rooms, Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan could hear the wails of pain and suffering coming from outside. On this day, Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan did not come out of the room, and both of them kept staring at the computer screen without looking away. Not half tired, but rather more exhilarated than ever. From time to time, Su Yuan's exclamation filled with joy would also ring out. It's up again. It's up again. Ah man, look. The rate of increase has gotten faster again. Looking at Su Yuan's wealth-obsessed look, Wei Wenzhou smiled softly. He knows that Su Yuan does not really love money, not to mention Su Yuan's family history. Before he helped Su Yuan to invest in stocks to make money, also did not see Su Yuan so excited. Su Yuan is happy for him. He really wanted to hold Su Yuan in his arms, but he held back because it was not the right time yet. The current him was not worthy of Su Yuan. To act now would be blaspheming Su Yuan. By the time nightfall came, the share capital column had already doubled several dozens of times, turning into more than $2 billion. Ah man, it's over $2 billion. You should quickly throw out the shares to cash in and raise it. Seeing that she had earned enough, Su Yuan urged. There's no rush. There's still plenty of room for appreciation. Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly. With the memory of his pre-life, this oil stock can be turned over nearly 100 times, and now it has only turned over about 50 times. There is still a lot of room for appreciation, but what if it falls? Su Yuan is still a little worried. After all, she does not have any guarantee, or feel a little more secure to be careful. Greed is not enough to swallow the elephant. The two of them are not the only ones who are concerned about this stock. There is also Mo Pengyun. Wei old brother have turned 50 times. Earned enough? How do you not sell to cash On the other end of the phone came Mo Pengyun's excited and anxious voice. Oh, I'm sorry to bother you. Wait a little longer. Now the momentum is just right. Wei Wenzhou said with a faint smile. Wei old brother as the saying goes, greed is not enough for the snake to swallow the elephant. Now it has earned enough. Listen to the old song. See the good things. Oh, mo old brother, don't be anxious. I have a measure. Wait again. If the situation is not right, I will immediately close. Wei Wenzhou shook his head in amusement while pulling the wool over Mo Pingyun's eyes. The reason why Mo Pingyun was in such a hurry was because he and Mo Pingyun had entered into a partnership where all the funds were deposited into the ICBC managed by Mo Pingyun. With billions of funds deposited, Mo Pingyun's performance would reach horrific results. And with better performance, there would be more bonuses. Mo Pingyun is worrying about his bonus. Next to him, Su Yuan watched Wei Wenzhou and Mo Pingyun pulling their punches for nearly half an hour and couldn't help but pout. I suspect you're teasing my uncle. Do you have proof? Wei Wenzhou asked back with a playful smile. And before Su Yuan could retort, Mo Pingyun's shocked voice came from the other end of the phone. How did I hear Yuan's voice? She's still with you at this late hour? Elder brother Wei Na, you can be careful. Beware of Yuan's father bringing people to visit you. Hearing this, Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan froze at the same time. Then, Su Yuan turned her head to look at the sky outside the window that had completely darkened, and then looked at the cell phone that was dead and turned off, and suddenly became anxious. Damn it, my dad must have called me quite a lot, and is definitely looking for me everywhere now. No, I have to hurry back. Saying this, Su Yuan hurriedly grabbed the bag on her bed and ran out. She wasn't afraid of being found, but was afraid that her father would find out that she was with Wei Wenzhou and take it out on Wei Wenzhou. Wei Wenzhou was just about to get up to see him off, when Mo Pingyun's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Elder brother Wei, hurry up and let Yuan go home. Her dad has already called me. After saying that, Wei Wenzhou hung up the phone. Should be transferring Su Yuan's father's call. Looking at the hung-up phone, and looking out the window at Su Yuan who was driving away, Wei Wenzhou scratched his head awkwardly. Although he wasn't too sure what Su Yuan's father's status was, he was definitely a big shot. If he found out that he and Su Yuan were alone in a room late at night, he would have to break his legs, and he would have no choice but to come to the door in the future. Thinking of this, Wei Wenzhou couldn't help but be somewhat grateful for Mo Pingyun's reminder. This night, he stayed up all night, staring at the computer screen, and Su Yuan didn't sleep either, quietly calling every other moment to inquire about the battle results, more or less like cheating. By the next morning, the stock capital column had already turned up to a horrible 5 billion. Wei Wenzhou saw that the time was almost up, and decided to start selling the oil stocks on the spot. Before he bought a total of 10,000 shares at a low price of 5,005, and now, each share rose to 50,000, doubled, descending 100 times, and even so, those state units, financial oligarchs and consortia still rushed to acquire oil stocks. It didn't take much time for Wei Wenzhou to sell all 10,000 oil shares, exchanging them for the terrifying figure of $5 billion, all of which was transferred into the account he opened in the ICBC managed by Mo Pingyun. The entire $5 billion, after paying the tax, he was still able to have more than $4 billion left. Such a huge amount of money was enough to support the plan he was going to implement next. Perhaps the day and night had been numb. The whole $5 billion had arrived in the account. Wei Wenzhou's heart didn't have too much ups and downs. Instead, he thought of Su Yuan. Now he may have surpassed Su Yuan's family, but in terms of identity, power and status, there is still no comparison. What goes around comes around. There was a loud noise coming from outside. Turning his head to look, it was Su Yuan driving her car over. With a slight smile, Wei Wenzhou opened the door and walked out. Looking at Su Yuan's red and swollen eyes, amused and distressed, Su Yuan was with him all night long. How is it? How much has it gone up now? After not sleeping all night, Su Yuan was still in high spirits, excitedly looking sideways towards the house. In order to prevent you from continuing to stay up all night with me, I've already sold out all of it. Wei Wenzhou guffawed and said with 3 parts tenderness and 7 parts joking. Then how much was sold? Su Yuan's eyes were glowing as she excitedly pursued the question. Wei Wenzhou didn't say anything, just stretched out 5 fingers. $5 billion? Su Yuan covered her vermilion lips in surprise. Congratulations for guessing correctly. Let me treat you to breakfast. Wei Wenzhou snapped his fingers and boldly held Su Yuan's hand towards the outside. Now that the stature is there, holding hands should be qualified. Chapter 20 Sensationalism and Scheming. There are no secrets in the capital markets, and just after breakfast, news of a mysterious single-family seller of 10,000 oil shares appeared on the news. On the street, there was a lot of discussion about who the mysterious single trader was. In response, Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan smiled at each other. However, there is no impermeable wall in the world, because his account skyrocketed by $5 billion, attracting the attention of the national unit. His name appeared on the national Forbes rich list, and ranked 7th. Not long after, the $5 billion turned into $44 billion and dropped to 8th. The $600 million that disappeared were obviously taxed. The action is pretty fast. Let's go to ICBC. Putting away his cell phone, Wei Wenzhou held Su Yuan home and drove to ICBC, came to the ICBC, looked at the crowd that was about to burst the ICBC. Wei Wenzhou couldn't help but smack his lips. The oil stocks skyrocketed. The stock market shook. These stockholders are going crazy. All crowded in the industrial bank. Obviously are waiting for the oil stocks reissued shares, so that the first time to scramble. Eyes turned to the side of the industrial bank to receive the living room. Looking at the familiar faces inside those fidgety, Wei Wenzhou cannot help but a happy. These familiar faces are all those upper-class people from the hotel banquet the day before, all with their own doorways. Now that they are all gathered here, I'm afraid that they have received the news and have come here specifically to wait for him, either to ask for help or to seek advice. Parking the car, Wei Wenzhou led Su Yuan to walk over. He would like to hold Su Yuan, but in public, Su Yuan is not willing to. Just as he reached the door, I don't know who shouted, "The god of stocks is here." In a flash, all the upper-class people surrounded like a tidal wave. "Wei stock god, you're not taking us with you to make money. That's not righteous enough. Yes, you're turning a big profit, but you're also taking us to turn a small profit." The crowd was talking, and the words of condemnation came to the surface. Wei Wenzhou had expected this. If these guys didn't get red in the eyes, he'd be surprised. Everyone be quiet for a moment. Wei Wenzhou raised his hand to suppress the crowd's levies, cleared his throat and spoke. "Everyone, it's not that I'm not righteous, it's really that I'm not sure. I'm also risking my family's fortune. Honestly, I'm still scared even now. Tell you what, when the next time, if I go out, I will definitely bring all of you along. Tonight, I'll treat you all to a meal as an apology for your sins." Wei Wenzhou put on an innocent look, and Su Yuan almost believed it as she watched from the sidelines. And after getting Wei Wenzhou's assurance, the crowd also stopped vocalizing. The purpose of their coming was not to raise an offense at all, but to want a promise from Wei Wenzhou. Now that the purpose was achieved, naturally they would not say anything more. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts, including Wei Wenzhou, a promise was just a promise. He didn't want to fall out with these people. Elder brother Wei, you are truly divine. Old brother, I have followed and dipped into the light greatly. At this time, Mo Pingyun walked out from the inner room. His footsteps were light and fast. His face was full of excitement that he couldn't hide, and he gave Wei Wenzhou a big bear hug. Seeing this excited posture of Mo Pingyun, everyone understood in their hearts that Mo Pingyun was afraid that he had gained a lot of benefits this time, and for that, they could only be jealous in their hearts. This is the second time they have seen Wei Wenzhou's godlike stock speculation ability, and Wei Wenzhou good relations, may be able to follow the soup. On the contrary, there is no benefit to them, and Mo Pingyun and Wei Wenzhou have a close relationship. Naturally they are also the object of their friendship. For a time, Wei Wenzhou and Mo Pingyun were surrounded in the center. All kinds of flattery, flattering, endless. Wei Wenzhou was a bit resistant to this, but he could only respond hypocritically as he did not fight with a smiling face. On the contrary, Mo Pingyun, this old oil, is a face of enjoyment. Have been talking to the evening? Wei Wenzhou made up a set of stock speculation out. The crowd was satisfied. The next cocktail party, the crowd of guests and hosts, or Wei stock god is good easily close to people, which is like Zhang Feng, into the day 2 of his boss of the cattle bomb like, looking for him to help you have to beg grandpa and grandma, send gifts to the door, 3 cups of wine. The people's words door also opened. Yes, this time was retribution. Right, yesterday also came to me to borrow money. Borrowing money and a lofty frame, look at the stomach. Who would like to lend him? That's right, if Wei stock god looking for me to borrow money. I don't say a word, as much as I can take out. Ha, with your little fortune. Wei stock god can't look at it now. Listening to the crowd's half-drunken, half-complimentary words, Wei Wenzhou narrowed his eyes. It seemed that his rebirth hadn't changed the course of history. Zhang Feng had already started going downhill, and it wouldn't be long before he went bankrupt. Still, one had to be careful about this Zhang Feng person. This guy was not a good person. It was fine if he didn't go bankrupt, but once he did, he wouldn't be able to do anything out of the ordinary. The banquet lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening. After Su Yuan drove Wei Wenzhou back, she drove home. Lying on the bed, Wei Wenzhou did not have any sleep. After washing his face to refresh himself, he began to think about the future. Since God let him live again, he can't live up to God's love. He has to live out the style, live out his own legend. Since the direction of history had not been altered, then, according to the memories of his previous life, Tang Sun would be in a desperate situation a month later due to a lack of funds. As the future leading company in the country, this is an opportunity he will not miss. After the oil stock fiasco, it will be a bit difficult to make money by speculating on stocks, and it is necessary to change the strategy. And now that the funds are available, the best direction is to invest and acquire. Moreover, If you want to have your own position, you have to have your own business, no matter which direction to consider. Investment and acquisition is the best choice, and the first target, the best is tycoon. Next, when the house was bought, the parents and sister were brought over to live, and when Su Yuan's birthday was over, it was almost time to head to Canal City to start making preparations. If you can buy tycoon, it would be great. Years later, this leading domestic enterprise is surnamed Wei instead of Ma. Think about it, all cool. Thinking so, with a longing smile, Wei Wenzhou slowly fell asleep. The next morning, the sun had just risen. Wei Wenzhou was woken up by Su Yuan's phone call. Big beautiful Su, did you miss me? When he answered the phone, Wei Wenzhou smiled and said in tune, Bah, who misses you? There's no proper behavior. Didn't you ask my uncle to look out for a house for you? My uncle sent me the listing information and asked me to take you to see it. I'm driving over to pick you up, so get up and clean up. Don't smell like alcohol. After saying that, Su Yuan hung up the phone. Still old Mo understands me. Lying on the bed, Wei Wenzhou smiled and stretched, smiling with satisfaction. Chapter 21 Viewing the house. Here, this is the listing my uncle sent me. Take a look. Just after sitting in the passenger seat, Su Yuan handed over her cell phone. Villa? Wei Wenzhou froze for a moment. Originally he just wanted to buy 2 slightly more luxurious houses. One set for himself and one set for his parents and sister. He didn't expect Mo Penyun to find him a villa. His parents have been honest and simple all their lives, so I'm afraid they won't be able to adapt to a villa. After hesitating for a while, Wei Wenzhou finally relented. Since he had been reborn in a new life, he would be rampant for once. If he wanted to live, he would let his parents live in the best edge of downtown, Leisure Villa. Scrolling down a bit, Wei Wenzhou could not help but freeze. Leisure Villa. That's where he worked later in his last life. The job is Lin Shi defined him. The boss is called Zhang Chong. He has always suspected that the old thing gave him a cuckolded. In his last life, Lin Shi has been leaning towards the side of that old thing. Recalling carefully, Leisure Villa should be built this year. The developer is called Li Jun. Originally for those upper-class people in Yangchang, but because the design and construction of the layout is too far ahead of those so-called upper class, the thinking cannot keep up. Almost no one to buy. 2 years' time also did not sell out a few sets. The developer's funds collapsed. Had no choice but to sell it cheaply to Zhang Chong. And after 20 years, that is, before he was reborn, people's minds began to be active. Coupled with the Leisure Villa's excellent location, the price of the house was speculated to sky-high prices. Now the cell phone is written on which the villa 900,000 a set, but in 20 years later, the price of a villa here is soared to a horrible 60 million a set. That is, this soared dozens of times the price of housing. Let Zhang Chong that old thing earned in pot full of pot. A big age. There are countless young women flocking to, including the relationship with Lin. She is not clean. In his last life he was too cowardly, did not dare and did not want to check. But now, he was born again and came back, and would definitely not let that old thing that most likely cuckolded him get his way again and pick up this heavenly bargain. Not long after, the car drove into Leisure Villa. Looking at this familiar environment, Wei Wenzhou's heart rose a touch of deep feeling. Come to the door of the sales department. Just get off the car. Wei Wenzhou will see the banner of discounts hanging in front of the door. 900,000 a set of villas, but also packing, repair and furniture, is simply the price of cabbage. Obviously, at this time, Li Jun's funds have been unable to support. However, even if this is the case, still door to door, the sales department is empty. Into the inside, even the sales staff did not see, until the second floor. Only in the corridor to see a few sales staff around a bunch of men and women desperately propaganda. A few people also saw his and Su Yuan's arrival, but perhaps they thought they were too young to be able to afford it, so they just looked at them. Wei Wenzhou didn't care too much and sized up the pair of men and women. The man was very ordinary looking, even a bit ugly, in his 40s, but the woman is very young, dressed extremely demonic, flirtatious, hugging the man's arm, whining, very vulgar, but he felt somewhat familiar. After thinking carefully for a while, Wei Wenzhou didn't think of it. On the contrary, Su Yuan recognized it. That woman seems to be Chu Weiwei. Do you still remember? The former #1 school bully in our class. Being reminded by Su Yuan, Wei Wenzhou immediately remembered. Chu Weiwei, the class's #1 bully back then. A very quiet and honest girl, but did not expect that now it has become like this. Really, the world has changed. Su Yuan? And at this time, Chu Weiwei also found them. To be precise, she found Su Yuan, pulling that man over with joy. It seems like you were really unremarkable in the class back then. Su Yuan looked at Wei Wenzhou and teased. Back in the day is back in the day. Back in the day you were so unreachable, but now I'm still holding your hand? Wei Wenzhou flirted back, and at this time, Chu Weiwei also came close. Su Yuan, it's really you. I didn't expect that I met you right after I arrived in Yangchang. I was thinking of buying a house first before contacting you. The words were said nicely, but the meaning of showing off wealth in them was so obvious that it couldn't be more obvious. The female school bully back then had become so mercenary now. Wei Wenzhou shook his head speechlessly, and then frowned as he saw that man staring at Su Yuan. His mouth was almost watering. Seemingly sensing Wei Wenzhou's gaze, the man slightly tightened his grip and asked Chu Weiwei, Weiwei, who are they? She was my high school flower in high school. So many years have passed. Still so pretty, still so high and cold. Chu Weiwei carried a hint of hostility. Back then, she was also pretty, but she could only be the second school flower. Whether it was her looks and temperament, she was suppressed by Su Yuan. Even if she studied well, she still couldn't be recognized by the others. Now that she met again, she could finally have the capital to overpower Su Yuan. Thinking of this, Chu Weiwei proudly hugged the man's arm and introduced, "This is my husband, Daiyu. This year we came back from overseas, ready to develop inland, continue to do the jewelry industry. This is not ready to come over to buy the house first. Speaking of which, the villas in the country, the quality can be really poor, completely incomparable to overseas. Had I known I wouldn't have come back. Let's not talk about this. Su Yuan, you still don't introduce this one beside you is," Chu Weiwei said, then cast her eyes to Wei Wenzhou, felt a little familiar. After thinking carefully, suddenly exclaimed, "You are Wei Wenzhou? Not bad. I didn't think that Chu University Hegemon still remembers me." Wei Wenzhou spread his hands and laughed. Noticing the mockery in Wei Wenzhou's words, Chu Weiwei's face instantly turned cold. "Su Yuan, how could you look at this poor guy? Have you forgotten? Back when you were studying, how lowly was this poor guy? Running errands for people every day, eating our leftovers. Are you not sick in the head?" Hearing Chu Weiwei talking about Wei Wenzhou, Su Yuan's face was also cold. Lifting her hand around Wei Wenzhou's arm, "My brain is not sick, and it's still sober. I didn't expect the hallowed school flower to have fallen so far. It's your inexplicable innocence at work again, isn't it? Finding a trashy poor guy to emphasize your sense of excellence. Back then you pressed me at every turn. I didn't expect to find such a waste now. Now you, what to compare with me?" Chu Weiwei no longer hides, directly as the inner thoughts out, and then hugged Daiyu's arm pouting, "Hubby, or you're the best." The intention of showing off was self-evident. Wei Wenzhou really couldn't listen anymore. Snorted and said, "If you don't say it, I still think you found a father." Chapter 22, Buying a House. Put. Hearing this, Su Yuan snorted out a laugh and quietly hammered Wei Wenzhou as if to say, "Your mouth is so poisonous." And hearing this, both Chu Weiwei and Daiyu's faces instantly turned iron blue. "Miss, sir, are you still buying the house?" At this time, those salesmen came over and asked tentatively, "Aren't there two more here? People are also here to buy a house. How can you treat them differently?" Chu Weiwei's eyes turned around and said with a strong sense of mockery. When the several salesmen heard this, they hurriedly surrounded Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan. "Miss, sir, the villas in our leisure villa are now being sold at a discounted rate, with special discounts for packages of repairs and furniture. Moreover, the location of our leisure villa is very good. If you don't buy it now, you may not be able to buy it later." Several salesmen were talking and selling. Poor people who eat leftovers, even if they sell their blood dry, they may not be able to afford a square meter. At the back, Chu Weiwei contemptuously skimmed her mouth, revealing a mean-spirited face as she clasped her hands in front of her chest, looking like she was watching a good show. As for Daiyu, his gaze flicked to Su Yuan from time to time, not hiding his salivation, which made Wei Wenzhou extremely unhappy. Frowning, Wei Wenzhou spoke to a few salesmen. "The house will be bought later. Where is your boss? I want to talk to him about a business." Several salesmen froze at once. You look at me and I look at you, not knowing what to do. Can't afford to buy, but also later to buy. On your poor also have the face to say talk about business? What business? You're not looking for a job, are you? Harsh mocking sounds came. Wei Wenzhou's brows deeply wrinkled. Forget it, don't waste time with her. It's not worth it, let's come back later. Let's first go and see what are the features of this leisure Beiyuan's house. Su Yuan pulled Wei Wenzhou and said softly. Originally, when she met with Chu Weiwei's old classmates, she was still somewhat happy, but now, for the Chu Weiwei who had become like this, she felt disgusted. Good. Wei Wenzhou also didn't want to see this mean woman anymore and nodded. However, Chu Weiwei was getting more and more aggressive, her temper getting more and more arrogant. Still pretending, is it because I got it right and you can't hang on to your face? For a waste like you, what more face do you need? I didn't see you asking for face when you were eating leftovers back then? Oh, right, they say a man's knees are covered in gold. I remember you didn't kneel much back then. In that case, you don't even count as a man. What face do you want? It's really ridiculous. A fake noble. A poor waste, really perfect match. You shut up. Wei Wenzhou really couldn't listen anymore. Turning back with a stern shout, his angry lion-like aura directly roared Chu Weiwei into confusion. In the next second, Chu Weiwei came back to her senses and put on a pitiful look, hugging Dayu's arm and pampering her. Hubby, he yelled at me. His own woman being yelled at. Dayu couldn't hang on to his face and looked at Wei Wenzhou and said coldly, listening to Weiwei say this, you really aren't considered a man. However, seeing as you guys are Weiwei's classmates, when my company opens, I can leave you 2 positions. Now, since you guys aren't here to buy a house, hurry up and get lost. Don't delay us from buying a house. While saying this, Wei Wenzhou clearly saw Dayu's gaze keep sweeping over Su Yuan's body, occasionally revealing an ugly lustful light. Saying nice words and keeping 2 positions was clearly hitting on Su Yuan's idea. It was intolerable. At that moment, Wei Wenzhou also stopped holding back and said coldly, who said we are not here to buy a house? Buy a house? Just you? Chu Weiwei instantly came back in the spirit. Wei Wenzhou directly chose to ignore it, turned his head to a few salesmen and spoke, is it true that if I buy a house, I'll be able to meet your boss? Several salesmen were confused at that moment and subconsciously nodded their heads. Well then, take me to do the formalities. Wei Wenzhou was also too lazy to talk nonsense and waved his hand. Pretend hard. You think this is in the countryside? Do you know how much this villa costs? $900,000. Can you get a tenth of that? Hearing Chu Weiwei's words, several salesmen hesitated. After all, Wei Wenzhou's dress was too plain, and they were worried that Wei Wenzhou was having fun with them. What? Is this how you treat your customers? Wei Wenzhou frowned and glared at the few people and said in a cold voice, Sir, please follow us. One of the salesmen gritted his teeth and stiffly bowed to guide Wei Wenzhou into an office. I'd like to see how long you trash can pretend. Chu Wei snorted contemptuously and pulled Dayu to follow her in as well. Sir, we have a total of 99 villas in Lishi Beiyuan. We sold 9. This is the remaining 90 plans. You choose one and we can go see the house first. Saying that, a salesman handed Wei Wenzhou a bunch of house plans. No need to bother. Just this set. Wei Wenzhou didn't bother wasting time and chose a set at random. In his previous life, he had worked here for nearly 10 years, so he naturally knew that the quality of the villas in Leisure Villa were all very guaranteed. As for choosing a set at random, it was because all the remaining villas would soon be his. Then, sir, take a look at this as the purchase agreement. If there are any objections, you can raise them. Receiving the purchase agreement, Wei Wenzhou quickly looked it over. Seeing that there was no big problem, immediately signed and stamped on it. Congratulations, Mr. Purchase success. May I ask when will Mr. Pay? A salesman, half delighted, half worried, bowed to Wei Wenzhou. Right now. Wei Wenzhou didn't bother to say more and placed an ICBC card on the table. Seeing this, the salesman hurriedly found the ICBC card swiping machine. I didn't expect you to be quite capable of pretending. I just don't know if that bank card of yours can swipe out money? Chu Weiwei snorted and said with a face full of disbelief. Wei Wenzhou was too lazy to pay attention to this mean woman. Soon, across the table came the sales clerk's surprised cheer. It's in the account. 900,000. This cheer was mixed with a thick incredulity, as if they also did not expect to really be able to brush out, seemingly sensing that there was something wrong with their attitude. A few people bowed to Wei Wenzhou with embarrassment and guilt. Then one of them walked over and bowed. Mr. Wei, this is your ICBC card. I'll go and ask our boss right away. Wei Wenzhou nodded indifferently and raised his hand to receive the bank card. At this time, Chu Weiwei's sharp voice rang out. How is this possible? Is your card swiping machine broken? You guys better check clearly. Don't be fooled by this poor trash. Then, in response to her words, several salesmen directly chose to ignore them, respectfully surrounding Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan, serving tea and water. Chapter 23, The one who insults others is always insulted. You guys have performed quite well. You can stay here and continue to work in the future. Wei Wenzhou sipped his tea and said indifferently. Several salesmen were dumbfounded. Wei Wenzhou ignored it and continued. You guys are right to be careful. You can be on guard, but you can't be as dogged as some people. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the youth. Also, look for a man of similar age. Look for true love. Don't look for another father for the sake of money as some people do. You will vomit if you don't turn off the light at night. Wei Wenzhou said to himself. The meaning of innuendo was not hidden at all. Chu Weiwei listened to her face green and red for a while, and finally seemed to remember something, and said with a face full of ridicule, it's better than some people eating soft rice. I said, where did you get the money to buy the house? I'm afraid it was Su Yuan's family's money that you spent? Su Yuan, don't be fooled by this loser. He must be coveting your family's fortune. Hearing this, Su Yuan smiled sweetly, wringed Wei Wenzhou's arm and said, my family is not as rich as his right now. When she said this, Su Yuan's words were filled with pride. My money, Isn't it your money? Wei Wenzhou smiled softly and raised his hand to hold Su Yuan's small hand. With this kind of affection, Chu Weiwei's eyes flashed with a touch of jealousy. Some grimly clenched her teeth, and then angrily opened her mouth. Isn't it just a suite of rooms? Who still can't afford it? Like, hubby, we also buy a set. Hee, you guys really can't afford it. Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and opened his mouth. Because I want all of the remaining houses. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Su Yuan was the first to react. Frowning with her pretty eyebrows, she looked at Wei Wenzhou and persuaded him. Don't be impulsive just to get out of anger. It's useless to buy so many houses. Hee, just them. It's not worth my anger. Don't worry, I have my own reasons for doing so. When have I ever let you down? Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly. His grip on Su Yuan's hand tightened. You are not afraid to blow your cowskin out of the sky. 90 suites. One set of $90,000. A total of $81 million. How dare you say that? Have your family's 18 generations combined ever seen this much money? Just between Chu Weiwei's chattering sarcasm, a man with a slim figure and haggard look walked in, accompanied by the salesman who had left earlier. Obviously, this slim man should be Li Jun, and after the two men came in, another man with a slightly fat body walked in. As soon as the man came in, the moment he saw Wei Wenzhou, he immediately greeted him with excitement. Wei Stockgod, it's really you. I thought it was a rename. Hee, I didn't expect Boss Dai to be here. Are you here to buy a house too? Wei Wenzhou smiled slightly and got up to shake hands with Dai Chang. This Dai Chang was a hotel owner in Yangchang. He was present at both previous banquets and was considered an acquaintance. And just as the two of them were exchanging pleasantries, Dai Yu's surprised voice rang out from the side. Uncle, why are you? Hearing this, Dai Chang turned his head before seeing Dai Yu, then smiled and introduced. Wei Stockgod Na, this is my nephew Dai Yu. Before has been abroad to develop the jewelry business. Only recently came back. Want to open a jewelry company in Yangchang? At that time, please Wei Stockgod more mention Na. You. Why don't you hurry and come and meet Stockgod Wei? The moment these words came out, Dai Yu was instantly confused, and the Chu Weiwei beside him was even more directly stupid. Hee, carry on? I'm afraid I don't have that qualification. Mr. Dai. Miss Chu, don't you think so? Wei Wenzhou faintly smiled, said with 3 points of mockery. This, Dai Chang frowned, sensing that the atmosphere was not right, immediately walked to Dai Yu's side and asked in a deep voice, what's going on? Dai Yu seemed to be very afraid of Dai Chang, and immediately told what had just happened one by one. Rebellious son. After hearing this, Dai Chang instantly became furious and directly slapped Dai Yu before pointing at Chu Weiwei and angrily saying, now, right away, get the hell out of here and get divorced. This kind of poisonous woman will only corrupt the family. Hearing this, Chu Weiwei instantly sat paralyzed on the ground, hugging Dai Chang's legs and crying and begging, Uncle, I'm wrong, I don't dare anymore, please don't let us get divorced. Uncle, I uncle you, divorced, leaving Dai Yu, she will become nothing, worthless. Looking at Chu Weiwei that woeful crying and begging, Su Yuan some heart, to Wei Wenzhou some pleading said, when, or not even let it be? Have you forgotten how she insulted you before? Wei Wenzhou frowned slightly. Forget it, I didn't do anything. In the end, a classmate. Forget it. Alright, you're the one with a soft heart. Wei Wenzhou shook his head helplessly, then spoke to Dai Chang. Boss Dai, forget it, I'm a classmate with her in the end. She used to be a school bully. She should be able to help your family with some favors. This, Dai Chang froze for a moment, then kicked at Chu Weiwei. Still not quick enough to thank Wei Stockgod? The next time, I won't just kick you out. Hearing this, Chu Weiwei instantly stopped crying and begging. Her face reddened as she looked at Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan, forcing her heart to hold back the unwillingness in her heart. She walked up and bowed deeply. Thank you Stockgod Wei and Miss Su for being so honorable. I'm sorry for being tongue-tied before. At this time, Dai Yu also had the good sense to walk up and bowed. Wei Stockgod, Miss Su, I'm sorry, please also forgive me for not recognizing Tai with my eyes. Seeing that Dai Yu now didn't even dare to look at Su Yuan again, Wei Wenzhou nodded lightly. It's good to know your mistakes and change them. I hope you guys can lower your superiority in the future. Alright, you guys go out, Boss Li and I still have things to talk about. Hearing this, Dai Yu and Chu Weiwei were like amnesties. They hurriedly retreated out. Those salesmen also followed out. Dai Chang knew that Wei Wenzhou was going to do business again. He originally wanted to get a piece of the pie, but thinking that Dai Yu just offended Wei Wenzhou, he hesitated for a while, but still retreated out. Not enough to make things happen. Not enough to make things happen. In the corridor, Dai Chang glanced at Dai Yu and Chu Weiwei with their heads bowed, cursed with extreme displeasure and flung himself away. And many years later, watching the housing prices of Leisure Villa rise more expensive than gold, Dai Chang almost beat Dai Yu and his wife to death, and also died of depression as a result. Of course, this is all an afterthought. At this time in the office, Li Jun, in the know Wei Wenzhou's identity, warmly handed Wei Wenzhou a cigarette, and personally lit Wei Stock God's great name recently, but as a thunderclap. But it is a pity that I am busy with official business, so today I can finally get a glimpse of Wei Stock God's style, and the rumors that the hero out of the youth. Chapter 24, The Local Lord. Boss Li, there's no need to say more polite words of compliments. I'm here today because I want to talk about a business with you. Wei Wenzhou raised his hand, interrupting Li Jun's gushing compliments. Whoa, what business? Li Jun's eyes lit up. He was about to be driven crazy now that his funds were vacant. If he could follow Wei Wenzhou to get a piece of the pie, it would be the best. Looking at the situation, Boss Li's real estate company can't hold out soon, right? Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and didn't say directly. Alas, I won't hide it from the god of stocks Wei. It's true. 2 years ago I let go of all my assets and also borrowed a loan with the bank to build this Li Yuan. I thought I could buy a good price to make a fortune. But this foreign construction style, no one likes. Li Yuan smashed in the hands. Now also owes the workers a lot of money. 2 years later still have to pay back the bank's huge loan. I'm almost cornered. This is not. Today I also look for Boss Dai to borrow money, thinking of the workers' wages settled first. I'm also from the countryside and know that it's not easy for migrant workers, no matter what. We can't let the workers' hard labor go unrewarded. Boss Dai has promised to use 5 sets of villas to mortgage $2 million, just to sign the contract. This did not hear that Wei Stock God you came. Listening to the sincere words of Li Jun, Wei Wenzhou nodded. This Li Jun was not blinded by money in his conscience. $2 million to mortgage 5 villas. Boss Dai is really dark. Alas, there's no way. No matter what, we have to settle the workers' wages first. The rest, we'll think of something later. Oh, I can solve Boss Li's dilemma. $700,000 for 1 set. I want all the remaining villas. What does Boss Li think? What? All of it? Li Jun immediately opened his mouth wide in surprise. What? Boss Li is not willing? Willing? I was just too surprised and didn't react for a moment. Li Jun hurriedly nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. 700,000 for a set. Although it was hard pressed down by 200,000, it was still too much better than Dai Chang's cannibalism. Moreover, this price he can also slightly small profit, as these 2 years of time for nothing, or better than rot in the hands of strong. With the funds, everything will be good, can support him to start over again. Thinking of this, Li Jun was afraid that Wei Wenzhou would back out, and hurriedly drew up a contract. Boss Li, this is really fast. Wei Wenzhou smiled lightly, took the contract and looked at it. After there was no problem, he put his pen to sign and stamp. Then in Li Jun's expectant and nervous gaze, he swiped the money over. Money to the account. Li Jun, hanging heart suddenly put down, smiled freely, said, Wei Stock God is really unusual. Generous. The love of assistance. Li Jun remembered. In the future, if there is a need for me to use the place of Li Jun, Wei Stock God, despite the opening. Oh, Mr. Li is polite. Just take what you need. In the future we can cooperate more. Wei Wenzhou said politely. The mall is dangerous. There is no friendship to speak of. A lot of words but just polite. When really lose. After some polite. In Li Jun's generous invitation to eat a lunch. And then, Li Jun will be very skillful to do the handover, moved out. As for those few salesmen, he stayed. After all, such a big one. Still need people to take care of it. However, these people's ability could only take care of it. He still had to find a housekeeper with the ability to manage it. You say, is it better for me to stay in a set for 1 day? Or change it for 3 days? Lying head to head with Su Yuan on a patch of grass, Wei Wenzhou said with a faint smile, You're really putting yourself in charge? Do you want another hostess for each set? That won't do. I'm afraid my body can't handle it. You really want to? Humph. Oh, just kidding with you. Having you as a mistress is enough. What are you babbling about? Seriously, why did you buy so many villas? It's not to show off, right? Oh, the location here is so good, and these villas are built with a lot of character. So when a few years pass and the country's people's minds are liberalized, there will definitely be a lot of people who want to buy them. If more people want to buy, the price will definitely soar. Posing to show off? Thanks for thinking of it. I won't do that kind of thing that loses money and doesn't make any sense. Humph, you're the smart one. That's for sure. Help me choose a set for my parents and sister. Why should I choose? What do you think? Wei Wenzhou looked sideways. And not surprisingly, Su Yuan's face was red again. Such a big person, still so easily shy. I'm not. Su Yuan proudly raised her head and glared at Wei Wenzhou, but couldn't stand Wei Wenzhou's teasing gaze and quickly lowered her head again. Hey, my mistress, accompany me to choose a room. Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly, pulled Su Yuan up and walked towards a set of villas. After picking for an afternoon, in the end, Picked a set of vintage style. After all, his parents were pure in their thinking, too fresh a style, for a time, afraid of not being able to adapt. Now, just wait to find a suitable time to pick up the old couple and sister. The reason why he didn't pick them up now was because he wasn't ready. He owed too much in his last life, including this life. Because of Lin Shi, he hadn't been home for a long time, and his heart was always a little timid. Wait for a time, I'll accompany you. Looking at Wei Wenzhou who was standing by the window fuming, the meticulous Su Yuan knew what Wei Wenzhou was thinking and walked over and said softly, "It's good to have you." Wei Wenzhou turned back and smiled softly. Looking at Su Yuan, the two of them looked at each other like this. The sunlight poured in, reflecting a beautiful picture. After a long time, Su Yuan leisurely said, "My feet are sore, silly niece." Wei Wenzhou smiled softly and raised his hand to help Su Yuan straighten her windblown hair. "You're the one being silly." Su Yuan blankly glanced at Wei Wenzhou in dissatisfaction. "Then I'll write 3 words. If you recognize them, it means you're not stupid." "Fine. Don't forget, when I was studying, my academic performance was much better than yours." Academic performance doesn't mean everything. Saying that, Wei Wenzhou found a paper and pen to write down 3 words. This is not simple. I am a pig. Su Yuan smiled smugly and subconsciously read it out, then reacted. Her beautiful eyes glared, and her silver teeth grinded and squeaked. "You dare to say that I am a pig? You said it yourself." "I didn't." "Wei Wenzhou, you're dead. Don't run." Su Yuan shouted in annoyance and chased out towards the door. "Ah, it hurts." On the stairs, Su Yuan accidentally twisted her foot and immediately sat down with a pale face. Yuan, what's wrong with you?" Wei Wenzhou instantly panicked and hurriedly ran back. Chapter 25, Cousin. "I twisted my foot. It hurts." Su Yuan pouted and said in an aggravated manner. "Let me take a look." Wei Wenzhou hurriedly squatted down, gently took off his shoes. Looking at the red and swollen ankle, a sense of self-blame rose in his heart. Looking at Su Yuan with a heartbroken look. "I'm sorry." Looking at Wei Wenzhou's heartbroken look, Su Yuan's heart warmed. "Forced to endure the pain and laughed, then punish you for carrying me down. Silly girl." Wei Wenzhou picked up Su Yuan and walked towards the bottom, without stopping along the way, until he carried her to the car at the entrance of the garden. "Am I heavy?" Looking at Wei Wenzhou's sweaty head, Su Yuan was heartbroken and inexplicably joyful. "It's heavy, but I love to carry it," Wei Wenzhou said as he started the car. "You're the one who's heavy." Su Yuan pouted in dissatisfaction. Arriving at the hospital, Wei Wenzhou rushed all the way into the orthopedic department with Su Yuan in his arms. Fortunately it was only twisted. Resting for a period of time would be fine. "I told you it's fine. I'm not that fragile, but next time you have to run slower. I can't catch up." Walking out of the orthopedic department under Wei Wenzhou's careful support, Su Yuan pouted and said, although twisting her foot hurt, her heart was sweet. She enjoyed playing around with Wei Wenzhou like a child yet. "Okay, next time I'll run slower." Wei Wenzhou smiled and nodded. Going down to the 2nd floor, looking at the stairway crowded with people, Wei Wenzhou frowned and stared, only to see a thin, raggedly dressed man, holding a 4 or 5-year-old little girl in his arms, kneeling on the ground and pulling on a doctor, looking sad and hissing as he begged. "Doctor, I beg you to save my daughter. I'll be a cow or a horse for you. I beg you to save my daughter." While begging, the man actually kowtowed heavily to that doctor. A 7-foot man, not hesitate to kneel and kowtow just to save his daughter. True emotion heaven. The onlookers are a little intolerant, don't look away. After a few seconds, someone couldn't stand it anymore and stood out to speak for the man. "Doctor, just save the child." "Yes, doctor, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, let alone such a small child. Anyone will have difficult times, just be merciful and save the child." Listening to the pleas of the crowd, the young doctor spoke loudly with a gloomy expression. "You guys think the hospital is a charity hospital? What? You're going to help him out with the medical bills, or are you? Who doesn't know how to say good words? Why don't you take some real action?" Being questioned by the young doctor, the crowd suddenly shut up. It couldn't be helped. The child's medical expenses were too expensive. They could help speak up, but how could they have the extra money to take out to help people? They are so pitiful. On the stairs, Su Yuan was a little heartbroken. Wei Wenzhou did not speak, but inclined his head and couldn't stop measuring the man. Finally, in the moment the man raised his head again, he saw the man's appearance and was shocked. "Brother!" With a startled cry, Wei Wenzhou let Su Yuan hold the escalator and hurriedly ran down, squeezing through the crowd to come in front of the man. "Brother!" Picking up the man, Wei Wenzhou once again shouted in excitement. This was not his own brother, but his cousin Wei Hong, 5 years older than him, who had treated him extremely well since childhood. Later, because of Lin Shi, he didn't go home for several years, and only vaguely heard that Wei Hong got married 5 years ago. As far as he remembered, Wei Hong was physically fit, but now he had become bone-thin, which was what caused him not to recognize him at first. Wen-han. Wei Hong raised his head and recognized Wei Wen-han at a glance, shouting out with a tear-filled face before he was about to continue kowtowing to the young doctor. Brother, what's wrong? Wei Wen-han pulled Wei Hong back and asked anxiously. Nyo has a heart attack and is dying. Your sister-in-law is already gone. I can't lose Nyo again. Doctor, I beg you, save my daughter, I beg you. That heartbreaking sound of despair caused the crowd of onlookers to wet their eyes. Wei Wen-han froze for a moment at the words, looked down and saw that the little girl in Wei Hang's arms was pale without any semblance of blood, and at this time had long passed out. Seeing this situation, Wei Wen-han, immediately anxious, stood up and grabbed the doctor. I'll pay for the medical expenses. You hurry to save people. Ah, just you? The young doctor sized up Wei Wen-han and frowned when he saw Wei Wen-han's plain clothes. Are you deaf? Hurry up and save my life. Seeing that the doctor didn't make a move and was still looking at him with a face full of contempt, Wei Wen-han was so anxious that he shouted angrily, You dare to yell at me? Do you know who I am? The director of this hospital is my father. Dare to yell at me? You just can't really afford to pay. Now I won't save you. Wei Wen-han immediately anxious red eyes. The child's condition cannot be delayed. Ah, you, what do you have to do to be willing to save? Wei Wen-han forced his anger to open his mouth and asked, Kneel down and apologize to me. The young doctor said arrogantly, This is too much. People are also anxious about the child's illness. Yes, doctors save lives and help people. Where is there such bullying? People have said to pay the medical fee. Where is this? The crowd of onlookers couldn't stand it anymore and spoke out to accuse. However, the young doctor was not moved at all, staring at Wei Wen-han with an overbearing air, forcing Wei Wen-han, glancing back at Wei Hong and the child. Wei Wen-han swallowed. Fine, I'll kneel. After saying that, Wei Wen-han slowly bent his knees. Just then, a surprised voice came from the stairs. Miss Su, why are you here? Looking for the voice, it was an old doctor standing beside Su Yuan, who also knew this old doctor. Uncle Lu, please save that child. What's going on? The old doctor frowned. It's like this. Su Yuan said what just happened. After hearing this, the old doctor was instantly furious, hurriedly walked down and fiercely slapped the young man. Asshole, not much medical skill. The frame is not small. It is simply an insult to the profession of doctor. You dare to hit me. Believe it or not, I let my father expel you? Humph. Whatever. Now, get the hell out of my way right now. After saying that, the old doctor ran towards the operating room as soon as he took the child from Wei Hang's arms. Doctor, thank you. I'll kowtow to you. Wei Hong knelt on the ground, looking at the old doctor's back, kowtowing heavily one by one, his forehead bleeding. Wei Wen-han couldn't bear to see this, and forced Wei Hong to help him up. The surrounding people, looking at the old doctor's back, admiration welled up in their eyes, until they watched the old doctor disappear in front of the operating room. Only then did they turn back and look at the young doctor with a look of contempt. Look, this is a real doctor. What kind of doctor are you? Chapter 26, Family Matters. Brother, what exactly happened? Helping Wei Hong sit on the bench outside the operating room, Wei Wen-han took the tissue Su Yuan handed over and helped Wei Hong wipe the blood from his forehead. Your sister-in-law had a car accident a month ago and left. The one who hit your sister-in-law was from Yangchang, but they were rich and powerful, and insisted that it was your sister-in-law who walked without looking at the car and crashed into it on her own. And the judgment of the lawsuit paid out $30,000. The child, her grandmother, was not angry, came to Yangchang to seek justice, was beaten into serious injuries, went back not long, also died. I just finished the aftermath. Nyo fainted, went to the hospital to check out a heart attack, must be operated on, but the operation requires at least $500,000. I begged all my relatives and friends, only borrowed $100,000. Not enough money. The hospital will not give the operation. I had no choice but to go to Yangchang to find the family to ask for money, but I did not expect them to be brutal and overbearing. Not only do not give money, but also Nyo and I were locked up. After 2 days of starvation, Nyo couldn't hold out and fainted. The family was afraid of killing people before they let us out. I ran all the way to the hospital with Nyonya in my arms, but I didn't have any money. I only have one daughter like Nyo. She's still so young, she can't die. Ah, Wei Hong said painfully. His haggard face was covered with tears, and it was heartbreaking to watch. Next to him, the sentimental Su Yuan even cried from listening. Wei Wen-han, on the other hand, focused his attention on the family Wei Hong was talking about, and forced down his anger and asked, Brother, who exactly is that family you're talking about? Wen-han, forget it, they are powerful and have people in the court. We can't fight them, don't mess with them. Wei Hong grabbed Wei Wen-han's hand and said somewhat nervously, and at this time, the young doctor from before came over with a sheet. his face full of resentment. "This is the surgical treatment fee. Sign your name and pay the money." Receiving the list and taking a look, Wei Wenzhou was instantly enraged. $1 million? Why don't you go and rob it? Earlier Wei Han had said that Nyo's treatment fee was only $500,000. Now it had turned into 1 million. It must have been this bastard's personal vendetta that had gotten him into trouble. You think it's okay because you have that old and dead backing you up? Let me tell you, this hospital is my family's. How much I say is how much. If you don't want to pay it, you can. I will immediately rush into the operating room to suspend the operation, the young doctor said with an arrogant and smug face. Wow, when did the National Hospital become your family's? Saying this, Wei Wenzhou pulled Wei Hong, who was about to kneel down and beg again. Brother, don't beg him. This kind of person's conscience has long been eaten by dogs. Are you guys going to pay or not? The young doctor simply ignored Wei Wenzhou's spitting and asked with a teasing face. I'll pay, Wei Wenzhou said with gritted teeth. The child's life is important. Everything will be said after the operation is done. His money is not that easy to chew. How to eat in, how to spit out at that time. Yuan, help me take care of my brother. I'll go pay the bill. After helping Wei Hong sit down, Wei Wenzhou coldly glared at the young doctor and turned towards the stairs. Just you? Can you afford to pay? Don't think about dragging your feet. The young doctor let out a mocking cry and followed to catch up. Wei Hong shouted out in worry, getting up and about to chase after him, but was held back by Su Yuan. Brother, don't worry. He's fine. But, that's $1 million. It's fine. Ah1 is very rich now. $1 million is fine. At the bill payment office, Wei Wenzhou looked at the young doctor who followed closely with a teasing face and frowned in disgust, handing the slip and an ICBC card into the bill payment window. Be careful for me. Don't let him fool you. The young doctor came up to the window and spoke to the nurse inside. That nurse didn't seem to have a good feeling about it either, and didn't stand a chance. And not long after swiping the card neatly with his hands and feet, he handed Wei Wenzhou the medication bill, the payment voucher, and the ICBC card with a smile. What the hell are you up to? The young doctor felt that the nurse was faking and growled as he snatched the payment voucher with one hand and froze as he looked at the text on it that 1 million payments had been successfully made. Remember this, how you eat it in. I want you to spit it out. Wei Wenzhou snatched back the voucher, and after saying coldly, he walked towards the second floor operating room. The young doctor's face green and white for a while, but did not dare to chase up. This era can come up with $1 million, more or less have some ability. Brother thank you. Brother kneel down for you. At the entrance of the operating room, Wei Hong saw Wei Wenzhou return, and immediately cried and knelt down towards the ground. Brother, what are you doing? Quickly get up. We are family na. Wei Wenzhou hurriedly ran over to help Wei Hong up. Don't worry. When Nyo gets better, I will definitely find a way to pay you back the money. Brother, we are a family. Don't keep mentioning money. When Nyo's illness gets better, you don't have to go back. I bought a house in Yangchang. By then I'll pick up my dad and my eldest uncle and all of them. We'll live together as a family. I'll find you a very good job by then. Wei Wenzhou comforted while helping Wei Hong to sit down again. In his last life, because of his ungratefulness, his sister's money for college later on was paid for by his eldest uncle's family. This favor has always been on his mind. Fortunately, in this life, there is finally a chance to make up for it, picking up the eldest uncle and his family, or to be a companion to his parents. Anyway, there are plenty of houses. As for the job he said, he wanted Wei Hong to be the housekeeper of Leisure Villa, without the ability to slowly cultivate, mainly because he trusted Wei Hang. Moreover, having Wei Hang there can also take better care of the two elderly families. Brother, let's not talk about this. Tell me about the family. I haven't been home for a long time. The topic changed, successfully diverting Wei Hang's attention, talking about what happened at home in the past few years. The more Wei Wenzhou listened, the less he felt in his heart, and tears couldn't help but fall. According to Wei Hang's words, the family has had a hard time in these years. When he got married, the two old men borrowed money from everywhere to buy him the house that he later mortgaged and sold, and have been paying back the money for the past few years, laboring until midnight every day, and their bodies have been exhausted. Mom got rheumatism, legs and feet are not good, old dad lungs are not good, coughing all day. The only good news is that my sister is very competitive. Last month the college entrance examination results are good. Next month we'll go to college. But because of Nyo's illness, the two old men took all the money for her sister's tuition to Wei Hong, and now they are borrowing money from everywhere. Next to her, Su Yuan also listened to the crying, hugging Wei Wenzhou teary-eyed and said, when Nyo's condition improves, I'll accompany you to pick them all up, okay? Aha! Wei Wenzhou choked and nodded fiercely. Chapter 27, The Pit. Waiting in fear, the door to the operating room finally opened, and the old doctor walked out with a tired face. Doctor, how is my daughter? Wei Hong hurriedly jumped up and asked in a trembling voice, afraid of hearing any bad news. Fortunately in time. If it was a few minutes later, I would have been powerless to return. Now that the surgery has been completed, you're fine for now. However, you'll have to undergo another phase of surgery in 3 months to fully recover. Hearing the old doctor's reply, Wei Wenzhou and Wei Hong simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed to the old doctor to thank him. Uncle Lu, thank you for your hard work. Su Yuan limped over and said sweetly as she wrapped her arms around the old doctor. I haven't seen this girl of yours so polite before. What happened to your foot? Nothing, just accidentally twisted it. It's good that it's fine. The old doctor smiled, then mixed with a helpless sigh. You also don't rush to thank me. The next phase of the surgery I may not be able to do? Ha! Su Yuan froze. She but knows that Dr. Lu's medical skills are very superb. Her family members who are sick come to see Dr. Lu. How can? Is it because of that asshole earlier? Wei Wenzhou raised his head and asked with a somewhat morose tone. Aha! Dr. Lu nodded and said somewhat helplessly. Doctors are supposed to save lives and help the injured. After the change of the director 3 years ago, the hospital has been messed up by their father and son, charging indiscriminately for medicine. I just can't stay any longer. I won't hide it from you guys. I was planning to resign today, but I didn't expect to run into you guys. Listening to Dr. Lu's words, Wei Wenzhou immediately stood in awe. This is the real doctor. Ah, the healer is kind, treats the patient as the #1 priority. The heart is clean, deep in the filth but not stained. Raising his head, Wei Wenzhou solemnly said, Dr. Lu, the hospital needs a good doctor like you. You cannot go, since this hospital is filthy. Then change a dean. Change the dean? Dr. Lu's trio froze. Yes, change the dean. I have evidence in my hands. Wei Wenzhou laughed and took out the medical slip from his pocket. Dr. Lu took a look and suddenly came to a realization, smiled and patted Wei Wenzhou. Good boy, if you can really change the dean, then 3 months later, I will personally finish the surgery for that little girl. That's a big thank you to Dr. Lu. As he spoke, Wei Wenzhou saw that young doctor come over again with a list in an aggressive manner. Don't spill the beans. Wei Wenzhou blinked at the three before turning into an angry look. Dr. Lu's medical skills are really brilliant. Falsely praising Dr. Lu, the young doctor slammed the sheet in his hand on Wei Wenzhou. Please, pay the hospitalization fee. Still pay? Didn't I just pay it? Wei Wenzhou frowned angrily. Don't you have money? The young doctor teasingly smiled and said, that was only the surgery fee just now. The patient just had surgery. If he's not hospitalized, Dr. Lu's hard work will be wasted. Fine, I'll pay it. Wei Wenzhou gritted his teeth and took the slip and went to pay another $500,000 of hospitalization fee. The nurse who was charging couldn't stand it anymore, and whispered a reminder to Wei Wenzhou. Chen Hao eats people and doesn't spit out their bones. You guys better hurry up and transfer to the hospital. Thanks for the reminder. Wei Wenzhou smiled and nodded. Chen Hao. This name was a big name 3 years later, along with his father, Chen Ji. He didn't expect that young doctor to be Chen Hao. 3 years later, when the country was vigorously cracking down on corruption, this father and son had blown up a whole $500 million of huge embezzlement. The cause is still because Chen Hao did not have the self-awareness to personally cure a patient with a leg injury, and as a result, he paralyzed the person, attracting the state's investigation. It can be said that the pit to the extreme. Now, this is a big show in advance. Back to the second floor. See Chen Hao and Dr. Lu are gone. Wei Wenzhou frowned, asked Su Yuan to know that the two went to the dean's office. Thinking about it, Wei Wenzhou took out his cell phone and made a call to Mo Pengyun. He did not know the officials, but Mo Pengyun mixed for many years of old oil, and work in the industrial bank. Certainly no, and Mo Pengyun indeed did not let him down. Good to say, Wei old brother, I immediately contact. Next time there is any lucrative job, you can take with me old brother. That's natural. What's the relationship between our brothers? Wei Wenzhou smiled and agreed, but in his heart, he couldn't help but spit out that this old greaseball had simply fallen into the eye of money. Who are you brother and sister with? Next to him, Su Yuan said with a dissatisfied pout. With your uncle. Why, great niece. Wei Wenzhou laughed and joked. At this time, Nyo was pushed out from the operating room. Wei Wenzhou also stopped fighting with Su Yuan, helped Su Yuan, and combined Wei Hong to follow to a ward. After everything was settled, Wei Wenzhou was worried that Dr. Lu was being bullied, so he walked towards the dean's office. Just arrived at the door of the office, he heard a chiding voice from inside. Lu Chang, don't go too far. I've given you so many chances. Don't be ungrateful. Who do you think you are, a living Hua Tua? There's no use for you being noble. Your family is so poor that you can't cook, and you're still here to die. Your granddaughter is going to college next month, right? Have you gotten enough tuition money together? As long as you cooperate with me, not to mention your granddaughter's tuition fees, your son's leg can be completely cured by a neurologist. Don't hold out. For your inexplicable innocence, causing a family to suffer, is it worth it? After listening for a while, Wei Wenzhou also understood a general idea. This is Chen how father and son are persuading Dr. Lu to be complicit in this, because Dr. Lu's medical skills are excellent. Many patients come to Dr. Lu's reputation, so they can't let Dr. Lu go. In their eyes, Dr. Lu is their money tree. From the words of the two, Wei Wenzhou also learned that Dr. Lu is very bitter. His son is paralyzed and divorced, his granddaughter will soon go to college, and he has to carry the burden of a family at a very old age. Even if it is living so bitter, still not willing to be complicit, Wei Wenzhou for Dr. Lu's respect a few points deeper. For trash like you whose conscience has been eaten by dogs, you are also worthy of teaching Dr. Lu a lesson here. You are truly shameless. Pushing open the door, Wei Wenzhou walked in and saw Chen Hao and his father, Chen Ji, educating Dr. Lu from on high, while Dr. Lu closed his eyes and turned a deaf ear, like a white lotus in the sludge, not moved in the slightest. How is it? Dr. Lu faintly asked. It's going to be fine soon, Wei Wenzhou said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Dr. Lu revealed a smile of relief. Chapter 28, The Pit is underway. Inexplicable. Chen Hao couldn't understand what Wei Wenzhou and Dr. Lu were talking about, and heavily slapped the table, aggressively walking up to Wei Wenzhou. Who let you in? I came here on my own, to see two stinking pieces of perform what it means to be shameless to the extreme. Wei Wenzhou gave a mocking smile and walked over to Dr. Lu and sat down. Don't insult the Dr. Lu said with a faint smile. Yeah, saying it's insults. Wei Wenzhou laughed and agreed. Chen Hao and Chen Ji heard their faces turn green. Chen Ji could still hold back, but Chen Hao couldn't help himself, pointing at Dr. Lu on a crazy roar. Old thing, don't you give your face away. Do you want your crippled son to be crippled for the rest of his life? Guilty of one person, better than guilty of millions of people. My name is Lu Chang. My father's life is high and pure. He hoped that I treat people with sincerity. I did it. I am not guilty. My son's leg. I will find a way. Good people have their own good karma. He will not be crippled for the rest of his life, so I don't need you two to worry about it. Listening to Dr. Lu's righteous words, Wei Wenzhou stood in awe, and Chen Hao's father and son's faces were also a little hot. Dr. Lu is truly a gentleman. Getting up, Wei Wenzhou bowed deeply to Dr. Lu. Although he loved money and he was vulgar, he wouldn't do anything against morality. His conscience was not dead and he honored the truly noble. Old man really gave you face. Perhaps unable to stand the benign condemnation, Chen Hao reddened his face and raised his hand to hit Dr. Lu. You are also qualified to touch Dr. Lu. Wei Wenzhou grabbed Chen Hao's hand. Get lost. You have to look at your own weight even if you're meddling. Chen Hao growled and fiercely pushed Wei Wenzhou, and just as the two of them were pulling, the door was pushed open, and a man in uniform with a group of police officers surged in, followed by a number of watching nurses and patients, with ghosts in their hearts. Seeing the police come in, Chen Hao and Chen Ji both trembled. Received a report that Chen Hao and Chen Ji are utilizing their authority for profiteering, charging medical fees indiscriminately, and maliciously extorting. This is an investigation order. The man in the lead held up an investigation order, and immediately, Chen Hao and Chen Ji trembled even more. Officer, I have the evidence right here. Chen Hao maliciously raised the medical fees, and threatened me that I won't be cured unless I pay up, and that he's going to kick out my little niece who's in surgery. Seeing that the time had come, Wei Wenzhou took out the medical and hospitalization bills in his pocket and handed them over. $1.5 million? That officer was also startled by the huge figure on it. Wei Wenzhou struck while the iron was hot. At that time, my little niece was seriously ill and dying. Chen Hao was concerned about blackmailing the medical bills, disregarding the death of my little niece. Fortunately, Dr. Lu arrived in time, and only then was my little niece fortunate enough to retrieve a life. Later, my little niece is in surgery. Chen Hao took $1 million of medical bills over. Threatened me. Do not pay the money will be my little niece from the operating room out of my little niece. My little niece is only 4 years old. After the operation, Chen Hao came over again with a hospitalization bill of $500,000, threatening me that if I don't pay it, I'll have to kick my little niece out, making Dr. Lu's hard work in vain. A lot of people saw this. Wei Wenzhou emotionally finished. Outside, the onlookers of the nurses and patients suddenly said in an agitated group, "Yes, we all saw." When the father of the girl child's father kneeled down and kowtowed to Chen Hao. Yeah, the head was all kowtowed and bleeding. Listening to the rising and falling sound of complaints, Chen Ji's face turned blue, and he got up to give Chen Hao a hard slap. Not enough to make things happen, I've been killed by you. The meaning of the words was obvious, accusing Chen Hao of doing too obvious. Chen Hao covered his face, trembling out of fear, which still had half of his previous arrogance. Those police officers were also listening to the anger. The leading officer said angrily, "Arrest me and investigate immediately." At the end of the sentence, 4 policemen with snowy handcuffs detained Chen Hao's father and son, and the rest of the policemen swooped down to the charge office and now started to search for the evidence in the office. Chen Hao and his father and son obviously didn't know how to hide evidence very well, otherwise they wouldn't have been caught after 3 years, let alone being caught off guard now. In just 2 hours' time, all the evidence was searched out, and after organizing it, it turned out that a huge sum of $60 million had been embezzled. "Just you guys deserve to be doctors? Take them away," with a command from the officer. Amidst the clapping and shouting of the crowd, Chen Hao and his father and son were taken away. Then, at the unanimous request of the crowd, Dr. Lu became the acting director. What a great relief! After the police left, Dr. Lu was also cheesy for a while and said excitedly with a big smile, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Back in the hospital room, seeing that Nyo had already woken up, Wei Han was tenderly feeding a stream of food. He immediately ran over excitedly. "Nyo, quickly call uncle." In his last life, in the end he didn't have a son or daughter. For small children, he was very fond of them. Nyo was a little scared and shrunk, until Wei Hung introduced herself with a smile. The little girl weakly called out uncle. Then Wei Wenhan got an inch and pointed at Su Yuan. "Call auntie, auntie." As the little girl's weak words left her mouth, Su Yuan's face, instantly red, glared at Wei Wenhan in annoyance. This caused Wei Han to be very surprised and looked at Wei Wenhan. "Wenhan, isn't it Lin Shi that you married?" "Alas!" Wei Wenhan sighed and told what had happened during this period of time. "A good departure." Wei Hong clapped his hands after hearing this. "Not giving home to see your parents. What's the point of having that kind of woman? I think Su Yuan is 1,000 times stronger than that Lin Shi this time." "Brother supports you." Hearing Wei Heng's words, Su Yuan lowered her head even lower. "If brother likes it, then my dad and the others will definitely like it too," Wei Wenhan said cheerfully. "It's a pity that your sister-in-law, she's also as easily shy as Su Yuan." A flash of intense longing flashed through Wei Heng's eyes. He painfully closed his eyes and 2 turbid tears flowed down. Wei Wenhan looked heartbroken, grabbed Wei Heng's hand and asked after him, "Brother, who in the end killed sister-in-law? Don't be afraid, I have the ability now. I can seek justice for sister-in-law." Wei Hung opened his eyes and looked at Wei Wenhan for a while, finally choosing to believe Wei Wenhan, slowly spitting out 2 words. "He Guang, it's him." Su Yuan instantly raised her head in surprise when she heard this name. Wei Wenhan frowned and recalled in detail, feeling somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall it for a moment. Then he asked Su Yuan, "You recognize?" "Aha!" Su Yuan nodded gruffly and spoke. "The He family is very strong and doesn't even look at this circle in Yangchang, so you haven't seen it before." Chapter 29 Prelude. Counting. Yangchang is where the He family started, but in the past few years, the He family has shifted all their focus to the provincial city. You should have heard of the largest real estate group in the provincial city, the He Yuan Real Estate Group. That's the He family. In the provincial city, the He family's financial strength is enough to rank in the top 5, and there is also a very deep network of relationships. The entire behemoth. He Guang is the He family's eldest grandson of this generation, capable, but arrogant and domineering, very annoying. Before there was a previous record of driving accidents, but was suppressed by the He family's network of relations. He Guang was only detained for half a month. Speaking here, Su Yuan paused for a moment, then said with some embarrassment, "At the beginning of this year, when my brother's company went public, he even begged the He family for a favor. A few months ago, my brother also cooperated with He Guang and switched to a supermarket chain, and those relatives of my family, in order to flatter the He family, even encouraged me to marry He Guang. My brother knew what kind of person He Guang was, and sent me back to Yangcheng, and with my dad there, He Guang didn't dare to harass me easily. However, for my birthday in 5 days, He Guang will definitely come." After saying that, Su Yuan carefully glanced at Wei Wenhan, fearing that Wei Wenhan would get angry, but he didn't expect Wei Wenhan to have a contemplative look. He Guang? He Yuan Real Estate Group? Supermarket chain? Wei Wenhan's brows were deeply furrowed. His mind kept recalling, then his eyes lit up. Finally he found a fragment about these messages. Provincial city, the capital city of a province. Yangchang is just a very ordinary small city, completely incomparable to the provincial city. He Yuan Real Estate Group, the leading real estate enterprise in the provincial city, with strong financial strength. The He family, after 10 years, even became the richest man in the south. But the He family is not relying on real estate, but the center are transferred to open a chain of supermarkets. The owner is called He Guang. Since this year, The rapid development of residents' income, resulting in the supermarket business is hot to the point that as long as you open it closed eyes can make money. And He Guang take the lead in the development of chain supermarkets. A few years to seize the market in the south of the country. He Yuan supermarkets throughout the south of all the cities, became the first richest man in the south. The assets reached the horror of tens of billions of dollars. And He Yuan supermarket is this year's present, starting from the provincial city, step by step to occupy all the cities in Hangzhou province. Just now Su Yuan said that his brother and He Guang cooperated to open the supermarket, but He Yuan supermarket only belongs to the He family. There is no outsider's shares at all. After frowning and thinking carefully for a while, Wei Wenzhou was shocked. Now, he finally knew what Su Yuan's family did. Su Yuan's brother should be Su Hongsheng, the provincial city Hong Bird Group's president, because just at the end of this year, Hong Bird Group because of the capital deficit collapsed. Su Hongsheng jumped off a building and committed suicide. By Su Hongsheng to deduce. Then, Su Yuan's father is the former governor of Hangzhou province, Su Ming. It also makes sense why He Guan will be afraid. Then, Su Hongsheng jumped to his death. The reason will be found. I'm afraid it was He Guang to the pit all the funds, monopolize the chain of supermarkets, under the despair of the choice of jumping off the building to his death. Now in August, from the end of the year there are only 4 months left. I'm afraid that now, He Guang has begun to move. Su Hongsheng dangerous. Yuan, you hurry to contact your brother, tell him to be careful of He Guang, especially pay attention to where the funds are going. Wei Wenzhou hurriedly grabbed Su Yuan's hand and said anxiously. Although Su Yuan did not understand what Wei Wenzhou meant, she still obediently made a call to Su Hongsheng, but unfortunately no one answered. Did something happen to my brother? Su Yuan anxiously grabbed Wei Wenzhou's hand and asked back. It should be. Wei Wenzhou nodded and said, I'm afraid your brother is in trouble now. I said, why is my dad always frowning these days? You quickly send me home. I want to find my dad and ask him about it. Good. Wei Wenzhou carried Su Yuan on his back as soon as he could and ran outside after greeting Wei Hang. This was his future old husband's house. There was no dragging it out. Arriving in front of the Su family villa, Wei Wenzhou had just helped Su Yuan out of the car when 2 doormen came over and helped Su Yuan in, while Wei Wenzhou was blocked outside the door, saying he wouldn't be allowed to enter. Wait for me here. I'll come out and tell you once I ask clearly. Su Yuan was also helpless. Half an hour later, Su Yuan came out with a gloomy expression. How was it? Wei Wenzhou couldn't wait to ask. My dad said that my brother did have an accident. There was a problem with the funds. He Guang opened 10 supermarket chains in one breath. And now the funds can't work. The supermarkets can't be opened. He Guang is unwilling to invest more money, saying that unless I marry him, he will withdraw his capital and stop cooperation. What? Because of his anger, Wei Wenzhou's expression became a bit hideous. This He Guang is really poisonous, pitted Su Hongsheng, and forced Su Yuan to marry. Forcing himself to calm down, Wei Wenzhou turned to Su Yuan and asked, how much money did your brother put in? $2 billion? Almost all of his fortune has been invested in. $2 billion. Wei Wenzhou frowned. $2 billion to open 10 supermarkets. He has seen the scale of He Yuan supermarket. According to reason, a 200 million. In the provincial city plus by land and remodeling, although slightly insufficient, but not so much to open up. Looks like, should be He Guang put the money away, and at least half of the money away. Calculation is, He Guang equivalent to no money at all, but accounted for half of the shares, and Su Hongsheng put all the money into the same half of the shares, but there is no extra follow-up funds can run. Now, He Guang has money but is not willing to invest in. He is waiting for Su Hongsheng dragged down. Then he will be able to monopolize all the shares, and then invest money into the supermarket opened up. Good poisonous mind. After figuring out the key, Wei Wenzhou spoke anxiously to Su Yuan. Can you let me go in to meet your father? It's not too late for me to talk to him. I'm afraid I can't. I just spoke to him. Su Yuan frowned bitterly and said, my dad is borrowing money from everywhere right now and is not willing to see you at all. I'm afraid the only time you'll be able to see him is on my birthday in 5 days. 5 days? Wei Wenzhou frowned and pondered for a while, then narrowed his eyes and nodded. That's fine. Then on your birthday, I'll give you another present. Ha? Su Yuan froze. Go where? To relieve your brother. Arriving at the hospital, Wei Wenzhou transferred $100,000 to Wei Hong to prevent any accidents without money. Then he made a call to Mo Pingyun to help take care of it, preventing He Guang from coming to Wei Wenzhou's trouble. After doing this, after thinking about it, Wei Wenzhou still sent Su Yuan back home. After all, Su Yuan is not convenient to walk now, and then traveled to the provincial city alone. Chapter 30. See He Hongsheng. Yangcheng is not too far from the provincial capital. After driving for most of the day, he arrived. In his previous life, he was often sent away on business trips by that old thing Zhang Chong. and he didn't come to the provincial capital too often. Soon, he found Su Hongxing's Hong Bird Group with a light heart. "Sir, what is your business?" As soon as he entered the door, he was stopped by two receptionist ladies. Wei Wenzhou didn't bother to waste time and spoke in a deep voice. "I'm looking for your boss Su Hongxing. I want to talk to him about a business." As soon as the words fell, a mean voice came from the side. A poor look, but also talk about business? Come to look for a job, just say it straight. No shame. Wei Wenzhou frowned and turned his head to look. A woman dressed in a flamboyant manner was sitting next to him in the waiting area, leisurely smoking a cigarette, with a mean sneer hanging from the corner of her mouth. Wei Wenzhou merely glanced at it, and was attracted by the man next to the woman. As the saying goes, if it's not an enemy, it's not a reunion. He unexpectedly bumped into that old thing Zhang Chong here. The current Zhang Chong was in his early 40s and had just returned from overseas business. Appearing here at this moment, he thought that it wouldn't be long before he traveled to Yangcheng and then bought Leisure Villa. However, now he has been preempted. Leisure Villa is already his. If Zhang Chong later still found in Yangcheng, then he will suppress this old thing to raise his head, avenge the revenge of wearing a cuckold in his past life. Now, he didn't have time to pay attention to this old thing. After all, Su Yuan's birthday is only 4 days away. He had to get this gift ready. He didn't bother to waste his breath with that woman. Wei Wenzhou looked at the two front desk ladies and said, "You guys go and inform Su Hongxing. Just tell him that Su Yuan asked me to come." "Miss?" The two people obviously knew Su Yuan. They were immediately startled and guided Wei Wenzhou upstairs. "Mr. Su, Miss sent someone to find you." One of them knocked on Su Hongxing's office door. "Come in." A rather tired voice came from inside. Wei Wenzhou waved his hand, signaling the two to go down, then raised his hand and pushed open the door. A thick smell of smoke hit his face. The office was filled with smoke. Through the smoke, Wei Wenzhou saw a man around 30 years old leaning on an office chair. It had to be said that the genes of Su Yuan's family were really good. This Su Hongxing's soared brows and starry eyes. His face was rigid and very handsome. However, at this moment, on its handsome face, there was a thick disheveled look hanging on it, and the moment he saw him come in, his brows wrinkled and he said in a deep voice, Yuan let you come." "Aha!" Wei Wenzhou nodded calmly. "Why didn't she come herself? What did she ask you to come to me for?" Yuan twisted her foot and can't move very well. "She asked me to come and help you out of your predicament," Wei Wenzhou replied calmly. "Ha?" Su Hongxing frowned at the words, seriously sized up Wei Wenzhou for a few moments, and spoke somewhat icily. "How are you going to help me get out of the situation?" Listening to this tone, Wei Wenzhou knows Su Hongxing is afraid to treat him as a liar, but also not annoyed. After all, it is the future brother-in-law. Walked to Su Hongxing, sat down opposite. Wei Wenzhou calmly opened his mouth. "Su total 2 billion funds invested in." "I do not know how much Guang invested in it." "The same 2 billion. The indifference in Su Hongxing's words faded a bit. "After all, not many people know about this. That's a whole 4 billion. Open 10 supermarkets. 4 billion funds can't even run over. Don't you think it's strange? I've seen the scale of your chain of supermarkets. A supermarket, $300 million is enough to start. Why is 400 million still not starting up? Don't you think it's strange?" "You mean Guang?" Su Hongxing is also a smart person. Immediately understood Wei Wenzhou's meaning, and then slowly said, "I also suspected that the supermarket's purchase of land and renovation Guang is responsible for. After the renovation, the funds were then all depleted, but Guang put every single expense slip in front of me." "Wow, really? Then can you let me see those bills?" Wei Wenzhou frowned and asked. "Yes." Su Hongxing nodded and took those slips out of the drawer and handed them to Wei Wenzhou. Wei Wenzhou took it and watched it carefully. At first glance there was no problem, but a closer look revealed the problem. After all, in his last life he was following Zhang Chong to do real estate. "Oh, Mr. Su, please look here." Holding a single document walked to Su Hongxing in front of him. Wei Wenzhou pointed to the single document and said, "As far as I know, the only building above 20 floors will use nickel steel. Build a 3-story supermarket, use ordinary steel will be fine. The price of ordinary steel is 15,000 a ton, but nickel steel is 45,000 a ton, which is 30 times more expensive. To build a supermarket requires 500 tons of steel, 10 is 5,000 tons. This calculation, the difference in price can be more than 200 million and here, to build a supermarket, it's enough to use ordinary silicate cement, but he chose the most expensive refined silicate cement, and the difference in price is almost 100 million. All the building materials, he chose the most expensive ones. Did he really use them? You have a point. Su Hongxing nodded, but immediately afterward shook his head. I have also suspected. Guang, for the proof of innocence, had taken me and the experts to test. Indeed used all these building materials on the bill. Blame can only blame me for not knowing real estate construction. He Guang's family is the leading real estate construction, so I can only choose to give the construction to He Guang to do. That thought that he used up all the funds in order to pursue quality. Listening to Su Hongxing's remorseful words, Wei Wenzhou frowned and asked, then could it be that the expert who tested it like that had a problem? Impossible? Those experts were hired by me from the provinces. He Guang didn't recognize them at all. Wow, that's strange. Wei Wenzhou narrowed his eyes, then thought of a possibility and opened his mouth to ask, you just said that He Guang brought you and the experts to test. Were all 10 tested? No, only one was tested. Su Hongxing shook his head. Wow, then the question comes, will the other 9 have problems? I don't know if Mr. Su has heard of sample houses? Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and spoke. You mean? Su Hongxing snapped out of it, then asked with some confusion, but why would he do that? Supermarket opened up, will definitely earn more than this and is a long-lasting source of benefits Oh, because he wants to monopolize the supermarket. He drew out a large portion of the funds, which is equivalent to not investing a single penny. And you can't even run Hongxiao Group now. He's just trying to drag you down, hogging all the shares, and then investing the money he siphoned out to start the supermarket. In this way, he is equivalent to opening 10 supermarkets with only $2 billion, and exclusively occupying all the shares. Mr. Su, you seem to have trusted the wrong person. Chapter 31, Beaten by Great Uncle. Good He Guang. In vain I trusted him so much. He's so venomous. He's trying to push me to the brink of extinction. Does he think that my father has retired? So my Su family is easy to bully? Violently and angrily slapping the table, Su Hongxing's face was full of anger as he picked up the landline and was about to make a call. Mr. Su, what are you? Wei Wenzhou frowned. He Guang dared to bully my Su family. No one. I'll let him see my Su family's network of connections now. Alas, Mr. Su is slow. Wei Wenzhou hurriedly grabbed the landline and stopped the furious Su Hongxing. What do you mean by this? Su Hongxing was a bit puzzled. Oh, Mr. Su, take it easy. I have always felt that there is a saying that is right. When dealing with evil people, you should use more vicious means. Mr. Su, if you contact the Su family's network now, it will instead alarm He Guang, giving him time to prepare. At that time, once he changes the data, the most you can do is force him to hand over the siphoned off funds. At that time, he can still use the contract to jam you, leaving you stuck in the quagmire and unable to move an inch. In a situation not much better than now. Then what do you think I should do? Su Hongxing frowned and asked gruffly. Oh, the way is very simple. In turn to catch up, first pretend that you don't know anything, continue to be decadent, but in fact, secretly investigate, collect all the evidence to hand. At that time, directly hand over the evidence to the relevant departments, and then hire a lawyer to file a complaint, digging out his past offenses, enough to send him to prison to squat for a few decades. At the same time, you can also release the contractual tie with him and no longer be subject to him. Said. Wei Wenzhou's eyes showed a touch of ruthlessness. He Guang drove a car and killed his sister-in-law, but also let Niu almost also died early. This revenge, it is impossible to easily forget. Move down He Guang, it should be behind the He family, one cannot run away. But, Su Hongxing some hesitation, but lifted the contract. No He Guang's financial support. I will only be left with 10 shell supermarkets. No follow-up funds. Supermarkets like open up. Oh, I say Mr. Su, why do you have to hang yourself on this tree in He Guang? He Guang pair has already driven you to extinction. You still dare to cooperate with him? If you don't have the funds, then find another trustworthy partner again. Like me. You? Su Hongxing froze, carefully measured a party. Wei Wenzhou seems to think that Wei Wenzhou does not look like a rich master. Shook his head. Ha, Mr. Su, this is some looking down on people. At least I am also the newest stock god in Yangcheng. 2 billion is still able to take out. Wei Wenzhou laughed and said helplessly. To be honest, if it wasn't for his future great uncle, he would have pulled his leg and left. You are the new stock god of Yangcheng? Su Hongxing heard but was shocked. I heard that the newest stock god of Yangcheng made billions of dollars from speculating on oil stocks. Could it be you? You are quite well informed. Not bad, it is indeed me. Wei Wenzhou smiled and nodded. I don't seem to know you at all. Why are you helping me? There is a saying that once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope. Su Hongxing looked at Wei Wenzhou with some caution and asked, don't send away the jackal and usher in the tiger and leopard, because I want to be your brother-in-law. Wei Wenzhou said with a somewhat shameless smile. At this moment, Su Hongxing was annoyed, got up and picked up Wei Wenzhou's collar, angrily said, you dare to threaten my sister with my affairs. I'll beat you to death. Said. A fist smashed in Wei Wenzhou's face. Wei Wenzhou was confused. His brother-in-law's association ability is really strong. This can be strung together. Looking at Su Hongxing, that fist smashed again. Wei Wenzhou raised his eyebrows, hurriedly pushed Su Hongxing, then pulled away to a safe distance. I say, you this association ability how all used in private matters? But where you have this association ability in public matters, you wouldn't have been pitched by He Guang. Who told you I was threatening Hope? Yuan and I were middle and high school classmates. We truly love each other. I really didn't threaten her. If you don't believe me, call and ask Yuan. Wei Wenzhou looked at the aggressive Su Hongsheng with extreme helplessness and said, Su Hongsheng obviously do not believe. Dialed Su Yuan's phone. Once heard Su Yuan's voice, just now the tiger instantly turned into a docile kitten. Wei Wenzhou looked speechless, but also know Su Hongsheng is really love Su Yuan. No wonder Su Yuan so care about this brother. The siblings chatted endlessly, chatting for half an hour before hanging up the phone. Looking at Wei Wenzhou, Su Hongsheng in a second from imposing became a simple smile, walked to Wei Wenzhou's side, warmly shook Wei Wenzhou's hand. Brother-in-law, brother just too impulsive. You cannot blame brother I only Yuan such a sister. Naturally cannot let her suffer any wrongdoing. Wei Wenzhou thought Su Hongsheng was going to hit him again. He was so scared that he dodged for a while, but after hearing that brother-in-law his heart was in a flurry of joy, having gained Su Hongsheng's approval and support, then the later things would be much easier. Brother, it should be. Taking a beating from you in exchange for your recognition. It's worth it. Wei Wenzhou in turn held Su Hongsheng's hand and said excitedly. Next, the conversation between the two became much gentler. A mouthful of brother, a mouthful of brother-in-law. And Wei Wenzhou also said He Guang to elder brother Wei Hong family did evil deeds. Su Hongsheng heard on the spot furious, directly used the Su family network to collect evidence. In this regard, Wei Wenzhou is grateful. He did not recognize the public relations staff, was worried about finding evidence. In return, he also promised Su Hongsheng, invested 2 billion in the supermarket. The shares are divided in half, but his half of the shares, when the time comes, will be divided into half to Su Yuan, as a bride price to marry Su Yuan. Su Hongsheng is very satisfied with this. It can be seen that Wei Wenzhou really loves Su Yuan, and the more he looks at Wei Wenzhou, the better he looks at him. After chatting about these, the two began to plot to find He Guang evidence of the matter. Originally Su Hongsheng is ready to do it himself, but in order to prevent the detection of He Guang, was Wei Wenzhou stopped. Done this kind of thing, He Guang will certainly send people to monitor Su Hongsheng's every move. On the contrary, he this foreign poor boy, He Guang certainly will not care. Beyond the surveillance outside, by him to investigate, it is much easier. After a few volunteers, Su Hongsheng also agreed. Taking those slips, Wei Wenzhou walked out of Hongbird Group, and when he came to the first floor, Zhang Chong and that old woman had already disappeared. Looking at the sky is not early. He did not rush to investigate, but looked for a hostel to stay. In order not to be noticed, he did not go to live in a hotel. The next morning, he went out very early, because the testing expert that Su Hongsheng contacted yesterday arrived. Chapter 32 Gambling on Stones. Arriving at the station, Wei Wenzhou was a little confused that this so-called expert was a girl who looked to be around 20 years old. Hello, I'm Xiao Xiao. The girl was valiant and stretched out her white and slender hand. Wei Wenzhou smiled politely and extended his hand to shake. In this era, people didn't have the habit of shaking hands, and this girl named Xiao Xiao should have come back from abroad. The girl was very lively, walking all bouncing, looking at the big backpack on its back. Wei Wenzhou's thick skin was also embarrassed to let a girl carry it, and hastily took it over. Thanks. The girl was very polite, and then asked after him, didn't Big Brother Su test it last time? How come it still needs to be tested? Could it be that something went wrong with my father's test last time? Listening to Xiao Zhao's words, Wei Wenzhou also understood. That testing expert was his father, but this time it was just Xiao Xiao who came over. He was a little worried that it would be messed up. This was one of his birthday gifts to Su Yuan. He had to be careful. Xiao, Miss Xiao, did your father not come? Wei Wenzhou asked with some concern. Humph, do you not trust me? My father went to Kyoto. I came by myself. Xiao Xiao was a little warmly angry and glared at Wei Wenzhou. Cough. I don't mean that. Isn't it because I'm afraid you're working too hard? Wei Wenzhou coughed with some embarrassment. As long as it is Big Brother Su's business, I am not tired. Looking at Xiao Zhao's happy look, Wei Wenzhou raised his eyebrows. What kind of path is this? An old cow eating young grass? His own big brother-in-law's charm is big enough. This if Su Yuan knew that there was a possibility that her sister-in-law was not even as old as her. I wonder what kind of look she would have. By the way, why didn't Big Brother Su come to pick me up himself? Is he busy? Listening to the grumbling in Xiao Zhao's words, Wei Wenzhou was more certain of his speculation and gave a thumbs up to his great-uncle in his heart. Speaking of which, his own great-uncle was almost 30 years old, so it was time to find a wife. Cough. Sister-in-law. I'm Mr. Su's brother-in-law. We're all family, so I won't hide it from you. Wei Wenzhou coughed and shouted sister-in-law with a very sweet mouth, which straight away made Xiao Zhao's heart blossom. Then, Wei Wenzhou told the matter without hiding it. Once she heard that it was about Su Hongxing's big event, Xiao Xiao was anxious and directly asked Wei Wenzhou to hurry and take her to the test. And a sister-in-law also pulled into the relationship between the two. Xiao Xiao really likes Su Hongxing. Also not polite. Directly follow Su Yuan that, called Wei Wenzhou a Wen. Driving Su Yuan's car, Wei Wenzhou pulled Xiao Xiao to the nearest supermarket. In order not to attract the attention of people who are interested, they quietly from the side to touch in. After Xiao Xiao's side test, the result is that all the construction materials used are indeed the most common materials. He Guang really engaged in a hand of darkness. Smuggling in Ping reported the matter to Su Hongxing. Su Hongxing was so angry that he almost went directly to Yiguan to seek justice. Wei Wenzhou pacified for a long time before Su Hongxing calmed down. This was his birthday gift to Su Yuan, so naturally he wanted to unveil it on Su Yuan's birthday. If He Guang dared to hit Su Yuan's idea, then he would make He Guang lose his reputation in front of Su Yuan. Also, he must make Wei Hong watch He Guang suffer retribution with his own eyes. If you are born again, you must live a more arrogant life. You were too cowardly in your last life, so if you continue to be cowardly in this life, what is the point of being born again? On this day, Wei Wenzhou took Xiao Xiao around the provincial city, and tested all 10 supermarkets. The result is as he guessed. He Guang got a sample room. The other 9 are all built with ordinary materials, because Xiao Xiao is a girl, and also very likely to be the future sister-in-law. Wei Wenzhou cannot be slow people, so did not go to rent a hotel, and found a hotel to open a room, because cannot see Su Hongxing's sake. Xiao Xiao's excitement is not high. Casually eat a little something, then go back to the room to rest. After being reborn and coming to the provincial city for the first time, Wei Wenzhou naturally couldn't do nothing, and turned around in the night market of the provincial city. In his last life at this time period, there was a sensational thing in Hang province. There was a jewelry store named Huaguang in the night market of the provincial city, which held a stone gambling competition, and as a result, someone opened a glass dragon stone kind of emerald worth a few $100 million. Because of the reason he was so envious at the time, he still clearly remembered the raw stone when it was reported on the news. Having invested $2 billion in his great-uncle, he now felt that his money was a bit insufficient, so naturally he would not let go of this opportunity to make money. After some searching, Wei Wenzhou finally was able to find the Huaguang jewelry store, and at this time, the Huaguang jewelry store had already launched a gambling activity, only that not many people participated, so that the glass dragon stone species, which was worth a few $100 million, was only opened out a few days later. Huaguang jewelry store in front of the people watching the crowd, but the people who went up to bet on the stone is very few. After all, the lowest level of the original or raw stone are to 10,000A. If it is not open, that can be a blood loss. In this day and age, $10,000 is a lot of money for the average person, not to mention 50,000 a fine ore and 100,000 a precious ore. It was only those families above the middle that could afford to play. Rushing to the front of the crowd, Wei Wenzhou meaningfully surveyed the 3 piles of raw stones, looking for the one that matched his memory. Because he was too focused, he accidentally stepped on a woman's foot next to him. Wei Wenzhou hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Have you blinded your dog's eyes? Do you know how expensive this pair of shoes is? Can you afford to pay for it? Listening to the woman's mean scolding, Wei Wenzhou felt something familiar. Looking up, it turned out to be the old woman who hooked up with Zhang Chong that he met yesterday at Hongbao Group. It's you. The woman also recognized Wei Wenzhou, and immediately laughed and mocked. What? Found a job at Honchio Group? Let me tell you, Hong Bird Group is about to close down. Even if you become the manager of Hong Bird Group, you can't afford to compensate me for this pair of shoes. Do you know how much my shoes cost? A whole $300,000. You won't be able to earn it in your whole life, and these shoes can only be bought abroad. Have you ever been abroad? Oh, a poor trash like you can't possibly afford to go. Say, this shoe of mine, how are you going to pay for it? Seeing that you can't afford to pay for it like this, if you kneel down and lick it clean, the old lady will let you off the hook. Wei Wenzhou touched a handful of saliva that was sprayed on his face by the woman, and his expression became icy cold. Not just stepped on a foot, it did not step on the bad. This old woman forced to scold half a day, but also let him kneel down and lick clean, is really when he has no temper. Chapter 33, Strength 1 Spray 2. You shut up. Looking at the woman to start cursing again, Wei Wenzhou directly roared and blocked the woman's mouth, then indignantly said, I was never been abroad, and I don't want to go. In my heart, foreign countries are no better than the motherland. I'm not like some people, who have forgotten which country they are from, and show off everywhere as a pride in worshipping foreign countries. Foreign good, then you roll to foreign still come back for what? Don't waste the motherland's oxygen. Not just a pair of broken shoes? I compensate you is, the heart is ugly, dressed up again bright and beautiful is disgusting. Old woman. A bitter scolding. The woman is directly angry and breathless. Wei Wenzhou does not give the opportunity to return its mouth, turn around and walk into the bank next to the jewelry store. In his last life, because of cowardice, in reality, he did not dare to talk back. But on the network, he is a famous network spammer across the 4 directions, spraying people. He is still very good at it. Only that he was a person who spoke of quality, so he usually did not spout much funfang, at least in front of Su Yuan. If it wasn't for this old woman bullying people too much, he wouldn't have exposed his nature as a spitter, taking 400,000 out and squeezing back into the crowd. Wei Wenzhou slammed 300,000 on the woman. You. The woman was shocked and angry. She really couldn't believe that Wei Wenzhou was able to take out $300,000. You what you? The money has been compensated to you. Worship foreigners? Spineless. The motherland cannot tolerate you such scum. Foreign countries are good. Roll your foreign countries. I now look at you feel sick. How can the motherland have you so disgusting thing? Another angry spray. The woman was so angry that her face under the heavy makeup was green for a while and red for a while, but she couldn't find a direction to retort, and was suffocated to the point of being unbearable. The surrounding people heard this righteous spewing of curses from Wei Wenzhou, and they all gave Wei Wenzhou a thumbs up with approval. And at this time, Zhang Chong squeezed in. The woman saw Zhang Chong, immediately put on a pathetic aggrieved look, jumped into Zhang Chang's arms with a snot and a tear complaining about their own grievances. Not only Wei Wenzhou listened to the nausea, even the surrounding people cannot stand, back away from some distance, and after listening to the woman's cries, Zhang Chong walked towards Wei Wenzhou with a gloomy face. Kid, bullying a woman is nothing. A man's face has been disgraced by you. Looking at Zhang Chang's familiar dog's face, Wei Wenzhou's spirit came to life. In his last life he was bullied by you for more than 10 years. In this life it's finally my turn to bully you. Ha, when did Lao Zi bully her? I accidentally stepped on her a bit. She scolded me like a dog, all kinds of bragging about how good it is abroad, and let me kneel down and lick it clean. I compensated her for the shoe money. Doesn't she like foreign countries? I told her to get lost in foreign countries. What's wrong with that? Which eye did you see me bullying her? You have to be responsible for what you say. Then again, you're looking for such a foreign-loving old woman. Your tastes are really heavy. You're really not picky about what you eat. However, as the saying goes, if it's not a family, you don't enter a family. Things gather in groups, and I'm afraid you're not a good commodity either. A cathartic rage. Wei Wenzhou straight feel hearty. Never so cool. If the last life is so hard, will not be this old man to bully for more than 10 years, and even give him a cuckold. Zhang Chong was sprayed with a green face. Trembling lips froze, unable to say a word. The surrounding people once again gave Wei Wenzhou a thumbs up. This is a real strength, one spray to ah. After holding back for a long time, Zhang Chong finally held back a sentence of righteousness. In short, men bullying women is not right. Have the courage to you and me than a game. If you lose, that 300,000 take back. Lick my woman's shoes clean. Oh, what if you lose? Wei Wenzhou snorted and asked. If I lose, I'll make her apologize to you on her knees. Listening to Zhang Chang's words, Wei Wenzhou despised and skimmed his mouth. This calculator is playing quite well. Winning, erecting his own glorious image. Losing, it is also a woman who apologizes. There is no half loss at all. Yo, you are not righteous, good man it. How to lose also let the woman kneel down to apologize it. You do not have much to bear ah? Yes, pretending to be quite like that, but also only say will not do. Some words, listen to it on the line, looking for that kind of woman. They can be what good goods. As soon as Wei Wenzhou took the lead, the crowd immediately talked and talked. Zhang Chang's face turned blue. His face couldn't hang on, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, okay, if you win, I'll apologize to you on my knees. That's right. Wei Wenzhou nodded in satisfaction and asked, say, how do you want to compare? We'll compare gambling stones. Zhang Chong pointed to the 3 piles of raw stones in front of him and said, each of us will pick 3 raw stones and we'll compete to see who can open the emerald, or whose emerald is worth more. Yes, Wei Wenzhou directly answered without hesitation. He had originally planned to go for that piece of raw stone in his memory, and to be able to make Zhang Chong kneel and apologize in the process. What reason did he have to refuse? Then please, Zhang Chong sneered and raised his hand, leading the old woman towards the pile of raw stones. Baby, pick a piece. Wei Wenzhou had just followed him over when he heard Zhang Chong say something extremely disgusting, which almost didn't make him vomit in disgust, and the woman was really serious about picking it out. Suddenly, the woman was overjoyed, pointing at the biggest piece of raw stone in the concentrate pile and said, I'll pick this one. It's so big, it's definitely going to be able to open up emeralds. Wei Wenzhou sniffed and looked. That piece of foot a pig size of the original ore, just exactly the same as he remembered that piece of original stone immediately shocked, deliberately leaned over and loudly mocked, "Humph, Big will certainly have jade. Then, gambling how will still be 10 bets on 9 losses. You this theory, learned abroad, right? Seeing as you are a woman sake, I also don't bully you. Gambling stone look at his color. Grain, ringworm python pine flower break color square." Hearing Wei Wenzhou's last words, Zhang Chong raised his eyebrows and looked at Wei Wenzhou with a trace of gravity in his gaze, "A connoisseur. Generally average." Wei Wenzhou playfully arched his hand. He had never gambled on stones. Naturally he was not a connoisseur. On the contrary, it was Zhang Chong who was the connoisseur. In his last life, Zhang Chong was a keen gambler, and it was only after Zhang Chong that he learned some specialized terminology. This was also the reason why Zhang Chong wanted to gamble with him, because Zhang Chong was very experienced in gambling, and when she heard him say that, the woman's face was a little hard to bear, and her eyes moved away from that piece of concentrate raw stone, and walked towards the most expensive, most likely to produce jadeite precious or pile. Seeing this, Wei Wenzhou breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't go to choose the first time, so he kept hovering in front of the concentrate pile. Chapter 34, wildly earning 500 million. After dawdling for a while, Zhang Chong and the woman finally picked out 2 pieces of raw stone from the precious or pile. As for the concentrate pile and the raw or pile, they didn't come back to look at them at all. Watching Zhang Chong deliver the 300,000 original stone fee, Wei Wenzhou casually selected 2 pieces in the original or pile, then returned to the concentrate pile and held out the largest piece of original stone that the woman had previously looked at. "You," the woman looked at it with a frown. "Oh, I don't think what you said is unreasonable. Such a big piece, the chances of opening an emerald are high." Wei Wenzhou casually dealt with a sentence, walked over and paid $70,000 for the original stone. "Humph, you wait for me, when you kneel down for me later, see how me humiliate you?" The woman felt that Wei Wenzhou was just intentionally disgusting her, and snorted angrily and resentfully. And Zhang Chong couldn't help but snort when he saw the 3 pieces of raw stones Wei Wenzhou had selected. "I thought you were a connoisseur. Or do you have no money to buy precious minerals? What kind of rich man are you pretending to be if you don't have money? Kneel down and lick your shoes. Save 300,000 is not good? You're asking for it, but in the end, you'll still have to kneel down and lick your shoes. What do you care? Dogs take rats." Wei Wenzhou directly disliked a sentence, "You win me first, be careful of blowing your cowskin out of the sky. Humph, no tears until you see the coffin." Zhang Chong was so disliked that his face turned blue. He snorted coldly and handed the 3 raw stones to the stone opening master. In the crowd's excited and expectant gazes, all 3 raw stones surprisingly opened up emeralds, although they were not famous. After the jewelry store's boss Joe valued them, Zhang Chong also made $200,000. "Please, let me see if that big block of yours can open a sun monkey." Zhang Chong directly realized the cash, then mocked at Wei Wenzhou. Wei Wenzhou didn't say anything, and first handed over those 2 pieces of raw ore, and the result was that nothing was opened, which also made him recognize that he was not a material for gambling. Of course, the real killer hasn't moved yet, because it was too big. Wei Wenzhou greeted the cutting master to help him before he moved the huge piece of concentrate onto the cutting table. "Humph, everyone, watch out. Sun monkey is going to come out." Zhang Chong waved his hand towards the crowd and scoffed loudly. Wei Wenzhou ignored it, his eyes tightly staring at the piece of raw concentrate. He was also afraid that he would make a mistake, and as the cutter just scratched through the epidermal stone layer, a touch of crystal clear emerald green was revealed. "Out of the green, out of the green." I do not know who shouted. The crowd immediately looked over in unison. Zhang Chong is a gambling veteran, naturally know what that green represents, immediately stared incredulously wide-eyed. As the cutting master continued to peel off the skin stone layer, more and more green exposed. Finally, after all the stone layers were peeled off, an oval jadeite as big as a millstone appeared in the crowd's field of vision, like a huge ostrich egg. The most important thing is that this jade is not only big, but also excellent color, crystal clear to the extreme, as if transparent glass in general. The line of sight can pass through, clearly see the opposite side of the person. The entire emerald is transparent color, but in the interior is derived from a uniform and smooth green lines. These green lines outline together, but also naturally formed a lifelike dragon pattern. My goodness, this is a glass dragon stone species, the most extreme color in the jadeite, and naturally formed dragon pattern. This must be worth at least $500 million of heavenly price. Jewelry store boss Joe excitedly came over. Trembling voice said, fingers gently stroking, as if caressing a lover in general, is so gentle. 500 million? When the crowd heard this, their eyes widened and their mouths opened into an O shape. Zhang Chong directly froze in place, while the woman sat on her butt on the ground, her eyes full of remorse. She began to choose, is this piece of raw stone if not listen to Wei Wenzhou's bull *******. This 500 million should have been her The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't accept it. The woman finally pounced on Wei Wenzhou with eyes full of resentment and greed. Yes, you lied to me. I chose this piece of raw stone in the beginning. It's mine. It's mine. The woman was like a shrew pulling hard on Wei Wenzhou's clothes. Her eyes were red. It was 500 million a heavenly price that she didn't even dare to think about. And just half an hour ago, because of Wei Wenzhou's snub, she brushed shoulders with this heavenly price. So close, but so far. Funny, what you fancy is yours? If you're capable, why don't you buy it? You've seen the moon. Is it yours? Wei Wenzhou said with a face full of mockery. If you didn't fool me, I would have bought it long ago. You villain. You are despicable and insidious. No, this emerald is mine. The woman was as if she was crazy. She hard-stuffed $50,000 to Wei Wenzhou and lunged towards the jadeite. Joe Boss, startled, hastily turned to stop. This jadeite, the most valuable place, is the natural formation of the dragon pattern. The overall very beautiful and honorable. Destroy a little, the value can be greatly reduced. Security. Security. Seeing that the woman could not be controlled at all, Boss Joe was so anxious that he shouted loudly, and several security guards rushed in, finally bringing the woman under control. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Boss Joe walked to Wei Wenzhou with some pandering. This little brother, if this piece of emerald is damaged a little, the price is going to be greatly reduced. Look at it this way, okay? I'll offer $500 million. You buy it for me. Upon hearing this, Wei Wenzhou smiled brightly. Good point. Boss Joe is so gracious. This jadeite was also opened at your place. Selling it to you, Boss Joe, is more than appropriate. He knew very well that Boss Joe was telling the truth. In his last life, Boss Joe also bought it for $500 million, and later sold it for $550 million, earning $50 million in between. Although $50 million is also a huge amount of money, but this piece of jadeite is too big. Moving it away will easily be damaged, and then he will lose more than $50 million. Can't lose a lot of money for a small reason. Furthermore, holding such a large piece of jade is too conspicuous. This era of law and order is not so good, no matter which way you look at it. Selling it to Boss Joe is the best choice. Boss Joe seems to be afraid that Wei Wenzhou will back out of the general. Called for people to carefully carry the emerald into the store, and then pulled Wen Tianjun into the side of the bank. On the spot swiped 500 million to Wen Tianjun. When Tianjun cried and laughed a little, he was afraid that Boss Joe would not accept it. However, all in all, it was a perfect transaction. The guests and hosts were happy and each got what they needed. Walking up to Zhang Chong, Wei Wenzhou smiled teasingly. Boss Zhang, please. Zhang Mao has admitted defeat this time. However, Zhang Mao will definitely ask for it back tenfold for today's insult. Zhang Chong gritted his teeth and looked at Wei Wenzhou, eventually turned around and had, kneeling under a large audience. How could he still be a man in the future? He would rather fall into a bad reputation of not keeping his word. As for that woman, Zhang Chong directly chose to ignore it. Chapter 35, Returning to Sheep City. My. Looking at the woman being pressed to her knees on the ground, her eyes red, like a dog that couldn't stop opening and biting her mouth, Wei Wenzhou shook his head speechlessly. He didn't expect that this woman would be so unable to resist stimulation, that she would go crazy just like that. However, his heart does not have any guilt. This woman is not so mean and narrow-minded. It is not so. One more thing. In his last life, the person who opened that piece of jadeite was also not this woman or Zhang Chong. Therefore, he does not need to have any guilt. At most, he has punished a foreign admirer. Spineless shrew. If the $500 million fell into the hands of such a person, it would be a real loss for the country. Today he took this 500 million. In the coming day he will return 5 billion to the country. He is not like that woman. He really loves the motherland. In the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Wei Wenzhou inserted his hand and whistled his way back to the hotel. Early the next morning, the news that someone had offered $500 million of sky-high emeralds filled the entire provincial city like a gale moving through the city, causing Wei Wenzhou to go out and have to wear a hat to avoid those unnecessary troubles. What are you doing? It's not even out of the sun yet. Why are you wearing a hat? Coming out from the hotel, Xiao Xiao looked at Wei Wenzhou, who covered his face with a hat, and asked with some doubts. This is easier not to expose it. Wei Wenzhou stuttered for half a day, finally finding an excuse that was still an answer. However, Xiao Xiao actually really believed it. It makes sense. Xiao Xiao nodded seriously and surprisingly rummaged through her backpack to put on a hat. Wei Wenzhou blinked his eyes breathlessly. This future sister-in-law of his was really simple enough. In the next 3 days, Wei Wenzhou did not go to the supermarket again, but brought Xiao Xiao to the various building materials markets on the bill, pretending to buy a large number of high-grade building materials, but in fact, sidestepping the bosses to find out about incoming and outgoing shipments. There are 2 bosses is also a real person. Thought encountered a big customer. chatting with the senior building materials to buy less people, weekdays into the not much, but also a few months ago to sell some of the things set out. Wei Wenzhou deliberately provoked the boss. The boss, also angry to the books are thrown out to Wei Wenzhou. Wei Wenzhou directly contacted Su Hongsheng. Su Hongsheng used the network to invite investigators, took away the account books to check, interrogated some of these building materials. The boss will be fully accounted for, admitted that He Guang forced them to do. Of course, they also received a lot of benefits. Now the evidence is all there. He Guang reputation is not run away. At the same time, Su Hongsheng invited people, but also investigated to He Guang hit his sister-in-law, illegal imprisonment Wei Hong and Nyo evidence, and the previous spot evidence was also turned out. All the evidence added together. He Guang never wanted to get out of prison in his life. On the evening of the third day, all things were resolved. Xiao Xiao met Su Hongsheng as she wished, and her eyes were filled with little stars of worship and adoration. And Su Hongsheng do not know because the problem is solved, or to see Xiao Xiao sake, not before the disheveled, dressed valiantly. Wei Wenzhou looked jealous. The Jade Rabbit was born at the beginning of the year. Inside an unusual barbecue restaurant, Wei Wenzhou's 3 people were sitting in it, eating barbecue comfortably. I say, brother-in-law, tomorrow is Yuan's birthday. What are you going to give her as a gift? Although you helped me, this gift is not enough. After a few glasses of wine, Su Hongsheng couldn't hold back. From an elegant and noble president, he turned into a real ordinary person. That of course won't be. I can prepare several gifts for Yuan. It's you. Will you take sister-in-law back tomorrow? As soon as he heard this, Xiao Xiao was full of anticipation. But Su Hongsheng's 8-foot man was nervous, stealing a glance at Xiao Xiao from time to time. Look at this situation. Wei Wenzhou immediately understood. Su Hongsheng today's dress is dressed to Xiao Xiao see. This is really want to old cow eat young grass cough. Don't talk nonsense. Su Hongsheng coughed, came to Wei Wenzhou ear whispered, you go back, don't talk nonsense my father is upright and old-fashioned. If he knows that I like a small nearly 10 years old little girl, not to break my legs, what's wrong with that? Tomorrow is Yuan's birthday. The old man will definitely not be angry. He can also execute that wolfish bastard He Guang and save the company's losses. The old man will definitely be happy. It's a good time to bring sister-in-law back. Wei Wenzhou egged on. Mainly he was also meeting Elder Su for the first time. He was also nervous. If he could find someone to block the gun, it would be the best. Obviously, this great uncle of his own is the best candidate. And Su Hongsheng was so fooled by him, but also really agreed, which makes Xiao Xiao very happy, and even look at him more eyes. When he returned to the hotel, Su Yuan called. How is it? Is your foot better? Did you miss me? The phone kanji was boiled until late at night. The next morning, Wei Wenzhou drove a car, carrying Su Hongsheng as Xiao Xiao. By noon, finally returned to Yangcheng. Su Hongsheng also do not know where to get the courage. Su Yuan's birthday party has not yet begun. Even dared to bring Xiao Xiao back to see the old man. Although he heard Su Yuan say on the phone that Nyo's illness had stabilized, Wei Wenzhou still wanted to see it with his own eyes, so he drove to the hospital. Wenzhou, you're finally back. As soon as Wei Hong saw Wei Wenzhou come back, he immediately hugged him with excitement. His words were thick with relief. In these few days, he could have been worried that something would happen to Wei Wenzhou. Brother, not only did I come back, I also brought back the evidence that will make He Guang sit through the bottom of the jail. Tonight for Yuan's birthday party, let's go together. I'll let you witness how that bastard He Guang is heading towards the abyss. Really? Wei Hong was a bit incredulous. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you about such a big event? Wei Wenzhou patted his chest in assurance. Great. Your sister-in-law's revenge can finally be avenged. Wenzhou, thank you. Brother really thanks you too much. Wei Hong hugged Wei Wenzhou tightly, directly crying with excitement. Originally a good family, it was ruined by He Guang that was ruined. He could not sleep without wanting to eat its flesh. Well, brother, everything will pass. In the future there is me. No one can bully you and Nyo. Wei Wenzhou comforted Wei Hong, then turned his gaze to Nyo who was lying on the hospital bed with 2 big eyes dripping. How is it? Great niece. Feeling better? Nyonya is feeling much better. The little girl nodded obediently and said seriously, look, uncle brought you back a lot of fun things. Wei Wenzhou pulled out a bunch of toys from his bag and handed them to the little girl. In his last life, he had always wanted a daughter, but unfortunately he didn't have one even when he thought about it now. Big brother's daughter is his daughter. He will love her just as much. Chapter 36 Storming He Guang. Time came to evening. After asking Dr. Lu to help take care of Nyo, Wei Wenzhou took Wei Hang out of the hospital, and at a clothing store on the road, he bought Wei Hong a new outfit. After all, he was going to Su Yuan's birthday party. For this younger sibling, he still liked it very much, so he couldn't disgrace Wei Wenzhou. but because of the simplicity of rural people, he refused Wei Wenzhou's good intentions to buy him those expensive clothes and just picked a set that fit and was cheap. After returning to Su Yuan's house, Wei Hong went into an empty room to change his clothes, while Wei Wenzhou went into Su Yuan's boudoir. Looking at the new set of clothes neatly placed on the bed, Wei Wenzhou instantly felt that the new set of clothes he just bought in his hand didn't smell good anymore. Last night when he was making telephone kanji, Su Yuan said that she had left a gift for him in her room, and it turned out to be this set of clothes. Carefully changed into it, looked at the mirror for half a day. How to look, how to fit, how to look good. Wei Hong came out of the room, looking at Wei Wenzhou who was giggling in the mirror. He couldn't help but shake his head in amusement, and at the same time, he was also happy for Wei Wenzhou. In the past, Wei Wenzhou was always groveling in front of Lin Shi, even so humble that he was a bit disgusted, and had never been truly happy like now. Now, this younger brother is finally straightened his back to be a man, and the new sister-in-law, I don't know how many times better than that Lin Shi, knowledgeable, gentle and virtuous. All men dream of a good wife. Well, don't be pretty, you don't go. Younger siblings should be waiting for anxious, really somewhat unable to watch. Wei Hong voiced out to interrupt Wei Wenzhou's stinking beauty. He. Wei Wenzhou gave an awkward giggle and walked into the room to pick up the gift he had picked out for Su Yuan in the provincial city. Downtown, the most luxurious Star Hung Hotel in Yangchang, stops operating tonight, reserved exclusively for Su Yuan's birthday. Mo Pongyun for Su Yuan, this niece is still very loving. This time is also willing to hemorrhage. This birthday venue is Mo Pongyun rented. TSK. Looking at the hotel's underground parking garage that various colors of luxury cars, Wei Wenzhou smacked his lips. At the same time, the idea of buying a car in his heart is getting stronger and stronger. After looking for half a day, finally has found a parking space, just about to park the car in, and a 6 sports car whistled. Without the slightest intention to slow down, Wei Wenzhou hurriedly steered to avoid, but still a step too late. The rear of the car was hit. Damn, can you drive? Wei Wenzhou sharply hit the steering wheel, just stabilized the car. A man about the same age as him came down from that sports car. Very handsome, but that arrogant and domineering face is annoying to look at. This car was Su Yuan's. Wei Wenzhou was also spewing anger in his heart at that moment, opening the car door and coming down. Damn, in the end who does not know how to drive? I was about to stop the car. You don't have eyes? You dare to yell at me? The man aggressively walked to Wei Wenzhou near the front. This is my parking space. You robbed my parking space, you have reason. Your parking space? Wei Wenzhou sneered. When did the hotel's public parking space become yours? Even if the hotel is owned by your family, it's still customer-oriented. Dare to talk to me like that. I think you're tired of living. If I say it's mine, it's mine. The man pushed Wei Wenzhou with his eyes full of wildness. You have the nerve to park in here with a Thai car. Do you know how much this sports car costs? Even if you sold your car, you couldn't afford to pay for a door. Now, the front end of my car is dented. So what do you say to pay for it? I'll pay for your ass. Wei Wenzhou pushed the man away from him, and angrily yelled, Are you being unreasonable? You hit me. I haven't asked you to pay. You're still the first to complain. Dare to push me. I see you really are tired of living. The man aggressively walked back to the run and took out an iron bar from the car. And at this time, Wei Hong also came down from the car. The moment he saw the man, his eyes were drowned in hatred. Walking over to Wei Wenzhou's side and speaking, He is He Guang. Hearing this, Wei Wenzhou immediately had his eyes erupting with anger. It really wasn't an enemy, but he still forced down the impulse to rush up and violently beat He Guang, because it wasn't necessarily possible to beat him. Anyway, it won't be long before this will not be arrogant, and there will be plenty of opportunities at that time. Oh, so it is you this waste How? And find a waste to support? That said, your daughter died without? He Guang also recognized Wei Hong and said with a face full of arrogance. As soon as he heard this, Wei Hong couldn't take it anymore. I'll dye your ass. With an angry roar, Wei Hong directly pounced over. The hatred of killing his wife was all vented in this instant. These days he figured out one thing clearly. A blind resignation would only increase the anger of those evil people. Fear of Wei Hong suffered. Wei Wenzhou also followed, pounced on the past. A fight is not certain to beat. 2-1 still cannot beat? Anyway, first beat up and then say, let Wei hang out of anger or not. Save the time this is caught in prison will not have a chance. Bang bang bang. The quiet underground garage resounded with a burst of brutal punches and kicks. Wei Wenzhou and Wei Hong surrounded He Guang for a burst of violent beatings. You returned my wife's life to. Wei Hong hissed as he fought. Wei Wenzhou saw that Wei Hong had already fought red-eyed. Fearing that he would beat He Guang to death, he hurriedly pulled Wei Hong back. Although this is simply one, but if it is killed, Wei Hong is also criminally liable. It is not worth it. Evil people, there are laws will be executed. Bastard. You two trash give me weight. Dare to hit me. I want you to die without a body. Climbing up from the ground with a gray head, He Guang arrogantly remained, took out his cell phone and made a call. Bring me people to the underground garage. How many bring how many? Hanging up the phone, He Guang spat out a mouth mixed with blood spit, pointing at Wei Wenzhou brothers, said, wait for me, I will break your limbs first, make your life worse than death. As soon as the words fell, a silhouette walked out, the light shone through. It turned out to be Mo Pingyun. As soon as he saw Wei Wenzhou, Mo Pingyun immediately ran over with a smile on his face. How come you're just coming? Yuan rushed me so much that I couldn't stand it anymore. He, the car was just hit by a. Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and deliberately looked at He Guang. Car? Mo Pingyun froze for a moment, turned his head to see the rear end of the car that had been smashed into, and immediately became furious. Which did this? This is Yuan's favorite car, or I gave it to her. Here, that is right in front of you. Wei Wenzhou made a nook at He Guang. Mo Pingyun looked over with a face full of anger and froze. He young master, why are you here too? Chapter 37, the banquet begins. Why can't I be here? Mo Pingyun, what did you just scold me for? He Guang's face was iron blue, his eyes domineering and gloomy as he stared at Mo Pingyun. Mo Pingyun was startled and stammered for half a day without knowing what to say. He family is now in the ascendant. He is a small industrial bank branch chief. Simply cannot offend. For the sake of you being Yuan's uncle, get the hell out of here. As if he had found a vent, He Guang ruthlessly pushed Mo Pingyun. Mo Pingyun was so frightened that he hurriedly shrunk to the side. At this time, He Guang turned his gaze to Wei Wenzhou. Who the hell are you? What's the relationship with Yuan? Why are you driving Yuan's car? Hearing the strong flavor of gunpowder and vinegar in He Guang's words, Wei Wenzhou smiled teasingly. My name is Wei Wenzhou. I'm Wei Heng's younger brother, and at the same time, I'm also Yuan's future husband. Not only do I drive Yuan's car, but I'm also staying in Yuan's room. When these words came out, He Guang's eyes immediately turned red, but at the same time, he remembered something. Wei Wenzhou? The outburst that's been rumored in Yangchun lately? Not bad, it's me. Wei Wenzhou tilted his head, not retreating in the slightest from He Guang's gaze that was so angry it was about to spit fire. An outbreak household dares to be so arrogant and covets Yuan. Do you believe I'll let you have money without life to spend it? He Guang wanted to go forward and violently beat Wei Wenzhou, but because he was afraid that Wei Wenzhou had Wei Heng as a helper, he was stiffly restrained. It's not certain who have no life to spend. Today is Yuan's birthday. I don't want to see blood. It's unlucky. If you have the guts, you can wait until Yuan's birthday is over. Then we'll split the difference. Calculating that the person He Guang called is almost arriving, holding the reasoning that a good man should not be forced to do anything beforehand, Wei Wenzhou deliberately said arrogantly, you have the guts. Well, I'll accompany you to the end. An outbreak of households also dare to call the shots with me. Tonight I'll let you see what to see the real rich people. He Guang angrily finished speaking, drove the sports car whose front end was dented in and left. After all, now he was gray, and it was not suitable for him to go to the banquet in this condition. Watching He Guang leave, Wei Wenzhou also breathed a deep sigh of relief. After all, he is really just an outburst now, without any class. Continue to be tough here, definitely going to suffer. With the strength of the He family, it is still not a problem for He Guang to easily call in 100 or 10 people. As for after Su Yuan's birthday, He Guang, couldn't hold out until then. My Mr. Wei, how did you get in trouble with that unscrupulous master He Guang? Do you know what his status is? Mo Pingyun cried out, as if constipated, and came over to pull Wei Wenzhou's arm, his eyes full of helplessness and worry. I know. Isn't he the youngest master of the He family in the provincial city? Wei Wenzhou said in a cloudy manner. Knowing that you still dare to beat him? That man of his acts overbearingly and recklessly, and he is also extremely vindictive. He definitely won't let you go, and now it's just for the sake of Yuan's birthday. You'd better run away, otherwise you won't be able to walk out of the hotel tonight. I'm afraid, he is now very desperate. Wei Wenzhou hair, he has helped a lot of favor. Wei Wenzhou is also polite to him. In the future become a family. Wei Wenzhou have benefits will certainly think of him. Unlike He Guang, no one in sight, arrogant and domineering, even after becoming a family, something must also ask for, offer, not necessarily help it. Therefore, he is more than happy to become a family with Wei Wenzhou. There is also a more important point. Su Yuan likes Wei Wenzhou. In the future to marry Wei Wenzhou will certainly be happier than to marry He Guang. After all, during this period of time, Wei Wenzhou was kind and gentle, and never did anything overbearing. But how could he not expect that Wei Wenzhou, who was always gentle, had violently beaten He Guang tonight? Although Wei Wenzhou has money now, but there is no power in connections. The bottom line is very thin. It is impossible to fight He Guang. If you run away now, there may still be a chance of survival. This is also the last thing he can do to help Wei Wenzhou. However, in the face of her well-intentioned persuasion, Wei Wenzhou was simply ignoring it. No matter how powerful his he family is, it can't be bigger than the law, right? I don't believe that his he family can still cover the sky with one hand. Anyway, my brother and I just had a pretty good fight. I can't swallow this breath without beating him. Listening to Wei Wenzhou's youthful and playful words, Mo Pengyun could only helplessly shake his head. Alright, don't worry about it. I know you're doing it for my own good. Don't worry, He Guang can't turn over the sky. Tonight, I'll treat you to a good show for free. Laughing, Wei Wenzhou pulled Mo Pengyun into the elevator, came to the highest level of the hotel banquet place. At this time in the banquet hall has come a lot of people. Among them there are some familiar faces. It is those so-called upper class in Yangchang. See him come, all warmly greeted. Mo Pengyun did not distance himself because he was afraid of He Guang, and enthusiastically introduced Wei Wenzhou to those Su family relatives. Only, people simply looked down on Wei Wenzhou as an outburst. Wei Wenzhou didn't want to stick his hot face on the cold ass. He had stuck it on too much in his last life. Before beating He Guang, is his two lives combined to do the craziest thing? But also one of the most enjoyable thing. Goat life, also should be crazy life. Not long ago, He Guang came in, changed into a new set of clothes, but the face of the traces of the beating is to hide, but still arrogant. As soon as he came into Wei Wenzhou made a neck wipe action. At the same time, all the people, especially those Su family relatives, all enthusiastically surrounded the sight of He Guang. Even if He Guang cold face simply do not pay attention to, still reluctant to go away. That snobbish look, Wei Wenzhou want to vomit. And He Guang had been staring at Wei Wenzhou with eyes full of venom, as well as Wei Wenzhou's gaze that did not let him go at all. Also let the crowd perceive the smell of gunpowder between the two. Thus, they gossiped in small voices in groups of 3 or 5. I heard that He Guang also likes Miss Su, but recently Miss Su has gotten very close to Wei Stockgod. Looking at this situation, He Guang is 80% jealous. Wei Stockgod dares to snatch a woman with He Guang. His guts are really big. Indeed is big enough. I see nah. He Guang faced that injury. 80% is Wei Stockgod did. Dare to hit the He family big young man. Already is not bold, but ate the heart of a bear and leopard Gaul, or young He family in the entire Hangzhou province. The whole day strength can be ranked in the top 5 of the existence of the whole on a behemoth. Whether it is the economy, contacts, influence, or not an outbreak can be compared to, with He Guang's character. I reckon when the banquet is over, I'm afraid Wei Stockgod won't have a good time. We'd better stay away a bit, so as not to be affected by the disaster. Yes, a mere outbreak household, with no connections, no influence, and shallow roots. How could it possibly be able to fight the He family's great young man? Chapter 38 Great Uncle Mighty. Listening to the crowd's chatter and the slowly distancing stance, Wei Wenzhou smiled contemptuously. It was that Li Jun who was quite righteous and didn't alienate him because he was afraid of He Guang, which made him feel a lot more favorable towards him. And listening to the crowd's chatter, those Su family relatives were also active. Su Yuan's cousin, Su Jun, even had a twinkle in his eye and walked over. Wei Wenzhou, right? Please get out. You are not welcome here. Why? Wei Wenzhou frowned. Humph, you still have the face to ask why. When you get rich, you abandon your wife and turn around and come over to seduce my cousin. My cousin Young fell for your tricks. As a cousin, I am qualified to drive away scum like you for my cousin. Su Jun finished in a righteous manner, and also sneaked a glance at He Guang's reaction. Seeing He Guang smiling with satisfaction, he suddenly became more energized. You think my Su family is something that anyone can enter? Don't you just rely on making a few crappy bucks from stock speculation and think you're a character? My cousin is going to marry a proud son of heaven like young Master Yi. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to young Master Yi? As soon as Su Jun's voice fell, his father, Su Koan, followed suit and came over to chime in. That's right, you don't even take a piss and look at yourself. In terms of appearance, young Master He is tall and handsome. And you? You look like a constipated man. In terms of background, the He family ranks high in the entire Hangzhou province. And you? You're just a broken down family. On the economy, Mr. He is the future heir of the He family, with assets of nearly $10 billion. And you? Relying on stock speculation to earn a few money, maybe someday all the return. How can you compare to young Master He? What qualifications do you have to compete with young Master He for yuan? If you still have some face left, get out of Hang province, the farther away the better, so as not to ruin my family's reputation and affect young Master He's mood. When Su Kuan's voice fell, He Guang's applause and laughter came from the back. Eldest uncle and cousin are too right. Turn around and I'll invest 100 million in your family's textile factory to expand it. This word out, Su Kuan and Su Jun immediately rejoiced. Su family other relatives' eyes light up. Follow the example. All surrounded. on Wei Wenzhou began to criticize. Hard to hear the sound of abuse and insults filled the entire banquet hall. Wei Wenzhou forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. His eyes stared at the smug He Guang. Now you have how arrogant. Later I will let you have how much to lift your head. And these snobbish Su family relatives. As if they felt that scolding wasn't enough to show sincerity to He Guang, these Su family relatives went straight to work, pushing Wei Wenzhou and Wei Hong towards the door. Just as they came to the door, Su Hongshang brought Xiao Xiao in, and when he saw the situation, he immediately frowned. What are you doing? This brat is morally corrupt, seducing Yuan, and also unself-consciously trying to steal Yuan from young Master He. This kind of person has no qualifications to attend Yuan's birthday party. Su Jun took the lead and jumped out, saying in a righteous manner, and the others followed suit. He was invited by Yuan. What qualifications do you have to kick him out? Is it your birthday or Yuan's birthday? Anger lingered on Su Hongxing's brow and he directly sprayed angrily. We are Yuan's relatives. Of course we are qualified to help Yuan clean up the scum around her. With He Guang backing him up, Su Jun said condescendingly, relatives? Su Hongxing snorted, when it's profitable it's kin. When it's not profitable you don't even want to care. This is kin? My good uncle. You say right? When my father provided free funds to help you open the textile factory. This month, my funds cannot turn over. I and my father begged you how many times? You borrowed a penny? And you, my good sister-in-law, in order to help your family to open the farm, my father even borrowed a loan from the bank. And finally your family to help pay back a penny? When my family was in trouble, they didn't even answer the phone. And you, my good cousin uncle, relatives? You guys still have the face to say you're relatives? You guys aren't trying to be relatives with my family. You're trying to be relatives with him. He Guang. Now it's my sister who's looking for a man. Not you guys. What qualifications do you have to point fingers here? I don't care if you guys want to flatter He Guang, but don't use my sister as a sacrifice. Let me tell you guys, I'm still in favor of my sister marrying Wei Wenzhou. I'm set on this brother-in-law. Now, please get out of my way and go to flatter your young master He. Su Hongxing pointed and cursed angrily one by one, cursing the Su family relatives one by one. Their faces flamed and they lowered their heads and were too embarrassed to speak. Glancing at He Guang whose face turned iron blue again, Su Hongxing pulled Wei Wenzhou to the center of the banquet hall cordially. Big brother-in-law. Domineering. Wei Wenzhou was very relieved and gave a thumbs up to Su Hongxing. He didn't expect. Su Hongxing looks gentle and easygoing, spraying up people but even more fierce than him. The strength of a spray a group of Big brother Su. Calm down. Beside, Xiao Xiao is very virtuous handing Su Hongxing who sprayed dry mouth a cup of water. That said, looking at this situation, the old man seems to have no problem with you marrying your sister-in-law. I don't know. My dad he's quite happy and didn't scold me. Ha ha, you don't understand this, do you? You're almost 30. The old man can't wait for you to hurry up and get married and have children. However, marrying a daughter is different. I wonder if I can get into the old master's eyes. What are you afraid of? As long as Yuan likes you, my father won't object. And there's still me to help you. Watching Wei Wenzhou and Su Hongxing chatting with laughter, He Guang's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Looking at the hypocritical and flattering Su family relatives around him, the more he looked at them, the more obtrusive he became. What's the use of having the support of these people? It is not worth Su Hongxing's words, but he knows that Su Hongxing and Su Yuan's siblings have a very good relationship. At this time, he was a bit regretful to do it early. Should wait to marry Su Yuan and then do it, but it doesn't matter. He is now in control of the Su family's economic lifeline. Not afraid of the Su family will not yield. Thinking of this, a sinister smile appeared on his face, and at this time, Su old man Su Hong came in. Su Heng this year has been more than 60 years old. The body seems to be robust. The body exudes the majestic temperament of a long time in power. Only the brow of the thick depression shrouded. Wei Wenzhou is very clear. This suppression comes from the Su family was set up in the economy. Because he explained Su Hongshang, to give the old man Su a surprise. Leave a good image. Let Su Hongshang temporarily do not tell things to Su Hong. A majestic aura. As soon as Su Hong came in, the somewhat noisy banquet hall instantly quieted down. Everyone, today my daughter Su Yuan's birthday. Thank you all for coming to support us. Be sure to eat and drink well. Su Hong faintly arched his hand and said, walking towards Su Hongshang. Chapter 39 Gifts. Su Heng's attitude was a bit cold, but none of the crowd dared to go dissenting. After all, although Su Hong had retired, but the connections he had once accumulated were there. Wouldn't you see that He Guang didn't dare to be unbridled? Wei Wenzhou. Very good young man. Yuan often read to me about you. I have also seen you several times, but you should be the first time to see me. Walking over, Su Heng's pair of tiger eyes locked onto Wei Wenzhou. Although it was a compliment, that unsmiling serious aura, Wei Wenzhou felt a great deal of pressure. I have also often heard Yuan mention you. You are a good father and a good leader. Trying his best to remain calm, Wei Wenzhou summoned up the courage to look directly at Su Heng's oppressive and majestic gaze. Sometimes having a strong old father-in-law was not always a good thing. Su Heng did not speak, just calmly stared at Wei Wenzhou. Wei Wenzhou knew that the old man was testing him. Although his heart was beating a drum, he still tried to hold on. Just when he was about to be unable to hold on, the savior came. He Guang walked over with a gloomy face. Uncle Su, I haven't seen you in half a year. You are still in good health. He Guang is here to wish you a long life. Do you wish me good health, or bad? Su Heng turned his gaze to He Guang. The sense of oppression was gone. Wei Wenzhou suddenly secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His back was soaked. There was no way. That gaze of the old man was too oppressive. He did not know what was in the old man's heart, but he felt that he was being looked through. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been thinking about Su Yuan in his heart, he would have lost the battle long ago. And now, the old master was starting to test He Guang. This was comparing the two of them. With one sentence, He Guang shrank in fear and hurriedly explained. Of course I hope that you, Uncle Su, will always be in good health. Su Heng ignored it, his tiger eyes staring tightly at He Guang. Perhaps because of his weak heart, he couldn't carry it for just 3 seconds, and a little panicked, he averted his gaze. Watching Elder Su gently shook his head, Wei Wenzhou couldn't control a smirk. This round, he won. He Guang had a ghost in his heart, while he was honest in his heart. Therefore, he won. This could be seen from the fact that Elder Su's attitude towards him was obviously much kinder. Right at this moment, 8 o'clock arrived. The bell for the whole hour rang. The spotlight in the banquet hall flickered, and finally settled on the doorway. Su Yuan walked in wearing a long red dress with a birthday crown on her head. Clean and simple light makeup, but it emphasized the gentle temperament and pretty face even more. Our birthday girl has come. Su Heng revealed a smile for the first time, walking over to allow Su Yuan to take his arm, and under the spotlight, together they walked towards the banquet hall directly above. Su Hongsheng slipped out and walked in from outside pushing a gorgeous 9-tiered birthday cake, and under the crowd's birthday song command, Su Yuan fell to cutting the cake with a faint light smile. She personally carried the cut cake one by one and sent it over to Wei Wenzhou, and when she landed on Wei Wenzhou, she winked playfully and saw He Guang was jealous for a while. After the cake was finished, it was time to send blessings, that is, to send gifts. Su Heng took the lead and gave Su Yuan a piece of phoenix jade pendant carved out of suet jade, which was very magnificent and beautiful. Immediately after, Su Hongsheng took the lead and sent a pure gold carved portrait, which was simply a smaller version of Su Yuan, carved in a perfect way, causing the crowd to gasp in amazement. Immediately after, Su family relatives and invited guests also have sent gifts, but are general, not compared to Su Hongsheng's heart. After the gifts were delivered, the crowd turned their attention to Wei Wenzhou and He Guang. They knew very well that today was Su Yuan's birthday and the Su family's choice of son-in-law, and that son-in-law would probably come between Wei Wenzhou and He Guang. Therefore, tonight, apart from Su Yuan, the main characters were Wei Wenzhou and He Guang. Of course, if they had a choice, they would all naturally choose He Guang. Although the Su family's relatives had spoken excessively before, it made sense. No matter what aspect, Wei Wenzhou couldn't compare to He Guang. It wasn't even comparable. Old me said it before. I'll let you see what it means to be rich tonight. He Guang provocatively glanced at Wei Wenzhou and walked forward. An underling brought in a gift bag and took out a diamond-encrusted dress, which gave off an eye-catching luster under the light. Yuan, this is something I asked a foreign designer to order especially for you. Every diamond on it represents my love for you, said, to Wei Wenzhou provocative smile. Show off like opening this skirt, but spent me 10 million it. The moment the words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Sending a $10 million birthday gift. This is the real rich man. Thus, the crowd had their gazes towards Wei Wenzhou, wanting to see how Wei Wenzhou would retaliate. Because Su Heng was there, those Su family relatives didn't dare to be reckless. But the contemptuous mockery hanging on everyone's face said it all. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wei Wenzhou walked with a light smile on his face. Yuan, I remember you when I said that you are afraid of the dark and you have to turn on the light at night before you dare to sleep. I just happened to see a jewelry store auctioning off a night pearl in the provincial city before, so I bought it. The night pearl emits a soft glow. It should let you sleep a little more peacefully at night. Saying that, he took out a gift box from the gift bag, opened it, and inside were 9 half-fist-sized night pearls. Wei Wenzhou didn't say the price, but the crowd knew that night pearls were expensive, and 9 night pearls this big would cost about the same as the diamond dress that He Guang had sent. Even the mockery on the faces of the Su family's relatives were frozen. They also did not expect that Wei Wenzhou was so willing to give up 10 million. For the He family is just one hair of a 9 ox. For an outbreak of a family, to be able to come up with $10 million to give a gift, it is really willing to give up. Thank you, I like it very much. Su Yuan smiled lightly and went forward to receive the night pearl from Wei Wenzhou's hand. As for the dress in He Guang's hand, she didn't even look at it. This made He Guang very embarrassed, and in the end, it was Su Jun who had the eyesight to hastily pick it up and alleviate the embarrassment. And at this time, He Guang clapped his hands with a sullen face, and another subordinate ran in holding a gift box. This is the second gift from me. Saying that, He Guang opened the gift box, and inside lay a statue of a princess carved out of jadeite. The whole body was crystal clear, and under the illumination of the light, it looked extremely magnificent and beautiful. This is something I asked the carving master to carve with the finest ice jade. It's worth $40 million. These last words were directed at Wei Wenzhou. Hearing this price, the crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. What does it mean to be trenchless? This is Chapter 40, the beginning of the show. In order to win a smile from a beauty, he threw away $40 million, plus the $10 million before. It's $50 million. At least half of the people present didn't have this kind of assets. While sighing, they turned their eyes back to Wei Wenzhou, wanting to see how Wei Wenzhou would fight back. Yuan, do you remember that Zhongtong technology stock I helped you buy? Now, it's time. Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and clapped his hands. The two people who had asked Mo Pengyun to borrow it earlier suddenly ran in carrying a computer, quickly assembled. Wei Wenzhou clicked on the stock market, and very gentlemanly asked Su Yuan to come up and enter the password. For Wei Wenzhou this hand, the crowd are a little puzzled. They know Wei Wenzhou's speculation is powerful, but how this there is a gift to send speculation? Between the doubts, the people were curious and came up. After Su Yuan finished her account, she smiled and retreated, leaving the rest to Wei Wenzhou to operate, because she trusted him very much, and has been in the slow growth of the Zhongtong technology shares. Today somehow, but crazy up, at the moment even has risen to the top of the ceiling. Stopped. That crane unique stock line, in the stock version is so conspicuous. At the same time, they also clearly see, Su Yuan bought 300,000 shares, at this moment has skyrocketed to 1.500 million market value. How is this possible? The crowd was filled with disbelief, especially those relatives of the Su family who loved money as much as they did, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, smiling teasingly at He Guang. Wei Wenzhou quantity of shares were all sold off, and in no time they were snatched up, cashing in 1.500 million to Su Yuan's ICBC account. Mo Pengyun is the governor of Yongcheng Industrial Bank, naturally has the means to check Su Yuan's account, holding up his cell phone and running over with great joy. It's true, 1.500 million to the account. Laughing, he suddenly looked at Wei Wenzhou with a constipated face, his eyes full of grudges, meaning obviously, blaming Wei Wenzhou for earning a lot of money and not bringing him along. Su Yuan didn't have much of a reaction because she had seen Wei Wenzhou earn $5 billion with her own eyes, and didn't have much of a feeling for a little 500 million. Moreover, in her mind, her money was Wei Wenzhou's. However, Su Heng's thoughts were different. This 1.500 million was not a gift, but Wei Wenzhou helped Su Yuan earn it, which had a different meaning. Not a gift, but a favor. This could be much more elegant and easier to accept than just sending money. In his opinion, Wei Wenzhou had considered Su Yuan's feelings. Thinking of this, Su Heng's gaze towards Wei Wenzhou was much softer. Wei Wenzhou was understanding. His daughter following Wei Wenzhou was at least much better than He Guang, who would only throw money without considering his feelings. At the same time, he has also been observing Wei Wenzhou and He Guang's performance. Wei Wenzhou introverted and gentle, He Guang overbearing and aggressive. Who to choose as a son-in-law has been clear at a glance. 1.500 million compared to Su Heng's only lies in his daughter's happiness. Su family relatives look at that 1.500 million, but directly red eyes, cannot help but run to Su Yuan hard robbery. He Guang, on the other hand, his face was so gloomy that it was going to drip water. This game, obviously he lost again. Immediately, He Guang clapped his hands again. The crowd's eyes were immediately attracted again, and an underling ran in carrying another gift box. I go, there's no end to this. This is really trenchant. How come no one did this on my birthday? Look at others. Once they come, they even come with two. If you have MS, Su's looks and family background, surely someone else will do the same. After tonight, MS, Su will also become a billionaire. Young people nowadays, really crazy. Originally thought that it was He Di Xiao who was fully suppressed. Now it seems that it's Wei Stock God who was fully suppressed instead. Let's just see if young master he can move back into the city in this round. The crowd murmured, but their eyes were fixed on the gift box He Guang received in his hands. The gift box was opened and only a paper document was placed inside. A land deed. Yuan, this is the land I picked out for you in the provincial city, where I'm going to build you a $1 billion palace. And in the future, you'll be the princess who truly lives in the palace. The moment these words came out, The people present were all wide-eyed. In order to win a smile from a red face, spending $1 billion to build a palace, this kind of big spending, it was no longer a trenchant word that could be described. Even if it was the He family, 1 billion was not a small amount. It was enough to break bones. It's so touching. Young Master He's love for our family Yuan is truly heavenly. Even more touching than that Liang Zhu. The Su family's relatives' eyes were glowing. Although they were all from good families, all of them together didn't have $1 billion. One by one, they hypocritically wiped their tears, but they couldn't wait to rush to grab the land deed. Wei Wenzhou looked at the side and smiled contemptuously, but he did not say anything, because he was afraid of spoiling the good image in Su Hong's mind. Of course, people are old enough to be smart. Su Hong should also be able to see the clues. He family is now the main business is real estate. Come up with a piece of land since it is easy. As for that 1 billion palace, this has not even started to build it? He Guangwa to say how much. Completely empty gloves. 1 billion? Will the He family really spend $1 billion to build a palace for Su Yuan? By the time Su Yuan marries over, perhaps it will just be an ordinary villa built on that plot of land. Definitely not more than 100 million. This kind of small-mindedness was obvious to many people present, but in order to cater to He Guang, Fong deliberately put on a surprised look. Looking at He Guang's complacent look, Wei Wenzhou took a deep breath, stepped forward and insinuated, I'm a very practical person. I don't like vain things, and I happen to have another gift to give to Yuan. Brother-in-law turned to chain supermarkets, but do not want a capital trapped in it. Now withdrawing capital withdrawal cannot withdraw. Supermarkets cannot open up. I have a way to solve this situation. When this statement came out, the crowd did not have much reaction, because they did not know the specifics. Only Su Hong and those Su family relatives were full of shock, and Su Hongsheng put on a look of impatience and sang a duet with Wei Wenzhou. What solution? If you can help me solve my predicament, I, Su Hongsheng, will recognize you as my brother-in-law, and you will be the one to do it then. This solution still has to fall on young Master He. Wei Wenzhou lightly laughed. His gaze turned to He Guang with a strong teasing. Perhaps because of being a thief, He Guang's body trembled a bit. His gaze became a bit heavy, but he still braced himself and said, it's about the future of the Su family. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll definitely be obliged to do so. Chapter 41 A cross-examination of the banquet hall. That's great. Then please ask young Master He to spit out the funds he swallowed. Naturally, it will solve the Su family's predicament. Wei Wenzhou smiled teasingly, his eyes becoming somewhat stern. He Guang's body shook, his pupils visibly shrunk, but he still braced himself and said, what are you babbling about? When did I embezzle funds? Right, Mr. Wei, you have to speak with evidence. You can't slander young Master He. Although I don't like his character, I still have faith in his character. It is precisely because of this that I am willing to partner with Mr. He to open a chain of supermarkets. One person to invest $2 billion. The shares are divided in half. Mr. He is very quick. $2 billion to say take. Su Hongsheng timely opened his mouth to match, and He Guang after hearing Su Hongsheng's defense, secretly relieved. Su Hongsheng still so trust him, then things should not be exposed, and Su Hongsheng take the lead. Those Su family relatives who are bent on flattering He Guang are all emotionally excited. To Wei Wenzhou then cursed, surname Wei, don't believe in your words. You can't beat young Master He and then falsely accuse young Master He. I've long said that this is not a good person. Abandoning his wife is something he's capable of doing, and he's familiar with making false accusations. This kind of person can get rich overnight. It's simply that the heavens have no eyes. That's right, this kind of person should be arrested and locked up in prison, with all his wealth surrendered. The number one Lixbil even angrily came forward and ruthlessly gave Wei Wenzhou a punch, roaring, get out of here, slandering Duke He, you're not welcome here. Wei Wenzhou did not fight back, only calmly meeting Su Hong's calm gaze. After a long time, Su Hong took a deep breath and angrily said, all shut up, let him make his words clear, whether it's black or white, we'll talk about it then. Su Hong was still very authoritative. Once he opened his mouth, those snobbish Su family relatives immediately shut up. He Guang was rather energized, grabbed Wei Wenzhou's collar and roared in feigned anger, you'd better make it clear to me. How can I, He Guang, tolerate this kind of slander? If you can't make it clear, I'll let you crawl out tonight. Wei Wenzhou gave Su Yuan a reassuring look. On the phone, he did not say to Su Yuan explicitly, the surprise, first say it is not a surprise. Oh, say it clearly? I will naturally say it clearly. With a teasing smile, Wei Wenzhou pushed He Guang away. I'll first give you all an account. To build a large supermarket that covers 4,000 square meters, land prices in provincial cities vary, but in the most expensive city center, it's only 12,000 a square meter. Of the 10 supermarkets you opened, 3 are in the city center, 2 in the first ring, 3 in the second ring, and 2 in the third ring. Adding it all up, the land price will total $2.9 billion. You guys invested in a total of $4 billion. And after removing the land price there's still $37.1 billion left. Next is the construction cost of the supermarket. I figured out that the construction and decoration cost of a supermarket, even if you make it very ornate, $200 million is enough money. Add it all up and it's all $3 billion, that also leaves $7 billion. Why would there still be a situation where there's not enough funds and the supermarket can't be opened? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I specialize in real estate, the renovation and construction of 4,000 square feet. Even in the provincial city can't use $200 million at all. Mr. Wei still overcalculated, Li Jun said with a puzzled frown. When this word came out, it was instantly very prestigious, because they all knew that Li Jun was engaged in real estate and was very authoritative. Since Li Jun had said so, it meant that Wei Wenzhou had not miscalculated. So they all turned their eyes to Su Hongxing and He Guang, wanting to know how these two people got into this. How did they run out of funds altogether? I don't know. I don't know anything about real estate, so I gave all the matters in this area to He Xiao. He is an expert in this area. Su Hongxing pretended to be puzzled and said, see Su Hongxing that puzzled look. He Guang more certain Su Hongxing has not found him to steal the beam, suddenly came to the spirit. A grab Wei Wenzhou collar. Do you mean to say that I embezzled funds? I'm telling you, this is Yuan's family. I won't be that nasty. I'm more attentive than my family building a house. In order to be able to do the best, I've chosen all the best building materials. That much, great uncle knows. It's true that I'm to blame for the lack of funds. I'm to blame for not budgeting clearly beforehand. Is that so? Looking at He Guang's righteous look, Wei Wenzhou teased with a smile. Premium building materials are used to build buildings over 20 meters. The supermarket you opened, the 3 floors combined are no more than 10 meters. Just use ordinary building materials. The He family specializes in real estate construction. This is something that young master He wouldn't be unaware of, right? Why would you still waste money to specialize in that most expensive building materials? Right, below 20 meters. Using ordinary building materials will be enough. Li Jun concurred. That's because I want to make the supermarket the best it can be. Just like my relationship with Yuan. It won't fall down for 100 years. He Guang said with a twinkle in his eye, pretending to be deeply in love. What an infatuated man. Wei Wenzhou playfully stroked his palm and laughed. Then his expression suddenly flinched. But I've been to the provincial city in the past few days and inquired at the building materials market. And those bosses selling building materials said that you only bought a small portion of high-grade building materials, and the vast majority of them are still ordinary building materials. Who said that? You let him come and confront me. He Guang was a bit flustered. Confrontation? With your big young he's mighty reputation, would they dare to tell the truth? However, if you, He De Xiao, are even more powerful and domineering, there are still laws governing above. I found the relevant departments to investigate the account books of those building material companies. You simply only purchased the high-level building materials to build one supermarket, and the remaining 9 used all ordinary building materials. Speaking here, Wei Wenzhou clearly saw He Guang's forehead in cold sweat. What's more, I invited a testing expert to carefully inspect all 10 supermarkets. The result that came out was indeed that only one supermarket used high-grade building materials, while the other 9 all used ordinary building materials. Young master this move of yours to conceal the truth and hide it from the world is really brilliantly used, specializing in using high-grade building materials to build a supermarket to cover people's ears. As the words landed, everyone in the room froze, including those Su family relatives who had been clamoring for He Guang before. After the whole place was quiet for 3 seconds, He Guang suddenly yelled, "You fart! He Guang, am open and honest. How could I do such a thing? You believe in what you say. You wait for me. I'm going to sue you for slander." This angry roar a person can hear is annoyed, which is also mixed with a thick panic. But He Guang was the provincial city He family's eldest young man, and they didn't dare to judge. Chapter 42, Revealing. Bright and open? How dare you say that? Sue me? What? You want to use your He family's network to cover up the world again? Just like how you killed my sister-in-law and then paid out $30,000 to settle the case? The moment these words came out, the pupils of the people present expanded rapidly. Something that concerns human life. That's far too serious. If He Guang really did this kind of thing, and the He family was able to suppress it, the He family's strength is really terrifying. Thinking of this, all of them chose to remain silent, even if He Guang was evil again, but they couldn't afford to offend. You believe what you say. When did I run over anyone? No, my brother is right here. The witnesses are right in front of us. Wei Wenzhou's tone was stern, and he gestured at Wei Hang. You villain, you still dare to argue. My wife is only 27 years old. She is so gentle and virtuous. My daughter is only 4 years old. You have ruined a good home for me. You didn't hit my wife. Then what is this? Wei Heng's face was full of hatred as he took out a lawsuit sheet. The crowd fixed their eyes to look carefully. That is exactly an He Guang lawsuit. But the final judgment is He Guang's wife bumped into it herself. Out of humanity. Only let He Guang compensation of $30,000. Which is your wife hit up on their own. This is also to blame me? He Guang strong support. Full of anger defense. You fart. The place where my wife collapsed was in the field by the roadside. How could she have bumped into it by herself? It was clearly you racing with someone else and taking a shortcut through the field. Wei Hong got angrier and angrier. And if it wasn't for Wei Wenzhou pulling back in time, he would have rushed up to fight He Guang. Don't think I don't know. That judge is your uncle. Saying that he sent someone to investigate. It's clear that he went to destroy the evidence. My mother-in-law died of excessive heartbreak. This account should also be counted on your head. You also locked me and my daughter up. My daughter had a heart attack and almost died too. You are simply heinous. You killed people. You will be retributed. Looking at Wei Heng's hissing and roaring, the eyes of the crowd also set off some anger. This was just a little too vicious. You have to speak with evidence. You're clearly pouring dirty water on me on purpose to help Wei Wenzhou. The things you said, He Guang, swore to God that I never did it. He Guang was a bit anxious as he saw the crowd's gaze change. Evidence? You want evidence? Then I'll give you evidence. People are doing it. The sky is watching. The world never has one hand to cover the sky. Wei Wenzhou stepped forward with a stern gaze and nodded at Su Hongsheng. Indeed, people are doing. The sky is watching. Yesterday, I seriously counted 10 supermarkets. You siphoned off a total of $17.5 billion. Now, please spit it out. Otherwise we will see you in court. What bright and open. What love yuan. You He Guang is a hypocrite. One set on the surface. One set behind the back. In vain I trust you so much. You are so vicious. Humph. I really can't believe that you still have the face to say love yuan in a big and inflammatory way. When you say that, don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Just you. Saying that you are is an insult to. Facing Su Hongsheng's sudden change of face, He Guang froze, and then reacted. This is simply Su Hongsheng cooperating with Wei Wenzhou's acting, intentionally trying to make him lose face. Su Hongsheng, you are really good. Face flushed red, He Guang roared at Su Hongsheng. Yes, I did. So what? Big deal. I now tear up the contract and withdraw my investment, pay you $100 million for breach of contract. Your Su family's money, the same all set on the supermarket building, the same can't open up the supermarket. I tell you, in the piece of real estate, I have 100 ways to nibble away the 10 supermarkets. I let your Su family can't draw out a penny. Blood money. If you are sensible, let Su Yuan marry me. For the sake of the family, I can still consider lifting my hand and letting you off. As soon as this overbearing words came out, Elder Su's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water, and Su Yuan was also anxious, holding Su Heng's arm and shaking it uncontrollably, fearing that Su Heng, for the sake of the Su family, would really marry her off to He Guang, and those Su family relatives, even more afraid of the repercussions, have opened their mouths to persuade Su Yuan to marry He Guang. Yuan, just marry He Jr. Look at He Jr. He's young, he's very golden and talented. You won't lose out if you marry him. Yes, for the sake of the Su family, for the sake of your father and your brother, you should marry. You don't want to see your brother and your father living in poverty in the future. Look, he shall for your sake. 3 birthday gifts can be said to be well-intentioned, and will definitely treat you well in the future as well. Listening to these words, Su Hongsheng angry, will be a cup ruthlessly smashed on the ground, pointing at those so-called relatives roared, I married you XX. To marry, you marry yourselves to go. I Su Hongsheng how will have you these relatives, really disgusting. I tell you, I and my father is poor to go to begging, but also will not take my sister's lifetime happiness to please some brother. Hearing Su Hongsheng's overbearing words, Su Yuan's nose soured and she directly cried, good, my son said well, my daughter, will never marry, even if our father and son go to beg for food, we'll never let Yuan suffer a little bit of aggression. Dad, Su Yuan could no longer hold back, buried in Su Heng's arms and cried bitterly, humph, then you guys get ready to go beg for food. I want to see how much backbone you guys have. He Guang snorted coldly and turned his head towards Wei Wenzhou. You have guts. I have underestimated you. Dare to shade me. I'll make you crawl out of the hotel on your knees tonight. After saying that, He Guang dialed a phone and roared in an extremely domineering manner. Bring me someone up. Now. Su Yuan was anxious, ran over and pulled Wei Wenzhou teary-eyed and said, you quickly go. He doesn't dare to do anything to my family. Oh, don't worry. I'll be fine. The good show has just officially begun. Wei Wenzhou softly smiled, also ignored the Su elder's majestic gaze. a hand will Su Yuan into his arms. Next to him, He Guang's face looked green, grabbing Su Yuan's arm and wanting to pull Su Yuan away. Take away your dog paws. Wei Wenzhou let out a roar and grabbed He Guang's wrist. You seek death. Su Yuan can only be mine. With a domineering roar, He Guang slammed his fist on Wei Wenzhou's face. Everyone can see, he was the one who started it. Wei Wenzhou glanced around the crowd, then pulled Su Yuan behind him, and exchanged a glance with Wei Hong. The two brothers tacitly pounced over, and gave He Guang a violent beating. Su Hongshang was also moved and wanted to join in the fun, but he was afraid of angering his old man and carefully glanced at Su Hong. Chapter 43, Justice Comes. What are you looking at? Can't you see him bullying your sister? Su Hong glared fiercely at Su Hongshang. Su Hongshang froze for a moment, then rejoiced and ran next to Wei Wenzhou and Wei Hong. The three of them punched and kicked He Guang for a while. I let you go wild. I let you bully my sister. You return my wife's life. You return my wife's life. Su Hongshang and Wei Hong were fighting while roaring angrily. Both of them were victimized by He Guang. Once they fought, they couldn't stop. Looking at He Guang, who was bruised and swollen, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, holding his head and shrinking on the ground, Wei Wenzhou hurriedly pulled the two of them back. Play a meal out of anger on the good. To really He Guang killed. The three of them cannot escape legal sanctions. Anyway, in full view of the public, is He Guang first hands? They are only forced to self-defense activity for a while. Wei Wenzhou straight feel body pain. Last life, which he was so brave. When he saw He Guang, he was afraid that he would nod his head and bow like a wimp. Now, he finally got rid of the slavery accumulated in his last life. And looking at He Guang shrinking on the ground in that miserable state, the Su family relatives even did not forget to flatter, hurriedly running over to help He Guang up. Young He, are you alright? Su Jun still had a concerned face as he shushed him. Snap! He Guang backhanded Su Jun with a slap. Get the hell out of my way. Were you blind when I was beaten? Su Jun was dumbfounded by this slap and hurriedly shrunk to the side, not daring to come out. And at this time, a group of black-clothed big men surged in aggressively from the doorway. Leading the way was a murderous yellow hair. Humph, you had a good time beating me just now, didn't you? He Guang smiled grimly, then spoke to that yellow hair. Give me a beating. Beat the three of them to death. I'll carry them if they're killed. Yes, he shall. The yellow hair's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity to please He Guang, and immediately led the men to rush towards Wei Wenzhou's three. The others were so scared that they dodged in all directions, and the entire banquet hall was in a state of chaos. At this moment, a low and dignified voice rang out from the doorway. Young Master He, you are so powerful. You want to kill people at the drop of a hat. Who gave you the authority? Who gave you the authority? Is it your uncle Wang Hai? Or is it your big family, the He family? Upon hearing this, the crowd froze and turned their heads to look, only to see a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face, walking in with a dignified and righteous air, followed by a team of policemen coming in behind him. It's Zhao Hai, Zhao, director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Someone recognized it and said with a strong shock. Even Zhao Hai was alarmed. This is hard to end tonight. As for that yellow hair and those thugs, as soon as they saw the police coming, they hurriedly shrunk behind He Guang, who also didn't dare to be arrogant and stared at Zhao Hai with anger. Zhao Hai ignored He Guang, but walked to Su Hong and respectfully saluted, then said with a smile, Elder Su, it's really great to see that you're still in good health. He, old cackle, not useful anymore, all bullied by others to the head. Su Hong shook his head with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai's smile suddenly chilled and he walked over to He Guang. Elder Su has worked hard for Hang Province for decades, even though he's retired. He should be honored. Young Master He, who gave you the guts to cause trouble? Are you blind? Can't you see that it's me who's being beaten? He Guang didn't give Zhao Hai the slightest bit of face, pointing at his own face and roaring. Hey, you have to be responsible in your words. It was clearly you who harassed my sister first and hit Wei Wenzhou with your hands. Su Hongxing sneered and jumped out to say, is that so? Zhao Hai asked with a slight frown as he looked around the crowd. Yes, it's indeed like that. Li Jun seemed to be determined to tie up with Wei Wenzhou and immediately came out to testify. You're ing looking for death. He Guang was enraged and walked towards Li Jun with a furious rage. He Guang, Zhao Hai let out a roar. What? You still dare to make a move while I'm here? You're really lawless. Who the hell are you? You have the guts to arrest me? He Guang turned back and said condescendingly, then, cuff him to me. Zhao Hai's expression sank and waved his hand. Two policemen immediately walked up, pressed He Guang and took out a pair of handcuffs to cuff He Guang. He Guang's arrogance remained, glaring at Zhao Hai and roaring, Zhao Hai, what right do you have to cuff me? He Guang, didn't break any laws. I didn't break any laws. Don't think you can just handcuff people just because you're the chief. I'm going to sue you. Sue me? Looking for your uncle Wang Hai to sue me? Zhao Hai sneered and said, sorry, An hour ago, Wang Hai was already arrested because of favoritism and unfair judgments. Also, did you really not break any laws? You cooperated with Su Hongsheng to open a supermarket, but secretly siphoned off most of the funds, causing Su Hongsheng to go to the brink of bankruptcy. This kind of self-interested and harmful behavior, is it considered illegal? Although it's a commercial dispute and the charge is not yet established, but the evidence is solid. I have full authority to arrest you with the responsibility of preventing a disaster before it occurs. Also, the case of you hitting and killing Ms. Xu Wei with your car in Sujia village. The investigation was reopened 3 days ago, and now the evidence of guilt has been established. You drove the car and caused a human life not only did not repent, but also united with Wang Hai to tamper with the crime with the intention of destroying the evidence. It is simply a great crime. After the Supreme Court's review and judgment, you will be arrested. This is the arrest warrant. Saying that, Zhao Hai took out an arrest warrant and placed it in front of He Guang. Looking at the Supreme Court seal on it, He Guang was confused. No, I'm the grandson of the He family. You're not qualified to arrest me. After a long silence, He Guang roared at Zhao Hai still overbearingly. Humph, the son of heaven commits the same crime as the common people. Don't say that you're a small rich family's son, bold and arrogant. In this life, you'll spend it in the prison. Take it away from me. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and 2 policemen immediately escorted He Guang towards the outside. Wei Wenzhou, Su Hongsheng, you 2 dare to harm me. I won't let you go. The He family won't let you go. Accompanied by an arrogant and resentful rage, He Guang was brought into the elevator. The crowd unconsciously swallowed and looked at Wei Wenzhou with thick scorn in their gazes. How in the world could there be such a coincidence? Zhao Hai came at the critical moment. This must have been premeditated by Wei Wenzhou. The main thing was that Wei Wenzhou had really brought down He Guang, who was the youngest son of the He family in the provincial capital. Although He Guang deserved it, but with the He family's network of connections not being able to stop Wei Wenzhou, it can be seen that Wei Wenzhou's methods are not simple. With this in mind, they immediately regretted their previous actions of deliberately distancing themselves from Wei Wenzhou because they were afraid of He Guang. Now, He Guang did not flatter to, but also offended Wei Wenzhou for nothing. It is really not worth the loss. As for the Su family relatives, but also a face-hot, low head are embarrassed to raise. Chapter 44 Fundraising. It really was how arrogantly he had screamed before. How much his face hurt now. Elder Su, I'm sorry, I still have official business to attend to, so I'll leave first. I'll treat you some other day. I'll make sure to make up for my niece's birthday gift. It wasn't until Zhao Hai walked in front of Su Hong and opened his mouth that he broke the dull atmosphere. Official business is important. You go and get busy. I'm happy that you're here. Su Hong smiled cheerfully. The melancholy lingering on his brow dispersed most of it. He Guang was arrested. The supermarket contract can be cancelled. The He family even have to compensate a large sum of compensation. At that time, can completely refine people to invest in the supermarket to open up. The Su family's difficulties are considered to have been resolved. As long as we can find investors, things will be considered a perfect solution. Now, the more he looks at Wei Wenzhou the more eyes. This matter is obviously Wei Wenzhou helped Su Hongsheng solve, although it is an outbreak of households, but acting steadily, not arrogant, not impatient, but also has a lot of brains and means, is indeed a character. The most important thing is that the girl in your own home every day read Wei Wenzhou's good. The elbow has turned outward. Just at this moment, for example, his own girl, who was always reserved, was boldly hugging someone's arm and saying sweet things intimately. How is it? Are you satisfied with this gift? Wei Wenzhou tenderly helped Su Hong to straighten the hair in front of her forehead. Of course I'm satisfied. This move of yours not only solved my family's dilemma, but also helped sister-in-law Dai Wei get justice. You're too good. Su Yuan hugged Wei Wenzhou's arm and said with great excitement. Looking at Su Yuan's pretty face that was close at hand, Wei Wenzhou couldn't help but slowly move closer. But right at this moment, he suddenly noticed 2 sharp gazes shooting at him. Looking up, it turned out to be Elder Su's tiger eyes glaring at him, and he immediately scratched his head in embarrassment, extinguishing the small flame in his heart that was starting a prairie fire. How is it, brother-in-law? Your great-uncle I cooperated well? Su Hongsheng, who sent Zhao Hai out, just returned and ran to Wei Wenzhou's side and said excitedly. Hearing the title of brother-in-law, Su Yuan immediately blushed, glared at Su Hongsheng with a flare, and ran back to Su Heng's side. This girl, such a big person, is still so shy. What can we do if we get married in the future? Su Hongsheng grinned broadly and scratched his head, drawing a blank stare from Xiao Xiao next to him. Wei Wenzhou also understood why his brother-in-law is still single. A few families are happy and a few families are sad. While they are laughing and smiling, those Su family relatives are awkwardly shrinking to the side. They now feel very groundless, and feel that it is hard to stay here as if they are on their backs. Those outsiders are better. At least they are not so snobbish to flatter He Guang. mainly because He Guang is surrounded by Su family relatives. They want to flatter have no chance, but now it seems that it helped them instead. At least they weren't that embarrassed when facing Wei Wenzhou. Alright, deserve it. Everyone don't spoil the fun. Let's start the banquet. Also, throw these dirty things out for me. Su Hong stood right above, waved his hand and said in a deep voice, although he also didn't like the snobbish face of the Su family relatives, but in the end it was a relative. It was not good to have to drive people away, and after hearing Su Heng's words, the nimble-brained Su Jun jumped out at once, and with a strong sense of reluctance, threw out those 3 gifts from Yi Guang. The waiters came in and rearranged the somewhat cluttered banquet hall before starting to serve the food. Taking advantage of this gap, Wei Wenzhou walked up and spoke to Su Hong. Uncle Su, I have another gift for Yuan. I intend to invest $2 billion to help Big Brother Su open up the supermarket. I will take 50% of the shares, but 25% of that, I want to give to Yuan. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked, especially Wei Hang. He almost didn't stand still. He had thought that Wei Wenzhou was rich, but he hadn't thought that he was this rich. Su Hong froze for a moment, looked at Su Yuan who was so surprised that her mouth was open, and asked, Yuan, are you willing? Hearing the meaning of these words, Su Yuan immediately blushed, stole a glance at Wei Wenzhou, and said in a thin voice, I'm willing. Then she shyly ran out. This girl, Su Hong drowned and shook his head in amusement, picking up a cup of wine and walking over to Wei Wenzhou. Many thanks for your help to the Su family. I can see that Yuan truly likes you. In the future, please take care of Yuan. She's very simple, don't let her be sad. After saying this, he raised his wineglass and drank it all in one go. Wei Wenzhou of course knew what this meant. The old man was recognizing him as his son-in-law, and immediately hurriedly picked up a glass of wine. Definitely. After saying this, he similarly drank it all in one go. Good. I believe in Yuan's vision. I will definitely not look at the wrong person. This time, Su Hong was truly cheerful. All of his aura converged, pulling Wei Wenzhou to do together, chatting about parents, mainly asking Wei Wenzhou about his ex-wife and divorce. Wei Wenzhou did not hide, all set out. After listening, the old man sighed deeply. Some sympathy pat Wei Wenzhou's shoulders. After all, when it comes to a woman like Lin Shi, a man can't stand it, and it's strange if he doesn't get a divorce. When the dishes were served, Su Yuan finally calmed down, walked back with her head down, and was pulled by Xiao Xiao to sit together. This table, Su Heng sat at the top, Wei Wenzhou accompanied on the right side. Below is Wei Hong and Mo Pingyun, Su Hongshang left side. Below is Xiao Xiao and Su Yuan, but very cozy family dinner. During this time, Su Hong also raised the idea of wanting to meet with Wei Wenzhou's parents. The meaning was very obvious, and Su Yuan once again blushed. Wei Wenzhou, on the other hand, promised to pick up his parents tomorrow, and he couldn't wait any longer. Even though he was near his hometown, he shouldn't let his parents continue to suffer any longer. There is a saying that makes sense. The child wants to raise but the parents do not wait. The last life of the fragmentation of the tragic end. This life, he felt not allowed to happen again. After chatting and eating, Wei Wenzhou got up and walked to the center of the banquet hall. He actually had another purpose for setting up this situation today. Gentlemen, there's an old saying that I think is very true. Do good deeds and live a long life. Today, let's add to the birthday girl's longevity. There are 3 kinds of people in the world that are most honorable. Teachers who educate people, doctors who save people, and soldiers who defend the country. We can't do it, but we can help them with our abilities, and it's considered a good deed. The county hospital's Dr. Lu Chenglu. I believe everyone has heard of him. Dr. Lu's medical skills are superb, and he has an upright heart. He truly takes treating the sick and saving people as his own responsibility. It's really respectable. I believe that everyone already knows that a few days ago, the Chen family father and son embezzlement case, Dr. Lu Cheng's son is seriously ill. Need a lot of money to be able to cure. Granddaughters still have to go to college. The family is almost unable to uncover the pot, but Dr. Lu still abide by the medical ethics, unwilling to be complicit in the corruption. Chapter 45 Living Together Harmoniously. For Dr. Lu's noble character, we should respect it. Who doesn't get sick in their family? We should fund Dr. Lu's son's recovery and expand the county hospital so that Dr. Lu can better treat the sick and save people. So, here, I would like to take advantage of Miss Su Yuan's birthday party to organize a fundraiser to help Dr. Lu, and more importantly, to help myself and the people of Yangcheng. Here, I'll make a statement first. I'll donate $50 million. After saying that, Wei Wenzhou took out a check and filled in $50 million, then looked up and looked around the crowd. Wei boy said it well. Do good deeds and live a long life. Dr. Lu is a kind healer. I will personally donate $10 million on my behalf. Su Hong clapped his hands and stood up and said, looking at Wei Wenzhou with more appreciation in his gaze, I also donate $10 million on behalf of me personally. Su Hongxing followed and stood up to state his position. Today, as the birthday girl, I should even more take the responsibility as a role model. The $1.5 million from speculation. I will donate all of it. Su Yuan stood up, without half a trace of a little girl attitude, very domineeringly said. The birthday girl had taken a stand, and the others couldn't sit still at once, and began to take a stand and donate as much as they could, because in their opinion, this is Wei Wenzhou gave them a step down. Whether or not the relationship can be repaired depends on the sincerity of this fundraising. On the contrary, the Su family relatives, still so fond of money, a person only donated 100,000. How much to donate? Is their own will? Wei Wenzhou did not intervene, only to these Su family relatives more despise. These people, destined to become a big thing. After all the fundraising, Wei Wenzhou calculated, almost 700 million, used to expand the hospital and treatment of Dr. Lu's son. It should be enough. For Dr. Lu, this is a good deed for a good man. For Wei Wenzhou, this is the beginning of his rebirth to return to society. God let him reborn. This favor, he can only return to society to help more people to repay. People donated money. Wei Wenzhou also bade have to continue to cold face, take the wine table by table to toast again. In the end, to drink himself over, only to know that when I woke up in a strange room, shaking his drowsy head, Wei Wenzhou opened the door of the room. His eyes passed through the luxurious living room and landed on Su Hong, who was leisurely watering flowers on the balcony. Now, where could he not understand? She was in the Su family's villa here, and he had finally come in. Awake? Su Hong heard the commotion, turned back to look at Wei Wenzhou, and said with a faint smile, your kid's drinking capacity isn't too good. Ah, you only drank that much and collapsed. You need to practice more in the future. Yes, sir, Wei Wenzhou answered with a smile and walked to the balcony to breathe fresh air. Su Hong saw that Wei Wenzhou was not afraid of him. He smiled. On weekdays, the only person who was not afraid of him was Su Yuan. Even Su Hongsheng, when he saw him, he went around. There is no way. Decades of cultivated aura. Want to change cannot be changed. However, Wei Wenzhou can be at ease around him. Also shows that Wei Wenzhou heart frank. Kid, that play you sang last night was really good. First intentionally let those people stand up to He Guang, and then bring down He Guang. Let those people be ashamed in their hearts. Embarrassed not to donate. Su Hong gave Wei Wenzhou a thumbs up. General, those people are usually a dime a dozen. If they don't use some means, the most they can do is donate a few tens of thousands of dollars to mean something. I just don't understand. So much money, they can't use it all. Why don't they take it out to return to society? To be honest, accumulating a good reputation makes it easier to earn money. It's all proportional. Ha ha, well said. I agree with this. Su Hong let out a loud laugh before continuing. Know why? Because they don't have enough patterns and only care about the small profits in front of them. Your kid has the style of me back then. In the future, we have to let Hong Fei that bastard learn more from you about the business way. That bastard is upright, but his brain lacks a root. He can't turn the corner. Ha ha, indeed. Wei Wenzhou smiled and said, when I went to the provincial city to look for him before, I was even beaten up by him as a denizen. The two of them were talking and laughing as they stood on the balcony and chatted, getting along very harmoniously. Su Yuan came downstairs and saw this scene. She couldn't help but reveal a bright smile before lightly running back upstairs again. By the time it was close to noon, Wei Wenzhou was even talking and laughing with the old man and ran to the market to buy a bunch of vegetables back. An old man and a young man actually exchanged cooking skills. At the dinner table, Su Hongsheng looked more like father and son of Su Hong and Wei Wenzhou. That is a jealous the most angry is. After eating also let him wash the dishes. Hot and lively came to noon. Su Hongxing took Xiao Xiao back to the provincial city. Wei Wenzhou also decided to leave today. Go back to his hometown to pick up his parents. Yuan, at first you said that you would accompany me to pick up my parents. Please. In front of Su Hong, Wei Wenzhou then directly flirted with Su Yuan. Su Yuan's pretty face turned red, shrinking behind Su Hong, pouting, I didn't. I was looking at your sadness at that time. Then that means you did say it? You can't say things that don't count. And you really should accompany Wenzhou back to meet your in-laws. Su Hong smiled and picked up. Dad, you don't love me anymore. You've been bribed by him, joining him in bullying me. Su Yuan gasped and glared at Wei Wenzhou and Su Hong. But in the end, she couldn't resist the rotating attacks of an old man and a young man, and obediently got into the car. What? Still angry? The car drove out of the villa. Looking at the sullen Su Yuan, Wei Wenzhou said somewhat apologetically, actually I was teasing you. If you really don't want to go, I'll go back by myself. I didn't not want to go. I'm just angry that my dad helped you and not me. Su Yuan pouted with an aggrieved face. Isn't this good? Harmony and harmony. How cozy. Wei Wenzhou smiled lightly. Anyway, he felt that the old man was quite good to get along with. Perhaps it was because the old man was very indulgent to his son-in-law. It's quite good. Thinking about the harmonious atmosphere in the house early this morning, Su Yuan giggled. The house is usually very cold, but this morning is exceptionally lively and cozy. Arriving at the hospital, Wei Wenzhou first went to see Wei Hong and Nyo, then came to the dean's office to find Dr. Lu, handing over all of last night's fundraising money. He very much trusted Dr. Lu's character. What is this for? Dr. Lu looked at the huge amount on those checks and was shocked, hurriedly pushing it back to Wei Wenzhou. Ha ha, Dr. Lu, don't let down the rich people of Yangchang. This is all donated by them for you to expand the hospital and help your son recover, Wei Wenzhou said with a big smile. What's going on? Dr. Lu was somewhat confused. Wei Wenzhou patiently told him what happened last night, and knowing that Wei Wenzhou was doing this for the benefit of the people of Yangchang, he bowed deeply and didn't push back any further. Chapter 46, Going Home. The blazing sun was high in the sky. Wei Wenzhou drove Su Yuan out of Yangchang and headed north. His hometown is still very far from Yangchang, in a remote mountain village in Yeochang on the edge of Hang province. Pressing against the afterglow of the setting sun, the car drove into Yeo City. Looking at the familiar but already somewhat unfamiliar city, Wei Wenzhou's heart surged with a flutter. When he was a child, he and his father, as well as his sister, used to carry various kinds of flour that they grew and milled in their own homes into the city to sell. At that time, at 4 o'clock in the middle of the night to go out. If you are lucky, can catch the night bus on the highway outside the village into the city, then do not have to walk. If I couldn't, I had to walk to the city on foot. After leaving my house, I had to spend 1 hour walking out of the rugged mountain road, and then another 3 hours walking to the city. It was a hard time, but the family was happy. At that time, his sister was very naughty, and when she came to the city, she followed people when she saw good food for sale, so it was his task to keep an eye on her, because he often ran after his sister. He was very familiar with the city of Yeo. When he came to Yeo City, it was equivalent to returning to his hometown, and an inexplicable stirring welled up in his heart. Perhaps it was the feeling of timidity near home. On the passenger seat, Su Yuan saw Wei Wenzhou's eyes a little moist, his nose slightly sour, reached out to hold Wei Wenzhou's right hand, the temperature coming from the back of his hand. Wei Wenzhou slowed down, turning his head to Su Yuan to reveal a somewhat heartbreaking smile. It's late, your feet are still not completely well, the mountain road into the village is steep, the car can't be driven in, let's rest for a night in Yeo City first. Wei Wenzhou's voice was a bit hoarse. He was just about to stop in front of a hotel, but was stopped by Su Yuan. My feet are fine, let's just hurry and go straight back. Uncle, aunt and sister must have missed you too. With a warm heart, Wei Wenzhou turned his head and locked eyes with Su Yuan for a long time, smiled and nodded his head, suppressing the churning thoughts. But, you've also eaten all day. Let's go eat something to pat our stomachs first. I remember, back then, I liked to eat the hot soup noodles from the east of the city, and my little sister liked to eat the casserole rice noodles from the west of the city. Every night after selling flour, my dad always took us first to the west side of the city for my little sister to eat the casserole rice noodles, and then to the east side of the city for me to eat the hot soup noodles. Saying that, the car came to the intersection of City East and City West. Wei Wenzhou reflexively turned the car towards City West. So what does uncle like to eat? Su Yuan asked curiously. My dad he comes back home to eat in order to save money. But I know that he actually likes to eat hot soup noodles too. Wei Wenzhou choked a little. Soon, the car arrived at the casserole rice noodle store. It's really delicious. When the rice noodles were served, Su Yuan took a bite and her appetite was also aroused. It's indeed delicious. After taking a bite, Wei Wenzhou smiled, smiling a bit bitterly. At that time, he didn't understand that if he also ate casserole rice noodles in the west of the city, then they could go back an hour earlier, and that man could eat an hour earlier. After finishing the rice noodles, Su Yuan curiously asked, aren't you going to the east side of the city to take a look? Not going. I want to go back early. Wei Wenzhou smiled and shook his head, walked out of the rice noodle store, returned to the car, but found that the car could not start. Checked. The tires were poked and popped. The marks were obvious. Obviously just when they ate the rice noodle to do it. Alas, young man, sorry just now there are many guests. I did not help you look after. The owner of the rice noodle store came out and said with full of apologies. It's fine. Wei Wenzhou smiled and shook his head. This boss would often add more rice noodles for his sister in the past. This favor he always remembered. Besides, this has nothing to do with the boss. Right, from what you said, does this happen often? Do you know who did it? The boss didn't say anything, but gestured with his eyes to the left front. Wei Wenzhou followed and looked over. where he saw a car repair shop, 7 or 8 tattooed and dyed-haired punks squatting beside it and smoking cigarettes, their eyes drifting over from time to time. Wei Wenzhou instantly understood. That car repair shop is in their own to solicit work. First take the opportunity to poke his car tires. The neighborhood is such a garage, forcing him to choose only to go in to repair the car, and then deliberately inflate some prices to earn the difference. Seeing the boss's reaction, it's not the first time these people have done this kind of thing. I didn't expect only returned home today, and encountered such a nasty thing. Returning home for the first time after being reborn. Tonight, he didn't want to get into trouble for the time being, but he wouldn't cheapen these people either. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and called the automobile repair chain stores that the Zhao family in the provincial capital had opened in various cities in Hang province, and asked people to pull the car to be repaired. So what do we do now? Without a car? Su Yuan was a bit overwhelmed as she looked at Wei Wenzhou. Is your foot really okay? Wei Wenzhou did not answer, but looked at Su Yuan's feet. It's really okay. Saying this, Su Yuan even jumped twice. Then can you accompany me to walk the road I walked back then again? Wei Wenzhou looked at Su Yuan seriously, his eyes full of hope. Yes. Meeting Wei Wenzhou's gaze, Su Yuan smiled and nodded. Wait for me. Wei Wenzhou laughed and rushed into the nearby grocery store, buying 2 flashlights and taking them out. Thanks. Gently saying thanks, Wei Wenzhou took Su Yuan's hand and walked towards the end of the street. If it was in Lin Xi's place, she wouldn't have agreed to this somewhat ridiculous idea of his, and would have definitely taken a taxi directly, or even just stopped going. Walking to the outside of the city, without streetlights, the field of vision was plunged into darkness. Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan turned on their flashlights, talking and laughing as they continued on their way. Although it was a bit ridiculous, it was also very cozy. Because of Su Yuan's foot sprain recurrence, Wei Wenzhou intentionally slowed down some speed. This walk, then walked into the late night. In the equivalent of the wilderness on the highway, the night is quiet, and even the cars that come and go are almost none. The night wind blew, the swish of the trees on both sides of the mountain. Su Yuan was afraid to hold Wei Wenzhou's arm tightly. Here it is. Came to the right side of a mountain road leading to the mountains. Wei Wenzhou deeply breathed a sigh of relief. Not walking for several years, even he felt a little tired. Let's rest for a while. Looking at Su Yuan who was panting a little, Wei Wenzhou found 2 relatively clean stones by the side of the mountain road and laid them with leaves again. The 2 sat back to back on the side of the mountain road in the middle of the night, more or less a bit oozing. Su Yuan kept sighing at Wei Wenzhou's previous life was not easy, and also understood that when he was in school, why Wei Wenzhou had such an inferiority complex. After resting for more than half an hour, just when Wei Wenzhou was ready to pick up Su Yuan and continue to rush, he saw 2 dim lights coming from the front. Vaguely, he heard 2 familiar and somewhat unfamiliar voices coming from him. Chapter 47, Meeting Across the World. Girl, be careful, don't fall. This flashlight has been used for years. Turn around and it's time to get 2 new ones. Dad, don't just light the way for me. You be careful too. Let's take the tricycle to be repaired later. You don't have to be so tired. It's going to cost hundreds of dollars to fix it. Let's wait until we get your tuition money together first. Dad, I don't want to go to school. You girl, what nonsense are you saying? It's hard to get into college. How can you not go to school? Between words, the 2 have come close. Is a man and a 17 or 18-year-old girl. The man's face is full of wrinkles, brow cohesion thick worry, because of long time labor. Skin is very dark, temples have seen white. The young girl was very handsome, but also because of the long hours of labor. Her skin was a bit dull and yellow, and she was very thin due to malnutrition. Looking at the 2 people walking over, Wei Wenzhou couldn't help but wet his eyes. These 2 people were none other than his father Wei Jianhua and his little sister Wei Rongrong. Dad, little sister, Wei Wenzhou shouted with a trembling voice, 2 lines of tears rolling down his face. Hearing this voice, Wei Jianhua and Wei Rongrong's figures stalled, lifting the dim headlamp on their heads to shine over, and froze in place. Why are you back? Wei Jianhua tried to remain calm, but his voice was trembling uncontrollably. I missed you guys, Wei Wenzhou cried like a child, stepping forward and hugging his old father tightly as he kept sobbing. It's good to come back and see. Your mom misses you so much. Wei Jianhua's voice also choked up a bit, trying to maintain his fatherly bearing, not crying out. After a long time, Wei Wenzhou calmed down, wiped his tears, and took the flour-filled stretcher from Wei Jianhua's shoulder. Dad, I'll do it. Ugh, don't get your clothes dirty. Wei Jianhua sighed a bit and tried to snatch the stretcher back. Dirty is dirty. It's been a long time since I've walked at night with you and little sister. Dad, Wei Wenzhou tightly grasped the stretcher without letting go, revealing a smile with tears. Good clothes, what a shame to get them dirty. Wei Jianhua muttered and didn't go to grab it again, instead taking the lighter stretcher from Wei Rongrong's shoulder. Haven't seen you in a few years. Rongrong has grown so tall. Turning his gaze to Wei Rongrong, Wei Wenzhou said with a smile, but Wei Rongrong ignored it, and even lowered her head not wanting to see Wei Wenzhou. Wei Wenzhou knew that Wei Rongrong was blaming him for not coming back for the past few years, as well as the fact that Wei Rongrong was very much against him marrying Lin Shi in the first place, but he still did it despite everything. If he hadn't married Lin Shi, his family wouldn't have borrowed money to buy him a house in Yangcheng in order to give him face, and his family wouldn't have suffered so much in the past few years. Also, in his last life, Wei Rongrong didn't go to college, stayed home alone, and didn't marry, and lived a very bitter life. For this sister, he felt even more guilty than he did for his parents. Forcing back the guilt in his heart, he forced himself to smile and said, Lin Shi and I got divorced. Wei Rongrong froze, turning her head to look at Su Yuan. Seeing that it was not Lin Shi, finally she was willing to look up at Wei Wenzhou, gently shouting out a brother, but it was mixed with a strong detachment. 3 feet of cold. Not a day can be solved. Wei Wenzhou no. Have to take one step at a time. Carrying a stretcher. An old man side by side walking in front. Su Yuan and Wei Rongrong with the arrival of Wei Wenzhou bought 2 new flashlights. Good behavior to follow the rear lighting. The two have never seen each other. Do not know what to say. Chose silence. The atmosphere is a little awkward. Or Wei Jianhua in the front took the lead and spoke up, breaking the awkwardness. Wenzhou na. Who is this girl? Still no introduction? Look at this brain of mine. Wei Wenzhou slapped his forehead in annoyance before speaking. Her name is Su Yuan. I'm preparing to marry her. These days, I've made some money from doing business and bought a couple of houses in Yangcheng. I want to take you all and my eldest uncle and the others over to live there. There's also Yuan's her father who wants to meet you guys and discuss my marriage to Yuan with you. If the light turned around at this time, Su Yuan's face would definitely be red. And hearing this, Wei Jianhua and Wei Rongrong both froze for a moment. And in the end, it was Wei Jianhua who spoke up. You've met your brother Ahong? I've met you. And Nyo's illness is fine. She'll be fine after another surgery in 3 months. Wei Wenzhou nodded and told about He Guang's arrest as well. It's good that the child is fine Your Ahong brother he suffered Wei Jianhua took a deep breath of relief and continued. If your big uncle's 2 families knew the good news, they would be very happy. Eldest uncle and the others must be very eager to see Nyo. I bought several houses and left one for the eldest uncle's family. When the time comes, we will move there together. After a lifetime of toil, it's time for you and your eldest uncle and the others to enjoy the blessings. Wei Wenzhou took a deep breath and said, your mom and I won't go. You take your elder uncle, elder mother and Rongrong. The family's land still needs someone to watch over it. Wei Jianhua was silent for a while and said, Dad, let's go together. Your son I'm capable now. I can support you all. Let's rent the family's land. Wei Wenzhou looked at Wei Jianhua, filled with a few moments of pleading. Let's talk about it when we go back at night. Wei Jianhua still didn't agree. Good. Wei Wenzhou did not force himself. He knew what Wei Jianhua was worried about. Going to Yangcheng without roots. His heart was not solid. After years of little exercise, when coming to Yeo City again, Wei Wenzhou was already tired and sweating. Still a familiar place, a corner of the food market. Taking advantage of the fact that there are many people who come to buy food to make breakfast, Wei Jianhua hawked. Wei Wenzhou did not feel the slightest bit ashamed, also followed the hawk. Su Yuan and Wei Rongrong sat next to each other, all the way over. The two of them also chatted well. Su Yuan did not have the slightest frame, easy going. Wei Rongrong liked it very much, and even called up sister-in-law. Wei Jianhua told Su Yuan that she didn't mind accompanying them to sell flour, and nodded with satisfaction, pulling over Wei Wenzhou and whispering, son, this girl is much better than that Lin Shi. Lin Shi is not qualified to be compared to Yuan. I was blinded by lard when I fell for Lin Shi. Wei Wenzhou said with a face full of regret. I'm very satisfied with this girl. Rongrong likes it too, and your mom would definitely be happy if she knew about it. Right, Dad. I heard brother Ahong say that you and my mom are not in good health. I know an old doctor with very good medical skills. Nyo was cured by him. When the time comes, I'll ask him to give you guys a look. No matter what, the body is most important. In the future, I still need to trouble you two to help Yuan and I bring up our child. Well, Wei Jianhua was somewhat moved by what was said and nodded. Chapter 48 Anger. This person is old. The most one is to hold grandchildren. Wei Wenzhou saw this move as effective. Immediately from this aspect to do ideological work. Wei Jianhua listened more and more happy. Finally revealed a happy smile. Words also more up. Father and son chatting happily. Next to her, Su Yuan is listening to the blushing face. Finally cannot help it. Pulling Wei Rongrong to go shopping. Looking at Su Yuan's coy and shy appearance, Wei Jianhua laughed even more happily. On Su Yuan's character, at least after Wei Wenzhou will not suffer when Wei Wenzhou married Lin Shi, although he didn't say anything, but in his heart, he didn't agree with it. After all, which father would like to see his son groveling? After all, what father wants to see his son groveling? For this reason, he didn't know how many nights he secretly wiped away his tears. Now, his son has found a new daughter-in-law who seems to be gentle and virtuous, and even more beautiful. He is also relieved, and looking at the bright smile on his old father's face, Wei Wenzhou's heart trembled a little, trembling with happiness. Time came to noon. Wei Wenzhou had endless words with his father, although he was sweating by the blazing sun, but his heart was happy. And Su Yuan and Wei Rongrong also came back. Girls shopping, always buy clothes, but Su Yuan is very thoughtful. No, Wei Wenzhou's pristine family does not like to spend money, so buy clothes are not expensive. People are happy when they are happy. Perhaps God also favors. Today's business is especially good, only until 5 in the afternoon. 4 quarts of flour will all be sold out. Dad, little sister, I'm treating you today. Let's go eat hot soup noodles. Wei Wenzhou packed up the baskets and picked them on his shoulders, saying with a smile, but I still like to eat casserole rice noodles. Wei Rongrong skimmed her lips and said, fine, let's go eat the casserole rice noodles first, and then go eat the hot soup noodles. Wei Wenzhou smiled and rubbed Wei Rongrong's hair before making a call. Not long after, the employees of the Lixil City auto repair chain store drove the repaired car over, because Su Yuan's car was dented by He Guang's rear end and sent to be repaired. The one he drove here was Su Heng's car, which was even more luxurious than Su Yuan's car. When Wei Rongrong saw her brother driving such a luxurious car, she couldn't believe it, and after confirming it again and again, she finally excitedly pulled Wei Jianhua to sit in it. After wasting a lot of effort to stuff the baskets into the back seat, Wei Wenzhou drove to the place where he ate the casserole rice noodles last night. Hey, old Wei, you haven't been here for a long time. The owner of the rice noodle store greeted warmly. After so many years, and because they were about the same age, the two of them had long since gotten acquainted, and the boss saw Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan came again, froze for a moment, carefully looked at Wei Wenzhou sizing up for a while, suddenly came to a realization. You are Wenzhou? Oh, Uncle Chen, last night I saw that you were too busy and didn't greet you. I'm sorry, Wei Wenzhou said somewhat apologetically. Hey, what are you talking about? I didn't help you look after the car last night. I still feel guilty in my heart. I haven't seen you for a few years. You've become more spirited. It's not easy to come back for a trip. Today is Uncle Chen's treat. Chen Jianmen patted Wei Wenzhou's shoulder and ran to the back kitchen with a warm smile. Not long after, 4 bowls of rice noodles were brought up, filled with meat. This was the most pristine feelings of the people at the bottom of society. And even though there was just a little extra meat added, it warmed one's heart, knowing that it wasn't easy for Chen Jianmen. After eating, Wei Wenzhou still ignored Chen Jianmen's objections and settled the bill. Because he was too full, he couldn't eat the hot noodle soup, and had a little regret in his heart. Chen Jianmen warmly escorted out of the door. However, Wei Wenzhou found that the car tires were punctured again. The first time he didn't care. Those bastards even stomped on his nose, especially after hearing Wei Rongrong's words. He couldn't stand it anymore. Humph, it must be those assholes who did this. Last time they even broke our family's tricycle, causing Dad and I to have to get up 2 hours early every day to walk. And because those assholes messed up, Uncle Chen's business has slowed down a lot. Death-seeking. Wei Wenzhou's expression quickly chilled, and he was about to walk over towards that garage, but he was pulled back by Wei Jianhua and Chen Jianmen. Wenzhou nah, forget it, there are many of them. Bear with it, just come over in the future and park farther away. Yeah, Wenzhou, those people are mixed up, don't mess with them. Dad, Uncle Chen, don't worry, it's fine. Wei Wenzhou squeezed out a smile and comforted the two. But his own loved ones were being bullied. How could he just let it go? Taking out his cell phone, he made a call to Mo Pengyun. You should know someone in Li City, right? My family is being bullied. I need manpower. Mo Pengyun had wanted to exchange pleasantries with Wei Wenzhou, but once he heard Wei Wenzhou's tone was cold, he hurriedly answered with his mouth full. As the head of the Yangcheng Industrial Bank, he often had to go to other cities to pull in investors, so he knew more people, which was why Wei Wenzhou had called him. And this time, he contacted Jiang Kuan, the branch chief of the Industrial Bank of Yeo City. Jiang Kuan is not only the branch chief of the Industrial Bank of Yeo City, the Jiang family is also a first-class power in Yeo City. More than $1 billion assets are still there, and a wide range of contacts. Not long ago, Wei Wenzhou saw dozens of cars coming, dozens of people from the car down. The leader is a middle-aged man with a beer belly. Ha ha, Wei Stock God driving to Lixil City. It's really a humble sight. Being greeted by Mo Penyun in advance, Jiang Kuan shook hands with Wei Wenzhou as soon as he came over, showing great enthusiasm. On the other hand, Wei Jianhua, Wei Rongrong and Chen Jianmen looked dumbfounded. They naturally knew of Jiang Kuan, the man of the hour in Lishi City. They simply couldn't believe that one day they would be able to come into contact with such a big shot. And most importantly, Jiang Kuan was still acting very polite to Wei Wenzhou, with a big intention to flatter him. Governor Jiang, I'm also a native of Yeo City. Speaking of which, my true roots are in Yeo City. However, my loved ones were bullied in Yeo City. This breath, I can't swallow it. Wei Wenzhou was not polite and directly stated his intentions. Alas, there are always some insensitive contraptions in this world. Jiang Kuan sighed, then said to the dozens of people behind him, didn't you hear Wei Shushan's words? Go and end that car repair shop that is doing wrong to me. Those dozens of people heard the words and immediately surged towards that garage, accompanied by a burst of screams. The entire garage was smashed to smithereens. Wei Jianna was three people all looked on not knowing what to say, shocked and looking towards the calm and collected Wei Wenzhou, somewhat unable to come back to their senses. As for Jiang Kuan, he couldn't let people make a trip for nothing. Looking at the smashed to smithereens parking lot, Wei Wenzhou nodded with satisfaction, then guided Jiang Kuan into Qin Jianmen's rice noodle store. Governor Jiang, I have a business. I wonder if you are interested in investing in it. Wow, what business? Jiang Kuan's eyes lit up with some excitement. Governor Jiang should also know that the national standard of living continues to improve now. The consumption level is also getting higher and higher. And now in this aspect of the necessities of life, there have been quite a few chain stores. Chapter 49 Opening a restaurant. In Hang Province, there are no chain stores in terms of catering yet, which is a big market. As for Chenji Rice Noodle Store, it's been open for decades in Yeo City and has always had a good reputation. So I plan to invest in opening a Chenji rice noodle chain. If you're interested, how about if Boss Chen contributes the recipe, and you and I fund it? As the words fell, the entire room was shocked, especially Qin Jianmen, who directly froze. Jiang Kuan was a little hesitant. After all, he had not been involved in this area, not the slightest grasp. Oh, let's put it this way, we can first invest a little less, first try in a few neighboring cities. If the return is good, then make it bigger. Wei Wenzhou smiled lightly and was in no hurry. He is not a whim, and to just have this idea, in the future, catering this industry, but it is very lucrative. And the casserole rice noodle made by Qin Jianmen, it is indeed very delicious. Of course, single-do rice noodles, the attraction is really not big, so he decided to take the future popular nationwide those foods, such as barbecue, fried chicken, etc., are launched in advance. Once he had worked hard in the aspect of food in order to cater to flattering Lin Shi. These things, he would do, and could completely pass them on to Qin Jianmen. He was in order not to owe Jiang Kuan a favor. There is also the desire to find a person to manage, only to let it into the shares, but if it is not willing, then he will do it himself. The big deal is to find a new person to manage, and Jiang Kuan, after hesitating for a while, still chose to try. After all, now Wei Wenzhou's fame in the upper class circle is big. Then Wei stock God think how much is appropriate to invest in the early stage? Jiang Kuan asked cautiously. Let's put it this way, if Governor Jiang is not assured, I invested 200 million, accounting for 60% of the shares. You and Boss Chen each invested 50 million, each accounting for 20% of the shares. Boss Chen's money in the early stage, temporarily also by me to come out. In the future, if it gets bigger, it will still invest money according to this percentage. Hearing this, Wei Jianhua and Wei Rongrong were directly stunned. Qin Jianmen was even more flustered. He is just a small boss, not much ambition. That's $50 million. If he loses, how can he have the money to pay back? Han, why don't we forget about it? Oh, Uncle Chen, don't worry, I have confidence. If it is lost, your $50 million is counted as mine. You don't bear any responsibility. Wei Wenzhou said with a smile. He did this, the equivalent of a gift to Qin Jianmen 20% of the shares, as a repayment of these years on his family's care of the love, the grace of the water, when the spring to return it, and in the last life. Then his family happened some things, Qin Jianmen but helped a lot of favor. Send 20% of the shares, completely worth it. Hearing Wei Wenzhou so confident, Jiang Kuan immediately no longer hesitate. Agreed. Good. Then we'll discuss the specific matters next. First of all, the name we have to change. We can't call it Chenji Rice Noodle Shop anymore. It has to be a bit more high-end. Just call it 9 Flavors Xian. Also, the dishes can't be a single casserole rice noodle. It counts as one of the flavors. For the remaining 8 flavors, I know some dishes that taste good. I will take the time to teach them to you. Uncle Chen, in the next few days, the recipe must not be circulated. When the store opens, you'll have to trouble Uncle Chen yourself, or find a few trusted people to take care of coming up with the dishes. Governor Jiang, tomorrow you draw up a contract. 12 o'clock. We'll continue the discussion. Wei Wenzhou skillfully and with a degree of skill, he explained all the matters one by one. that confident temperament. Directly all the people present, including Jiang Koan, were convinced Su Yuan is full of little stars. And the crowd at the moment did not realize that the future fire throughout the country, and even fire to foreign countries of the 9 flavors of Xian. In this looks even some simple Chinji rice store was born. Later on, because of this matter, Mo Pingyun almost regretted his intestines, regretting that he didn't personally come over tonight to make a run for it. And until out of the hotel, Wei Rongrong and Wei Jianhua have not slowed down. Pristine for a lifetime. These large sums of money, a time is really difficult to accept. Wei Wenzhou also did not do more to explain. These things have to take their time, all of a sudden to explain out. The two cannot accept. And Jiang Koan is also very insightful. Personally sent someone to drive Wei Wenzhou 4 people home, but also just sent to the mountain road entrance. The car really cannot drive into that section of the mountain road. Walking on the rugged mountain road, Wei Wenzhou had a decision in his mind to repair the road, although to move away, but since he has the ability, he has to do more for his hometown, for those who watched him grow up neighbors. This section of the mountain road, not only difficult to walk, but also very long, walked for an hour, finally is into the village. The village is not big, only more than 100 families, and divided into very scattered. A glance, only a few lighted. It can't be helped, the village is poor, even if they haven't slept yet. Most of them are unwilling to turn on the lights and waste the electricity bill. Even in the darkness, Wei Wenzhou still saw where his home was. A familiar but somewhat strange smell of home came. His heart once again throbbed, hands and feet trembled a little. At this time, the left and right hands were held at the same time. The warmth of the heat made his accelerating heart slightly ease a bit. Turning his head to look, it was Su Yuan and Wei Rongrong holding his hands. Mom missed you. She will be very happy to see you come back, Wei Rongrong said with a smile. Aha! Wei Wenzhou nodded vigorously, took a deep breath and gathered enough courage to walk over. Through the half-covered wooden door, he saw that in the familiar and simple courtyard, an oil lamp was lit, and a back figure imprinted in the depths of his mind was painstakingly peeling corn with the help of the weak light. Looking at the silhouette's hair that has been obviously gray, he could no longer hold back. His nose was sore, 2 lines of tears flowed down, pushed open the door and ran in, choked and shouted, Mom. As soon as the voice came out, the figure under the light's body trembled a little. The corn in his hand fell to the ground, turned around, looked at Wei Wenzhou in the dimness, asked with some disbelief, Is it Wenzhou? Mom, it's me, I'm back. Wei Wenzhou could no longer control himself and let out a loud cry. Standing up with a trembling body, Zhang Ping ran to turn on the dim electric light in the yard. Looking at the tearful Wei Wenzhou, the softness in his heart was touched, and he suddenly cried as well. Mom, my son is unfilial. Wei Wenzhou cried and ran over, hugging tightly. At the back, Su Yuan and Wei Rongrong looked on and wiped their tears. Wei Jianhua also looked away with tears in his eyes. Only after a long time did the mother and son calm down. Zhang Ping tightly grasped Wei Wenzhou's hand, not willing to move her gaze away for fear that it was a dream. Chapter 50, the contract is finalized. Alright, the son is back. How unlucky is it to cry? Wei Jianhua secretly wiped his tears and came over to speak. Right, can't cry. Zhang Ping was a bit flustered and hurriedly wiped her tears. Wei Wenzhou also hurriedly wiped his tears clean and pulled Zhang Ping to sit on the wooden stool next to him. Son, are you the only one who came back? Zhang Ping asked with some urgency. Mom, there's still sister-in-law. Wei Rongrong led Su Yuan over. Sister-in-law? Zhang Ping twisted her head to look at the somewhat shy Su Yuan. She couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This wasn't Lin Shi either. Moreover, she was afraid of seeing Lin Shi. Mom, I divorced Lin Shi. Her name is Su Yuan, the daughter-in-law I refound for you. Wei Wenzhou held Zhang Ping's hand and explained. Anyway, I only recognize sister-in-law Su Yuan. That Lin Shi is not my sister-in-law. I don't recognize her. Wei Rongrong said with some resentment. Beside him, Wei Jianhua nodded with some approval. Looking at the reaction of the father and daughter, Zhang Ping froze for 3 seconds, then enthusiastically ran over, pulling Su Yuan. Miss Su, you quickly sit, don't stand. Auntie, you are too polite. It's better for you to sit. Su Yuan was startled by the sudden enthusiasm and hurriedly pulled Zhang Ping in turn to sit down. Next to her, Wei Rongrong and Wei Jianhua looked on and nodded their heads. If this were Lin Shi, she would have swaggered herself to sit down, and then condescendingly pointed at their whole family to serve her. And with the slightest dissatisfaction, she also scolded them in all sorts of mean ways. Miss Su our family Wenzhou is divorced, so I've wronged you. Zhang Ping held Su Yuan's hand and said with some guilt. Auntie, you can just call me Yuan. Oh, and he is very good. I feel that I am not worthy of him. Su Yuan beamed and said. This is what she said in her heart. During this period of time together, Wei Wenzhou's performance is really too good. So good that proud as she is, have some inferiority complex. And just at this time, next door to the eldest uncle's house heard a commotion. Eldest uncle Wei Wenzhou and eldest mother Dawn Lighting walked in. The moment they saw Wei Wenzhou, the two old men froze for a moment, and then excitedly ran over. Wenzhou, you're finally back. Eldest uncle, eldest mother. Wei Wenzhou had some difficulty suppressing himself, standing up and giving the two old men a big hug, which froze the two old men in their tracks. Eldest uncle, eldest mother, I know all about brother Ahang's matter. Nyonyo is fine now, and that murderer who killed sister-in-law has also been acquitted. Nyonya, she misses you all. Wait for 2 days, we'll go to Yangqing together. Saying that, he took out his cell phone and called Wei Hang's number. Brother, I'm back home. You say a few words to big uncle and the others. After saying that, he handed the cell phone to the eldest uncle. Dad, Mom, everything is fine here for me, and Nyonyo is fine, so don't worry anymore. Hearing Wei Hang's voice coming from the other end of the phone, the second oldest, including Wei Jianhuan and Zhang Ping, as well as Wei Rongrong, all got excited. Brother Ahang, can I have a word with Nyonyo? Wei Rongrong ran to the side of the cell phone and said with some anticipation, Little auntie. Nyonyo's tender voice came from the other end of the phone, and the family immediately laughed, but as they laughed and laughed, they burst into tears again. There is a saying that there are relatives from one generation to the next. The four old men surrounded the phone to shush Nyonyo. Looking at this cozy scene, Su Yuan walked to Wei Wenzhou's side, held Wei Wenzhou's hand, and for the first time so boldly whispered, Our child will definitely be very happy in the future. Su Yuan thought she said it in a very low voice, but it was still heard by the four old men, who all turned their heads at once. The scene was quiet for 3 seconds, then Su Yuan blushed to her neck and shyly shrank behind Wei Wenzhou to hide. Seeing this scene, the four old men burst into laughter. Although it was already late at night, due to their happiness, Zhang Ping and Dawn Lighting opened up a table of dishes. Su Yuan was pulled by Wei Rongrong to help, and they blended in between jokes and laughter. This night, Wei Wenzhou and his dad and uncle, drunk, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing, 2 lifetimes of longing and guilt are vented, woke up the next morning, looked at the familiar and simple room. Wei Wenzhou deeply inhaled 2 mouthfuls of familiar air. That is the smell of home. Walking to the room, the courtyard was bustling with activity. Su Yuan's small face was flushed, the hair on her forehead was sticky with sweat, so it turned out that she had followed Wei Rongrong to pick mushrooms in the mountains early in the morning. Although she was tired, Su Yuan was very excited and looked like she hadn't finished yet. Looking at Su Yuan's perfect integration into their family, Wei Wenzhou was very pleased. Not long after, under the busy work of the 3 daughters, breakfast was ready. Su Yuan ate very well and dried 3 whole bowls of rice. The smiles on Wei Jianhua's and Zhang Ping's faces didn't stop, especially Zhang Ping, who kept giving Su Yuan dishes. Wei Wenzhou looked at himself being left out, and felt angry and cozy. Of course, he wouldn't forget to do his job, and after breakfast, he went into the city to discuss the matter of opening a chain of restaurants with Zhang Cohen and Zhang Jianmen. Zhang Cohen was very understanding and personally sent someone to pick him up. As for Su Yuan, did not follow, but pulled Wei Rongrong went to the mountains to pick mushrooms, and even Wei Jianhua and Zhang Ping also went together. Zhangji Rice Noodle Shop. Looking at Zhang Cohen and Zhang Jianmen who had been waiting for a long time, Wei Wenzhou smiled and walked in, looked over the contract that Zhang Cohen had drawn up, and nodded his head with great satisfaction. Have to say, Zhang Cohen does have 2 brushes. A night time, the account all calculated, 250 million funds, because the hotel specifications do not have to be too big. So in accordance with the projections of Zhang Cohen can build a total of 50 hotels. Even the address of the 50 hotels Zhang Cohen have chosen, on the neighborhood of the 10 cities, each city to open 5. This also led Wei Wenzhou future let Zhang Cohen management 9 flavors Xian more confident. Confirmed once the contract is no problem. Wei Wenzhou signaled Zhang Jianmen, the 3 of them to sign the contract. The restaurant got good. The next thing is the dishes. Wei Wenzhou chose 8 kinds of dishes that will be big fire in the future. Teach Zhang Jianmen to do. I have to say, there are specialties, although he teaches, but Zhang Jianmen made out better than he did. Zhang Cohen is eating cannot stop. Are foreseeing the restaurant opened up, business will certainly be a big fire. Began to regret the investment cost less. The next is Zhang Jianmen continue to study the dishes, and strive to do more delicious. Zhang Cohen is responsible for the 59 flavors Xian built up. Wei Wenzhou is responsible for publicity 9 flavors Xian reputation. Of course, this is not urgent. After all, building a hotel is time-consuming. 50 hotels, from the purchase of land to the completion of the renovation. No 2 months is simply impossible to complete. After all the matters were finalized, Wei Wenzhou brought some of Zhang Jianmen's fried chicken and barbecue meat home. Su Yuan several people ate it and were full of praise, and could not get enough of it. This kind of reaction let Wei Wenzhou more confident. Now, supermarket and catering, these two kinds of daily income industry, he is involved. Chapter 51 Moving. Supermarkets he cannot monopolize, but catering he must monopolize. 59 Flavor Xian once done up. The follow-up is sweeping the entire Hangzhou province. As for the Hangzhou province outside, cannot manage over, then the implementation of the way to join. Of course, this is a later thing. The next thing he has to do is to first get his parents to Yangcheng, and then he and Su Yuan's marriage is finalized, to help Su Hongxing to open up the supermarket. There is also the need to continue to find ways to make money. A month later to Shenzhen City to acquire the future leading domestic enterprises Vine Training. Although he still had more than $2 billion in his hand, after acquiring Vine Training, he still had to invest a lot of money in research and development. It could be said that his current investments in supermarkets and restaurants were all about making money to raise Vine Training. As long as Vine Training was raised, the gains that would be brought in would be absolutely incalculable. 3 days' time, Wei Wenzhou to catering things stabilized. Have to say, Zhang Kuan's ability is really good. 50 pieces of land has applied for the purchase of down 10. Already looking for the construction team to start construction. Looked at Zhang Kuan was busy. Wei Wenzhou is not good enough to disturb. Personally found the relevant departments. Directly out of 100 million. Apply for the construction of the village out of the mountain road. And the approval also soon came down. The village people are cheering. The village people know that once the mountain road is built, the car can enter the village. And then there will definitely be grain houses to buy the village crops. When a banner was sent to Wei Wenzhou's house, the village people knew that it was Wei Wenzhou who had done it. And while surprised, they went to the door to express their gratitude. For a week in a row, Wei Wenzhou's family banquet has not been broken. Wei Jianhua and Wei Jiangwo, a few old people on the face of the smile, has not been broken. Wei Wenzhou this hand, to them greatly earned face. This person is happy, as if they are a few years younger. Wei Wenzhou look also happy. As long as you can make your parents happy, spend more money is also worth it. Money can be earned again, but affection is priceless. Nearly half a month later, people in the village also recognized Su Yuan and praised Wei Wenzhou for finding a good daughter-in-law. Perhaps because she was used to the fast-paced life in the city. Su Yuan was particularly fond of the pure and simple slow-paced life in the countryside, and she fit in perfectly after only half a month. At this time, Su Yuan, those gorgeous clothes are hidden to the bottom of the box, changed into a simple farming clothes, but it is still difficult to hide that stunning face and elegant temperament. Return to the rustic, more a pure orchid temperament, and half a month together. Wei Jianhua, a few people also completely recognized Su Yuan. Get along with that called a harmonious, that called a cordial, but Wei Wenzhou himself was hung out to dry again, perhaps because they had experienced Lin Shi's meanness. The family treasured Su Yuan, who was gentle and did not have the slightest shelf, extraordinarily well. In the past half a month, Su Yuan has completely integrated into the family from her shyness at the beginning, always wearing a happy smile at the corner of her mouth. Although she hasn't changed her name to Dad and Mom yet, she talks and laughs every day on Zhang Ping's arm, and that says it all. On this day, building materials arrived. The village will begin to build roads. Wei Wenzhou also think it is time to leave to go back to Yangcheng. So the family's fields are rented to the village, but did not ask for rent, the equivalent of asking the village people to help take care of. The village people also organized a one-day banquet to send off. To leave, Wei Jianhua, a few old people quite reluctant to leave. After all, in this place to live most of their lives. That night, Wei Wenzhou accompanied Wei Jianhua around the village and looked around his family's fields. The next morning, Wei Wenzhou called to ask Zhang Kuan to call a bus, and then began to pack things, picking with baskets, the family hugely walking on the mountain road. Laughter, quite cozy. Originally, these things can be completely do not want, but Wei Wenzhou no. The old man like nostalgia. Many are also handmade, naturally cannot afford to lose. Things moved to the bus. The family sat on it. First came to Li City, Wei Wenzhou alone out of the car, driving Su Hang's car in front to lead the way, although he also wanted to sit with the family, but out of a trip to throw the old man's car outside, always not a thing. After driving for most of the day, finally is back to Yangcheng. Yangcheng is much more prosperous than Lichang. Wei Rongrong, that is called an excitement. Cheering, returned to the nature of the girl. Su Yuan sat in the car, patiently pointing out the buildings to the family carefully introduced. Get along happily. Wei Wenzhou in the front vaguely heard the laughter coming from the rear. The corner of his mouth hung with a happy. Lead the way to the Lishur Villa. After getting out of the car, Wei Jianhua looked at the gorgeous villas in Lishur Villa, and each of them opened their mouths wide in surprise when they heard Su Yuan say that these villas are a total of 100 sets, 90 of which are Wei Wenzhou's. They were even more surprised and speechless, but they didn't sniff too much. They only knew that Wei Wenzhou had made a fortune and that was enough. After moving things into the 2 sets of villas that he had previously selected, Wei Wenzhou drove to the hospital to pick up Wei Hong and Nyo Nyo, and bought a lot of vegetables on the way back. This night, the family ate very happily. Grandparents came. Nyo Nyo's silver bell laughter did not stop. Time came to night. Su Yuan was going to go home, but under the warmth of the family's retention, and then with Su Heng's consent, she also stayed. Under the starlight, Wei Wenzhou held Su Yuan's hand and walked on the path between the villas. The smile on his lips never stopped. This feeling is really great. The family is in harmony, surrounded by affection. There is nothing more cozy in the world than this. Yuan, will you marry me? If we have a child, they will definitely be happier. Grabbing Su Yuan's hands, Wei Wenzhou looked at Su Yuan and said sincerely. Su Yuan was shyly lowered her head by Wei Wenzhou's hot gaze, and gave a thin, mosquito-like Seeing Su Yuan's promise, Wei Wenzhou was so happy that he picked up Su Yuan and kept spinning around. This time, Wei Wenzhou didn't hold back anymore and kissed Su Yuan's lips, kissing so hard that he seemed to want to melt Su Yuan. The moon in the night sky was so shy that it hid in the black clouds. Wei Wenzhou did not stop until he kissed Su Yuan so hard that she could hardly breathe. It seems to be the first time to do such a bold thing. Su Yuan's small face red like an apple, shyly lowered her head, did not dare to look at Wei Wenzhou. Even returning to the villa, Nizi was still red-faced. Wei Jianhua and the others were all people who had been there before, and saw through it at a glance, and that gaze with a hint of teasing directly made Su Yuan shyly run into the room. Listening to the laughter coming from outside, Su Yuan hid the whole person into the quilt, pretending to be thinly veiled anger of the mouth, and then some silly smile open. Delicate jade finger touched the pink lips, and then shyly cover the tight quilt. Chapter 52, Engagement and Buying a Car. Early the next morning, Wei Wenzhou drove to pick up Su Hong and Mo Pingyun. Su Hong deliberately wore a very simple clothes, convergence of the majesty, in addition to the still somewhat serious temperament. An ordinary old man is no different. Into the villa, there is no frame. Su Hong was also out of the countryside, and Wei Jianhua and Wei Jiangwo chatted about those things in the countryside, and soon talked together. Su Yuan was still a little worried, poking her head out of the kitchen to see the three old people getting along. Suddenly relieved, the family ate a lively breakfast, but also the marriage was set down, such as Su Hongxing's supermarket successfully opened up. We'll choose a lucky day to get married. This process some arbitrary, but reasonable. Wei family in Yangcheng also has no relatives. After Su Yuan's birthday in Su Hongxing supermarket, Su Hong and those Su family relatives also dead heart, do not want to take care of too much. After breakfast, the two old men played chess together, arguing red in the face, but there is a sense of harmony between the three old brothers. When I was a child, when there was no work to do in winter, Wei Wenzhou often saw his dad and uncle sitting down to play chess, but unfortunately he never learned. At the moment, he watched for a while, but he couldn't get involved, so he just let it go. Su Yuan took Wei Rongrong to go shopping, sat down for a while, really bored, also went out to stroll. Of course, he is not without purpose. He wants to go to buy a car. Always driving his wife and husband's car is not a thing. Men always have to have a own car. In his previous life, he liked Bentley very much. It looks very dominant, but unfortunately no money at that time. Can only look at the internet dry addiction. And now, his wealth has been enough to meet this dream. Naturally cannot condescend to their own. Money earned, the time to give back to society. He will not have the slightest reluctance, but the time to enjoy their own. He will not condescend to himself. In the year 2000, when per capita income was generally low, a luxury car worth several $1 million was simply a luxury unimaginable to ordinary people. Therefore, in a not-so-large city like Yangcheng, the S-class luxury car stores were very cold, and almost all of them relied on driving exhibitions to earn some entrance fees. And seeing Wei Wenzhou walk in leisurely, the 7 or 8 salesmen who were sitting and chatting leisurely suddenly looked over. But after seeing that Wei Wenzhou was young and not too expensively dressed, they were too lazy to get up to greet him and continued to chat. After all, the luxury cars here, not the rich and powerful, simply cannot afford to spend. In their view, Wei Wenzhou is too young, simply cannot afford to buy. Wei Wenzhou did not care. Once he entered the door, most of his attention was attracted by the center of a long-desired Bentley, or the memory of so domineering and noble awe. Just walking to the side, a timid female voice came from the side. "Sir, are you interested in this Bentley?" Wei Wenzhou looked up and realized that it was a not too old, very green, white-looking girl who came from the rear end of the car. The girl was wearing a salesperson uniform, but was holding a broom in her hand, so she should have just been cleaning. Turning his head and glancing at the older salesmen not far away who were chatting with their melon seeds and not even looking at this side, Wei Wenzhou didn't understand. This girl should be new, sidelined by those old greaseballs. Dirty work are thrown to the girl. "You introduce me to this Bentley." Wei Wenzhou looked at the girl and nodded with a polite smile. The girl was a little elated and a little nervous, and just as the girl was about to open her mouth to introduce it, a sharp voice rang out, "Dai Ling Ling, you want to make money like crazy, right? Can he afford a Bentley if he's so old-fashioned? Worthy of being from the countryside, not even a little bit of discernment." When the girl named Dai Ling Ling heard this, she immediately turned red, stubbornly gritted her teeth and said, "I am not discerning, but I know that in sales, no matter if the guests can afford it or not, since the guests have come, they should be well entertained." But, the moment these words came out, those few salesmen burst into laughter, especially the female saleswoman who opened her mouth to ridicule. She laughed very freely. Listening to these mocking laughter, Dai Ling Ling lowered her head in self-abasement, tightly gripping the broom in her hand, very aggrieved, but she didn't dare to retort. She was afraid of angering these old gremlins. She had only just come to Yangcheng and had no one to rely on. This person always so snobbish. No matter what place, there is always a dog's eye. Are working together? Why make it difficult for each other? Shaking his head speechlessly, Wei Wenzhou said to Dai Ling Ling, "I think you're right. This is called respecting the profession." Upon hearing this, Dai Ling Ling lifted her head and revealed a somewhat far-fetched smile. She respected the profession, but no one respected her. "This Bentley is very nice. I want to feel it myself. Is that okay?" Turning his gaze back to the Bentley, Wei Wenzhou asked. "Aha." Dai Ling Ling nodded and opened the car door with extreme care, afraid of breaking it a little. "Dai Ling Ling, what are you doing?" The saleswoman who had opened her mouth earlier screamed shrilly, then walked over quickly. "Feeling what? Do you know how expensive this car is? Can you afford to pay for it if you touch it?" After yelling at Wei Wenzhou, she turned her gaze to Dai Ling Ling. "Are you deaf? I've said he can't afford it. You still dare to let him touch the car. You'll pay for it if it's broken? You can't afford to pay for even a scratch. But how can a customer know if the car is good or not if he doesn't feel it himself?" Dai Ling Ling stubbornly and aggressively argued. "Are you deaf? I've already said that he can't afford it. What does it have to do with whether the car is good or not?" The saleswoman pushed Dai Ling Ling with a bored and impatient face, then took out a towel and wiped the car door that Dai Ling Ling had touched. Dai Ling Ling was so aggrieved that her eyes turned a little red. Wei Wenzhou couldn't stand to watch and frowned coldly. "You claim that I can't afford it. I'm just wondering, what makes you so sure?" The saleswoman snorted in contempt and said, "Did you go out without looking in the mirror? Don't look at your poor look, all over the ground goods. I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of people like you. Don't just want to experience the life of the rich, touching the luxury car to fantasize that you are a human being." Looking at the mean-spirited corner of the saleswoman's mouth, Wei Wenzhou's expression completely chilled. "Dog-eyed thing, what if I buy this Bentley today?" As soon as these words came out, the saleswoman froze for a moment, and then directly laughed out loud in contempt. "If you buy this Bentley today, I'll kowtow and apologize to you and Dai Ling Ling, and I'll gouge out these eyes of mine and give them to you." Chapter 53 Preparing to start a company. "Good. Remember what you said. If it can be tolerated." Only after she finished her words, Wei Wenzhou took out his ICBC card and handed it to Dai Ling Ling, who had red eyes next to him. "Write the bill, sign the contract, swipe the card, and pay in full. I'll buy this Bentley today." Not waiting for Dai Ling Ling to react, the saleswoman laughed contemptuously and said, "Yo, quite capable of pretending. This car is $7 million. Can you swipe this stupid card? Just brush it." Wei Wenzhou, also lazy and it's nonsense, turned his head to Dai Ling Ling, said, "Go, help me write the contract invoicing it." Dai Ling Ling reacted this time, but stood still with some hesitation. After all, with a price of $7 million, she didn't quite believe Wei Wenzhou could afford it. "Don't worry, just go brush up and see." Wei Wenzhou gave her an encouraging smile. Dai Ling Ling hesitated for a moment and hurriedly dashed off with her ICBC card in hand. It didn't take much effort to brush up on it, and it was idle anyway, but if it was true, she would be able to get a large commission. Soon, Dai Ling Ling had the contract and formalities ready, and darted over with the swiping machine, inserting that ICBC card. People always like to join in the fun. The other salesmen have nothing to do, have come up to see the fun. Of course, they are holding the Wei Wenzhou joke mentality over, in full view of the public. Dai Ling Ling to operate the card machine after handing Wei Wenzhou. Wei Wenzhou is not polite. Directly in front of the face of the crowd entered the password, accompanied by a successful transaction beep. The ICBC card successfully swiped 7 million. Seeing this, everyone froze for a moment, and then sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. These days, people who could afford $7 million were absolutely rare. Each and every one of them was a big shot who was either rich or noble, and those who could afford it in the whole of Yangcheng could be counted on two hands. Therefore, the S-Class luxury car store in Yangcheng, opened until now. This is still the first time to sell out a top luxury car. It sold 7 million. Dai Ling Ling can get at least 40,000 commission. $40,000, almost 2 years of income for an ordinary person. For those of them living at the bottom of society, it was a huge sum of money. For a while, they all looked at Dai Ling Ling, whose face was red with excitement, and their gazes were filled with envy and jealousy. Wei Wenzhou looked at the excited Dai Ling Ling and smiled gently. This should be the case of good people having good rewards. People who are kind don't have bad luck. As a fellow young man, he was still very fond of the simplicity that emanated from Dai Ling Ling. Turning his head, looking towards the female sails that spoke out in mockery, Wei Wenzhou coldly said, "Dig in. Your dog eyes are really ugly. If you can't lay your hands on them, I can find someone to help you." Brush. Hearing this, that saleswoman's face instantly turned deathly white, and cold sweat kept coming out. The person who could take out $7 million in one go was definitely a big shot living at the top of society, with his hands in the air, not something she could provoke at all. At this moment, she was really scared. Wei Wenzhou, if she is determined to get her, she simply cannot resist. She does not want to become blind. Now, she can only hope that Wei Wenzhou adults do not remember the small man, so with a sobbing voice pleaded, "First, Mr. I'm wrong. Beg you to bypass me this time." "Humph, it's you who said it yourself. I didn't force you. The most important thing to be a human being is honesty, isn't it?" Wei Wenzhou snorted coldly, not being the least bit soft-hearted. Finished, took over the contract in the hands of Dai Ling Ling signed, because it is a direct mention of the current car. The procedures are very fast. After the contract is signed, directly get the car keys to sit in. Remember, people are doing, the sky is watching. It is better to be kind. Your dog's eye. I will find someone to take it. Said a sentence, Wei Wenzhou launched the gas pedal, driving this dream for many years of driving, directly sped out. As for the saleswoman's dog's eye, what's the use of him wanting it, just to scare it? He's not that cruel. If no accident, it will certainly run away from the city of sheep. Through this can also deter a few other salesmen, so that Dai Ling Ling's life a little better. Flying on the road, how a cool word can describe. Wei Wenzhou heart that called a relief. Looking forward to the dream of two lives finally realized. Have to say, Bentley is really very aura. Although many people do not recognize, but that noble and domineering appearance still attracted people around the frequent gaze. Of course, he also had to go to the DMV on the license plate. No matter how rich, abide by the law is the principle. After the license plate on the good, Wei Wenzhou made a phone call to Su Yuan. Asked Su Yuan where, bought a luxury car, naturally have to go to show off. After receiving Su Yuan and Wei Rongrong at the shopping mall and taking a drive, Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this car is so majestic. If you like it, I'll give this one to you." Wei Wenzhou said with a smile, "Money can be earned again when it's gone, as long as Su Yuan is happy. Forget it, this kind of car is not suitable for girls to drive. I still like my little BMW, even if I want to buy it, I'll have to earn my own money to buy it." Saying that, Su Yuan arrogantly raised her head. She didn't want to be a canary. Moreover, after seeing Wei Wenzhou making money, she also liked the thrill of making money. "Yo, not a small ambition. If you really want to make money, come and work for me as a secretary. Let's combine our efforts as a couple and fight together." Wei Wenzhou turned his head to look at Su Yuan and teased, "Good. Su Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement and immediately agreed, then looked at Wei Wenzhou and said, "You can pay me a salary, that's for sure." Wei Wenzhou let out a light laugh and continued, "In the future, when I open up my own company, I'll see how you perform and give you a salary." "You're opening a company?" Su Yuan turned her head to look at Wei Wenzhou in surprise. "Aha!" Wei Wenzhou nodded and said in a serious manner, "Fighting alone is ultimately a thin base. It can't become a large scale, and if you want to bring down the He family, you can't fight it alone." He was a very vindictive person. Although He Guang had already been arrested, he still didn't want to let the He family go. Moreover, the He family was afraid that they wouldn't let him go either. The current He family should be busy dealing with He Guang's affairs, and when they slowed down, they would definitely target him. "Then when do you plan to open a company?" Su Yuan was a little excited. Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and opened his mouth. "Actually, I've been planning this for a long time. However, just the two of us can't support a company, so I'll have to go find a very powerful person to help." "Wow, what kind of person?" Su Yuan became interested. "I'm about to go look for him. You'll know then. These days are just free. I'm going to go talk to him. For now, well, let's go home first." Wei Wenzhou played dumb and turned the direction towards home. Chapter 54 Li Jun. Back home, the three old men were still playing chess, one defying the other. Wei Wenzhou watched with amusement. But this is good. In the future, the three old men can be considered to have a companion, and Su Hong does not have to stay in the Su family villa all day. Su Yuan, on the other hand, as soon as she got home, she couldn't wait to take out the masks she bought, and carefully put them on Wei Rongrong. Zhang Ping, and Dong Lighting, and the four of them were lying on the sofa, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very cordial. The next morning, Wei Wenzhou got up very early, did not even eat breakfast and hurriedly went out, driving the dream car out of Yangchang. Since he had already decided to open a company, he couldn't hesitate. He planned to start with real estate first, mainly because he wanted to squeeze out the He family, and the future of real estate is very lucrative. Is his main force to raise Tencent? And his destination this time is to go to the domestic economic core, Shanghai province, now Shanghai province, but one of the fastest growing provinces and cities in the country, very prosperous, not at all comparable to Hangzhou province, because where there are many foreign-funded enterprises, such as the world's richest man, Gates, in Asia, Microsoft subsidiary. These foreign enterprises have greatly driven the development of Lu province. After driving for most of the day, he finally drove into the province of Shanghai. Wei Wenzhou did not stop, and came directly to Gates in Asia in front of the Microsoft subsidiary. The person he was looking for on this trip is now in here. Li Jun, now only a small fame, but in the future is the emperor of the work of many people worship. 2 years later as the Asia Microsoft subsidiary responsible, and then for some reasons left Weisoft, turned into the just pouting Shangda, to help Shangda in the world's most powerful country listed. It can be said that Li Jun is currently the country's top talent. Ability and talent are very outstanding. How could he let go? And now Li Jun is at a time when he has just risen but is at the lowest point in his life. Every genius is proud, and Li Jun is no exception, even more proud. Or he would not have left Microsoft and switched to Sacred University. He knows very well that what Li Jun needs is a stage where he can really show his talent, where he can let go and play to his heart's content. But because Li Jun was Asian, he couldn't really enter the core of a Western company, and there were too many constraints at Microsoft to give full play to his talents. So then Li Jun left, and he can give Li Jun enough freedom to put their own talent 100% of the stage. So he has the confidence to persuade Li Jun and him to do it together. Parked the car, Wei Wenzhou did not go directly to find Li Jun, but waited at the bottom. In listing talent, always have to be a little sincerity. The ancient times of those emperors can be so dry, although he is not the emperor, but he will definitely become a business giant in the future. In ancient times is the kind of powerful. More than 10 minutes later, the time to get off work arrived, and a plain and thin-looking man walked in wearing a suit. A sense of depression hung over the man's body, declaring that he was in a bad mood. Without stepping out far, Li Jun saw a young man walking over to stop him. Thinking about it and not recognizing it, he stepped aside. Then the young man stopped in front of him and looked at him with a smile. This young man was Wei Wenzhou. In his previous life, Li Jun was a celebrity. He had naturally seen Li Jun's picture. After sizing up Li Jun for a while, he smiled and spoke. Mr. Li, I can wait for you. Hearing this, Li Jun frowned. He was not surprised that Wei Wenzhou knew him. After all, he was now considered a minor celebrity. And he was also a smart man, knowing that this young man in front of him was coming for him. Hello, my name is Wei Wenzhou. Without waiting for any reaction from Li Jun, Wei Wenzhou smiled and extended his hand. Hello, Li Jun. Out of politeness, Li Jun nodded and shook Wei Wenzhou's hand. After sizing up Wei Wenzhou for a moment, Li Jun took the lead and asked, Mr. Wei seems to be looking for me for something? Humph. Wei Wenzhou nodded calmly and laughed lightly. Li Jun, the only Chinese who has entered the top echelons of Microsoft nowadays, a top talent in Asia. However, there are too many constraints. Mr. Li, you don't seem to be having a good time at Weisoft? He. Li Jun shook his head and laughed, saying, I'm having a great time at Microsoft right now, taking an unimaginable salary from an ordinary person. What can there be to be unhappy about? Really? Wei Wenzhou smiled and said with extreme confidence, is it really money that Mr. Li values? Is it really happy that you can't fulfill your ambitions? I intend to open a company. Sincerely hope that Mr. Li can join you and I together to create brilliance. I can give you enough freedom, so that you can give 100% of your talent to show. I think that a bird that soars freely will have a happier life than a cat in a house, and its sharpness will not be smoothed out. Li Jun froze for a moment at his words, looked deeply at Wei Wenzhou, and said, I'm sorry Mr. Wei, I don't intend to switch to another company. I still have some things to do. Let's talk next time. Wei Wenzhou spoke to his heart, but he didn't know anything about Wei Wenzhou. He didn't trust Wei Wenzhou. Wei Wenzhou turned around and stopped Li Jun, who wanted to leave, an extremely confident smile still hanging on his face. Mr. Li, why is it so hard to live every day in Microsoft with fear and trepidation? At those words, Li Jun's body stiffened for a moment, and there was a hint of nervousness in his expression. Wei Wenzhou walked to the front and gazed at Li Jun, gently smiled and said, Mr. Li, your doctorate degree in computers is fake, so you are scared every day. Afraid of being exposed. Wei Wenzhou said very sure, because in a few more years, this matter will be exposed, causing a very big impact and trouble to Li Jun, carrying the public opinion, and one of the reasons why Li Jun left Microsoft. And hearing this sentence, Li Jun's body completely froze, 3 points of panic, 7 points of annoyance and said, "What do you mean? What do you want?" Mr. Li Jun, I'm not trying to threaten you. In this world, paper can't wrap fire. The more famous you become, the more people will pay attention to you. Sooner or later these things will come to light. Instead of being scared all day long because of this matter, why don't you choose a company that is willing to not care about your education, but only care about your ability and talent? I am very sincere in wanting to invite you to start a business with me. Hearing this, Li Jun froze for a moment. His tension dissipated for a moment, and then he sneered. You're talking about your company? My current annual salary is $3 million, plus bonuses, nearly $5 million. I'll give you $10 million for your talent. It's worth it. Before Li Jun could finish speaking, Wei Wenzhou spoke directly. Li Jun's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at Wei Wenzhou with some suspicion. Wei Wenzhou was simply too young. He simply did not believe that Wei Wenzhou could give such a high price. But on the contrary, Wei Wenzhou was acting extremely confident. Which company is yours? Didn't I just say it? Let you accompany me to create it. As long as you promise, I will complete the company approval as fast as possible and quickly establish the company, Wei Wenzhou said without feeling abrupt. Chapter 55, Registering a Company. I really don't know where you got the courage. Li Jun was so angry that he laughed, shook his head, turned around and wanted to leave, drawing a big cake. It was useless to him. Wei Wenzhou frowned, raised his hand to stop Li Jun, and without any nonsense, he directly opened his cell phone bank card balance inquiry and handed it to Li Jun to see. $85 billion. Looking at this huge amount, Li Jun froze for a moment, and then some incredulous stared at Wei Wenzhou with wide pupils. The contempt in his eyes dissipated. He didn't expect that Wei Wenzhou was so young that he really had so much money, so much that he couldn't possibly earn it by harboring in Microsoft for the rest of his life. And Wei Wenzhou's next words surprised him even more. Before this, I should have had nearly $5 billion, but invested $2 billion to open a supermarket chain and $200 million to open a restaurant chain. Now, Mr. Li, you shouldn't be questioning that I'm playing you anymore, right? We can sit down and have a good talk, right? Li Jun was still in shock. He still hadn't been able to regain his senses from this young man's terrifying figure, and mumbled as he followed Wei Wenzhou to sit by the flower bed not far away. Do you need to go to the industrial bank to check and prove it? Wei Wenzhou said as he looked at Li Jun with a smile. Hearing this, Li Jun came back to his senses, smiled awkwardly, and said, No need, Mr. Wei wouldn't joke with me about something like this, would he? After calming down a bit, Li Jun continued to speak and asked, Forgive me for taking the liberty. I would like to know how Mr. Wei came by this fund. Is it clean? Mr. Li should have paid attention to the stock market. Then you should know that oil stocks had skyrocketed. Although I don't dabble in stock speculation, I have heard of it. There is a retailer who made billions of dollars wildly, said Mr. Li Jun ran alarmed. Could it be that the mysterious retailer is you? Good. Is me? A month ago I mortgaged my house to get hundreds of thousands of funds to start speculation, without a single defeat. Now, the domestic rich list should have me a position. Wei Wenzhou smiled lightly, speaking calmly, without even a hint of complacency. Li Jun listened with wide eyes, murmuring, Indeed, you once occupied the 8th place on the rich list, such a young billionaire. I'm afraid that this will cause an uproar if it's publicized. Now is not the time to make it public. I don't like being watched by too many eyes. Wei Wenzhou smiled and said, Then Mr. Li, can we talk formally now? Aha! Li Jun took a deep breath and nodded, asking seriously, I want to know, since you're so good at speculating in stocks, why don't you continue to speculate in stocks, but want to start a business? Starting a business, do you have a goal? Compared to the salary, he was more concerned about the boss's philosophy. If the philosophy was not compatible, he would never consider it because it would limit his play and ambition. And in the face of Li Jun's question, Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and said, Even if you are good at speculation and make a lot of money, it's just a number, meaningless and boring. Entrepreneurship is tiring, but it's also very passionate, isn't it? I don't want to be a rich man. It's meaningless, like The Walking Dead. I want the world to know my name. I want to contribute to society. So I want to start a business, stand at the top of the pyramid, and use business to drive social development. As for the goal of my business, I'm looking at the internet industry. With the memories of the next 20 years in his previous life, he certainly knew that the internet was the most promising industry in this era, and that the world would be ruled by the internet in the future. For example, the future of the country's giant industry Ali and Vine training. All of them are internet companies. And when he heard this answer, Li Jun's eyes lit up and looked seriously at Wei Wenzhou and said, I admire your ambition. But the internet is an industry that even Western capital groups think is simply unrealistic, impossible to develop, and more often than not, it is reduced to a product of the capital to circle money. Ha! Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and said, that's just now. The prosperity of any industry requires a process and a perfect system. For example, isn't that the case with industry? All the internet companies around the world right now have actually shown signs of maturity. They just haven't found a way to make money yet. Now the internet companies, it is true that most of them are capital speculation out of the circle of money, circle of investment, drawing a nebulous cake, but the times to progress, to develop. I firmly believe that the internet in the future will certainly affect the lives of all mankind, and this future will not be too far away. The current internet industry is like a koan lurking in the northern underworld, and one day it will break through the sea, turn the koan into a rock, and rise 90,000 leagues, ushering in an information age. At that time, you and I will stand at the very top of this world, influencing the whole world with the internet. Li Jun, I really hope you can join me. I need your help. Looking at the bold Wei Wenzhou, Li Jun did not say anything. For a long time, suddenly smiled, and stretched out his hand towards Wei Wenzhou, happy cooperation. In fact, he also valued the internet. Just now is just a test for Wei Wenzhou. Their ideas coincide. What reason does he have to refuse? Wei Wenzhou smiled broadly, stretched out his hand to shake hands with Li Jun, and said firmly, it must be pleasant. I will not let you regret this decision today. In the future, the name Li Jun will definitely resound throughout the world. And Li Jun is also a thunderous person. After determining the intention of cooperation between each other, he immediately prepared to leave from Microsoft, and even all directly changed his words. Boss, it will take some time for me to do the departure procedures from Waysoft. By then. Good. I'll wait for you. When the time comes, you'll find me in Yangcheng, Hangzhou province. I'll apply the company down within a week. You can let go of your hands and do it. I have 100% trust in your ability. Wei Wenzhou patted Li Jun's shoulder, then smiled and said, I drove over for a day. Shouldn't you, the host, treat me to a meal? Ha ha, well said. Seeing Wei Wenzhou not being the slightest bit standoffish, Li Jun laughed out loud, and the two of them came side by side to Lu City's most famous hot pot restaurant. While eating the hot pot, Wei Wenzhou also talked to Li Jun about some future blueprints, and Li Jun nodded in agreement. When talking about business ideas, Li Jun realized that although Wei Wenzhou was young, he was very far-sighted and mature in his thinking, and many of his ideas and concepts coincided with his own. This made him even more convinced that he had not trusted the wrong person, and a feeling of sympathy welled up in his heart. When this hot pot is finished, Li Jun has been a little impatient to join forces with Wei Wenzhou to create a brilliant night. Lu City, lights, looks particularly prosperous. Wei Wenzhou has no intention of staying, drove the car and left overnight. Back to Yangcheng has been the next day, sleep until the evening before waking up, hurriedly ate dinner, and then went out to find Mo Pingyun came to the industrial bank. Wei Wenzhou directly helped Su Yuan resigned, and then turned to Mo Pingyun said, Old uncle I intend to register a company. You and the business side should be more familiar. Help me say hello. Old uncle shouted. Mo Pingyun heart blossomed, immediately patted his chest and said, good to say. A family to say what to help or not to help. Industry and Commerce Director Lu and I am very familiar. Chapter 56 The Dinner Party. Do as you say. Immediately Wei Wenzhou and Mo Pingyun drove to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, into the office of the director Lu Hong. Because Mo Pingyun greeted in advance, Lu Hong showed incomparable enthusiasm and politeness. However, when seeing the registered capital Wei Wenzhou filled out, he was shocked. 10 billion? Looking at that huge amount, Lu Hong was dumbfounded. This is the first company in Yangcheng to have a registered capital of over $1 billion. Moreover, there are not many companies that have more than $1 billion in the country. If you count the private enterprises alone, there will never be more than 100. What does this mean? On behalf of Wei Wenzhou is now a top 100 private entrepreneur. Wei stock god. Really very human. Big deal. Marvelous. Standing up, Lu Hong said with great emotion. I have to thank Director Lu for his accommodation. Otherwise the procedures wouldn't have been done so quickly. I have to thank you properly sometime. Wei Wenzhou politely shook Lu Hong's hand. You're welcome. You're welcome. This is originally my job. It's this name. Lu Hong quickly waved his hand. Now the country is encouraging entrepreneurship. Like Wei Wenzhou, such a rich man with a huge amount of money in his hands, wherever is the guest of honor, he is naturally a bit of begging. In the future, if Wei Wenzhou soars to great heights, he can also follow the light. It's fine. Just call it Han Yuan Capital. Looking at the name on the registration form, Wei Wenzhou looked more and more satisfied. although it was a bit awkward. But how? Whether or not you can make money doesn't depend on the name of the company. Okay. People's masters have no opinion. This outsider also has nothing to say. Immediately waved his hand to let the staff immediately input the relevant information into the system. Half an hour later, all the formalities were registered. Wei Wenzhou exchanged pleasantries for a while, and walked out of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce with Mo Pingyun. Wenzhou na, the last party that group of people tonight and get a party in the Star Hung Hotel. Said to make amends to you. They let me must invite you to go. Give my old uncle a face right? Just about to get on the car. Mo Pingyun pulled Wei Wenzhou. Some thirst. Wei Wenzhou does not go. He can be a little lost face. Okay, I'll go over at night. No Mo Pingyun good face. Just helped him such a big favor. Immediately did not refuse. Nodded to agree. Those people invited him. Wasn't it because they were afraid that he would still hold a grudge for what happened at Su Yuan's birthday party at that time? He was not in the mood to hold a grudge against those people who were so contented in their own corner of the world. However, he planned to get the head office in Yangcheng, and he would have to deal with them in the future, so it was not good to be cold-faced. Good, then we'll wait for you at night. And Mo Pingyun heard Wei Wenzhou's promise, and immediately drove away joyfully, shaking with amusement. Wei Wenzhou also drove back home to share the good news with his family. As soon as she saw the name of the company, Su Yuan instantly blushed in shame, but Su Hong was very satisfied and looked at Wei Wenzhou more and more smoothly. Looking at Su Yuan, who was both shy and holding the registration document, Wei Wenzhou ignored the gazes of his family and leaned over to put his arm around Su Yuan. Yuan, Uncle called me to go to Star Hung Hotel tonight to get together with those so-called high-class people. Accompany me. Ah, those people? Su Yuan was a bit stunned. After the birthday incident, her image of those people was in tatters. It can't be helped. Business can't be done without connections. Even if you are disgusted, you still have to socialize. You can't bear to let me face those hypocritical faces alone, right? Wei Wenzhou pretended to be pitiful and said, then, that's fine. Su Yuan finally couldn't bear to reject Wei Wenzhou and nodded with a pout. Hey, just now you said Star Hung Hotel. There's something I haven't had time to say to you. There used to be a guy named Ji Feng in our class in high school. You still remember him, right? Yesterday he called me and said that he's organizing a class reunion at the Star Hung Hotel tonight. I didn't want to go, but he encouraged the other classmates to keep urging me to go. Tonight you also have a dinner party. It just so happens to be on the way. Why don't you accompany me to go through the motions? Su Yuan looked at Wei Wenzhou somewhat cautiously and said, class reunion, how come no one called me? Wei Wenzhou revealed a playful smile. So I don't want to go either. He only called the classmates who were still mixed up now to go. It's clear that it's a snob, and he still thinks that you are. Now, halfway through her sentence, Su Yuan was also a bit speechless. I remember going to school that time. That Ji Feng but has been chasing you. This time let you go. I'm afraid the purpose is not pure, right? Wei Wenzhou looked at Su Yuan somewhat playfully and said, don't you talk nonsense. After graduation I have no contact with him. Su Yuan pouted a bit angrily, then said a bit less happily, if you don't like it, I won't go. No, it has to go. Wei Wenzhou held Su Yuan's small hand and said in a domineering manner, my wife, how can she be missed by others? I have to go and declare my sovereignty. After saying that, he domineeringly picked up Su Yuan with one hand and headed out. Young people nowadays. Su Hong watched from behind and shook his head. When Su Yuan heard her dad's exclamation, she immediately blushed, and pinched at Wei Wenzhou's arm, saying with some thinly veiled anger, you quickly put me down. It's a shame. Fear what? Anyway, our father they have seen. Wei Wenzhou laughed, but saw Su Yuan really angry, or hurriedly put down. Walking out of the villa, Wei Wenzhou hurriedly coaxed, okay, don't be angry. I admit, I'm jealous. The last time you had a birthday, you didn't call out those classmates to come. I know you're afraid that I'll be mocked again, but some people, without a little punch in the face, they always think they're somebody, always thinking about toads eating swan meat. Anyway, my wife is not allowed to be missed by others. Listening to Wei Wenzhou's words that were both overbearing and childish, Su Yuan blankly glanced at him without any good reason. However, in her heart, it was very sweet because Wei Wenzhou was caring about her. 6:30 in the evening, Star Hung Hotel. As the most luxurious and highest class hotel in Yangcheng, it was not something that ordinary people could afford to come to, or even come in. Most people could only look at it from afar, curious about what it was like in this glorious 5-star hotel. Wei Wenzhou drove his Bentley and slowly parked in the parking space on the side of the hotel, then dialed Mo Pingyun's phone. Wenzhou na, we are still at the usual place, the top floor banquet hall. Everyone is waiting for you. Hearing Mo Pingyun's impatient voice, Wei Wenzhou glanced at the time and laughed. I'll socialize with some of my old classmates on the floor below you before going up. One floor below? Good. We'll be waiting for you. Mo Penyun froze for a moment, but didn't say any more. He wouldn't dare to ask Wei Wenzhou to let those people wait honestly. It's good to whet their appetites. Chapter 57, Stock God? Hanging up the phone, Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan entered the hotel lobby together. Su Yuan? At this time, a woman's surprised voice suddenly sounded from behind. Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan turned around and immediately saw one person walking over in surprise. Su Yuan recognized the person and immediately greeted her with a smile on her face. Is it Anran? It's been so many years since I've seen you. I almost didn't recognize you. After Su Yuan reminded him, Wei Wenzhou also remembered. Anran, a very quiet girl in her former class. Now she looks much more beautiful, but she is still a bit dwarfed in front of Su Yuan. However, it's not bad. Anran was born in a bookish family. Her parents are both teachers. A very educated girl with a good temperament. And for tonight's class reunion, Anran was obviously well dressed. A long white dress, and its own temperament is very matching. The whole person is like a lily flower. It originally felt like you wouldn't come. When going to school, Anran and Su Yuan's relationship is very good. Holding Su Yuan's hand, very happy to say, it can't be helped. My phone is almost blown up by you guys. If I don't come again, I won't be speaking about the friendship of classmates. Saying this, he pointed to Wei Wenzhou and smiled. This is Wei Wenzhou. Do you still remember? When she was in school, Anran didn't bully Wei Wenzhou because of her good upbringing, so she still had a good feeling towards Anran. And after hearing Su Yuan's words, Anran turned her head to look at Wei Wenzhou and thought for half a day, but shook her head and said with some embarrassment, it's been some years, I can't remember. Wei Wenzhou didn't care, smiled and shook his head. It couldn't be helped. At that time, he was too inconspicuous. Perhaps those who remembered him only remembered his wimpiness and poverty. Smiling apologetically, Anran also withdrew her mind from Wei Wenzhou, and excitedly said to Su Yuan, do you know, Yi Feng made more than $1 million in stock speculation this year, and he is the one who organized tonight's reunion, and said that he will buy the whole bill. He also promised that he will teach the secrets of stock speculation. Let's go soon too. Maybe we can get some pointers and make a fortune. After Anran finished speaking, she gleefully pulled Su Yuan and went into the elevator. Looking at Wei Wenzhou who silently followed him in, Su Yuan revealed a very helpless expression. What stock speculation expert? The real stock speculation god is here. Yi Feng only earned more than $1 million and then floated up, and even opened a special reunion to show off. In contrast, Wei Wenzhou earned billions of dollars also do not see the slightest complacency and pride. No matter from which aspect then, Wei Wenzhou or crushed Yi Feng do not know how many levels. Perhaps this is the difference between the eyesight. Yi Feng destined to become a big trend. Arriving at the reserved floor, just after exiting the elevator, Wei Wenzhou's trio heard a man's arrogant voice coming from that banquet hall. You see? I said you don't understand. You still not convinced? Want to make money obediently and humbly follow me to learn. I earned more than $1 million a year. More than $1 million nah. You are afraid that you have not seen so much money, right? Just for the sake of a classmate. How many people begged me I do not teach? Do you know what they call me now? They call me the stock god. Hearing this, Su Yuan burst out laughing. Stock god? Wasn't that what the Yangcheng upper class called Wei Wenzhou? When did it become his Yi Feng's? Even if Wei Wenzhou doesn't want to be the god of stocks, it should be Jiang Feng who should be the god of stocks. How can it not be his turn? Yi Feng. On the other hand, Anran's thoughts are not like this. Jogged up and pushed open the door, excitedly said to the people inside, look, who did I bring? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their heads and the moment they saw Su Yuan, everyone's eyes lit up, especially Yi Feng who stood at the very center strutting his stuff, but he couldn't take his eyes off of it. Let everyone wait for a long time. Su Yuan politely smiled and greeted. Hearing Su Yuan's voice, Yi Feng finally came back to his senses, tidied up the designer suit on his body, pretended to walk over with elegance, and stretched out his hand to Su Yuan, waiting even longer. As long as you're here, it's good. Su Yuan slightly frowned, did not go to shake hands with Yi Feng, still politely said with a light smile, today is a reunion. There is no need to deliberately wait for me. Looking at Su Yuan with the same look of rejecting others as before, a flash of displeasure flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. In the past in school, you were the school flower and were high above the others. I was just a very ordinary boy. It's understandable that you can't look at me, but now I'm a millionaire. What other qualifications do you have to be nonchalant towards me? After thinking about it, Yi Feng thought that Su Yuan didn't know that he had made a lot of money, and said with a smile, Yuan, you don't know yet, right? I have made a lot of money from stock speculation, and now I am a millionaire, and I can buy a villa and a luxury car. In this era, millionaires can be so many people, but it is very influential. He is very confident that Su Yuan must not dare to be uncool to him again. Well, congratulations. Su Yuan politely smiled and nodded. Her response remained cold. Yi Feng frowned, feeling a little embarrassed about his face, his heart burning with even more anger. These students present, after knowing that he was now a millionaire, which one of them was not all smiles and stretched out their faces to flatter him? However, Su Yuan's face was so cold that she couldn't stand it. It was not good to be angry with Su Yuan. Yi Feng turned his gaze to Wei Wenzhou, who was standing side by side with Su Yuan and seemed to be very close, frowned and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? This is a class reunion initiated by me. Unrelated people please get out. He is Wei Wenzhou, also our classmate." Anren at the side remembered Su Yuan's previous words and hurriedly explained. "Wei Wenzhou?" Yi Feng frowned and thought for half a day. Finally he remembered. Then he snorted and pointed at Wei Wenzhou. "So it's that poor guy who picks up leftovers every day and eats them. Yi Feng, a classmate. Be polite." Seeing Yi Feng humiliate Wei Wenzhou, Su Yuan immediately became angry, and hearing that Su Yuan even helped Wei Wenzhou, Yi Feng's expression twisted a bit and sneered with a face full of mockery. "I don't want to admit that he's my classmate, and I didn't invite him, but it's just because he heard that I made money from speculating on stocks and came to beg me for guidance, right? I've seen a lot of people like this. Wei, poor guy, can you eat meat now? Beg me and make me happy. When I'm in a good mood, I might point you to a few stocks and let you eat some meat. Oops, my leather shoes are a bit dirty." Saying that, he lifted his foot and hinted at Wei Wenzhou. Looking at the arrogant Yi Feng, Wei Wenzhou smiled contemptuously and lifted his right arm to wrap around Su Yuan. "Take your dog paws off. Is Yuan something you can touch?" The smug smile on Yi Feng's face instantly froze. Jealousy and anger intertwined, and his expression became hideous. Chapter 58, Retribution comes so quickly. As for Wei Wenzhou's sudden intimate move, Su Yuan was also startled. However, this time, she did not make any resistance and even leaned towards Wei Wenzhou. She was a smart woman who knew that she must give her man enough face at this time. "Dirty shoes, huh?" Wei Wenzhou smiled contemptuously, lifting up his shoes, which were dusty to compensate for running around in the past few days, and rubbed them twice on Yi Feng's shiny leather shoes. "You seek death." Yi Feng's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. His hand lifted to hit Wei Wenzhou, seeing the situation getting out of control, and ran next to him hurriedly pulled Yi Feng and advised, "Yi Feng, we are all classmates. Forget it, turn around and I'll introduce you to a very good shoe shine store." Said, hastily diverted Yi Feng's attention. "Right, didn't you say you want to teach us how to speculate in stocks? Quickly let us old classmates dip our toes in the water." Yi Feng shrugged off and ran, raised his hand and arrogantly pointed at Wei Wenzhou, and said in a cold voice, "Poor man, Yuan has a kind heart. Don't stomp on your nose. Do you really take yourself as a character? Do you really think you are worthy of Yuan? Today, I'll let you know the gap between us, the gap between a human and a waste." Saying that, he arrogantly pointed at himself, and then pointed at Wei Wenzhou, then straightened his clothes, and said arrogantly, "Today I'll let you guys get the light. This stock of Huatong technology, tomorrow it will surely go up big time." When those students inside heard this, their gazes brightened and they exchanged excited words with each other. Even Anren silently memorized this stock, intending to go back and buy some. While Wei Wenzhou sniffed, he couldn't help but sneer out. "Huatong technology. This stock is a notorious garbage stock. Just this year it will directly collapse. Cheap tear dumping shares. Still up? Not fall is the Bodhisattva blessing. Just this year, Huatong stock has set off a storm of bloodshed. Many people's lives were gambled to death in this stock." He didn't expect Yi Feng to be optimistic about this stock. Maybe the people who gambled their lives away in his last life, including his old classmates, were pitched by Yi Feng. On the basis of classmates, Wei Wenzhou was a bit intolerant, and reminded with that slight friendship, Huatong technology is a garbage stock. Its group has long been overburdened into a dead one. If you really intend to speculate on stocks to earn some money, buy some shares of Wanhong International. The recent will continue to rise. This month earn 40% is not a problem. You also understand stocks? And Rand, who stood closest, looked at Wei Wenzhou with some disbelief. After all, now Yi Feng's reputation was not small. Everyone respected the stock god. What Yi Feng said, how is it more convincing than Wei Wenzhou? "Anren, trust him," Su Yuan said quietly to Anren. Just now, Anren pulled Yi Feng in time. She still had a good feeling about Anren now. In the end, she came from a bookish family, not as mean and snobbish as others. Although it was said in a low voice, it also reached the ears of Yi Feng, who was also standing not far away. "Ha ha ha." Yi Feng laughed out loud with abandon. "No way? Did I hear it right? Believe this poor guy? Pretending is not this pretending. If you would speculate in stocks, you are still wearing a rag now, and you dare to question me? I earn more than $1 million a year from stock trading. How about you? Big talk, poor people make more mistakes." Saying that, Yi Feng spread his hands and said teasingly, "You guys listen to this poor guy. by Wan Hong International, and then follow this poor guy to pick up leftovers to eat. Of course, at that time, you guys can also choose to beat him to death to vent your anger, and then go into the prison to eat free meals. Looking back at Wei Wenzhou, Yifeng's eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Spitting a mouthful of spit, bah, not only are you poor, but you also love to pretend. I don't even know why you still have the face to live? And hearing Yifeng's words, those classmates froze for a moment, and immediately took a stand and agreed. Yes, Yifeng is now the stock god. How could he recommend wrongly? Trust the stock god's quasi-right. Wei Wenzhou, a poor man, if he knows how to speculate on stocks, he wouldn't have to wear all the old dirt until now. That's right, I think he just wants to show himself in front of Su Yuan. A toad wants to eat swan meat. It's hard to get a reunion together, but a head is mixed in. Yifeng, forget it, don't be so general with a waste. This kind of waste out of the countryside. All his life is a waste. You'd better continue to give us the secret of stock speculation. We all listen to you. Listening to the words of his classmates, which have all been personal attacks, Wei Wenzhou smiled to himself. Heaven wants to rain, mother wants to marry, can't stop it. Anyway, he had just done his last favor to remind. People don't listen. It's not his fault if they go bankrupt. Frankly speaking, he has no good feelings for these so-called classmates, and he doesn't care about the death or life of these people. Su Yuan, on the other hand, couldn't stand to see the face of these people, and took the initiative to pull up Wei Wenzhou's hand, and said with some guilt, "Wei, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come, and I shouldn't have let you accompany me. Let's go. There's nothing to get together with these people." This group of so-called classmates, one by one, a dog's eye, only look at the appearance. The ability to praise high and step on low is pure. Hate to give Yifeng's shoes are licked. The real stock god was in front of his eyes, and just because he was wearing some plain clothes, he was degraded to be worthless. Expensive clothes, Wei Wenzhou has, but Wei Wenzhou think not as cheap stall goods wear comfortable, so usually rarely wear. But also that day she had a birthday through once, and Yifeng saw Su Yuan actually took the initiative to sign Wei Wenzhou's hand. Almost his eyes were staring out, full of disbelief. How could Su Yuan look at Wei Wenzhou, this poor guy? And at this time, Anren was staring at her cell phone screen, and suddenly said in a shocked voice, "Oh my god, I just searched the information of Huatong and Wanhong. Huatong's director withdrew his capital, and the company ushered in a big storm." Anren's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Those students even took out their cell phones to search and check. There are also people below who say that Huatong Technology is making false accounts and hiding the fact that the company is losing money, so that the shareholders can hurry to sell the stocks in their hands. Anren continued to say, finished lifting his head full of surprise looking at Wei Wenzhou. This news has just come out, but Wei Wenzhou is as if he was forewarned. Long predicted that Huatong Technology could not hold out, and Yifeng sniffed a stunned, unbelieving grabbed Anren's cell phone staring at, expression gradually like eating is ugly. No way, it shouldn't be like this. I gambled my entire worth in 3 days ago. No, I don't believe it. This must be fake. I got the news clearly. Yifeng's face was white, unbelievingly roaring like crazy. Chapter 59, Shameless. Humph, it's the news you got that's fake. People's Zhuang family deliberately put out fake news. You dare to believe it too. Yo, it looks like it's time to eat dirt for certain people. Do you want to beat me up and then go into the jail for a free meal? Wei Wenzhou applauded at the right time, laughing and mocking. Originally, he didn't feel much, but when he heard that Yifeng had smashed his entire fortune into it, he couldn't help himself, mocking his old man for half a day. Now he's getting retribution, right? Su Yuan gave Wei Wenzhou a blank look, as if she felt that Wei Wenzhou was too bad for falling down the well. Wei Wenzhou couldn't help but laugh and shrugged his shoulders. There's no way, I really can't help it. This retribution came too fast, too powerful. Dare to covet my wife, deserve to go bankrupt. For a long time, Wei Wenzhou's laughter fell. The whole ballroom, only Yifeng's heavy and desperate breathing, took out his cell phone, looked at the stock market and the rapid decline of Huatong Technology, but paralyzed on the ground. At this exact moment, a knock sounded at the door. The crowd turned their heads to look, and immediately saw Mo Pingyun, the branch chief of the Yangcheng Industrial Bank, standing at the door with a group of bigwigs from the financial circle of Yangcheng, one person holding a glass of wine, a little bit anxious, a little bit cautious. With that, Mo Pingyun was pushed in, breathlessly glaring at the few assholes who pushed him out. Mo Pingyun walked stiffly to Wei Wenzhou's side and said in a very aggravated manner, "My good nephew-in-law, if you don't go up, it's late at night. If you don't go up, we have combined our efforts and can only come down to see your old classmates, and give you a toast in the meantime." Mo Pingyun's words were very condescending, but for the situation at this time, it gave Wei Wenzhou great face. The group of local classmates, on the other hand, exploded. My god, Isn't this our Yangcheng Industrial Bank president Mo Pingyun? And that one, isn't he the boss of Changhong Company? My god, half of the bigwigs in Yangcheng are here. Or are they here to toast Wei Wenzhou? The crowd was confused for a moment, and Anran next to her was so surprised that she held her small mouth and stepped back a bit towards the back for fear of disturbing Mo Pingyun. Everyone is really polite. At this moment, Wei Wenzhou looked at all these people much more smoothly, wrapped his arm around Mo Pingyun and laughed. And this group of people are very shrewd. Looking at Wei Wenzhou's big smile, and then look at the atmosphere in the hall, immediately noticed something wrong. So one by one, they walked in with a big smile. One by one, they gave Wei Wenzhou a toast. This is a great opportunity to perform Wei Wenzhou didn't refuse, and greeted everyone with a big smile, and then hooked his arm around them and left the room. Heading upstairs, Su Yuan didn't leave, because she hadn't gotten over this. Yuan, just now those people, really are all here to find Wei Wenzhou? Anran was still a bit unbelievable even now, and carefully asked to Su Yuan. Aha! Originally I accompanied him to party with those people tonight, and came over to see you guys on the way. But now it seems that seeing you downstairs is enough, and I shouldn't have come here. For Anran, Su Yuan still had a good feeling and said with a light smile. Hearing this, those classmates were startled, and then their eyes lit up, and they came over to inquire about Wei Wenzhou in various ways. Su Yuan was annoyed by the question, angrily said, "Bow to your Yishu Jingo, one is a poor boy, cannot get into your eyes. Women, compared to men to hold grudges much, this is just before the foot after the foot of the matter." Su Yuan how can forget these people just how to Wei Wenzhou, and being sprayed by Su Yuan, these snobbish classmates were immediately embarrassed. Yuan, forget it, classmates, don't be like this. Anran secretly pulled Su Yuan. She is a very sentimental person and does not want this reunion to end unhappily tonight. Alright, for your sake, I'll leave them alone. Su Yuan smiled helplessly. After so many years, Anran still hasn't changed at all. She is still so cultured. And Anran is the only one who didn't target Wei Wenzhou just now. Sighing, Su Yuan walked over to Yifeng who was sitting paralyzed on the ground becoming unattended. His eyes were lifeless and said, "Take a good look at what this is." Saying this, Su Yuan clicked on a photo from her cell phone. It was before at home when she liked the name Han Yuan Capital, so she used her cell phone to take a picture of it, and didn't expect it to come in handy now. Those students were curious and came up to look at it. Han Yuan Capital Limited Liability Company. Wei Wenzhou opened the company. He actually opened a company? Registered capital? How much is this? So many zeros. Looking at the string of numbers, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air in shock. One by one, they seriously counted how many zeros there were in that line of registered capital. Finally counted out is 1 billion. One suddenly opened his mouth wide. Shocked. Closed cannot be closed. What is the concept of 1 billion? A villa cannot pile up. Is 1,000 times that of Yifeng's 1 million. No, Yifeng is now bankrupt. Penniless. Not as good as them. Yifeng looked at the photo and felt a burning pain in his face, and then look at the student's gaze at him that was full of ridicule. He wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill in. After hitting his face, Su Yuan suddenly felt a little tasteless. Not on the same level. There is really nothing to say, and there is no need. Yifeng only has a few money then dragged to the sky, while Wei Wenzhou billions of dollars, but never fooled around, and never cared about the views of others. How to look up, how to look down and how. Wei Wenzhou think never show off, but how to let the family continue to grow. The money earned, but also sit to repair hospitals, road repair charity. She even sometimes felt that Wei Wenzhou liked not the money, but the pleasure when making money. She liked the words Wei Wenzhou had said, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. There really wasn't much to say when the eyesight and perception weren't on the same level. Yifeng didn't even have the qualifications to compare with Wei Wenzhou. Wait! Yifeng opened his mouth and called out to Su Yuan who wanted to leave. Su Yuan didn't want to pay attention, but out of politeness, she still stopped and said coldly, "Do you have anything else?" Yifeng changed his face, no longer the previous overbearing, lowered his head and said humbly, "Wei Wenzhou has so much money, can you say a word to him? Help me, after all, we are classmates, we can't see death to save That's right, he has so much money, take out a little bit is nothing, at least a classmate, lift us up, so much money he can't spend, don't be so stingy, classmates for a time. Can't watch us suffer, right?" As soon as Yifeng opened his mouth, there were a few people with red eyes who agreed with him in a conspiratorial manner. "You guys are really shameless." Su Yuan was so shocked by the shamelessness of this group of people that she couldn't help but burst into foul language. Chapter 60 Preparation. Since the beginning, since school until now, have you ever treated him as a classmate? Have you ever looked at him once? I was the one who dragged him here today. He didn't come to show off. Now, I regret dragging him here. Wen's money is not for the scum, but for those who really need it. He contributes $50 million to expand the hospital, and $200 million to repair the roads. He never skimps on what he feels is worthwhile. What about you guys? If you have money, do you spare it? What qualifications do you have for moral abduction? You guys are good with your hands. You can earn your own money if you want it. Why do you need one to give it to you? Your shamelessness has really refreshed my 3 views. In the future, let's just have our own. After saying that, Su Yuan turned her head to look at and ran, smiled and said, after a while, Wen and I are going to get married. When that time comes, you must come. After saying that, she no longer stayed, turned around and left. And at this moment upstairs, Wei Wenzhou is raising his cup to return the toast of help that was just downstairs. Wei stock god, your thing in our circle is considered completely spread. Now everyone knows you just registered the company. There are opportunities to get rich. You cannot forget us all. Wei Wenzhou had just put down his wine glass when someone couldn't wait to say. For a while, everyone looked at Wei Wenzhou with burning eyes, their faces full of interest and anticipation. Wei Wenzhou smiled and said, money, it's all about everyone earning together. Naturally I won't forget everyone when I have the chance. See, I told you that Wei stock god won't hold a grudge. Now you guys are relieved, right? Mo Pengyun took the opportunity to concur. At that time, he couldn't even stand to watch that scene, let alone Wei Wenzhou as the person involved. It would be strange if he didn't hold a grudge, but he still had to give a step down on the surface. Yes. It's all because we're small-minded. With Mo Pengyun releasing this step, the others immediately went along with it. Nowadays in the circle of Yangchang, only the little cutie would be the only one to touch Wei Wenzhou's mold. The main face. The guest concurred. This meal, naturally, the guests and hosts are happy, helping to drink some slightly drunk Mo Pengyun out of the hotel. To no one's place, Mo Pengyun suddenly opened his mouth. Nephew son-in-law, that gang is to eat people, not bones of the jackals. There are interests on the come together. No interest at all will not care about you. You can pay attention to don't be stupid to pull out your heart. Hearing Mo Pengyun's heartfelt words, Wei Wenzhou laughed. Don't worry, I have the numbers. They want to utilize me. They also have to see if they have that ability. Shaking his head, shaking off his drunkenness, Mo Pengyun walked over towards the car. It's good that you have the numbers. I have to go. I helped you block the drinks tonight. I drank a bit too much. I can't hold up. Looking at Mo Pengyun, who staggered into the car and was pulled away by the driver, Wei Wenzhou's eyes flashed a touching touch. Tonight, Mo Pengyun did help him block a lot of wine. Otherwise, he also had to wobble out, looking for an opportunity. Really have to help this old uncle who loves money. Turning around, on the lawn not far away, Su Yuan was pulling grass in boredom. Walking over to Su Yuan and sitting down next to her, Wei Wenzhou asked with a smile, why don't you go up to me? Where's the promised company? Sorry. Su Yuan reddened her eyes and said with strong guilt and self-blame, the faces of those so-called classmates are disgusting. I shouldn't have dragged you here. You scold me. Why would I scold you? Wei Wenzhou pinched Su Yuan's small face without any good sense and said, it's not worth it to be in a bad mood for those people. Besides, how could I possibly spare to scold you? I don't dare to scold you. I'll be rounded up and criticized by your dad and my dad. My status at home is far worse than yours. If you really feel guilty, give me a kiss to compensate for the misery of being alone with those playwrights. Saying this, Wei Wenzhou pouted with anticipation. I suddenly feel so hungry. Seeing that Wei Wenzhou really wasn't angry, Su Yuan pursed her lips and climbed up to run away. Don't you dare try to run away. When you ate dinner at home, you ate even more than me. Wei Wenzhou chased after him in annoyance. The two chased and fought for half a day, and in the end, Wei Wenzhou succeeded in his plot and returned home satisfied. In the next few days, Wei Wenzhou bought a building, renovated and remodeled it, and completed it on the 6th day, but did not open it. After all, the whole company, plus Wei Wenzhou himself is only 3 people. He is responsible for the management. Financial aspects of the natural is handed over to Su Yuan in charge. In addition to Su Yuan, other people he does not rest assured. As for Li Jun, he is naturally the executive general manager who can best utilize his talents. On the 8th day, Li Jun came to Yangcheng as agreed. Wei Wenzhou personally went to meet. Li Jun is also a ruthless person. After making up his mind, in order to have no worries, not only come by himself, even his wife and daughter have brought over. Wei Wenzhou will not be cheap. Directly sent a villa to Li Jun. Live together, but also conducive to enhance the relationship. Li Jun is worthy of being able to do great things. For these small things, and did not polite, frankly accepted. With the addition of Li Jun's family, Leisure Villa also became a lot more lively, and Li Jun was simply a workaholic. When everyone was having a lively meal together, Li Jun suddenly opened his mouth directly and asked, my next job? Wei Wenzhou was a bit headstrong. and had some bad premonitions. In the future, I'm afraid his days won't be easy. This guy and the Tang Dynasty Wei Wenzhou have a match. In the future, I'm afraid he can't even be lazy, the kind that urges him to go to court every day. In the future, you'll be the executive general manager of Han Yuan Capital. Right now the company has no business and hasn't opened yet. However, it won't take more than a few days, and then the running of the entire company will be entrusted to your hands. Perhaps the future days would not be good, but it should still be used. It would be a waste to leave a talent like Li Jun unused. If you want to achieve great things, you need to have a big temperament. After dinner, Li Jun is very persistent to see the company. Helpless, Wei Wenzhou can only take its go. Came to the new company that still smells of formaldehyde. Looked at those brand new office supplies and the empty company. Li Jun some speechless laugh. Will you think of entrepreneurship too simple some? I have plenty of money. No one can directly acquire the other company over. Wei Wenzhou said with a confident smile. Li Jun froze for a moment, then asked, then does Wei always have someone to acquire? Naturally. Wei Wenzhou smiled and raised an eyebrow, slipped a ticket to Li Jun, and lightly laughed. Target Shenzhen City. Leaving tomorrow. Shenzhen City? Li Jun frowned and said, there are so many internet companies in Shenzhen City. Almost all of them are for capital circling. Basically they are all shell companies. There is not much value at all. The possibility of doing it is very small. Chapter 61, Conversation. There are always one or two fish that slip through the net, aren't there? Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and said, today's internet companies are numerous. Most of them are shell companies, but there are also those that have made it, aren't they? Those shell companies, in fact, there are some also have real material, only because there is no financial support, or shortage of funds, so the tire is dead. And those internet companies that are lucky to pull an investment to do it up, but because they can't find a way to realize the money, investors lose patience, in order to make up for the losses, so they turn into shell companies with capital circling money. The content of their money ringing, do not care to sell off the stock, publicize and advocate the future prospects of the company, draw a big cake to attract shareholders to buy shares, then they circled the money away. The company is still a shell company. The delay does not see movement, so that those shareholders lost patience. What's more, after circling enough money, they announced the closure of the company, pitting a lot of shareholders' money. So then, under the grievances of many shareholders, the internet company is notorious, directly a rod to death. But in fact, as long as that internet company has real material and finds a way to realize it, then that internet company will soar, especially now that the internet is in its infancy. As long as that company breaks through the shackles, it can become a leader and be one step ahead of the rest, occupying most of the internet market. Therefore, right now, the powerful internet companies are all comparing, then who can be the first to break through the shackles to soar to the sky? After saying that, Wei Wenzhou turned his head to look at Li Jun. Microsoft was also involved in half of the internet. He did not believe that Li Jun would not know. After all, Li Jun had been at Microsoft before, and his honor was considered a Microsoft senior. Li Jun is clearly testing him. In ancient times, Wei Zhang often asked questions to test the Tang Emperor, and Li Jun was really a match for Wei Zhang. Unfortunately, he did not want to be the Tang Emperor, nor did he want Li Jun to be Wei Zhang. He wanted to be Liu Bei. Let Li Jun become Zhuge Liang. He led the overall situation is good. The other things are left to Li Jun. That way, he can be a lot of leisure. Of course, Li Jun alone is not enough. Do not see Zhuge Liang finally died of labor? So, he still have to find a few more military to Li Jun to share some pressure. And indeed as he thought, Li Jun is indeed testing him. It seems that you are indeed not doing this on a whim, and have gained an in-depth understanding of the internet industry. Indeed, the current internet industry is in chaos. Many people see the potential of the internet industry, are groping for it, but unfortunately most of them die halfway into a capital to make up for the shortfall of the money-grabbing tool. I had statistics, now the domestic more strength, potential, worth investing in the internet company, only 3 Surf, completed network and Ship Tiger. However, these 3 companies have a large amount of capital investment, countless shareholders, there is no room for others to grab food. Even if you squeeze in, I'm afraid that you can't get much benefit, although your assets are quite a lot. Those capitals invested in these 3 companies definitely add up to more assets than you only. Therefore, trying to acquire these 3 companies is simply impossible. Saying this, Li Jun's face became grave. However, Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly with confidence. Therefore, it is not these 3 that I intend to acquire. Li Jun froze, puzzled. Could there be other potential stocks? Not bad. Wei Wenzhou nodded confidently, pulling out his cell phone and tapping on a web page. A penguin header label was displayed. Recently you should have also heard of the name Vine Training Penguin. Vine training this internet company, although the momentum is now not as good as the three you mentioned, but also has a hidden momentum to catch up. I've asked around. Vine training now simply do not have any capital investment. All rely on the 5 founders hard to hold up. Even so, there is a hidden momentum to catch up. If you get my investment, beyond what you said that 3 is just an easy thing. Oh, that's something I haven't paid close attention to. Li Jun squinted his eyes, took out his cell phone and opened the webpage to click on that penguin header label, registered a QQ number, but found that he could only log in on the computer. Seeing this, Li Jun couldn't help but frown. Now in this era, people who can afford computers and will use computers won't be too many. After searching again, he found that this Vine training penguin was nothing more than a chatting software, and his frown couldn't help but deepen. Mr. Wei, is this what you call having potential? He felt that he was somewhat fooled by Wei Wenzhou, and leaving Microsoft seemed like a not-so-wise choice. Oh, don't be in a hurry. Wei Wenzhou confidently smiled, said, don't underestimate this penguin. Think about it, although it is now just a chat software, but separated by the south and north of the world, each other do not know who the other is. Between the two people or tell each other their grievances, or talk about private, is not a very interesting thing? You then look at how many users this penguin has now? Li Jun heard a flash of doubt in his eyes, but still searched with his cell phone. This search, but found that this penguin now even some millions of users. How is this possible? Li Jun is a little unbelievable. This is just a chat software, but it has such a great temptation. Oh, you think it's not interesting, but it does not mean that other people think it's not interesting. Novelty can always cause people's curiosity. Now that you can only log in on a computer, there are millions of users. What if it is popularized to cell phones and smartphone? The momentum of this penguin is bound to sweep the country. At that time, just think about what a huge amount of traffic that would be, and then find a way to make the traffic cash. That would be a huge amount to earn. Further down the line, other businesses can be expanded from chatting, such as surfing for online news, Ship Tiger's online search, and even some novelty online games can be added to it. By then, a QQ number can have many functions, make the boring network become interesting. That kind of attraction. Have you ever thought about it? Everyone has a penguin on their cell phone, smartphone, or computer, and when they are bored, they will click on it. At first it was a trend, then it became a habit, and finally it became essential. Listening to Wei Wenzhou's words, Li Jun became excited. Although this has the suspicion of drawing a big cake, but such a thing, he did not even think about it, and can even be said to dare not think about it. However, Wei Wenzhou was daring to think about it. For this point alone, Wei Wenzhou's eyesight was much more grandiose than his. Chapter 62, Traveling to Shenzhen City. If this idea comes true, when that day comes, this penguin will really be leading the times, deeply affecting people's lives, and the benefits it will bring will be unimaginable. But there was always a gap between imagination and reality. For example, right now, there was a very realistic thing in front of him. This future outlook of yours is good, but have you ever thought that whether it's to make this penguin popular or to expand other functions, it requires a large amount of research and development financial support. So, I expanded into other industries. Wei Wenzhou confidently snapped his fingers. Remember I told you that I previously invested in supermarkets and restaurant chains, and going forward, I will also invest in other industries to make money to support this penguin. Believe me, as long as this penguin grows up, all the effort will be worth it, and it will be rewarded thousands of times over. In the future, the internet will become the trend of the times, and this penguin will occupy half of the internet, bringing in trillions of dollars, influencing and even changing people's lives. Looking at the spirited and wise Wei Wenzhou, Li Jun for the first time gave birth to a sense of admiration. In this young man who was quite a bit younger than him, he saw a courageous momentum, thinking what others did not dare to think, doing what others did not dare to do. Courageous, yet also courageous in a very tactful way. Do not hesitate to raise a penguin with a nebulous future, and even go so far as to get involved in a variety of industries, just to make money to raise this penguin. Anyone who can do such a thing is either a madman or a genius, and Wei Wenzhou was clearly not a madman, but a genius with a clear goal for the future, a plan, and a strong ability to implement it. Okay, I will accompany you to be crazy once. Not crazy, what if it really works? Taking a deep breath, Li Jun looked at Wei Wenzhou and said firmly, if this idea, or rather the goal was really realized, then his name would be known by the world and ascend to the altar. Trust me, it will definitely be realized. Wei Wenzhou confidently patted Li Jun's shoulder. Nonsense, with the memories of the future. Of course he was confident. Strolling along the pathway of Lisher Beiyuan, the two of them chatted until late at night before returning to their respective homes. Early the next morning, Wei Wenzhou and Li Jun pushed open the door of their family villa almost simultaneously, looked at each other, smiled silently, and headed to the airport. As for Su Yuan, she didn't follow them. After all, the company had already been set up. Naturally, she needed some clerks to maintain the company's operation. After all, the company had already been set up and naturally needed some clerks to keep the company running. The matter of recruiting clerks was naturally done by Su Yuan, the secretary. The Su family has a deep network of connections, so it's not hard to find some capable clerks. Su Yuan was the only one who could recruit them. As for being able to help Wei Wenzhou build the company, Su Yuan looked excited and went out shortly after Wei Wenzhou and Li Jun left. The current Han Yuan capital was like a child that had just had an accident, and she was eager to work with Wei Wenzhou to raise this child, become strong, and finally become a behemoth. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the plane landed at the Shenzhen City Airport. Wei Wenzhou and Li Jun walked out of the airport side by side with the flow of people, found a hotel to settle down, and then hurriedly ate 2 bowls of noodles. Against the midday sun, Wei Wenzhou brought Li Jun to a remote alleyway, and in Li Jun's puzzled gaze, walked into a dilapidated small building. The small building was very old and was divided into 3 floors, and just as he went up to the 2nd floor, he heard a burst of noisy and disorganized sounds coming from the building. Asterisk. This Thai server is going to crash again. If I don't change the server, I'm going to crash. I want to change the server too, but I can't pull an investment. Where will I get the money to change it? Okay, don't complain, hurry up and force some of the users to go offline, or else the penguin that we just raised and molded is going to crash. Listening to the noisy sounds coming from inside, Li Jun froze. Mr. Wei, the Vine Training Penguin Company you mentioned, it can't be here, right? Can this be called a company? You come from a super corporation like Microsoft. Naturally you don't understand the hardships of grassroots entrepreneurship. Wei Wenzhou smiled lightly and said, and even with this harsh entrepreneurial environment, they were able to achieve millions of users. Now you believe in this penguin's potential, right? Indeed. I'm somewhat optimistic about this penguin now as well. Li Jun nodded in agreement. Let's go. Go in and take a look. Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and led Li Jun around the corner into a room that was messy and full of wiring, where 3 youths with puffy heads were busy in front of 3 computers. As a person reborn with future memories, Wei Wenzhou had a very good understanding of Vine training. Vine training at the beginning of the beginning. There are 5 founders, the oldest horse painting Vine, to speculate on the stock market to start, with 800,000 funds to set up Vine training. After the whole day outside to pull investment, the second Chenidan, responsible for prying news, broaden the internet market. The remaining 3, Zhang Dong, Su Yi, Zhang Hongqing, responsible for the establishment and maintenance of Vine Training Penguin operation. In front of these 3, when is Zhang Dong, Su Yi, Zhang Hongqing? Such a team already has the potential to become a behemoth. These 5 are extremely capable people. The future of Rotan training employees 10 million, but the real core character or these 5. Looking at the 3 people busy in the room, Wei Wenzhou leaned against the doorway and smiled faintly as he opened his mouth. 3 people, forcing users to go offline. Although it can alleviate the pressure on the servers, but it will also affect Penguin's reputation, so that the users are dissatisfied. I do have a solution here that can be perfect. 3 of you might as well let the users' chat messages buffer for 3 seconds before sending them out. With 3 seconds, users won't feel much, and for the server, getting 3 seconds of buffering is enough to slow down. When the 3 people in the room heard this, they immediately froze, and then their eyes lit up as they frantically tapped on their keyboards to operate. The trio's ability was indeed beyond description, and they worked quite well together, and after only a minute or so, the chaotic server returned to stability. Li Jun was amazed. He didn't know much about this aspect of network technology, but he could also see that the problem had been solved. Wei Wenzhou not only has a strong business mind, proficient in stock speculation, but also has an understanding of this network technology. What kind of freak How could he fit so much knowledge in his brain? This made him even more convinced that Wei Wenzhou's success was by no means a coincidence, and that under Wei Wenzhou's leadership, that grand future map could really be realized. At the same time he was surprised. The 3 people in the room, after solving the server's trouble, also had their gazes towards Wei Wenzhou, and each made some self-introductions. Zhang Dong was more active and came over and asked excitedly, "How did you come up with this method? This gentleman? You also know about network technology?" Chapter 63 talking about acquisition. Slightly understand. Wei Wenzhou said with a smile. He was not being modest, but he really only knew a little bit about it. Only that he had seen a lot in his previous life, and had seen a pig run without ever eating pork. Sir, you can be too modest. Just this method. It is simply impossible for someone who is not familiar with network technology to come up with it. Zhang Dong clearly had some disbelief. I just have a more flexible brain. There are specialties in the arts. Compared to the three of you, I can really only be considered slightly knowledgeable. Wei Wenzhou continued to speak politely. And right at this moment, a man with a worried brow, carrying some fast food boxed meals, walked over, and it was none other than Vine Training's old boss, Ma Painting Vine, who had appeared on the covers of various magazines in his previous life. Seeing Zhang Dong chatting vigorously with two strange men, he immediately spoke up suspiciously. The two of you are, Boss Ma, I've heard a lot about you. Wei Wenzhou turned his head, a flash of excitement in his eyes, and stretched out his hand to Ma Painting. In his previous life, who wouldn't want to shake hands with this top domestic tycoon? He was naturally one of them, and today it was finally realized. Hello, although Ma Painting didn't know what the other party was, out of politeness, he still extended his hand to shake Wei Wenzhou's. Boss Ma, introduce yourself. My name is Wei Wenzhou. This is Li Jun. You should have heard of him, Wei Wenzhou said with a smile. Li Jun? Ma Painting frowned slightly and looked at Li Jun. Then he remembered and said excitedly, you are Microsoft Executive Manager Li Jun? I have resigned from Microsoft and am now the Executive General Manager of Han Yuan Group. Mr. Wei is my boss. Li Jun smiled and shook Ma Painting's hand. Han Yuan Group. Is that Han Yuan Group with $1 billion registered capital that has risen to fame in recent days? Ma Painting was startled. He was out pulling investments every day, and he was still very aware of what was happening in the business circle. Since the date of registration, the news of Han Yuan Group had spread in the business circle. After all, with a registered capital of $1 billion, it was impossible not to draw others' attention. After all, $1 billion of registered capital is not something you want to draw attention to. Everyone is curious about the identity of the registrant, and some people even speculate whether it's a vested subsidiary of a supercorporation. He also guessed so, but did not expect that the owner of this Han Yuan capital was a young man even younger than him, and also poached Li Jun from Microsoft. What kind of person was Li Jun? A hot figure in the business circle. As long as he beckoned, countless companies would compete to throw out olive branches, but it was a bit unimaginable that such a person would choose to join a newly established enterprise. Mr. Wei is precisely a youthful hero, now that he is old enough to determine great achievements. Strongly suppressing the shock in his heart, Ma Painting sighed. My boss is also not older than me by a few years. The achievements made are equally not bad. Now you. But the dragon is stuck in the shallows. As long as a heavy rain washes you into the sea, you will be able to soar into the sky. And I am that heavy rain. I want to invest in Vine Training Penguin. Wei Wenzhou didn't talk nonsense and directly stated his intentions. Invest? Ma Painting Vine and Zhang Dong, three people were stunned. Their funds have long been stretched to the limit. Ma Painting Vine and Chanidon pulled a month's worth of investment. People came to look at their working environment, and then directly shrugged it off. And now, there are people who take the initiative to invest in the door, but also a big boss who can take out $1 billion. All of a sudden, they all got excited. As long as they could get the investment and replace it with a better server, the penguins they raised would be able to continue to thrive. Then how much does Mr. Wei intend to invest? Ma Painting Vine asked cautiously with excitement in his heart. Then how much does Boss Ma think is more appropriate for me to invest? Wei Wenzhou asked back with a smile. $1 million? Ma Painting Vine himself said a little weak. After all, $1 million in this era can be considered a huge sum of money. Take $1 million to invest in a future Vane penguin. Basically impossible for someone to do. He previously pulled the capitalist, asked people to invest 100,000 to 200,000. People are reluctant. Think this penguin has no future at all. It is not worth it. Now, the $800,000 he had earned from speculating in the stock market had bottomed out, and he was so desperate that he wanted to sell this penguin directly. Although this was their heart and soul, they couldn't starve themselves to death for this heart and soul. 1 million? Wei Wenzhou frowned. This was a little too little, right? While Ma Painting was thinking that Wei Wenzhou felt it was too much, so he carefully said, then 500,000? No, I'll vote for 5 million. Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and opened his mouth. However, this 5 million of mine, I'm going to take up 55% of the shares. When these words came out, Ma Painting's four people were all shocked, marveling at Wei Wenzhou's big spending. But soon, Ma Painting, who was familiar with business, shook his head. Mr. Wei, 55% of the shares. It's already more than half. With the power to make a decision with a single word. You're not investing. You're hogging it. That's better than watching your heart and soul go out of business, right? Wei Wenzhou smiled confidently and continued. In addition to the 5 million, I will also help you replace the best servers and configurations, so that you have a better working environment, and can rest assured that the research and development. In addition, I also have strategies that will allow Vine training penguins to develop better. Moreover, before Vine training can have a profit, the research and development funds all come from me. You only need to rest assured that the research and development can be, after having a profit, we share the profit with the proportion of shares. I will never take up more than 1 point. This kind of payment, I accounted for 55% of the shares. Not excessive, right? Wei Wenzhou smiled at the horse painting Vine. Originally he wanted to directly acquire the full amount, but on second thought, I'm afraid that these 5 will not feel at ease to work for him. It's not good to take the acquisition of money to turn around and recreate a polar bear out. Without the support of these 5, he could not handle the penguin. Therefore, he decided to use the shareholding method. These 5 people also each share, then it will also be fully developed. Taking up more than half of the shares and having the power to make decisions at the drop of a hat was enough. In the future, he can also hand over this penguin to Ma Painting's time to manage. He only need to be a shareholder to collect money, give a direction and guidelines when necessary. After hearing Wei Wenzhou's words, Ma painted Vine 4 people directly surprised to grow mouth, responsible for all the inputs in the early stage. This is simply to maintain the Vine training penguins and also only 55% of the shares, leaving 45% of the shares to them. This if they do not accept, that is the brain was kicked by a donkey. This means that they only need to concentrate on research and development, put in the effort, and wait until the future Vine training penguins began to have income. They will become shareholders to start making money. Chapter 64, Signing the Contract. This could be considered as no half risk for them. Even if they failed in the end, they had nothing to lose. They just wasted their time. However, they also didn't believe that there was really a pie in the sky in the world. So Ma Pain too opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Wei, can I know the reason why you're doing this? You could have totally bought it in full, because I believe in your strength, and I want to create a brilliant future together with you. Wei Wenzhou's smile tightened and said seriously, in my vision, the 5 of you can create a brilliant future with this penguin, create trillions of dollars of value with this penguin, influencing and changing the development of society. Therefore, I feel that no matter what the cost, if we can raise this penguin, it will be worth it, and the efforts of the 5 of you should not be in vain. Together, the 7 of us, we will take this penguin to create glory together, climb to the top of the pyramid, stand at the pinnacle of the world, and use this penguin to influence and change people's lives. My 55% share. When the Vine training penguin starts to be able to make money, I will share 4% of my share to Li Jun. I'm not a soul eater, and I don't really like money. If I really liked money, with my current assets, it would be enough for me to spend a lifetime in great wealth. What I like is the feeling when I make money. I like to make money with like-minded friends. I like to be looked up to and make a greater contribution to society. Maybe you guys don't believe me, but I really love our country and I want to make it better. I want to turn our motherland into the best pure land under the sky. Wei Wenzhou pointed at the sky and said boldly, but just as he finished speaking, a pot of water splashed down from upstairs, and his entire body turned into a soupy chicken. Ha ha. Ma Pain too. Several people couldn't help but laugh out loud, but they were still infected by Wei Wenzhou's true feelings and bravado. After looking at each other, they firmly nodded. Good, we believe in you. Then we will create this splendor together. Looking at the excited and thrilled gazes of several people, Wei Wenzhou stretched out a hand. Li Jun understood and reached out to put his hand on the back of Wei Wenzhou's hand, followed by Ma Painting's Vine, and coincidentally at this time, Chenidon also returned. Cheer up, strive hard together. The 7 people put their hands together and shouted with a high expression. Wei Wenzhou looked at the 6 people with high spirits and anticipation in their eyes, and revealed a smile. This should be the corporate culture that Ali Ma focuses on the most. It really works well. Of course, what he said is also true. God let him reborn a life. He certainly cannot live up to this favor. He wants to make this world better. The first step is to make the motherland better. After experiencing the 2 events of 2008 and 2020, he really loved this motherland of his. It was a motherland full of human kindness and love. He really wanted to make it even better. And since the decision is dry, 7 people are acting very decisive generation. Li Jun immediately the contract to be drawn up. 7 people signed their names and handprints one after another. The next step is to move the Vine training penguin to Yangcheng, which is a very large project. After all, the server cannot be interrupted. Otherwise it will lose a large number of customers. After a discussion, by Chenidon and Zhang Dong, first followed Wei Wenzhou and Li Jun first to Yangcheng. First the system and the server those established, and then transfer the data over. The horse-painted Vine and the 3 of them and then go over. Said to do. That night, Wei Wenzhou will take a few people back to Yangcheng. He also said to do. Spent 300,000. Bought the best server and configuration. He spent $300,000 to buy the best server and configuration, and placed the office on the top floor of Han Yuan Capital Limited Company, so that a few people would be less disturbed and be able to research and develop with peace of mind. After 2 days, everything was set up properly. The data was successfully transferred over, and the three of them came over. Wei Wenzhou is not stingy, directly sent a person a set of villas, 5 people in the touched at the same time, but also lamented Wei Wenzhou's large sums of money. Subsequently, also as Li Jun that, all the family members were taken over to live. Leisure Villa became more lively. They do not know now. Later Leisure Villa became the domestic top tycoon's exclusive residential district. Status or wealth is not up to, are not qualified to live up, became a creation of Qi, and before the purchase of the Leisure Court Villa of the 10 people, through this also made a burst of money. And now, with the Leisure Court more and more lively, Su Hong also basically do not want to go back to the Su family villa alone cold and quiet. A group of old men together to play chess, drink tea, play mahjong, live a very lively. That night, everyone gathered together for dinner. Su Hong said a word, got all the elders' unanimous agreement, fight to the young people. They these old generation, idle to enjoy the blessings on the good, getting along well. Horse painting vine no one also have no worries, wholeheartedly for that grand goal struggle. As for Wei Hung, he became the housekeeper of Leisure Villa, basically taking care of the older generation. Early the next morning, Han Yuan Company conference room, Wei Wenzhou sat in the main seat. The lower left in turn is Ma Paint Vine, Channy Dan, Zhang Dynamic, Su Yi and Zhang Hongqing. The right in turn is Su Yuan, Li Jun, Su Hongshang, Jiang Kuan and Chen Jianmen. Last night, he had called the 3 Su Hongshang and asked them to come over this morning. He intended to make Han Yuan to be world-renowned, so he planned to bring all the industries involved under Han Yuan's umbrella and create a conglomerate. Clearing his throat, Wei Wenzhou spoke. Gentlemen, you are all shareholders of Han Yuan. I intend to make Han Yuan a conglomerate. Now let's start by dividing the departments and positions. Su Hongshang for Han Yuan Group Chain Supermarket Department Minister, in charge of Chain Supermarket All Matters. Jiang Kuan is the Minister of Han Yuan Group's Chain Restaurant Department, in charge of all matters of the chain supermarket. Chen Jianmen is the Vice Minister, assisting Jiang Kuan to take care of the chain restaurant. Su Yuan Wei is the head of Han Yuan Group's Finance Department, responsible for managing all financial income and expenditure of Han Yuan Group. Ma Painting Vine is the Minister of Rattan Training Net Enterprise of Han Yuan Group, responsible for managing all matters of Han Yuan Rattan Training Net Enterprise. Chenny Dan is the deputy head of the Rattan Training Network Enterprise Department, assisting Ma Pain Tu in managing the Rattan Training Network Enterprise. Zhang Dong, Su Yi, and Zhang Hongqing, the 3 of you are the design directors of the Rattan Training Online Enterprise, responsible for developing the Rattan Training Penguin. Li Jun is the executive general manager of Han Yuan Group. If you guys encounter problems, you can all consult him to solve them, mainly responsible for the management of Han Yuan Group, with the right to make autonomous decisions. I, Wei Wenzhou, am the president of Han Yuan Group, responsible for the operation of the group as well as external extension, with the right to make the final decision. Chapter 65, Group Establishment. Now, I announce that the Han Yuan Group is officially established, and this is the Han Yuan Group's head office. In the future, when the department gets bigger, it will go out independently to establish a branch. Snap! As the words fell, a loud applause rang out. As the applause fell, Wei Wenzhou opened his mouth. Now, please invite Minister Su of Chain Supermarket Department to speak. Su Hongshang cleared his throat and opened his mouth. Everyone, the supermarket chain is now ready to officially open in 5 days. Named Han Yuan Huamen Chain Supermarket. There are 10 supermarkets in total, located in the provincial capital of Hang Province, and then expand to the entire Hang Province when it becomes profitable. On the opening day, the supermarket will organize special events to attract customer traffic. I will discuss the specifics with the general manager. Slap! A round of applause fell. Wei Wenzhou opened his mouth. Now please ask Minister Jiang of the Chain Catering Department to speak. Jiang Kuan cleared his throat, stood up and said, Ladies and gentlemen, the chain of restaurants is now under construction. A total of 50, mainly distributed in Hangzhou Province in the north of Li City, Zhou City, Ling City, and so on. A total of 10 cities, 5 in each city, is expected to be completed by the end of the month, and open in the middle of next month. Pa pa pa. Another round of applause sounded. Wei Wenzhou continued, Now, please Vine Training Network Enterprise Department Minister Ma speak. Ma Painting Vine was a little embarrassed. After all, the current Vine training, it is difficult to make a profit in the short term. After all, even the way to make a profit has not yet been found. Licking his lips, he opened his mouth and said, Everyone, Vine Training Net Enterprise is still in research and development right now, and currently has a total of 4.5 million users. And Vine Training's goal right now is to stabilize the software system, improve the quality, and attract more users while looking for ways to make a profit. Snap. Although it was unintelligible, Su Hongxing several people still followed the applause. Now we have General Manager Li to speak. Wei Wenzhou smiled and signaled Li Jun. For this kind of meeting, Li Jun was obviously familiar with it and skillfully stood up to speak. Everyone, right now, Vine Training Net Enterprise is in the research and development and exploration stage, and the chain of catering is still under construction, so for the time being, it can't make a profit for the group. Now, our primary goal is the opening of the supermarket chain. We, Han Yuan, Huamen Supermarket Chain, is the first large supermarket in Hangzhou province. Once it opens, it's bound to attract a large amount of foot traffic. What we need to do is how to attract these people to consume. The preliminary publicity and favorable activities will be essential. During this next period of time, I will join forces with Minister Su, and I will be mainly responsible for the opening of the supermarket. The chain restaurant department will now be responsible for good construction, and must guarantee the quality. As for the Vine Training Net Enterprise Department, the president will consult with Minister Ma. Li Jun made some speeches, reasonable and orderly, immediately recognized by the crowd. Resounding applause. Wei Wenzhou was also very satisfied. Su Yuan was the first time to participate in such a meeting and looked very excited. The meeting ended. The crowd ate a lunch together. Jiang Kuan and Shen Jianmen back to Li City. Li Jun also joined Su Hongxing to the provincial capital. After all, the supermarket will soon be opened. And horse painting bind 5 people also go back to the office to continue research and development. Su Yuan to recruit the clerk arrangements into the job. Temporarily only the design department, marketing department, financial department. Li Jun is not in. Su Yuan temporarily assumed the position of general manager. And Li Jun, after discussion with the marketing department, after some discussion, called the design department to start designing the opening of the supermarket publicity activities. Watching everything in order, Wei Wenzhou satisfied with a sigh of relief, and then went up to the Department of Vine Training Network Enterprises. Now, he must give the horse painting bind some future design programs. Vine Training Network Enterprise Department Conference Room. Wei Wenzhou still sat in the main seat, looked at Ma Pain to 5 people, opened his mouth. 5. Have you ever thought? The current Vine Training Penguin can only be used on computers. If the Vine Training Penguin development can be used on cell phones and small smartphones, will the users greatly increase? As soon as the words fell, Zhang Dong spoke excitedly. So Mr. Wei also thought of it. This is something we thought of before, but because of the lack of funds, poor equipment and servers, we simply couldn't develop it. According to our conception, it is to compress the Penguin data so that it can be downloaded and used on cell phones and little smartphones. It's just that the crappy server we had before just wasn't powerful and didn't support it at all. But now it's better. Our next intention is to compress the Penguin data. Ha ha, it's me who is showing off. Wei Wenzhou laughed freely and gave a thumbs up to the 5 people. Sure enough, these 5 guys are not oil lamps, just suffering from the lack of funds. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this penguin does not even have his share. Since this is something you guys are already prepared to embark on, then I will make one more comment. When you guys succeed in compressing the R&D, the users will surely skyrocket. At that time, we can cooperate a bit with the Unicom company in charge of the phone network, and will receive the messages sent out by cell phones and little smartphones as SMS. Right now a normal SMS sent from a cell phone is 10 cents, but if you send it out with Penguin QQ, it will be much simpler for the Unicom company to manage, and they are equivalent to just a relay station, converting the messages sent out by QQ into SMS. A text message costs 10 cents, then, a QQ message only charges 5 cents, which is completely equivalent to making money for nothing. Unicom will definitely be very happy, and when the time comes to split the bill 50-50, we'll be able to make a profit of 2.5 cents on a QQ message. Although it's very little, as long as there are enough users, it's quite a lot to earn. Hearing this, the 5 people immediately projected, and the number they got made all 5 of them stare blankly. Even with the current 4.5 million users, based on the number of messages sent out from their chats, it would be enough for them to earn a 6-figure sum. Although the number of chats would decrease after the fee was charged later, the number of chat messages would definitely increase after more people joined. Mr. Wei, you are simply a genius. Ma Paintu couldn't help but marvel in excitement, and the other 4 nodded in agreement. Wei Wenzhou was complimented and glanced at Suyi somewhat sheepishly. As it's the real inventor of this method, he had merely stolen it in advance. Since you all agree, then, next, the matter of going to negotiate with Unicom will be taken care of by you, old Ma, as the minister, and the 4 of you will continue to research and develop, striving for Penguin QQ to be available on cell phones and little smartphones as early as possible. Wei Wenzhou smiled lightly and said, "Good, we'll start research and development today, and when it's almost ready, I'll go and negotiate with Unicom, Ma Paintu said excitedly. Looking at the 5 people who couldn't wait to get stupidly excited, Wei Wenzhou smiled and said, I won't disturb you then. Oh yeah, the QQ numbers that will be issued in the future. It's best to make them all 9 and 10 digits. Chapter 66, Supermarket Opening. Why? Ma Painted Vine was a bit puzzled. In the future, when there are more users, 5 and 6 digits won't be enough to combine QQ numbers. Increasing the number of digits will become imperative, and people won't find it unusual. But if we change to 9-digit and 10-digit ones now, and no longer issue 5-digit and 6-digit ones, there will only be those millions of 5-digit and 6-digit ones, and things will be more expensive than they are rare, and by then there will inevitably be a lot of people who want them. In this way, we can completely sell the lesser digit QQ numbers at an explicit price, and sell just a few of them a year, creating a very rare dynamic. Believe me, there will definitely be a lot of people rushing to buy them at that time. Since we are merchants, we have to seize all the benefits. Makes sense. Ma Painted Vine thought for a while and nodded in agreement, and Zhang Dong reacted quickly, immediately used his authority to change Wei Wenzhou's QQ number to 6CXS, saying, the boss's QQ number, that has to be the best, so it's more attractive. I like this number a lot. Wei Wenzhou gave Zhang Dong a thumbs up and left with a big smile. In the next few days, Wei Wenzhou first ran to Yeo City and looked at the construction progress of the chain of restaurants, and after there was nothing wrong, he ran to the provincial city to look at the supermarket. I have to say, those Su family relatives are really disgusting. Su Hong invested in them to open the clothing factory and food factory. Now Su Hang's son Su Hongsheng opened the supermarket, looking for them into the clothing and food. Even a little bit of the price is not reduced, but also deliberately raised some. Really is ungrateful to the extreme. Su Hongsheng anger, directly choose to cooperate with the provincial manufacturers. After listening to Su Hongsheng's story, Wei Wenzhou compared the quality, and found that the quality of other provincial manufacturers, much better. Those Su family relatives, in order to make money, can be said to cut corners. Only look at the immediate interests. There is a saying that good has its reward and evil has its retribution. It is not unrewarded. When the supermarket opens and the guests realize that the supermarket sells things of better quality, see who will still go to buy their things? It's not far from going out of business. Su Hongsheng also thought of this point. Directly icy cold said, people do not take him as a relative. He does not have to be merciful. This time, those Su family relatives are obviously Su Hongsheng to blow up. 2 days later, the supermarket opened. Red banners hung up. Firecrackers roared. Because of the pre-publicity efforts enough, the firecrackers stopped. A flood of guests will be flooded into the supermarket. Su Hongsheng also put the past few days and Li Jun research good preferential activities laid out. I have to say, the two are very business-minded. Many of the preferential activities only later appear to get out. The first promotional activity, consumption of 50. You can draw a red packet once, ranging from $1 to $5. The second promotional activities, consumption of 100. You can turn the lucky carousel once, the highest feedback $15. The third promotion, consumption of 300. You can draw a prize. The grand prize is a TV. There are a lot of people are attracted by these activities. Holding a fluke consumption, the real door of the city. Su Hongsheng and Li Jun busy waist cannot straighten up. Real pain and pleasure. Wei Wenzhou also embarrassed to dry watching. After all, now is the beginning of the career stage. So also responsible for a supermarket, busy and exhausted. Late at night when the door was closed, the 3 people put today's earnings of 10 supermarkets counted. Surprisingly sold more than 8 million yuan. Excluding costs, pure profit alone reached more than 1.5 million. This can be just one day. Perhaps after the first week of preferential activities passed, the income will drop, but also feel that it will not drop too much. Take the daily net income of 1 million to calculate. That is also a month income of more than 30 million. Then according to the distribution of shares down, Su Hongsheng can earn more than 15 million a month. Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan each get more than 7 million. This is simply profiteering. Wei Wenzhou also had to sigh. No wonder later there are so many people open supermarket. According to this speed, a month to earn 30 million, a year will be able to earn 300 or 400 million. And then to other cities in Hangzhou province to open a chain of supermarkets. Other city prices can be much cheaper than the provincial city, and consumption levels are different. 50 million is enough to open up this kind of snowballing. In 3 years, you can almost put Han Yuan. Woman supermarket will spread to all the cities in Hangzhou province, with prices soaring. By then, earning $1 billion a year would not be a problem at all. Of course, compared to Vine training, this is just a drop in the bucket. After 3 days in the provincial city, because of a phone call from Ma Painting Vine, Wei Wenzhou left. What exactly is going on? Returning to Han Yuan Group's Vine training department, Wei Wenzhou looked at the 5 people whose faces were gloomy. Mr. Wei, 2 days ago, we've successfully developed the Penguin QQ for cell phones and the little smartphone version, and the users have skyrocketed to 70 million, and it's continuing to skyrocket today. It's just that the negotiations I went to talk to Unicom fell apart. Now, because of the surge of users, we had to increase the servers. The traffic consumption is rapid, and the daily consumption of traffic fees has reached hundreds of thousands. Such a loss is just too big. Should we shut down temporarily? No. If we shut down, it will cause a decline in reputation and have a greater impact. Wei Wenzhou directly balked, then frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Unicom has no reason to refuse. It's like this. Nowadays the biggest portal website in China, Surf, they also developed the instant messaging software WaveChat, almost synchronized with us, and Unicom chose to cooperate with Surf, abandoning us. Oh, Wei Wenzhou raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't this have happened only 2 years later? But it didn't bounce around for long before Fuji training was held down. It seemed that because of his rebirth, it still caused some butterfly effect. This surfing was even ahead of schedule, and it also thought of cooperating with Unicom. Now Vine training penguins have just been molded, compared with surfing to be much more tender, simply ants than elephants. At present, surfing is definitely the domestic internet industry's big brother, behind a large amount of capital support, and now get to the cooperation with Unicom, began to profit. That is like a fish out of water, will inevitably sweep the domestic internet industry with shock waves. A screw up, Vine training penguin will have to be drowned. After all, people began to profit, and they have been in the loss. Cannot carry how long? They will have to close, including the ship Tiger, and completed the network is also so. By then, the domestic internet is really surfing a dominant. Frowning and thinking for a while, Wei Wenzhou steeply eyes bright. Since Unicom chose Surf, then we can also switch to another communication company and compete with them. But, right now, the biggest communication company in the country is Unicom. We don't have an advantage at all. Ma Painted Vine said with a sad face. Chapter 67, The Coming Storm. Where's the what? We specialize in timely communication software. Right now our Penguin QQ has much more users than Surf's WaveChat. We can completely drive the development of communication companies. We may not be unable to compete with Unicom and Surf. Saying that, Wei Wenzhou's words changed. By the way, have you guys looked at that WaveChat's function? How is it compared to our QQ? Those bastards simply copied our QQ, and just changed the color. Even the page is the same. Zhang Dynamic was so angry that he slapped his hand on the table. Naked plagiarism? Nah, people are powerful. We called over to question, but we were also turned around and said that we copied it. They started developing it 2 years ago. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Obviously is to see our QQ rise momentum, only to copy us. Looking at Zhang Dong's righteous indignation, Wei Wenzhou laughed. Since it's copying us, it's much better. I'd like to see how much it can copy. As long as we make QQ better, make other features that are distinctive and practical, I'd like to see how many more people will choose to use its broken WaveChat. Hearing this, Ma Paint Vine 5 people's eyes lit up. Indeed, now everyone is just basic chatting software. If they make it more distinctive, they will be able to attract all the users over. I have a few options here to optimize QQ. You guys see which one is more suitable and can be made in a short period of time. First, file transfer, and it's the kind that even if the network is disconnected, it can still continue to transfer after connecting to the network. Nowadays, the domestic network is extremely unstable, and when transferring files, there is a high possibility of disconnection. Secondly, regional search. In short, is the same city dating? Can search the same city also in the use of QQ users, and labeled men and women, thus playing aided in the function of dating to find objects. Third, build some network games out on QQ, such as QQ Landlord. Fifth, develop a video function that allows video chatting. Finished, Wei Wenzhou looked at the horse painting Vine 5 people. He even wanted to QQ in the past life, later developed those features all out, but the technology does not support Top Dead can also make the current 4 features. QQ Landlord is still bad enough. However, if you can make the other 3 features also attractive enough, after all, these 3 features are very practical, especially the same city dating. Later QQ almost ruled the internet chat this piece, but there is a piece of software dating Talisman silently, still able to kill a piece of heaven from the monopoly of QQ. It is because Silent got the city dating, very popular with young men and women. There is a very vulgar name. Later on, the old horse was forced to make the same city dating function, and hired a lot of women to chat with men, so as to attract many users back to the Silent to be pushed down. This matter at that time also became a laughingstock in the industry. The old horse's life stains, but with the Vine training to do more and more big, this matter also faded. After all, Those who are not as good as the old horse are not qualified to talk about the old horse, and those who are as good as the old horse do not dare to offend the old horse. Now, as long as this function can be developed, absolutely able to surf that wave chat to press down, wave chat users itself then QQ, only on the basis of the family's big, and Unicom to achieve cooperation, can realize the flow of cash, want to put QQ down. However, as long as QQ develops these features, not only can you keep QQ's current users, but you can also attract the users of wave chat, so that wave chat is not used at all. Of course, this must be fast. After all, now QQ users are great, has broken through 10 million. The daily consumption of traffic is huge. Every day will have to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars, although he now has more than 2 billion, but cannot afford such losses. Before he invested the 5 million. Because of the cooperation with cell phones and smartphone clients, it has been smashed into 3.5 million. There is no way. Must be through the client platform. In order to realize the Penguin QQ in the cell phone and smartphone to download and install. In addition to the losses of the past few days, 5 million has been bottomed out. This kind of investment in research and development is simply burning money. If coupled with the purchase of servers and configuration costs, he has now smashed in 5.5 million, which is only a week's time. Horse painting by 5 people obviously cannot stand this kind of consumption. Want to close the server in time to stop the loss. However, closed the server. This 5.5 million will be completely hit. Continue to do. Will lose more. But once successful, these losses can be earned back. Vine training or later that Vine training, ruling the internet instant messaging industry, with the memories of his previous life. Even if it caused a butterfly effect, he still had the confidence and certainty that he could make Vine training create later glory. It's not just smashing money, he still has 2 billion. Resistance for 2 or 3 years is still no problem. Of course, the horse painting by 5 people cannot be so useless, with the direction to spend 2 or 3 years. And the fact is also true, after he put forward 5 directions, horse painting by 5 people eyes suddenly bright. Mr. Wei, you really are confident. Except for that QQ game we haven't thought of, the other 4 points. In fact, we have all considered. It's just that because of the limitations of that crappy server and configuration, we're intentional and unable to do anything about it. And most of our energy and time is spent on maintaining that crappy server. However, during our free time, we did make some detailed plans. Now that we have these top-notch servers and configurations to add on, in 1 week, apart from that QQ game, the remaining 4 features, we can develop them all. Just that, this 1 week's loss, it's also going to be $2 to $3 million. Why don't we just close the server temporarily, and wait for us to develop it before reopening the server? No, it can't be shut down. Looking at Zhang Dong's difficult expression, Wei Wenzhou directly balked. If we close the server now, the users will inevitably all be attracted by wave chat, and it will be difficult for us to turn around again at that time. I'm not even afraid. What are you guys afraid of? If you want to achieve great things, you must be willing to give up. There is a give and take. Otherwise, don't look at a momentary gain. In the end will certainly fall. Such examples, throughout the ages, abound. You just go to research and development. Losses are by me to carry. Carry him a week. This capital I still have. As long as you survive this hurdle, it's time for Penguin QQ to soar. By then, all the losses can be made up for. Chapter 68, Internet Scolding. You guys don't need to have a psychological burden. Even if you fail in the end, I won't blame you. Of course, I believe you guys won't fail. I have absolute confidence in your abilities. Cheer up. Go for it. Wei Wenzhou patted the shoulders of the 5 people and said one by one. The 5 people were directly moved to red eyes by this absolute trust as well as atmosphere of Wei Wenzhou. Don't worry, Mr. Wei, we will definitely not let you down. The 5 people said firmly, and then directly began to busy themselves. Old Ma, there's one more thing that you have to do. Go and talk to the mobile communication company about cooperation. I believe you already know what to talk about. However, this time, we have to fight for the greatest benefits, as we are the ones who drive their development. Mobile? Ma painted Vine froze for a moment. Oh, I know that the current mobile communication company is just starting out, and is quite insignificant in the communication industry where competition is equally huge. But after all, it's a state-owned enterprise. With the support of the state and our drive, it won't be long before mobile can definitely develop into a behemoth, even overpowering Unicom. At that time, we will join hands with mobile to dominate the internet communication industry. Wei Wenzhou smiled confidently and patted Ma Pain's shoulder, saying, Infected by Wei Wenzhou's confidence, Ma Pain too did not say anything more, firmly nodded, and immediately packed up his things and set off. From this 1 week together, Wei Wenzhou had brought Penguin QQ into the cell phone and smartphone market, and had just put forward those 5 very constructive points. coupled with their absolute confidence and atmospheric arm, he has been convinced by Wei Wenzhou, began to believe unconditionally in Wei Wenzhou, believed that under Wei Wenzhou's leadership, Vine Training will be able to create that magnificent future, because he is also very confident in himself and Fuji Training. A day loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Say not heartache is false. These days, Wei Wenzhou did not leave the Ministry of Vine Training, has been giving Jiangdong 4 people to cheer. The chain of supermarkets and catering matters are given to Li Jun full management. At the same time, he also temporarily replaced the position of the old horse, focusing on the internet trends, mainly focusing on surfing, completed the network and shipped Tiger 3 domestic internet giants. Now these 3 giants complete the network has fallen like surfing is flourishing, the ship Tiger sandwiched in the middle of not on. However, as long as the wave of surfing chat to Penguin QQ completely crushed, then will replace the Vine Training in the future of the hegemony of the position, complete the decline of the network, the ship Tiger in the cracks of survival. Take now, completed the network has panicked, to the headless fly like everywhere, but the ship Tiger clear goal, not to engage in what follow the current into the cell phone and small phone, do computer browser web search. This is similar to the future development of the last life, the ship Tiger specializing in computer web pages, in the huge offensive under the Vine Training to survive, and now surfing, is with the momentum of the shockwave impact of the internet instant messaging, and QQ to compete for users. In 5 days, the number of users has risen from 2 million to 6 million. However, QQ users have not decreased much because the number of users is increasing rapidly due to the connectivity of cell phones and LDTs, and surfing in order to grab users, can be said to be doing everything. On the internet put out the news of Vine Training Penguin is about to close down, and even released the horse painting Vine 5 people used to work in the environment. Slander Vine Training Penguin there is a great security risks. Naturally, Wei Wenzhou was not willing to show weakness, and put out Vine Training's current work environment, scolding surfing for copying Penguin QQ. Vine Training was acquired by Han Yuan Capital, which had just started up with a new registered capital of $1 billion, and when this news came out, it also caused a shock wave on the internet. However, this shock did not last long, was overshadowed by the scolding war between the two sides. Both sides in the internet scolded the sky, Wei Wenzhou in the previous life, but the famous network spammer, froze with their own strength and the whole surfing scolding without losing. This has also become the first domestic internet industry to fight each other, is a very beautiful scenery. Many people have nothing to do when they go online to watch, and both sides of the user is also to see what is happening. Many people followed on the internet to attack each other. Such a huge online scolding war directly stirred the whole country, and even made the news. 5 days later, Ma painted Vine returned, with a body full of fatigue, but with a strong joy in his eyes. Fortunately, the cooperation was negotiated, and mobile is clear that it has to develop with our strength, so I fought for 90% of the profit. 90%! Wei Wenzhou raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. He had expected to fight for 60% would be good. After all, mobile was a state-owned enterprise and would not give up profits to private enterprises. It seemed that mobile was also in a hurry to develop now, to break Unicom's monopoly. However, the old horse can be able to talk about 90% of the profits too, is also ruthless enough. The old horse in the past life, that is famous for eating people without spitting bones, now it seems, really is the name of the game. It seems that in the future, if you want to talk about any cooperation, you must bring the old horse. The more he looked at the old horse, the more he liked it, but the old horse was involuntarily shivered by the look, and hurriedly ran to Zhang Dong's side to inquire about the situation. We've already made the file transfer function and the same city dating function. However, Mr. Wei told us to press it first, and wait for the video screen function and the group building function to come out, and then send them out together, so that surfing won't even be able to copy them in time. In 2 days' time, the video function and group building function will almost be developed successfully. Listening to Zhang Dong's words, old Ma breathed a sigh of relief, and then glanced at the loss of these 5 days, which had unexpectedly reached $1,800,000, and could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Turning his head to look at the calm and collected Wei Wenzhou, the old horse heart welled up a sense of admiration. This is really doing great things to people. And Wei Wenzhou compared to his temperament is far from it. Looking at Wei Wenzhou is in surfing scolding, immediately also joined the scolding war. While cursing, Wei Wenzhou suddenly remembered something. In his previous life, surfing seems to be listed in this year, listed in the foreign NAS. Surf is now so reckless to fight for users for wave chat. I'm afraid that it is preparing for the listing, wanting to use the huge number of users to attract more foreign capital investment, to get a bigger profit. Still want to go public. Thinking of this, Wei Wenzhou sneered and directly put out the news that Surf wanted to go public in a foreign country, coupled with a paragraph of surfing because of copying Penguin QQ. their own weakness, do not dare to be listed in the country's text, immediately caused a sensation. Many netizens began to surf verbal attacks. In fact, the domestic listing on the subsequent revenue requirements are strict. Foreign listing is not so big restrictions, with copying or not copying has nothing to do. Chapter 69, Fierce Counterattack. Only, there weren't many netizens who understood this at all, and many of them were just people. He just needs to bring up the tempo, enough to bring a lot of negative news to surfing, and with a lot of negative news, who will still invest? At least this year, it is impossible to go public. Listed capital. For the future impact is very big. As long as the Sina boss Wang Dahai does not get crazy, it is never possible to force the listing in the wind and waves. He was kind, but people are bullying him. He will not be merciful. And this hand can be said to hit the surf on the 7 inches, although the surf desperately explain, but this side of Wei Wenzhou and Ma painted vinegar, make them more like sophistry. Those people cloud netizens crusade more vicious. Surfing company conference room? Wang Dahai's face was blue, smashed the teacup in front of him fiercely. Who the hell leaked the news? Below, Surf's core personnel were all grim-faced, not saying a word. They had originally negotiated that they would only wait for Wave Chat to get bigger, and then pull foreign investment to list on NAS abroad. After all, they had now found a way to cash in on their traffic, and it was time to make up for the previous losses. But now, this news even broke out, and was clearly pointed out that they want to be listed in NAS. In addition to the insiders leaked the news, they simply cannot think of other possibilities. So, they all started to be suspicious of each other now. As for Wang Dahai, after some venting, he also calmed down and spoke. Put out the news that Surf will be listed domestically, never abroad. Big deal. We won't be listed this year. I'd like to see how long that dead penguin can last. With such a large number of users, the daily loss would have to reach hundreds of thousands. I'd like to see how much money he, Han Yuan Capital, has, and how long can he last. Wei Wenzhou, use your connections for me. I'm going to strip him of his black information. If he doesn't let Surf go public, I'll destroy his Han Yuan Capital. While this side was fighting, June and Ship Tiger were happy. Ship Tiger took advantage of the Surf was Penguin QQ attracted the attention of the large-scale development of computer web search, successfully from the hands of the Surf back to a part of the market. Young also wanted to get a piece of the pie. The portal search site developed to cell phones, but due to the fact that not many people can afford to use a cell phone, so the results are not very good. Ha, in a hurry, Big Head Wang is in a hurry. Han Yuan Rotan Training Department. Wei Wenzhou watched as Surf actually agreed to go public in China in order to calm the public's anger, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ma Painting Vine also laughed in relief, but immediately followed up with a curious follow-up question. Mr. Wei, how did you know that Surf was going to be listed abroad? He guessed. Wei Wenzhou said with a smile, Surf has a lot of domestic capital financing, and now that it has found a way to cash in on the traffic, it must be in a hurry to go public to make up for the previous investment? Even if Big Head Wang is not willing, those capital will urge him to go public, and just found a way to realize the cash. Very unstable. The domestic listing requirements are extremely strict, so they will certainly choose to list abroad. Listening to Wei Wenzhou's well-reasoned speculation, Ma Pain too nodded admiringly. Mr. Wei, you are really as good as God at anticipating things. With you leading the way, Vine training will definitely achieve the brilliance you mentioned. Ma painted Vine sincere praise. Wei Wenzhou is heart weak to not, which has what anticipation is God only that he has the memory of his previous life. This is his biggest secret. Surely he cannot say it, so he made up a justified statement. The scolding and competition for users continued, and with this hand of Big Head Wang, he managed to calm down the public's anger. And after 2 days, Surfing suddenly broke the news. The chairman of Han Yuan Capital, who started out as a stock speculator, got rich and then abandoned his wife, who had shared the same pain, to find a new love. As soon as this news came out, Wei Wenzhou became the target of netizens' verbal attacks, and even QQ users were dropping rapidly. Mr. Wei, what do we do now? Ma Painted Vine was a bit anxious. Wei Wenzhou's face was also gloomy. He didn't expect Big Head Wang to be so insidious. He even did personal attacks. Don't panic. Notify Li Jun and ask him to put out the news of me raising funds to build a hospital and repairing the road in the reputation of a private user. After that, I'll release the news that I'll set up the Han Yuan charity organization, and as long as Han Yuan doesn't fall, I'll help build 50 whole primary schools as well as 20 community hospitals in impoverished areas every year. Originally, I guess, do good deeds without leaving a name? But Big Head Wang was really bullying people too much. He had to salvage the reputation of Han Yuan Capital. If the reputation was bad, Han Yuan Capital wouldn't go far. He can also put Lin Shi those scandals out to save the reputation. But after all, husband and wife he also do not want to have anything to do with Lin Shi again. With the two news, netizens check things are true. The network immediately a holler. Have to support Han Yuan Capital to set up charitable organizations. QQ users began to climb rapidly, and even the Wave chat users are attracted to most of them. In this era, people's income is generally low. The society is in the development stage. There are many places without schools and hospitals, so people's access to medical care and school has become a big problem, especially in this era where the only way to get ahead is to study. Families whose children don't go to school dream of having their children go to school. And now, the country is also pursuing development. Simply cannot take too much money and energy to go to those poor places to repair schools and build hospitals, are relying on mobilizing volunteers to go to the countryside, but also cannot solve the fundamental problem. Therefore, when this news came out, it even attracted the attention of the country, sending special people to contact Wei Wenzhou. Wei Wenzhou also personally guaranteed that he would do what he said. However, he could fund the construction of hospitals and schools, but for teachers and doctors, he still had to trouble the country to do it. He had already done the country a great favor by financing the hospitals and schools, but the country would naturally take charge of the teachers and doctors. So the next day, Han Yuan Capital became a role model honor capital. The relevant departments personally appeared to praise the news release. Han Yuan Capital really out of the limelight. And these things, Wei Wenzhou had planned to do, only now it was announced, so he didn't have much of a reaction. On the contrary, it was the 5 people of horse painting Vine who thought that it was Vine training that had dragged Wei Wenzhou down, forcing him to be like this, and were very guilty, and even Li Jun had run back. Looking at the 6 people's low emotions, Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and explained, "These are things that I had planned to do, only now it's been brought forward a bit and publicized. You guys have to understand one thing, while we help society, society will also help us." Chapter 70 Extinction. For example, right now, the honorary capital title of role model given by the state will be valuable, and it will be much easier to act in the future. Moreover, reputation and word of mouth are more important than anything else. As long as the word of mouth is good enough, people will naturally be willing to come and spend money with our group because they have a favorable impression of us. For example, right now, look at you guys, QQ users have grown to 50 million. This is the attraction of word of mouth. You guys must have a long-term vision. Don't give up the sesame and lose the watermelon. You guys watch, down the road, the chain supermarkets and restaurants will also attract more traffic because of this word of mouth. And in the future, I will also strive for more honors for the group to help the country in road repair, construction, and poverty alleviation. As great as your ability is, so is your responsibility. The country has given us a stable life. We should also make our country better. This country, it's worth paying for. Maybe you guys don't have much feeling or even disbelief right now, but you watch, our dedication will be rewarded. After saying that, Wei Wenzhou had a confident smile on his face as he looked at the 6 people, while he could clearly feel that Su Yuan, who stood behind him and massaged his shoulders, exerted a little more force in her hands. For a long time, as if the 6 people had figured it out, Li Jun was the first to speak up. "I believe in Mr. Wei's choice. I support Mr. Wei. We also support." The 5 ma-painted vines also smiled and spoke. "Good. I will definitely not let down this trust of yours." Wei Wenzhou smiled and stretched out his hand, followed by 8 hands laced together. "Mr. Wei, how do you think the surf group will counter us now? Will it also establish a surfing charity?" Looking at the fact that Surfwave chat users had been lost to only a few 100,000, Ma Pain too asked with some concern. No, they are a financing enterprise. Even if Big Head Wang wants to, those capitals behind it won't support it. Of course, it would be better if they also established charitable organizations to serve the society. Wei Wenzhou smiled and said with extreme confidence, "As the first private enterprise to establish a private charity organization in the country today, even if other enterprises follow the trend, their influence will not be as big as theirs. Moreover, I'm afraid that no private enterprises would follow suit. Those private enterprises nowadays only have interests in their eyes. They only want to grow bigger and gain more benefits. Wanting them to give away their money is harder than climbing up to the sky. They simply do not realize the importance of word of mouth, such as food enterprises. In their eyes, food is a must, even if they cut corners. As long as they will not be poisoned, people will still buy it. But they have not even thought about the fact that with the development of society, more and more food enterprises will rise. And when that happens, food of good quality will gain a good reputation, and people will go for the ones with a good reputation. Therefore, in the future, quality and reputation are very important. Unfortunately, now, because they have been carried away by interests and are pursuing one-dimensional development, those capitalists have not foreseen it at all. Now, those capitalists should hate him to death. He came to such a hand, stood up for righteousness, while others became villains who only pursued interests. After all, If everyone pursued profit, people would take it for granted and would not feel anything wrong. And now that he had come so far as to break people's fixed mindsets, then the balance had been upset. However, those capitalists should still not show anything. Now, I'm afraid they are waiting to see his joke. After all, the construction of 50 Hope primary schools and 20 community hospitals, at least will have to be $50 million, or every year. Moreover, now Vine training penguins also lose hundreds of thousands of dollars every day. Those capital are waiting to see when he cannot hold out. As long as he collapses, then, everything will return to balance. Unfortunately, destined to let them disappointed. Because, Zhang move a few people to the video function and group building function are developed. Synthesized a new version of Penguin QQ. After experimenting with it and seeing that it was almost exactly the same as the previous generation, Wei Wenzhou laughed out loud. Good, hard work you guys. Now put out the message. Tomorrow morning, release the new version of QQ, and exterminate WaveChat. Okay. Zhang Dong several people this week time can be said to be suffocated bad. Immediately put the news out. The network immediately caused a furor. And since Han Yuan Group to build charitable organizations news out, there is no news of the WaveChat. At this moment is also panicked. Also followed the release of the news, to release the mobile version of the surfing portal. Unfortunately, this was something that people had already done ahead of time on Young, and it didn't cause much of a stir at all. On the contrary, it seemed to the netizens that Surf was unable to fight Vine training and had to shift its focus back to the portal again. In the conference room of Surf Enterprises, Wang Dahai's face was blue, and smashed the teacup in front of him fiercely. What's the use of me raising you guys? I asked you to develop some new features of SurfChat to overpower Penguin QQ, but you haven't got a clue in a week. Look at others. They have researched 4 new features in a week. Do you only copy them? Now well, should have been our surfing time to soar, but now it has become a stepping stone to the Vine training. With the help of our momentum, stepping on us to soar. Waste. Wang Dahai had some continuous bombardment. The following people's faces reddened. There is shame. There is anger. Suddenly, one of them stood up and said, Mr. Wang, in fact, you don't have to worry. Unicom has already cooperated with us. He Vine training fly even higher. Can't realize, also can't carry it for long. We just need to wait. When they can't carry it anymore, we will step on them to fly even higher. And then it will be more proof of our potential to attract more capital investment to help us go public. Hearing this, the anger on Wang Dahai's face dissipated quite a bit, straightened his clothes, and spoke, this is all we can do now. Unicom has signed a 5-year contract with us, and we can't cooperate with other internet companies for these 5 years. I don't believe that Wei Wenzhou has so much money to support Tencent's 5-year loss, but also build Hope Elementary School and hospitals. It's just a tycoon. Just wait to be beaten back. Of course, we can't just wait. This period of time, you guys also grasped the research of the new version of WaveChat. Just according to his Penguin QQ research, what new features they added. You guys will follow the research. Wait until they can't hold out. We'll release the new version of WaveChat. Give them a fatal blow, then they'll understand what is called despair. Humph. I'd like to see how long a thug like him can hold out, building private charities and breaking the balance of capital. Don't think Wei Wenzhou, will be able to pull in a single investment. Chapter 71, QQ Star Diamond. After a day of brewing and fermentation, the new version of Penguin QQ, which has file transfer, video chat, same city dating, and group chat, has been clamored for online. Many netizens were waiting to be the first to experience this new version of QQ, and the number of QQ users had skyrocketed to nearly 100 million. As for WaveChat, it is basically empty, and surfing has also closed WaveChat. Bathing in the morning sunlight that shone through the window, Wei Wenzhou waved his hand, start releasing it. Good. The 5 people of Ma Pain 2 who had long been impatient, immediately began to release and upload the new version of Penguin QQ, the computer version, the cell phone version, and the Xiaolingtong version. Not long after, countless feedbacks rang out on the internet, all of which were a roar of approval. Feedback on the file transfer function is almost all those clerks, no longer afraid of losing files. Feedback video chat, most of the lovers or relatives separated from each other, can now also see each other through QQ in the miles away. Only, now the cell phone and LDT does not support the video function. The computer is only equipped with the video function of the internet cafe computers. Unintentionally, but instead of driving the internet cafe business. And the most feedback is nothing more than the same city dating. Later came out of the momentum of the YP magic weapon of silence. Only, now the silent has not yet appeared. QQ's city dating function online in advance. The old horse also do not need to hire women solicitors. The feedback is great. The number of users is soaring. The day directly broke the billion. Looking at the situation is very good. Ma Painted Vine several people are very excited. This week's efforts are not in vain. not only the wave chat that imposter suppressed, but also Vine training Penguin QQ heat to a new height. Mr. Wei, then our cooperation with mobile. Is it possible to start? This week, we lost more than $4 million, plus the previous cooperation with the client, and configuration, etc. We have already invested in nearly $10 million. Now should not be. Ma Painting Tang looked at Wei Wenzhou with excitement and anticipation. There is no hurry. Wait for another 3 days. Wait for the users are familiar with the new version of QQ. Cannot leave the time. We will then announce the charges. Of course, this time we do not charge for chat messages. I have got a better idea. Now, I need you guys to do one thing. Develop our Vine Training Penguin's own portal. Build it directly to QQ's homepage. It's also considered a feature. Hiss. This. Ma painted Vine. Several people are greatly shocked. This is to insert just to the end. What? Can't you fight back after being hit? Is he allowed to hit us with Big Head Wang? I'm a bad-tempered person. I just can't afford to suffer half a loss. We lost nearly $10 million. This account must be settled on his Big Head Wang's head. Moreover, this time, my plan very much needs this feature of the portal. Within 3 days, you must develop it. Oldly, in these 3 days, the group's matters will be your full authority. Old Ma, follow me to mobile to take a trip. After giving an explanation, Wei Wenzhou directly took Ma Paintu and left in a thunderous manner. Su Yuan originally wanted to follow, but because word of mouth was circulating, the business over at the supermarket continued to be booming, and Su Yuan had to sit in on the finance department. Mr. Wei, what exactly is your plan? Sitting on the airplane, Ma Painted Vine really can't help but be curious, and asked Wei Wenzhou. Oh, we QQ more so multifunctional, must have to make good use of it. Cooperation, we have to renegotiate. Right, I'm talking to you now. When you get off the plane, you hurry to draw up a contract. According to my plan, I intend to develop a paid membership system for QQ, with a total of 3 levels of membership. The first level, QQ Red Diamond membership, which charges $5 per month and allows unlimited chatting. The second level, QQ Yellow Diamond members, a monthly fee of $10, on the basis of chatting plus file upload function and build groups and into the group function. The third level, QQ Blue Diamond membership, a monthly fee of $15, can enjoy all the functions of QQ. This is the third level for now. When QQ develops more functions, then we will add on. As for our Vine training portal, it will always be free. This time, I have to give Big Head Wang a lesson. Horse painting Vine her to stare. Where is this a lesson? This is to Wang Dai Tu pressed to death. Even Ship Tiger and Conclusion Net had to suffer. At the same time, he also excited up. Now the people's income is generally lower, but $5 a month is really nothing. Now QQ has 100 million users. If everyone uses $5 to open the lowest level of membership, then, they have a month on the income of 500 million. And it's unlikely that anyone will open a higher level of membership, so the income will be even more. But there was a very difficult thing is, how should they charge for it? Mr. Wei, then how should we charge for this membership? We can't have users running to our group to pay the fee, right? That's why I said to renegotiate the contract with mobile. Clerk Wei smiled slightly. There was no online payment function now. We can't charge from the internet, but mobile and these communication companies can collect phone bills. What if we make the membership via phone bill payment? Wouldn't it be much more convenient? Users who want to charge for membership only need to make sure they have enough phone bills and place an order with the communication company by SMS. And the communication company is equivalent to a relay station between us and the users. Nowadays, although mobile has only just started not long ago, but also every city has a phone bill recharge business hall. Only not many people use mobile phone cards. And now, we and the mobile cooperation. Mandatory. Only mobile phone card can recharge QQ members. Is not it can greatly drive the development of mobile. And even a leap over Unicom is not difficult. So, we help the mobile development up. You want to earn our money. Plus we build charitable organizations to share the pressure of the country. The country should give this convenient. After listening to Wei Wenzhou's words, Ma Paintu had opened his mouth wide in surprise. Such a method. He hadn't even thought about it. Wei Wenzhou's idea can be really heavenly. This kind of concept is transgressive. Really marvelous. Mr. Wei, how did your brain grow? Compared to you, is my brain still a brain? Said Ma Painting's Vine, slapped her head a few times in shame, but her eyes were unable to hide her excitement. Finally, Vine Training is going to start earning money, no longer a burden to Han Yuan Group. Chapter 72 talk about cooperation. Off the plane, Ma Paintu directly cannot wait to run to a print store to draw up a contract. Wei Wenzhou read over no problem. Immediately rushed to the mobile company with Ma Paintu. Because the old horse has come once the reason, can be said to be familiar with the road. Directly with Wei Wenzhou came to the first chairman of the mobile Zhang Rigui's office, having greeted him in advance. As soon as he came in, Zhang Rigui warmly greeted him and shook Wei Wenzhou's hand. I didn't expect Boss Wei to be so young, truly a hero. I've heard all about your deeds in the past few days, setting up charitable organizations to help the country with a private enterprise. If there were a few more patriotic capitalists like you, the development of our motherland would surely be much faster. Dong Zhang is polite. I'm a person with little ability, but my only merit is patriotism. As long as the country needs it, I'll definitely do my best to help. Wei Wenzhou smiled and shook Zhang Rigui's hand. Alright, Dong Zhang, I'm not going to be polite with you. This is my newly drafted contract. Sitting opposite Zhang Rigui, Wei Wenzhou directly handed over that contract. The more Zhang Rigui looked at it, the more surprised he became. And in the end, his mouth was so wide open that he was able to stuff down an egg. After reading the contract several times in a row, Zhang Rigui was only able to get over it, and said with a strong sense of shock, I didn't expect that Boss Wei, at such a young age, would be able to set a precedent and come up with such a method. Once this method is realized, then Fuji Training Penguin is really making money by the day. Otherwise, where would I get the money to help the country build Hope elementary schools and hospitals? Wei Wenzhou said with a faint smile. I agree with this idea, but the move is the country's. I can't be the master of such a big decision. You wait a bit first, I'll talk to the top. Zhang Rigui sighed and said, it should be. Wei Wenzhou smiled and nodded. He had long guessed that it would be like this. It was even highly likely that someone from above would come down to personally discuss with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made the trip himself. Letting old Ma come over to talk about it is all. And it was indeed as he expected. After Zhang Rigui hung up the phone, he smiled and came over and said, Boss Wei, the above attaches great importance to this idea of yours, and intends to send someone down to talk to you in person. Aha! Wei Wenzhou nodded calmly, while old Ma also finally reacted to why Wei Wenzhou had to make a personal trip, and looked at Wei Wenzhou with a lot more admiration in his gaze. After a meal treated by Zhang Rigui, the person from above finally came, a slightly chubby middle-aged man. Hello, Boss Wei. Introduce yourself. My humble self, Yang Hao, is the Vice Minister of the State Enterprise Management Department, and this time, I'm specifically here to discuss cooperation matters with you. Hello, Minister Yang. Wei Wenzhou smiled and shook his hand. Boss Wei, I won't say any more nonsense. The above attaches great importance to this idea of yours this time. It can be said to be a precedent for internet realizations, and it can also lead to the development of mobile. The above is very much in favor of this idea of yours, and it is also very supportive. However, the country is now in great need of funds for development. You see, is the profit sharing on this contract changed? Support the country more or less. The country is very grateful for your good deed of establishing charitable organizations to build Hope Elementary School and hospitals. But if you can support the country some more, the country can also give you more convenience. The meaning was obvious. It was to share the profits. Wei Wenzhou shook his head helplessly and said, then how does Minister Yang think the profits should be shared? How to say that Han Yuan also drove the development of the state-owned enterprise mobile? It is also considered a great favor to the country. In fact, this is something he has also long anticipated. He is not opposed to sharing profits with the state, but he is just starting out now. Also need funds. Tencent's subsequent research and development, the expansion of supermarket chains and catering, as well as his subsequent preparations to enter other industries. All of these are in need of a lot of financial support. There is the most important one, Ali. That is really need a lot of money to feed Vine training to hand. He naturally will not let go of Ali. Ali and Vine training, representing the mainstream of the future development of the internet. He must firmly grasp the two future behemoths. Now Ali is in the nascent stage. Another old horse should now be shrinking with his 18 luohan in an apartment to build the composition of Ali. Composition is completed in 3 months. The old horse began to pull investment, and at that time, that is when he bought Ali. And Ali is to be in 7 years before the real start of profitability. That is to say, he has to raise Ali to raise 7 years. Although he is in, this time will shrink quite a lot, but also absolutely not short. So he is very poor money. The meaning given above is 50-50. Yang Hao said with some embarrassment. After all, they are only as a transit. Do not need to spend much effort and cost to ask for half of the share of the profits, is a bit of a lion's share. Of course, when it comes to negotiating price, one should always start with the big one step by step, and it's not really necessary to ask for half. Minister Yang, you are not afraid that I run to cooperate with Unicom? Wei Wenzhou said with a few moments of ridicule, smiling. Then 4 or 6. Yang Hao was startled and hurriedly lowered the price. Wei Wenzhou shook his head amusedly, then spoke seriously. Minister Yang, let me also give you a confession. I love the motherland very much. so I chose to cooperate with mobile, to drive the development of state-owned enterprises, and to share the profits with the country, and I don't have any objections to it. However, I'm also in the beginning stage of my career now, and also in great need of funds. The better I develop, the better I can contribute to the country. No, this cooperation, I won't share the profits with mobile, because I have driven the development of mobile, and also figured out the method of internet realization. There will inevitably be other internet companies coming to cooperate with mobile later on, and you will just share the profits with them. Of course, I'm not penniless. In the future, every month I'll allocate 100 million from Han Yuan to support the development of the country. This 100 million, not including my construction of Hope Elementary School and hospitals. After 5 years, every month from 100 million to 500 million. Also, as long as I have extra funds, I'll contribute as much as I can to help build the country. I really love our motherland and hope that our motherland gets better and better, but I can only help the country better if I get stronger and stronger. No? After saying that, Wei Wenzhou looked at Yang Hao sincerely. The two of them stared at each other in silence. Beside them, Zhangli Gui and Ma Paintu had listened to the stupidity, mainly because of that sentence that after 5 years, every month went from 100 million to 500 million. How much self-confidence does one have to dare to say such words? And even now, 100 million a month. If Fuji Training earns 500 million a month, that's 1/5. The sincerity cannot be said to be not big. Chapter 73, ready to go. After looking at each other for a long time, Yang Hao steeply spread his face and smiled, saying, "Good, Boss Wei has already said this. His sincerity is notorious. If I don't say yes again, it would be really excessive." After saying that, Yang Hao directly let Zhang Rigui put his pen on that contract and signed it. Happy cooperation. After the contract was signed, Wei Wenzhou extended his hand to Yang Hao. Happy cooperation. If Boss Wei encounters any problems in the future, just call me. Yang Hao shook Wei Wenzhou's hand and also gave great sincerity. Ha ha, I won't be polite then, Wei Wenzhou said with a big smile. Next, the four of them discussed some specific matters together and ate a meal together, which was also considered to have formed some friendship. Finding a hotel to pay attention for the night, early the next morning, Wei Wenzhou and Ma Paintu rushed back to Hang Province by catching an early flight. First looking at the supermarket's earnings in the provincial city, the word of mouth of establishing a charity organization had spread, and the supermarket had already gained the benefit of word of mouth. There were not many small supermarkets in the provincial city, but now people were happy to buy from Han Yuan's Huamen supermarket because they felt that Han Yuan was a conscientious businessman. In this 1 week's time, the supermarket's profit reached nearly $12 million, which made Su Hongxing happy. After instructing Su Hongxing to keep a close eye on the quality of the goods and not to let the reputation be affected, Wei Wenzhou took Ma Paintu back to Yangcheng. Ma Painted Vine has long been unable to stop. As soon as he returned to the company, we'll share the QQ Star Diamond thing to the crowd. After reading the contract, everyone looked at Wei Wenzhou with eyes filled with intense amazement and admiration. You're really a genius to think of such a method. Su Yuan couldn't help her excitement and wrapped her arms around Wei Wenzhou's arm, her eyes filled with little stars. No calling a win in the future. Wei Wenzhou scraped Su Yuan's small nose. Then what is it called? Su Yuan tilted her head in confusion. Called husband, Wei Wenzhou teased with a smile. There were still Li Jun and others present. Su Yuan instantly turned red and fiercely twisted Wei Wenzhou at his waist. I'm wrong. Wei Wenzhou grimaced in pain and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. It seems that no matter what the women of that era, they all love to use this trick. And Zhang moved a few workaholics, pressed to ignore the two of them flirting. After reading the contract, even more energized, directly before the evening came to the Vine training portal to establish a good. Looking at the dark circles under the eyes of a few people, Wei Wenzhou knew that a few people may have spent all night last night. No, not only last night, this week has not had a good rest. Therefore, Wei Wenzhou directly forced a few people to leave work, together with laughing and talking back to the leisure villa to get together to eat a reunion dinner. Wei Wenzhou hadn't rested properly for a week, so he accompanied his family to watch TV for a while and chatted for a while before going back to his room to sleep under his family's heartbroken gazes. The next morning, 8 people almost at the same time to go out, together to the company. Su Yuan went to the financial department to organize the income and expenditure of yesterday's supermarket. Li Jun called the planning department and the marketing department for the Vine Training Penguin QQ Star Diamond Profit to make preparations. And Wei Wenzhou together with the horse painting Vine 5 people went straight to the Vine Training department, began to research and development of Star Diamond membership system. Under Wei Wenzhou's leadership, the first to QQ divided into levels. The higher the level, the cheaper to open the membership, and also set the border. Bronze, silver, King, is also considered to be a means of attracting QQ users, and every breakthrough in a big level, there are colorful eggs, and membership is not difficult. And Wei Wenzhou detailed mention. Only one day, it was developed. Only, the mobile side wasn't ready yet, so it couldn't be released yet. Taking advantage of this time, Wei Wenzhou also sent the Star Diamond charging rules for QQ to every QQ user through the server. For a while, the network was full of grievances. Other internet companies, such as the Enlightenment of the General Enlightenment, opened up a new world, while the rhythm of the mockery of Fuji training to see the money, while the night of the run to talk with Unicom or mobile cooperation. And in Wei Wenzhou's sentence, we also have to eat we work hard for countless days and nights of research and development. Always have to charge a little hard work. No income. What do I take to build Hope Elementary School and hospitals? Complaints slowly subsided. After all, $5 a month. Really not much. Then, they were interested in QQ's newly released levels and borders, and thought of hurrying to improve QQ levels to show off to others, and also wanted to know what the colorful egg was. After all, in this era, QQ is considered the most novel thing. People, there is always the desire to compare and curiosity. And look at the netizens of the public anger subsided. Wei Wenzhou several people are also relieved. They are now everything ready, just afraid of the netizens' boycott consumption. Fortunately, the reputation of doing charity worked after all. The horse painting Vine and other people also see the importance of word of mouth. For Wei Wenzhou is more admiration, and the internet has found a way to make a profit, which is undoubtedly a storm of reform. So all the internet companies began to imitate the membership system of Penguin QQ. Many of the capitalists who had long been desperate for the internet, their minds began to come alive again, and began to invest in internet enterprises. As a result, Shengda, Greyletter, eBay and other internet companies have sprung up, and the fastest than the current three giants surfing, completion of the network and the ship Tiger. 3 are doing the portal site, but with a different focus. It took only 1 day for the 3 to make memberships for their portals. If you want to see more of what's going on in the world, if you want to expand your horizons, then pay for it. The 3 had obviously negotiated a unified membership fee of $10 a month. Surfing the big head of the king, also do not care to continue to hate Fuji training. After all, make money is important. To develop such a good way to profit, he is also a little thankful to Fuji training it, because on the portal this piece, they surf the user is the most. Steady pressure completed network and ship Tiger. Even if Fuji training earned the biggest, they are also the second. In the internet industry is still the big brother level. In this aspect of instant messaging dry but Fuji training. In this aspect of the portal, he is the absolute big brother. And so first stabilized, and then look for Fuji training. Revenge is not too late. After all, with what cannot live with the money the action is quite fast. In front of the computer, Wei Wenzhou looked at the 3 families so nimbly, revealing a touch of evil smile. Now, Fuji training's portal has not yet been released. He intends to wait for the membership to be released, together with the release. At the same time also give surfing a head-on attack. Completed network and ship Tiger is considered to be suffering from the disaster of the poolfish. Their 3 portals charge, and Fuji training's portal is permanently free. Then who still cares about the 3 of them? Chapter 74, Terrifying Returns. Big Head Wang should be laughing happily right now, right? I just don't know if he'll have a heart attack by then. Previously surfing the wave chat plagiarism, Ma Paint Vine's 5 people's hearts were full of grievances, and now they couldn't wait to see Big Head Wang's constipated look. I'm a person who holds grudges. Just wait, there will be a time when he comes to the door to beg for forgiveness. Wei Wenzhou leaned back in his chair and said leisurely, then what does Mr. Wei plan to do with him at that time? Horse painting Vine 5 people sitting in front of the computer, also leisurely drinking tea. This more than a week. They are suffocating very much. Now finally the rain is over. The situation is reversed. You can steal half a day of leisure. And this kind of reversal, our Wei Wenzhou led them to do. Now they have been completely convinced. Even if again ridiculous requirements, they will go to unconditional implementation. June and Ship Tiger didn't offend us, so we won't bother with them, and we're mainly targeting surf. Of course, there is a lot of capital standing behind surf. We are just starting out now. It's not appropriate to offend too much capital. Give them a lesson and forget about it. What do you guys think about letting Big Head Wang publicly apologize and personally admit that Wave Chat copied our Vine training QQ? How about this punishment? Wei Wenzhou said with a smile. After all, the fact that Surf can still squeeze out a piece of heaven in the future under the great power of Vine training shows that the power of the capital behind it is not to be underestimated, and it is better not to be offended too much. There is a saying that makes sense. The mall has no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies, only eternal interests. This is a good method. It can make surfing reputation damaged, a kind of punishment, but also can once again improve the popularity of our Penguin QQ. 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Jun walked in from outside and said with a smile, he was still worried that Wei Wenzhou was young and impetuous and offended those capitals to death. After all, one or two of those capitals is nothing, but if many capitals unite together to target Han Yuan, then Han Yuan will really have to struggle to move forward. After all, Han Yuan has just started and its roots are too shallow, and now it seems that his worries are redundant. Although Wei Wenzhou is young, he is mature in his thinking and acts in an old-fashioned way. Seeing you smile so happily, it seems to be that the planning and publicity for QQ Profit has been done. Wei Wenzhou looked at Li Jun and laughed. Not bad. I discussed with the mobile and have already done the planning. Now we are waiting for the mobile side to be ready. I made a suggestion to the supermarket side. Anyone in the provincial city who has a mobile card can go to the supermarket to enjoy a 10% discount shopping discount activity once. Ha ha, I like this proposal. Wei Wenzhou laughed out loud, then said with some regret, it's a pity that we're just starting out now. The supermarkets are only all over the provincial city, and the catering hasn't been done yet, or else we can have all the supermarkets and catering to engage in this activity. We are a group. All of its industries should be mutually beneficial. Not bad. In the future, no matter which department has a breakthrough, several other departments can use this to engage in activities. One is to enhance the popularity, the other is to attract customer traffic. No matter what, we make a steady profit. Li Jun interjected. Why don't you say that there is no business without treachery? Zhang Dongjiang was quick with his mouth and said in passing, which instantly drew a blank stare from the crowd, seeing through and not speaking out. Do you understand? Suyi knocked Zhang Dong viciously, but immediately felt that his sentence was also a bit strange, as a few stern gazes were thrown at him, and he hastily scrunched his neck. Wei Wenzhou shook his head breathlessly. These two guys are only worthy of doing in front of the computer. Let these two guys in business. Do not lose money to death. No wonder in the last life, the old horse only let Chunidan involved in Vine training management. Zhang Dong, Suyi and Zhang Hongqing, three people. Internet technology is not to speak of, but really do not have the talent of business. A burst of laughter. The office is filled with relaxation. Early the next morning, Zhang Rigui called and said that the mobile site is ready. Wei Wenzhou immediately did not nonsense. Directly let Zhang move a few people to upload the latest version of QQ. After all, he is now in the hundreds of thousands of losses every day. This period of time, they can be equivalent to free QQ right to use, and service network fees, data fees those, can be their own burden. And after a few days of their own site and mobile publicity, there are still tens of millions of people bought a mobile card. In the new version of QQ released the moment to update, but after going in, found that you can only look at the Vine training portal. Other features cannot be used. So, they have applied to the mobile to open a membership. $5 of the phone bill deduction. Red diamond opened. Chat function can be used normally. In the upper right corner, under the penguin icon, a yellow star, showing the level progress bar. In order to add more sustainability, Wei Wenzhou intentionally set the level very much. The lowest level was bronze, with a total of 5 levels, and experience piled up 1 star to enter bronze 2, light up 2 stars to enter bronze 3, and so on, light up 5 stars to ascend to silver. Silver need to light up the moon. A moon experience is equivalent to the experience of 3 stars, and the higher the QQ Star Diamond membership you open, the faster the experience piles up. Perhaps feeling fresh, or perhaps wanting to accelerate their leveling up, or perhaps really wanting to use other features. A surprising number of people chose to open the highest level blue diamond so far. Listening to the data reports that kept coming in from the mobile side, Wei Wenzhou's smiles didn't stop for a few people. Su Yuan also led the finance department to be busy, counting the membership opening reports sent over by the mobile. Fortunately, the file transfer function of QQ had been opened, so it was easy to send the report. Looking at the huge amount calculated, Su Yuan was surprised and happy. Now, she finally understood why Wei Wenzhou said that the internet was the most profitable. This seems to be a vague thing. As long as you develop something valuable and attractive enough, you can really make money day in and day out. Of course, the prerequisite is to have the ability to develop it. This era, there are not many people who know how to develop the internet, and even fewer can really develop valuable. She also finally realized why Wei Wenzhou had said that he would do whatever it took to raise the Vine training penguin, even if he had lost hundreds of thousands of dollars every day. Wei Wenzhou's eyes still flashed with confidence. It turns out, this penguin is really worth it. Those previous investments, this time will come back, and on the internet, also set off a furor. Not for anything else, just because QQ in the release of the latest version of the time, to the whole network announced one thing: Vine training portal, permanently free. Coupled with the surfing portal is about to open the news of membership fees. A large number of surfing users flocked to Vine training penguin. Even the completion of the network, the ship Tiger, etc., also suffered implicated. Chapter 75 Pressure. Nonsense. Register a penguin QQ. The big deal is not to open a member to use those features. Just look at the Vine training portal. There are free ones, so why use your paid ones? And, even if you open a member, your home can only see the website messages, while others have more other QQ practical functions. From the cost-effective comparison, it is clear that the Vine training penguin is much too cost-effective. Surfing company conference room? Wang Dahai sat in the first place with a blue face. Deceitful. Simply deceitful. You ate the meat, but also do not let us have a mouthful of soup. Asshole. Between a burst of angry curses, the teacup in front of him suffered again. Below, the core of the surfers, there are those who are equally furious, and there are also gloomy and unimpressed. After all, it is you who first go to provoke others. Copying others also slander is others copying. Now well, ran into a hard bone, was in turn sanctioned by others. However, although there is some dislike in the heart, but in the end it is related to their economic income, the idea is still to come up with ideas. Mr. Wang, he Han Yuan Group is nothing more than an exploding household. Got lucky and found a way to cash in on the internet, but in the end, the bottom is shallow, supported by Wei Wenzhou alone. Now, Ship Tiger in June also suffered a disaster. The loss of users is serious. If we unite to pressure Han Yuan Group, not afraid of his Wei Wenzhou does not give in and close the Vine training portal. Yeah, Wei Wenzhou is just an outburst, while the capital behind our three families can be old capital with strong strength. If Wei Wenzhou is insensitive, it's enough to make it difficult for Han Yuan to move an inch. Listening to the proposals of the crowd, Wang Dahai slowly calmed down. Meanwhile, in the Vine training office on the top floor of Han Yuan Company, Wei Wenzhou listened to Ship Tiger's chairman Zhang Chaoyang's open complaining phone. He couldn't help but shake his head amusedly and opened his mouth. Zhang Dong I'm not targeting Ship Tiger. To tell you the truth, I'm targeting surf. You are also clear. Before surfing is how the wicked first accusation, in turn defamed us Han Yuan Rotan training plagiarism. Wasn't he, Big Head Wang, bullying our Han Yuan Rotan training for having a shallow base? But I, Wei, am not someone to be bullied and not dare to fight back. This week, my Han Yuan Rotan training has a total loss of $12 million. If you want me to close the Rotan training portal, you can do it. Let Big Head Wang make up for the loss of my Rotan training, and then come out and apologize for my Rotan training penguin's good name. You guys also don't think to take the back of the capital many to pressure me. Now Vine training penguin big trend. Want to press me to death? You guys willing to pay that huge price? Moreover, you guys don't necessarily succeed. We are all in business. Making money together is the king's way. But, Wei, just hold a grudge. The day he, Big Head Wang, doesn't compensate and apologize, the Vine training portal will not be closed. After saying that, Wei Wenzhou hung up the phone, and immediately after, another call came in. It was Ding Sancher, the chairman of June. As soon as the phone was connected, Ding Sanchi's complaining voice came out. Mr. Wei, your Han Yuan Vine training eats meat. At least leave us some soup. Your Rotan training portal is not used to make money. Leave us a way out. Oh, Mr. Ding, it's not impossible for me to shut down the Vine training portal. Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and continued. I'm a person who can't take a loss. When he surfing Big Head Wang publicly apologized for the Rotan training penguin's rightful name and compensated for Rotan training's losses during this time, when I'll close the portal. After saying that, Wei Wenzhou did not dawdle with it and directly hung up the phone. Then, the phone rang again. It was Big Head Wang of Surf who called. Wei Wenzhou directly chose to ignore it, got up and walked out of the office, and went to the finance department to look at the earnings. At the same time, in the conference room of Surf Company, Wang Dahai continuously made dozens of phone calls. Wei Wenzhou just didn't answer, almost so angry that he smashed the phone. Really give you face? Villainous. Between a burst of angry curses, the Ship Tiger Zhang Chaoyang called. Once connected, came a burst of words with rebuke. Wang Big Head, look at what you did good. You surfing has done enough big. Have to be greedy to go to mess with Rotan training penguins. Now well, ran into a hard bone, right? I tell you, people Han Yuan Wei Wenzhou clearly said, when you publicly apologize for Vine training penguin name, admit that you surf wave chat, and compensation for the penguin this period of time the loss of 12 million. When people shut down the Vine training portal, you weigh it yourself. I Ship Tiger but was harmed by you. This thing you do not hurry to give an explanation. I Ship Tiger with you surfing is not finished. After saying that, the phone was hung up. Before Wang Dahai could react, Ding Sanchi's phone call came, almost the same heckling words as Zhang Chaoyang. Immediately after that, it was those small companies that were also doing portals. Wang Dahai was directly confused. Before he could put pressure on Wei Wenzhou put pressure on him first. Humph, wanting me to apologize? No way. Wang Dahai snorted coldly and slammed his fist on the table. He was still thinking of restarting WaveChat. If he apologized, wouldn't that mean that WaveChat was an imposter? Who would come to use WaveChat in the future? Also, although Surf is big, 12 million is not a small amount. After all, Surf has not really started to make a profit yet. Mr. Wang, forget it. With the influence of QQ now, WaveChat reopen will not be used. We might as well focus on doing the website. With what? Not with the money. Yes, Mr. Wang, just bow your head for once. We have 60 million surfing users. Once we start to make profits, 12 million is just a small amount. If you're going to continue with this stalemate, the ones who will lose will only be us. Surf, and I'm afraid those shareholders will also be dissatisfied with you. Below, those Surf Corp personnel can't stand to watch. To Wang Dahai persuade, Wang Dahai's face directly gloomy to almost dripping water. At this time, the phone rang. Is Surfing? The shareholders called. After receiving the phone, Wang Dahai whole person as if the whole body strength has been drained, generally paralyzed on the ground. Time passed little by little, in Wang Dahai's grief and indignation, in the cheering of the whole Han Yuan group. The time came to 10 o'clock in the evening, because he had to look after the server. Wei Wenzhou directly chose the meeting place in the office's server room. Yuan, tell us about today's profit. Aha! Su Yuan nodded excitedly and stood beside Wei Wenzhou, saying with excitement, a total of 41 million users opened QQ Star Diamonds today. Total profit of 450 million. The moment these words came out, Ma Paintu and the others immediately sucked in a breath of cool air in shock. This was too much. Chapter 76, Profitable. Although they have fantasized today, but now really come true, the impact or let them for a time mind shaking. Just one day, we'll earn more than 400 million. Treasure pot or not so fast. And, this is only QQ 1/3 of the users opened. If all opened, it is very likely that the monthly income of more than 1 billion, in addition to their daily cost of 400,000, 12 million a month, as well as the tax, they can still have about 800 million net income. Even if you take away the 100 million from the aid to the country, there is still 700 million left. And then according to the shares down, even if the shareholding of the lease Li Jun, a month also has more than 20 million income. Look at your little outbursts. Looking at the crowd's shocked appearance, Wei Wenzhou shook his head in amusement and spoke. This is just the beginning. In the future, we have to make Penguin QQ better and better, more and more distinctive, to attract more users. Now that we are making $1 billion a month, it's a good start, but it's by no means the end of the line. Remember the QQ game I told you guys about? Wait until the QQ game is developed. As soon as it comes out, and more membership levels come out, our earnings will be higher and higher. And it's not a dream to earn $10 billion a month. However, it's too much work for just a few of you right now. We need to recruit some more talents from the internet industry, and it's time for the special training department to expand. Li Jun, tomorrow you will release the recruitment information. As long as the ability passes, the monthly salary will be $100,000, and there will be a year-end bonus to take at the end of the year. Old Ma, you will be responsible for the interviews at that time. Listening to Wei Wenzhou's calm arrangement, Ma Painting's Vine and the others were a little embarrassed. Compared to Wei Wenzhou, they were like rookies who had never seen the world and had no stamina. But there is no way. They are the first time to see so much money. How can they keep calm? Unlike Wei Wenzhou, who once held $5 billion in his hand. And in this kind of excitement, it's easy to be swept away, creating a sense of pride in losing the sharpness to forge ahead. At this time, Wei Wenzhou was like a bright light, illuminating and guiding their direction. This made their admiration for Wei Wenzhou increase even more. If it wasn't for Wei Wenzhou's guidance during this period of time, they didn't know how long it would take for them to make it this far, and they might even die halfway. At this moment, they are already completely convinced by Wei Wenzhou, admiring his temperament and wisdom. Li Jun was even more glad that his choice was so wise. Although Microsoft is good, but after all, it is a foreign investment. He is Chinese. It is difficult to enter the real core, and even many places will be restricted. Now come to Han Yuan is different. They started together, very passionate, get along very well, like a family. Wei Wenzhou also, as promised, gave him enough self-righteousness. Even the Vine training shares divided into 4%. Do not look down on only 4%. Calculated a month also has more than 20 million. This is he in Microsoft several years cannot earn. And now, a year he can become a billionaire. Isn't money and fame what people live for? Now, he was even more confident that under Wei Wenzhou's leadership, they would be able to create that magnificent business empire. Bathing in the stars and moon at night, the group left the company happily, leaving Zhang Dong alone to guard the server. There was no way. In the past, after 12 o'clock, there was basically no one online on QQ. Even if you didn't watch the server, it was fine. But now it's different. There are many people in order to rush QQ level. hanging on the line all night. For example, at this moment, there are more than 10 million users online. So, they have to make sure that the servers are functioning properly. So they have to take turns working the night shift. If something goes wrong, Penguin QQ's reputation will go down, giving others a chance to take advantage of it. Therefore, they are very supportive of Wei Wenzhou's approach to recruiting staff. After all, they are not ironclad. They still have to ensure that enough energy to develop the QQ game, Wei Wenzhou said. On the contrary, Wei Wenzhou gave the sky-high wages. They were a little opposed, but the thought of Wei Wenzhou to give them more, but also relieved. As Wei Wenzhou said, to do great things you have to have the temperament. Don't lose a lot of money because of small things. This night, the most excited person is Su Yuan. What she is excited about is not that she has earned money, but she is excited that Wei Wenzhou has succeeded and is happy for Wei Wenzhou. How was it? Isn't your husband me great? Driving the car, looking at Su Yuan in the passenger seat with her eyes full of little stars, Wei Wenzhou's heart was full of fulfillment. Aha! You're the best. Su Yuan nodded her head very seriously. Then how are you going to reward me? I've been exhausted during this period of time, and I haven't slept a single peaceful sleep. Wei Wenzhou put on a pitiful look. Ha? Then what reward do you want? Su Yuan asked with some heartache. She had seen Wei Wenzhou's efforts during this period of time, going out early and returning late, not to mention, soaking in the Vine training department's office computer room all day long, accompanying Ma Paint Vine's 5 people to engage in research and development, coming up with ideas, and even having 2 nights directly in the computer room just to nap for a few hours. You kiss me, Wei Wenzhou playfully pointed to his lips. You're being weird again. Su Yuan blanched at Wei Wenzhou in shame, then said weakly, I've been working very hard these past few days as well. Then I'll give you a kiss. Wei Wenzhou smiled and came over. Stop it. You're still driving. Su Yuan instantly blushed with shame, but her heart was sweet. No matter how successful Wei Wenzhou was, he was always the same to her. There were times when she was even a little thankful for Lin Shi's brutality and meanness, forcing Wei Wenzhou away. Looking at Wei Wenzhou driving with a somewhat dissatisfied pout, Su Yuan squeezed her small hand somewhat nervously, then fiercely came over and gave Wei Wenzhou a slapdash peck on the lips. What just happened? Wei Wenzhou smiled and turned his head, looking at Su Yuan, who held her bag to block her face, deliberately pretending to be confused, and asked, Humph, I don't want to care about you. Su Yuan was exasperated and hit Wei Wenzhou with her bag. She is a very conservative woman in her bones. It's not easy to make it this far. If it's not true love, it's impossible for her to break through that hurdle in her heart. At this moment, she found Wei Wenzhou parked his car on the side of the road, came over and kissed her lips in a somewhat domineering way. She was a little flustered, and a little sweet, and a little joyful. She was embarrassed to take the initiative to kiss Wei Wenzhou, but she liked Wei Wenzhou to take the initiative to kiss her. That kind of overbearing yet gentle kiss made her a bit mesmerized. She could clearly feel Wei Wenzhou's kind of strong manliness and love, as if he wanted to melt her. Chapter 77 Apologize. Only after a long time, when the springiness in the car had filled the outside of the car, Wei Wenzhou smiled broadly with satisfaction, restarted the engine and drove home. As soon as he got home, Su Yuan saw that the family had not yet rested, and immediately ran back to her room with some embarrassment. Did you bully Yuan? Zhang Ping didn't know what had happened, and thought that Wei Wenzhou had bullied Su Yuan, and immediately glared at Wei Wenzhou with some anger. Cough. Mom, how dare I na? The company made a profit today, so we celebrated when we were happy, Wei Wenzhou said with a sarcastic smile. He was still very clear about his family status. Anyway, the old couple and his little sister were fond of Su Yuan, and he was the 5th in line at home. And as soon as she heard this, Zhang Ping instantly reacted, very satisfied with Wei Wenzhou, and nodded with a smile, whispering, when are you and Yuan going to get married? Your father and I, as well as your father-in-law, are waiting to hold grandchildren. Right now the company is just starting out. When it stabilizes, find an auspicious day. Wei Wenzhou walked over to Zhang Ping's side and sat down, said with a somewhat sneaky smile, then you have to be quick. Yuan is such a good girl, you can't let her down. Zhang Ping said very seriously, that's for sure. Mom, just don't worry. Wei Wenzhou helplessly smiled and shook his head, yawned and said, Mom, you guys should also go to bed early. I've been too tired these past few days. I need to get a good night's sleep. After saying that, he walked into the room. Zhang Ping looked at Wei Wenzhou's back with some heartache. Making money was important, but what mother in the world didn't have heartache for her son? This night, Wei Wenzhou slept soundly, but he was the boss and had to take the lead. So the next morning, he still got up early, and Su Yuan got up even earlier than him, brushing her teeth while asking with excitement and anticipation, guess how much we will gain today? What should be ours will be ours sooner or later, and what is not ours, it's useless to force it. Wei Wenzhou smiled lightly and said calmly, makes sense. I didn't realize that you are still a philosopher. Su Yuan inclined her head and thought about it, feeling that it made sense. The two of them talked and laughed as they finished washing up together and went out the door arm in arm. Now they, although they have not yet held a wedding, have not yet received a marriage certificate, but they are already in the form of a couple. Not only live together, even the old man lives next door to the garage. Looking at the domineering and noble Bentley and the small and cute BMW, Su Yuan as if a child counted, and finally clicked on the BMW, pulling Wei Wenzhou into the BMW. Wei Wenzhou pretended to drive the Bentley, but his hand unconsciously started the engine. He liked Su Yuan's childlike nature. Therefore, he would do his best to take care of Su Yuan for the rest of her life, so that Su Yuan would keep this innocence and cuteness for the rest of her life. Good day, Mr. Wei. Good day, Director Su. The current Han Yuan company, under Li Jun's management, was already perfect, and had a good corporate culture. As soon as they entered the front door of the company, the two clerks at the front desk greeted them with polite smiles. Wei Wenzhou did not put on airs either and responded with a smile. You guys have worked hard. When Wei Wenzhou's two smiles were in the elevator, the two revealed a look of envy. Superintendent Su is really happy, marrying a young and capable man who still loves her. Sister Zhang, do you think I'll be able to find a man as good as Mr. Wei? You, stop picking. How many men as good as Mr. Wei can there be in the world? You're not too young to find a man to marry. Your parents must be urging you every day, right? Can't I just think about it? On the top floor of the company, after sending Su Yuan to the finance department, Wei Wenzhou went directly to the Vine training department. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Ma Paint Vine and the others laughing happily. What's wrong? What's good that makes you guys so happy? Wei Wenzhou smiled and walked in. Mr. Wei is here. There are two good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Zhang Dong saw that it was Wei Wenzhou who came, and immediately greeted him with a smile. Perhaps because his own heart and soul Penguin QQ can make money, even if he didn't sleep for a night. Zhang Dong was still energized. It's all good news. Does it make any difference which one you hear first? Wei Wenzhou shook his head in amusement. Zhang Dong froze for a moment, then smiled somewhat awkwardly. It seems so. Then I'll start with the first good news. From last night to this morning, more than 5 million more people opened QQ memberships, mostly opening the $10 yellow diamonds, and we made tens of millions more. See what you've got? Wei Wenzhou blankly gave Zhang Dong a speechless look and said, isn't it right for us to make money now? It would be abnormal if no one opens it. Zhang Dong scratched his head awkwardly before speaking. Then let me talk about the second piece of good news. Early this morning, there was a page of posts hanging on the surf portal, where Big Head Wang personally admitted that the previous Surfwave chat was a copy of our Penguin QQ, publicly apologized to us, and promised to personally come to our door today to apologize and compensate for the damages caused to us. Oh, this is considered good news. I didn't expect Big Head Wang to be unable to carry the pressure so soon. Wei Wenzhou laughed out loud and walked over to the computer to read the post. Now there are many people on the internet calling Surf shameless. There are also quite a few netizens who helped Surf attack us before, feeling sorry for us, registering their QQ numbers and opening their membership. After this, I'm afraid that Surf will have to shrivel up for a while. Ma Painted Vine stood next to him and said excitedly, oh, you cannot underestimate the Surf. Surf, although the reputation received a shock, but it is the main financial aspects of the network board. Our portal although also involved, but in the end then others specialize in doing, scolding to scold. But now people are thinking about making money. You watch. Surfing once opened membership, as will have a large number of users to buy. Wei Wenzhou very calmly analyzed. Although Wang Dao is shameless, but the ability is still there. After all, is able to later under the rule of Fuji training, with microblogging to kill a piece of heaven's cattle. But well, now he came. Microblogging will also become the Fuji training. But now is not the time. Now people are busy making money. To pay attention to those gossip news will not be too many people. Microblogging appeared. Have to wait for the future of people's lives rich up, and then appeared to have the market. This person is idle, like to get together to see the gossip. The old saying that the warmth of the desire is this meaning. As for now, or to develop the Penguin QQ is the main. Although now QQ's 4 functions are very attractive, but want to maintain the heat, or must develop more interesting new features. Chapter 78. Say, after staying up all night, aren't you sleepy? Looking back at the radiant Zhang Dong, Wei Wenzhou asked with a frown. Not really sleepy, mainly because I want to see Boss Wang apologize at the door. Zhang Dong said with some small excitement. Hearing this, Wei Wenzhou shook his head somewhat speechlessly, but at the same time, he could understand. After all, Penguin QQ Zhang Dong poured a lot of effort into it, and being plagiarized and also in turn slandered as their plagiarism, the resentment in his heart must be extremely great. Until 12 o'clock at noon, Wang Dahai came. perhaps not wanting his men to see their own humiliating scene, alone. Han Yuan conference room, Wei Wenzhou sat in the main seat. Ma painted vine several people sat in the side seat. Wang Dahai came in and consciously sat in the tail seat. Big head Wang, I thought you guys would last a few more days. I didn't think you wouldn't be able to carry it off so soon. It seems like I overestimated you, Wei Wenzhou said teasingly. It's hard to say. Maybe people Wang always have a weak heart and can't stand the torture of guilt, Zhang Dong said in a conspiratorial manner. Wang Dahai's forehead veins rippled as he heard this. Forcibly holding back his anger, he got up and bowed 3 times in a row, and spoke. I, Wang Dahai, on behalf of surfing, offer a sincere apology to Han Yuan Tujun and compensate Han Yuan Tujun for the damages caused. Then how much do you intend to compensate? Wei Wenzhou stopped Zhang Dong's cynicism and asked with a smile. After all, these commercial disputes, showing off a verbal moment of pleasure did not make much sense. As well as cynicism, it was better to let it hemorrhage. Wang Dahai froze for a moment and said doubtfully, didn't Mr. Wei say before that Fuji training lost $12 million? Oh, it's true, but Han Yuan can be more than just Vine training. There are other departments and businesses, such as Han Yuan's Huamen supermarket chain, which has only just opened. Because of your surfing plagiarism, which has involved most of our energy, and we have been working day and night for a week in order to recover QQ users. Our body and mind have been under tremendous pressure. You surf have to make some compensation, right? Wei Wenzhou said with a smile, obviously smiling amiably, but in Wang Dahai's eyes it was so annoying. And Zhang Mu's brain is very active. Immediately understood Wei Wenzhou's meaning, covered his chest and agreed, that's it, my heart is not good. Medical expenses you have to compensate, right? Zhang Mu lead. Horse painting by a few people also followed the act. Goo, my head hurts, badly, my heart is also not working. Me too, I can't eat or sleep well these days. You, looking at a few people's poor acting, Wang Dahai eyes are about to spit out fire. From the teeth to squeeze out a few words, that way always think how much compensation is appropriate? Oh, I'm the person who pays the most attention to the physical and mental health of the employees. In my opinion, they are physically and mentally damaged. More serious than that 12 million. Wei Wenzhou words have not finished. Wang Dahai is unable to bear the anger of the voice. Mr. Wei, cannot be too much to do. Snap. Wei Wenzhou's face sank, violently slapped the table and stood up. Excessive? You still have the face to say excessive to me? We, Han Yuan Rattan training, have no grudges against surfing. You have copied our hard-earned achievements for your own selfish desires, and now you come to say excessive to me? If you guys didn't come to mess with our Fuji training, how would all these things follow? I'll tell you big head Wang, I'm good at everything. I just can't take a loss. $12 million, I really don't put it in my eyes. I don't think you have much sincerity either. Go back, Han Yuan doesn't welcome you. Saying that, Wei Wenzhou raised his hand and pointed to the door. Horse painting binds several people are by Wei Wenzhou. This sudden rage aura was startled. From the beginning of acquaintance, Wei Wenzhou's face always hangs a easygoing smile. This is the first time to get angry. Wang Dahai was also abashed, because he realized that his aura was simply no match for Wei Wenzhou. Looking at Wei Wenzhou, he even had a trace of timidity, suppressing the restless and complicated emotions in his heart. Wang Dahai tried his best to remain calm and said, Mr. Wei, can you allow me to make a phone call to ask the other shareholders of Surf? Wei Wenzhou did not pay any attention to it, organized his clothes and sat down. Seeing this, Wang Dahai hurriedly took out his cell phone and ran outside to make a call, then came back and said, Mr. Wei, the shareholders of Surf sincerely apologize for the extreme physical and mental trauma, but Surf can't get any extra money, and can only compensate a maximum of $15 million. Wei Wenzhou did not finish, quietly looking straight at Wang Dahai, finger tapping on the desktop, one by one, very rhythmic, as if knocked into the heart of Wang Dahai. Cold sweat all of a sudden flowed down. In the end, Wang Dahai really can't withstand this psychological pressure, opened his mouth and said, in order to express my apologies, I will privately come up with another $1 million in compensation. This 1 million I like it very much. Wei Wenzhou stopped tapping the desktop and smiled abruptly. Asking for more compensation money was one aspect, but at the same time, it was also necessary to properly knock Big Head Wang so that he wouldn't dare to offend Han Yuan Vine training again in the future. After all, in his previous life, Wang did not less against Fuji training, causing no small trouble to Fuji training. As for Wang Dahai, seeing Wei Wenzhou agreeing, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and at the same time, his heart ached for that $1 million of private assets. Afraid that Wei Wenzhou would raise the price again, he hurriedly notified the Surf Finance Department to remit $16 million to Han Yuan Vine Capital's account. When the money arrived, Wei Wenzhou laughed out loud and instructed Li Jun, notify. At the end of this month, Everyone will have a bonus to take. After saying that, he looked at Wang Dahai again and said with a smile, "It's lunchtime. Does Mr. Wang want to have lunch with us?" "No, no, no. There are a lot of surfing things. I have to hurry back." Wang Dahai hurriedly waved his hand and ran away. Staying with Wei Wenzhou, the pressure was too much. He didn't want to stay for a minute or a second. Listening to the loud laughter coming from behind, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly walked into the elevator. He really couldn't figure out. Wei Wenzhou was so young. How could he have such a strong aura? And coming downstairs, the conversation between those two front desk clerks almost made him vomit blood. "Sister Zhang, look, Mr. Li just sent a message in the group. Surfing the chairman of the board, Big Head Wang, compensated an extra $1 million. At the end of this month, all the company staff who joined before today will have bonuses to take. Let me see. It's still true. Mr. Wei and Mr. Li are really generous. Just joining the company there is a bonus to take." Listening to the conversation between the two, Wang Dahai's heart was trembling. It was his money. Wei Wenzhou and Li Jun were certainly generous. He seems to be Big Head Wang from Surf Company. Just now you weren't there, or I brought him up. At this time, the words of the two men entered his ears again, and he even saw the two men bowing to him as if they were thanking him, and he was almost so angry that a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth, and he hastily accelerated his steps. Chapter 79, Entering Real Estate. Upstairs in the conference room, after a burst of laughter from the crowd, Wei Wenzhou looked at Zhang Dong, who kept yawning, and hurriedly asked Li Jun, "Li Jun, has that recruitment information been sent out? These people's body is the most important thing. They can't be exhausted. This morning at 7 o'clock will be sent out." Caused a small sensation. There are a lot of people said to come over for interviews, but they are afraid of interviews on a wasted trip but also a waste of money. I make the main as long as the people to come to interviews, regardless of whether they can be interviewed on the road. The travel expenses are reimbursed. 1 o'clock in the afternoon should be someone to come. Well done. The traveling expenses and other things are small problems. We must hurry to recruit people. We can't wear out our several big creditors. Wei Wenzhou gave a thumbs up to Li Jun. Having such a knowledgeable general manager is a relief. Let's go. Let's eat. I'll send you back afterward. Wei Wenzhou picked up Zhang Dong and headed out. Old Ma and the others looked at his heart warmly. With such a boss who is capable and treats them like buddies, what else is there to ask for? After a hurried meal, Wei Wenzhou directly drove Zhang Dong, who was fast asleep in a daze, back to Leisure Villa. There is no way. Now Su Yuan is busy with the mobile docking accounts. Li Jun to sit in the town management company. The old horse. Several people have to be responsible for looking after the opening of the QQ membership does not go wrong. He had to be free. After sending Zhang Dong home, Wei Wenzhou did not return to the company, but went to find Li Jun, because he has to plan to enter the real estate. Money is secondary. Mainly want to squeeze out the He family. Don't look at the He family as not much reaction. That's because the He Guang matter is very involved. The He family was investigated. Temporarily dare not come out to make waves, but when the wind is over, surely will come out to retaliate. After all, their own family's future heir has been ruined. How can swallow this breath? Even if the He family didn't come looking for his trouble, he would still take the initiative to find the He family's trouble, because he was a very vindictive person. He Guang ruined his big brother Wei Heng's family. Then, the He family's tutelage is not good, since also have to pay the price, reborn in a new life. Anyone who dares to hurt his family, he will not let go. The He family is actually the most capable is He Guang. The future is He Guang. He family flourished, became the richest man in Hangzhou province. He Guang wasted. Dealing with the rest of the He family, he is still very confident, except that he is not too familiar with this piece of real estate, such as the construction team, building materials into these, he has not been in contact with. Therefore, he has to find a helper. Li Jun is the largest real estate developer in Yangchang. He also has a good feeling about it. Is suitable for a helper? Li Jun is a person who is very sentimental, and he is a very honest person. He hardly participates in those hypocritical high-class parties, so he is trustworthy. What big things is Boss Li doing lately? Arriving at Li Jun's office, Wei Wenzhou knocked on the door with a smile. Oh, why does Mr. Wei have time to come to my humble abode today? Li Jun looked up to see that it was Wei Wenzhou, and hurriedly got up to invite Wei Wenzhou in. I heard that recently Mr. Wei has been stirring up the storm in the internet industry. The entire internet industry has to look at Mr. Wei's face to act. Compared to you, I am just a small-time player. While speaking, Li Jun personally poured a cup of tea for Wei Wenzhou. Then does Boss Li want to have a big fight as well? Wei Wenzhou lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Jun froze for a moment and asked with some confusion. I don't know what Mr. Wei means by this. I intend to enter the real estate industry. but I don't have much contacts for the real estate industry, so I want to find a person in charge who is proficient in the real estate industry. I don't know if Boss Lee has any interest in it? Wei Wenzhou said as he looked up and stared straight at Li Jun. Li Jun's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he hurriedly said, as long as Mr. Wei trusts me, I naturally can't wait to follow you. Mr. Wei. Now the news has spread. Han Yuan Group is not only involved in the supermarket chain industry, but also involved in the supermarket chain industry and the internet industry. Moreover, the supermarkets are doing extremely well. The supermarket is the first large supermarket chain in Hangzhou province, almost monopolizing the supermarket industry in the provincial capital, occupying the absolute dominant. The follow-up is very likely to expand outward. Internet industry. Han Yuan Rotan Training Penguin is now the domestic internet brother. It is said that the earnings reached an alarming point. As for the chain of restaurants, now still building restaurants, but a shot is 50. The scale is also great. This is a big deal. Although Han Yuan was only established more than half a month, but already has a vague omen of becoming a leading enterprise in Hangzhou province. Now Wei Wenzhou wants to enter the real estate industry, and looked for him, he really has no reason to refuse. The real estate industry is very risky. The last time if not Wei Wenzhou out to buy the leisure court, he is very likely to lose blood money. And if there is a Han Yuan this behemoth as a backer, then the risk is much smaller, and certainly will be more than their own one person to do it. Since Boss Lee agrees, then I will proceed to set up the Han Yuan Real Estate Department, and in the future, Boss Lee will be the minister of Han Yuan Real Estate Department. However, there is something I have to explain to you in advance. What I intend to enter is the real estate industry in the provincial city, not a small fight in Yangcheng. I don't know if you can be confident? Hearing this, Li Jun froze, thought about it carefully, and immediately realized, Mr. Wei, you want to move the He family in the provincial city? Not bad. He Guang killed my sister-in-law, and almost killed my brother and my niece. I'm a person who holds grudges, although He Guang has been brought to justice, but the He family's laxity in teaching should pay the price. I want to push the He family out of Hangzhou province. Wei Wenzhou didn't hide anything and directly stated his intentions. Hiss. Li Jun sucked in a mouthful of cool air and said gruffly, the He family is the oldest real estate enterprise in the province, almost monopolizing the general real estate business in the province. Wanting to bring down the He family won't be easy. Oh, but it's just a provincial city enterprise, it can still overturn the sky? Nowadays, my Han Yuan Vine Training Penguin, there are hundreds of millions of revenue every month. I just take the money to smash can also bring down his He family, only there is no need to do so. Wei Wenzhou coldly smiled and said in an extremely domineering manner, hundreds of millions of revenue a month. Hiss. Li Jun couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air in shock, then made up his mind and said firmly, Mr. Wei has already said this. What else do I have to be afraid of? Dry up. Not bad. You have to have this momentum. To achieve great things, you must not be afraid. Wei Wenzhou laughed out loud in satisfaction. Then, now let's discuss the follow-up strategy. The Vine Training Department has not yet been completely stabilized, and the construction of the chain of restaurants will soon be completed, so I can't get away for the time being. Chapter 80, Steady Development. Therefore, I won't announce Han Yuan's establishment of a real estate department for the time being, just in case it causes the He family to be wary. I need you to go to the provincial city first to make a head start. You don't need to make any brilliant achievements, you just need to stabilize the real estate industry in the provincial city. When I free up my hands, then I'll start appropriating. I think you can still come up with 100 million in assets, right? I'll invest 400 million in you, with 25% of the shares going to you and 75% going to me. If you don't have an opinion, I'll have someone bring the contract over tomorrow to butt heads with you. Wei Wenzhou didn't waste any time and directly thundered the development strategy. After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Jun's eyes flashed with a touch of determination, and he firmly nodded his head. $100 million is already all of his assets. This is equivalent to a big gamble. Gamble win. Future prospects? Gamble lose. Nothing. But he finally chose to believe Wei Wenzhou, because Wei Wenzhou now has too much capital. The chance of losing is very small. As Wei Wenzhou said, Vine Training Penguin's monthly income of hundreds of millions of dollars is to take the money to smash can also smash the He family down. Although the He family is the real estate hegemony of Hangzhou province, but the assets will never exceed 5 billion, and Wei Wenzhou can earn 5 billion a year. If $5 billion can't bring down the He family, then use $10 billion. Sometimes, as long as there was enough money, there really was nothing that could be done. Happy cooperation. Trust me, this decision you made today will be the best decision you've ever made in your life. Wei Wenzhou smiled and shook my hand with Li Jun. Right. Remember to purchase the land to the south of the provincial city. I have gotten inside information that the provincial city will be expanding to the south. Before leaving, Wei Wenzhou explained to Li Jun. What internal news? But it is just an excuse. With the memory before rebirth, he is very clear. At the end of this year, the document will be through the approval. Early next year, the provincial city will start to expand to the south. Now is the end of August. From the end of the year there are 4 months' time. Enough Li Jun operation. Now, the southern suburbs of the provincial capital of the land is very cheap. 500 million funds enough to buy a lot of land. And wait until the audit documents through. The price of those land will be exponentially soaring. At that time, even if you don't build a building, you can make a lot of money by selling the land upside down. Of course, little cute. Only then will not build real estate. Back at the company, Wei Wenzhou talked to Li Jun about entering real estate. At first, Li Jun was very opposed to it. After all, now Han Yuan's 3 major industries, also on the chain of supermarkets, is relatively stable, and now expanding the other lines. It is really not a wise move. After all, greed chews too much. How can so much energy to be able to take care of over? However, when Wei Wenzhou put out the provincial city early next year will be expanded to the south of the heavy news, Li Jun also no longer say anything more. Immediately ran to prepare the contract to go, with Li Jun as the big housekeeper. Wei Wenzhou didn't worry about these things and ran back to the Vine training department to continue looking at the proceeds. Also at 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Yuan led the finance department to complete today's financial handover statement with the mobile. Joyfully ran to the Vine training department. Today's earnings, it's almost the same as yesterday. Listening to Su Yuan's excited words, this time, the crowd acted calmly. Just as Wei Wenzhou's previous words, Vine training penguins make money as they should. Why aren't any of you reacting? Su Yuan asked suspiciously. What reaction do you want? Wei Wenzhou shook his head in amusement. Alright, let's go home. Just don't add to the chaos on duty. Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and greeted the crowd as they left. Just as Li Jun said, this afternoon one after another people came over for interviews. Wei Wenzhou had nothing to do under the circumstances. He also helped out with the interviews on the side, and really dug up a few of the backbone members who came to Vine training later in the last life. This is not. Tonight it is Suya's turn to work the night shift. Directly arranged to Suyi with familiar with Penguin QQ's operating procedures. Contract signed. They naturally do not worry about the data was leaked out. Data leakage. 1 billion liquidated damages. Although some of the overbearing terms, but there is no way. Data is the lifeblood of an internet company. When these people are cultivated, Zhengdong several people will be relaxed, and can also proceed to start the subsequent research and development. Early the next morning, Li Jun took the proposed contract to hand over to Li Jun. After the negotiations, the contract was signed. Wei Wenzhou directly from his account to transfer 400 million over. Li Jun is also a thunderous and ruthless. The same day he closed his real estate company in Yangchang, with all the staff to the provincial capital. So far, Wei Wenzhou also no longer continue to expand other businesses. Now the most important thing is to have to wait for the supermarket, catering and rattan training of the 3 major departments to stabilize. Stable money, greed choose the truth. He still understands. Time day by day, the chain of supermarkets completely on track. Stable money, Vine training Penguin QQ, also slowly stabilized. The user every day there is growth, but also one after another people open Star Diamond members, only unlike the beginning of that 1 week. After all, most of the users have opened the membership in that 1 week, and up to this point, Vine Training's revenue had reached a terrifying $3 billion. Looking at such a huge amount, the crowd was somewhat numb. At the same time, Ma Painting Vine also successfully recruited 30 internet technicians to join the Vine training department, and the 5 of them who were the real core staff were also idle. Time came to the end of the month. Wei Wenzhou also in accordance with the promise, organized a company activity, the pit from the big head of Wang $1 million, and their own money out of $1 million, used to cohesion of the company's staff cohesion. 2 million were used as prizes, which were won by doing games. On this day, Han Yuan's company cheered continuously. And Wei Wenzhou promised to organize this kind of activity every month as long as the company's earnings were good. $1 or $2 million was just a small amount of money, and as long as the company's cohesion was high enough, even if they encountered a crisis in the future, there would not be a situation where people would leave the company. Moreover, this way, the news of Hanwhan's good welfare will spread out, which will attract many people to squeeze their heads to join Hanwhan, giving the employees a sense of crisis because they don't want to lose the job and want to get more bonuses, so they will work harder. August passed. September came. Vine training Penguin slowly stabilized. Wei Wenzhou think the time is almost up, so called the horse painting Vine 5 people. The concept of QQ farms conveyed to the 5 people. In the last life, QQ farm is the beginning of the Vine training online games, and then the QQ landlord games are extended from the QQ farm out of the product. And the horse painting Vine 5 people also want a Penguin QQ to do better. more attractive to users. To get such a novel idea, immediately excited. Chapter 81 Natural Disasters. So, the next time, the company handed over to Li Jun full management. Wei Wenzhou all day with the horse painting vine. 5 people soaked in the vine training department conference room to build QQ farm blueprints. Although the memory of the past people, QQ farms this mechanical assembly line type of game, press simply no gameplay to speak of, but in this era, is the most novel existence. People's lives now, that is, in running around laboring to make money in the boring life, the huge pressure on people cannot breathe. The only entertainment is to look at the TV. As soon as the QQ farm was introduced, the reclamation of wasteland, planting crops, collecting crops, accumulating gold coins to buy more expensive crops, so that the farm's income is getting higher and higher. This is very compatible with the current social development. Will let people bring into it the reality than others, then in the farm to crush others. At the same time, friends steal vegetables from each other. Will also bring better entertainment, help socialize, bring some fun to people's boring life. Of course, if you want to develop the QQ farm, the time consumed will not be short. After all, there is a big difference between making software and games. In the last life, QQ farm was only developed in 2005. Now they can be said to be at the forefront of the times. Want to develop software is not difficult, after all, with the experience of the previous generation, but want to develop the game. The concept of the online game has just sprouted in the era, is to have their own step-by-step fumble. Therefore, Wei Wenzhou is not in a hurry, so that Su Yi, Zhang Hongqing and Chen Yidan slowly research and explore, so that Zhang Dynamic to lead the Vine training department of other personnel to develop other QQ features, such as chat page enhancement, voice function. The horse painting Vine is responsible for the management of the Vine training department. Leisure Time can also cooperate with Su Yi 3 people to engage in research and development. After all, this novel idea is related to the future of Penguin QQ, cannot be leaked out. If you let the other internet companies to get a head start, that can be the end of the game. Therefore, the hard work is hard, even if the speed of research and development is slower, or completely in the hands of these core members of the more solid. Even in order not to be leaked out, they also built a new machine room. Wei Wenzhou and Su Yi 3 people soak in it all day long. Su Yi 3 people are responsible for research and development. Wei Wenzhou is responsible for making suggestions. Finally, in mid-September, finally have some clues. Su Yi 3 began to modeling, research and development into the right track. During the period, Wei Wenzhou only left one day, is to send his sister Wei Rongrong to college. Wei Rongrong rely on the provincial medical school, not far, and Lu Chen Lu doctor's granddaughter Lu Wei is a classmate. 2 girls together also have companions, plus in the provincial capital has Su Hongsheng care, he is also assured. And with the QQ farm research and development on track, the chain of restaurants 9 Flavors Xian has also completed the construction. To the opening of the time, Wei Wenzhou did not go, but let Li Jun to take charge. From September onwards, Li Jun will be for the 9 flavors of the Xian publicity. The effect is also very good, coupled with a series of preferential activities. The opening day, 59 flavors of the Xian can be said to be overcrowded. The guests for the 9 flavors of the Xian dishes are also very satisfied. Going back to the publicity, the next day came more guests. The next morning, Li Jun to the first day of all the expenditure and income bills sent back through QQ. Su Yuan led the financial department a unified calculation. 59 flavors of the opening day of the Xian income, but reached a horror of 3.5 million. Remove the cost, there are still more than 2 million of income. One day income of more than 2 million. This horrible income, Zhang Kuan and Chen Jianmen learned, almost jumped up in excitement. Although one of them only had 20% of the shares, they could still share several 100,000, earning several 100,000 a day. This was something they didn't even dare to think about in the past, especially Chen Jianmen. His 20% of the shares, is Wei Wenzhou helped him advance 50 million. For him, 50 million is the price of heaven. These days, he has been worried, afraid to pay Wei Wenzhou. Now well, according to this, he can get more than 10 million a month dividends. Half a year will be able to pay off the 50 million owed to Wei Wenzhou, followed by another earn, is his own. In the future, he can also live a billionaire's addiction, which if in the past, even millionaires do not dare to think. And this, our Wei Wenzhou brought him? Gratitude is almost overflowing, but also determined to follow Wei Wenzhou in the future to do a good job. But after 3 days, a big event happened. Today from February to July, the weather is unusually dry. August came a few rains. Now come to the middle of September, into the late fall season. The Yellow River and Huaihai region torrential rains one after another, especially in the northern part of Jiangbei, triggered a mud flood. Many villages were washed away. The crops that are not easy to mature is even more destroyed. Grain harvest, and a lot of people retreated less than the impact of the mud flood. The whole north of the river was in chaos. Bad news after bad news. In order to rescue, the economy of the north of the river almost collapsed. The state sent people to rescue and relief, called for national fundraising to support the north of the river. Hearing this news, Wei Wenzhou hardly hesitated and recalled Li Jun, Jiang Kuan, and Su Hongsheng for a meeting. In the general meeting hall of Han Yuan, Wei Wenzhou sat at the first place. Li Jun, Su Hongsheng, Su Yuan, Ma Paintvine 5, Jiang Kuan sat at the two sides, and below them were all the current employees of Han Yuan Company. This was the first big collective meeting of Han Yuan. I believe all of you are aware of the matter of the mud flood in Jiangbei. Wei Wenzhou was the first to speak, his tone somewhat heavy. Everyone, remember what I told you. As much as there is capacity, there is responsibility. The people of Jiangbei are our compatriots. We shouldn't just stand by and watch. We can't stop a natural disaster. All we can do is to remedy it as much as we can. Last month Han Yuan Huamen supermarket opened on the 15th. Vine Training Penguin started making profits on the 20th. And 9 Flavors Xian started operating on the 11th of this month. Saying this, Wei Wenzhou took the financial statement handed over by Su Yuan and continued. The supermarket opened for almost a month and made a total profit of 14.5 million. Vine Training Penguin made a profit of 1.5 billion 3.5 million. And the restaurant chain opened for 5 days and made a profit of 12 million. Han Yuan's 3 major industries have made a total profit of $561.5 million so far. I intend to take out 1 billion to support our compatriots in Jiangbei. Your salaries will be issued as usual, but bonuses will not be issued. It is considered a fundraiser for our compatriots in Jiangbei. If you have any unwillingness, you can raise it now. After saying that, Wei Wenzhou quietly looked at the crowd below. After a few seconds of silence, a clerk from the marketing department below suddenly stood up and said, "We and our compatriots in Jiangbei are all children of China. The wind and moon are the same day. Our compatriots are in trouble. We must not stand by and watch. I believe that if we are in trouble that day, our compatriots in Jiangbei will not stand by and watch." Chapter 82 Disaster Relief. Although we don't have much ability and we need to support our families, we should still contribute. Han Yuan has given us generous packages, even without bonuses. It's still enough for us to support our families. I agree with Mr. Wei's decision. What's more, at the end of last month, Mr. Wei already gave us a bonus once. Someone took the lead, and the others immediately followed suit. Right, as the same Chinese children, we should do what we can to support one side in trouble. Children of Huaxia are one family. Our forefathers exchanged for us today's peaceful life. We should follow the will of our forefathers and make Huaxia better. Looking at the crowd below, Wei Wenzhou had a smile on his face. This is Han Yuan's corporate culture. Alright, since everyone has no objections, let's start preparing. Minister Su, Minister Jiang, you are the heads of the supermarket chain and catering. You have the widest network for food. Now that our compatriots in Jiangbei are in short supply of food, it's up to you to go and buy food. General Manager Li, you lead the marketing department and planning department to launch a fundraising campaign to the entire Han province in the honor of Han Yuan Charity Foundation, whether it's food or clothing. Director Su, you lead the finance department to do the financial planning. Minister Ma, you lead the Vine Training Department to call on and encourage all QQ users to actively fundraise. Please do your part to help our compatriots in Jiangbei tide over this difficult time. Saying this, Wei Wenzhou bowed 3 times to the crowd. This natural disaster had also happened in his previous life, and he had called Yang Hao before, reminding him to prevent heavy rain from triggering mud floods. Although Yang Hao was only the vice minister of the Ministry of State Enterprises, he was also the biggest official he knew, and Yang Hao did give feedback to the above. And the above also enacted some protective measures. The casualties and losses were much smaller than in the previous life. But unfortunately, no matter how much prevention is done, it is impossible to completely stop the natural disaster. But he had done what he could. He had a clear conscience, and all he had to do now was to contribute his power to remedy the situation and minimize the losses. After the meeting ended, under Li Jun's leadership, the crowd was also busy. Ma Painting Vine led the crowd of Vine Training Department, through the background, sent a message of fundraising for disaster relief to all QQ users, and restarted the Vine Training Portal, which is full of reports about the disaster and encourages people to fundraise for disaster relief. Su Hongsheng went back to the provincial city, and Jiang Kuan went back to Lixing City and used his connections to start raising food. It's been hard on you. I'm going to personally go to Jiangbei. You have to take care of yourself in these few days. In the meeting room of the finance department, Wei Wenzhou pulled Su Yuan in, held her hand and said fondly, he was not going for show, but really wanted to go and do his part. After all, now that the 3 major industries were on track, he didn't have much to do. Moreover, he was going to meet 2 people on the way. You two, from knowing each other to falling in love, The two of them had gotten tired of each other almost every day, and now they suddenly had to separate. Even if it wasn't for a long time, Su Yuan felt a little empty in her heart, and reluctantly hugged Wei Wenzhou. Remember not to tire yourself too much, eat more and take care of your rest. Bending over Su Yuan's ear, Wei Wenzhou deeply and patiently admonished. Su Yuan did not say anything, quietly leaning on Wei Wenzhou's chest. For a long time, softly said, "When will you leave?" When the grain those raised, "It should be tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." "Tonight then. I still have to go to meet those misers and make them bleed a little," Wei Wenzhou said in a warm voice. "Then you must pay attention to safety." Leaving Wei Wenzhou's chest, Su Yuan earnestly admonished, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed Wei Wenzhou, forced out a smile and ran back to the finance department. Looking at Su Yuan's back, Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly and took out his cell phone to dial Mo Pingyun's number. "Hey, old uncle, help me notify those people that I'm going to throw a party at the Star Hung Hotel tonight." "Is it for the Jiangbei disaster?" Mo Pingyun was old and smart, he guessed it at once. "Not bad, just tell them that I'm going to send them a fortune." "Fortune?" Mo Pingyun froze for 3 seconds, then said, "Okay, I'll help you inform them." In the evening, which arrived very quickly, Wei Wenzhou drove his car to Star Hung Hotel and went up to the usual place, the banquet hall on the top floor. Once inside, all those upper-class people from Yongchang had already arrived, and as soon as they saw him come in, they couldn't wait to gather around. "Mr. Wei, what kind of riches are you sending us? Is it to let us invest in Han Yuan? We've heard that your Han Yuan has already made a fortune in just a month's time since it opened." "Yes, especially that vine-trained penguin. It's rumored to have made more than $1 billion. Isn't that true?" "Yeah, I've heard about it too. The internet industry is really so lucrative." Listening to the words of the crowd, Wei Wenzhou shook his head speechlessly. These people only think about themselves, not even half concerned about the Jiangbei disaster. Everyone. Wei Wenzhou raised his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet, and then spoke. "You all should have heard about the Jiangbei disaster, right? I, Han Yuan, intend to offer $1 billion to help with the disaster. I wonder if you all have the intention to support and help our compatriots in Jiangbei?" When this came out, the crowd was shocked. Out of 1 billion, this is the real wealth. But then they have lowered their heads, do not want to pick up Wei Wenzhou's words. "Alas, I wanted to send you all a fortune, but it seems that you all don't need it." Looking at the crowd's reaction, Wei Wenzhou mockingly smiled and shook his head. These iron roosters, not seeing benefits, are simply not a hair out of place. And after hearing his words, the crowd raised their heads again and asked doubtfully, "Relief can still be exchanged for wealth?" "Gentlemen, I'll take the lead. I believe in Mr. Wei. Moreover, since we have the ability to do so, we really should also help our compatriots in Jiangbei to tide over the difficulties. I'll offer 2 million. Mo Pingyun was a bit unable to look on, and came forward to say, he loved money, but he also had his own bottom line. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to become the branch chief of Yongcheng Industrial Bank. And with Mo Pingyun taking the lead, the others were no good at withholding their money and took a stand, eventually donating $15 million out. As soon as the money was donated, immediately couldn't wait to follow up. "Mr. Wei, now you can talk about what's going on with that wealth, right?" "Oh, thanks to all of you for your relief." Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly, and then continued to speak. "You have not always wanted to follow me to speculate in stocks? Now I will take you all once. You guys go buy Huafeng Iron and Steel shares now, and by early next year, Huafeng Iron and Steel shares will definitely skyrocket. Huafeng Iron and Steel, the only listed steel company in Hangzhou province. Next year, Hangzhou province is expanding. The price of steel is bound to soar." Chapter 83, Traveling to Jiangbei. While hearing his words, the crowd froze. "Mr. Wei, this doesn't seem right, right? Now that there's a natural disaster in Jiangbei, shouldn't it be the grain stocks that are skyrocketing?" "Yeah, I heard that Zhang Feng used half of his assets to buy grain stocks. This Jiangbei natural disaster doesn't seem to have much to do with Huafeng Steel?" "Yeah, although many houses were washed away by the mud floods over there in Jiangbei. But Jiangbei is supposed to be the main producer of iron and steel, so iron and steel shouldn't have gone up in price, right?" Listening to the crowd's murmur, Wei Wenzhou smiled faintly. The more Jiang Feng's bankruptcy, it was from here that it really started. Jiang Feng thought it was really right. Jiangbei natural disaster. A large number of crops were destroyed, coupled with the severe drought in the first half of this year. The grain production across the country is not good. Soaring grain prices seem inevitable. Unfortunately, he miscalculated the country's call and the number of old grain hoarded in previous years when the grain harvest was good. Let's put it this way, even if the country has no harvest this year, no one will go hungry. The grain country is not just talk. The previous few years of wind and rain, the harvest is bursting at the seams. Oh, Do you really think that the country will let you make a fortune from the disasters of your fellow countrymen? Let me tell you, in the previous few years of favorable winds and rains, the country hoarded countless old grains. In order to aid our compatriots in Jiangbei, not only will the price of grain not skyrocket, under the state's control, the price will instead be lowered. Jiang Feng is being clever and is really taking his own life. Of course, if you guys want to follow Jiang Feng into bankruptcy, then forget I said anything. I've already given you guys the path to get rich. How you choose is up to you. After saying that, Wei Wenzhou spread his hands and left with the donations. He let these iron roosters buy Huafeng Steel shares. In fact, there is another purpose. A large amount of money into the shares. By the beginning of next year, Huafeng steel price will not rise too much, because it's not like oil stocks that is the world pattern trend. No one country can control it. And Huafeng Steel is just a provincial enterprise, and related to the construction of the country, a large amount of capital into the shares. The state, in order to limit the future soaring housing prices, to prevent polarization is too serious, will certainly strictly control the price of steel. At that time, these guys can still make money, but will not earn too much. And with that, when the time comes, the Han Yuan real estate construction buildings managed by Li Jun will spend a lot less money. This move could be considered as a triple win, raising $50 million for disaster relief, selling a favor to these Yangcheng upper class, and saving a large amount of money for the future construction of Han Yuan real estate. What do you guys think? After Wei Wenzhou left, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you. It was difficult to decide for a while. I think Mr. Wei has a point. Handing out money for the suffering of our compatriots. The country will definitely not agree. Yes, with the favorable winds and rains in the previous few years, it did accumulate a large amount of old grain, and the price of grain can't necessarily rise even if we wanted to. Just, why did that Huafeng iron and steel stock manage to skyrocket? There doesn't seem to be any omens. However, even if Huafeng iron and steel stocks don't go up, they won't go down, so there's not much risk. Instead, it's the grain stocks, and it's really possible that the country will lower the price of grain in order to aid the north of the Yangtze River. That's right, then we'll put up a fight. We'll buy Huafeng iron and steel stock, even if it doesn't go up. We don't have much to lose. If it goes up, we'll make a big profit. Right, see Mr. Wei is so confident. I'm afraid he got some inside information. Mr. Wei previously drove the development of the state-owned enterprise Mobile, and the relationship with the above can be good. Yes, before the communications industry, Unicom dominant, but now, the rapid rise of Mobile has occupied half of the river, catching up with Unicom, and even hidden beyond the trend. Mr. Wei is also considered to be a major contribution to the development of state-owned enterprises. The state will certainly also give Mr. Wei some convenience, perhaps also really got some inside information. After some deliberation, the crowd finally decided to listen to Wei Wenzhou's words and buy Huafeng Steel shares, and since the main event had already left, the party was hastily ended. Meanwhile, Wei Wenzhou had already returned home, dialed Yang Hao's phone and told him about Han Yuan's support for Jiangbei. Good. I really didn't misjudge you. Han Yuan's contribution to Jiangbei, the country will surely keep it in mind, and will surely give Han Yuan enough convenience in the future. Yang Hao was overjoyed after hearing this, and said 3 good words in a row, then said, I'm already in Jiangbei now, on behalf of the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises Management to come over to provide disaster relief. When you come over, just contact me directly. Good, Wei Wenzhou simply answered, then hung up the phone and called Su Hongsheng and Zhang Cohen, inquiring about the mobilization situation. The two were really good at what they do, and once they returned to the province and Li City, they used their contacts to raise 20 tons of grain. Wei Wenzhou asked the 2 men to send the raised grain to Yangcheng overnight, and then asked the 2 men to continue to raise, and especially instructed Zhang Cohen to let Zhou Weixian make more Zhou Weixian dishes, and then seal the follow-up sent to Jiangbei. This is a good opportunity for 9 Flavors Xian to penetrate the northern market of Jiangbei, not only to provide disaster relief, but also to penetrate the northern market of Jiangbei. Such a good opportunity, how could he miss it? By 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Yuan dragged her tired body back, so Wei Wenzhou, who was watching TV with his family, and sat straight beside Wei Wenzhou, gently leaning on Wei Wenzhou's shoulder. Wei Jianhua and Zhang Ping were also very understanding, and directly went back to their rooms to rest, leaving space for Wei Wenzhou and Su Yuan. The two did not talk much, quietly watching TV. I do not know if I watched it or not. Anyway, Wei Wenzhou did not watch it. This night, the 2 men wrapped their arms around each other and fell asleep on the sofa. The next morning, the 2 woke up, saw this ambiguous position. Wei Wenzhou laughed happily, but Su Yuan was blushing. After some freshening up, the 2 drove to the company. Looking at the downstairs quite a dozen 2 big trucks, Wei Wenzhou deeply hugged Su Yuan a bit, got into the front of a truck. These trucks were loaded with the grain that Su Hongsheng and Jiang Koan had raised and purchased. Waving his hand at Su Yuan, under Wei Wenzhou's command, more than 10 trucks set off, driving out of Yangchang, heading towards Jiangbei. Han province was not too far away from Jiangbei, leaving in the morning and arriving in the evening, following Yang Hao's instructions, arriving at Wohua City in Jiangbei, the front line of the disaster. More than 10 trucks were parked on the outskirts of the city, because it was now full of volunteers and compatriots affected by the disaster, and it was really inconvenient for the trucks to drive in. After registering with the staff in charge of guarding and managing the materials, and with a respectful salute, Wei Wenzhou borrowed a bicycle and pedaled into the city by himself to meet Yan Hao.